Side Stories Volume 2, Side Story Chapter 71, Home Alone, Part 1, Wham! A desk shook after a fist was slammed down on it. Pandemonium. Lilith, who heard everything about what happened in the den of the night demons after Kang-woo came out of the gate, sprang up from her seat in shock. "Oh, do you know something about it?" asked Kang-woo with shining eyes. "No, not that." Lilith placed her hand on her forehead and shook her head as she mumbled, "A world with succubi with no tentacles. I can't believe such a world exists. Why is that what you're shocked by? In any case, I brought the succubi survivors with me, so could you manage them, Lilith?" The succubi pledged their allegiance to Han Xiala in terror after just barely managing to survive the storm of curses. They had even used a strange magic they called Contract of Subordination so they could never defy her. Xiala believed the succubi couldn't be left alive since they had tried to molest Kang-woo, but after much convincing from him, 20 succubi managed to be spared. One of them was the succubus queen with mystical purple hair. I would rather not have such ugly beings as my subordinates, but I have no choice if it is your order, my king. They're fairly capable, so I'm sure they'll be of use to you. Lilith nodded in satisfaction. Fufu, I was short on personnel, so this is great news. And they should know more about the tower, so focus on gathering more information about that. Tower of Creation, was it? It's just one thing after another, isn't it? I'll say. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and nodded. Lilith tilted her head in confusion. You don't seem all that displeased about it, my king. Was it that obvious, Fufu? I've been with you for centuries already. I've reached a point where I can tell exactly what you're thinking from just a glance. Then why do you keep trying with the tentacles? He erased the thought from his head and continued, to be honest with you, I'm a bit happy about it. Ho ho. Is it perhaps because of those succubi? Lilith asked. Of course not, Kang-woo smirked and shook his head. He looked down at his hand and continued, my reconstruction progressed, albeit a minuscule amount. Oh. Does that mean the demonic sea was stimulated? Yeah. Were the succubi that strong? No, they're not the reason. The succubi were pathetically weak in terms of combat prowess. Even a rancor on Earth could easily defeat them. Though a male player wouldn't have been able to resist their charms. There was a different reason why the demonic sea was stimulated. I don't think a threat to my life is the only factor that stimulates the demonic sea. Then what else can? Powers I've never experienced before. I think the demonic sea reacts to powers not recorded in the abyss. It was more or less confirmed during his training with Balrog. The demonic sea reacted more sensitively to powers it had not experienced before. In other words, devouring the powers of otherworldly beings was a completely new experience for the demonic sea. In other words, that means the more otherworldly beings invade, the quicker the rate at which you regain your powers, Lilith asked. I wouldn't say that. Kang-woo smirked. It won't stop there. Kang-woo had become the demonic sea itself after fusing with it. If that were the case, he couldn't think of the stimulation of the demonic sea as a process of him regaining his powers. His endless desires would take him even higher. Forward, forward, Lilith giggled dispiritedly as she shook her head. Hee hee, how like you, my king. It's how I've survived until now after all. Yes, and that very person is whom I've devoted my life to. Okay, I will add information about the Tower of Creation into my next report. Send it to our sister-in-law as well. Fufu, of course. Lilith smiled faintly and nodded. That aside. Her gaze slowly moved to focus on someone. How long are you going to stay like that for, Xiala? Xiala was hugging Kang-woo from behind like a turtle shell. She had been leaving hickeys on Kang-woo's neck and ear in silence while Kang-woo and Lilith were talking. She was acting like Gollum with the One Ring. Nom nom. Xiala ticklishly bit Kang-woo's neck and slowly looked up. Until Kang-woo keeps his promise. What promise? Lilith asked. Cat ears and tail. Xiala sighed in disappointment. Kang-woo strongly refused to wear the cat ears and tail that she had bought. Xiala was disappointed, but she couldn't force Kang-woo to do anything he didn't like since Kang-woo's happiness was like her alpha and omega. She shoved her disappointment aside and stood up after letting Kang-woo go. I'm sorry for clinging to you uncomfortably, Kang-woo. I've calmed down. Xiala occasionally quelled her surging obsessiveness by hugging Kang-woo. It usually did not last long, but it was especially long this time because she thought Kang-woo was molested by the succubi. Hee hee, there's no way I would ever find you uncomfortable, darling. He despised the idea of wearing cat ears and tail, but he would never find it uncomfortable to be held by a woman he loved. Oh, then let's stay like that for a bit longer, Xiala expressed. But enough is enough. Didn't you say you had something to show me? Oh, right, Xiala clapped her hands together. Please wait just let me get Yeonju as well. What did you want to show me? Hee hee, you know we went shopping for clothes, right? Yeah, Kang-woo did not mention to the women that he was investigating a gate because of that reason. It was extremely rare for Xiala, who normally refused to be apart from Kang-woo, to go shopping with the other girls. Though I was almost fucked because I didn't tell her. He still got chills when he recalled Xiala full of madness in the den of the night demons. I wanted to show you the clothes we bought, Xiala said. Whoa, really? Kang-woo's eyes shone. Xiala was so frugal that she owned very few clothes. Not only did she cycle between 3 to 4 outfits for each season, but they were all cheap clothes with bland designs. But Darling looks amazing in anything. Xiala's looks made anything she wore like brand-name clothes. Kang-woo surged with excitement from hearing that she had bought new clothes. Show me right now, Kang-woo shouted. Foo-foo. Just a moment, please. Xiala smiled and left the room. In the living room were Cha Yeonju and Echidna gaming away. Yeonju, where did you put the clothes we bought? Those, they're in the dressing room, W8. You're not gonna wear them, are you? Of course I am, that's what we bought them for, isn't it? Said Xiala, her eyes wide as if she didn't know what Yeonju was talking about. Yeonju's cheeks reddened. I mean that's true, B, but I need some time to prepare myself. Fufu, you change into them too, Yeonju. Hey, W8, stop dragging me. Xiala dragged Yeonju into the dressing room. Are we wearing the clothes we bought last time? Echidna also ran into the dressing room as she snorted. Clack, the room door opened after some time. Hee hee, what do you think, Kang-woo? Does it look good on me? Xiala was wearing knee socks that reached her thighs, black high heels, a very short black skirt, and a white dress shirt. Kang-woo focused on the garter belt that traveled up her pale thighs. Xiala's office lady outfit took Kang-woo's breath away. Kang-woo cheered but no sound came out of his mouth. His eyes shook uncontrollably. The clothes Xiala usually wore covered her curves because she only wore baggy clothes to fit her gigantic breasts, but these tight clothes accentuated her curves to the max. Does it look bad on me? Asked Xiala hesitantly because Kang-woo was simply standing blankly in silence. Oh. As Xiala was shaking anxiously, she then noticed something on Kang-woo's lower body. The anxiety in her eyes disappeared and she smiled widely. Hee hee, it seems you like it, Didi Yarla. Ing? Kang-woo let his bursting emotions loose and hugged Xiala tightly. Snap. Kaya, the buttons of her shirt barely holding her chest at bay, burst out and hit Kang-woo's cheek. Gasp. Dear Lord, the shirt is ruined, Xiala remarked. Kang-woo was lost for words by the destructive capabilities of Xiala's breasts. For fuck's sake, he's clinging only to Xiala again. Just then, he heard Yeonju's mumbles. He turned around with shining eyes. Whoa. Yeonju was wearing tall boots that went beyond her knees, tight leather pants, and an off-shoulder blouse. Kang-woo felt like he was going insane from seeing Yeonju, who undoubtedly had the most beautiful legs out of his lovers, wearing such tight pants. You're so fucking beautiful, Yeonju. The fuck are you talking about? Hee hee, did you buy it so you can show off to your oppa? No fucking way, Yeonju shouted and turned around, but she couldn't hide her smile. She whispered to herself, son of a bitch, he's so happy, hee hee. I can hear you, Yeonju. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction but then turned serious after enjoying their beauty as much as he liked. He remarked, those clothes suit you too really well, but don't you dare wear them outside. The clothes looked so great on them that he could jump 3 meters into the air and do a 25-20-degree backflip. Which is exactly why I can't show anyone else. He couldn't live with other men witnessing his lovers in such alluring outfits. It's only for me, Kang-woo's eyes blazed passionately. My. This is the first time I've seen Kang-woo like this. Hee hee, do you like them that much? Xiala and Yeonju smiled brightly as Kang-woo acted possessively. Hee hee, don't worry. We didn't buy them to wear outside in the first place, Xiala mentioned. Then where else would you wear new clothes? Fufu, where else? Xiala whispered in his ear, the bedroom, I'm crying. I'm so fucking happy. You fucking pervert, Yeonju remarked. You'll wear it too, right, Yeonju? I mean, as long as you beg for it, I don't see why not. I'll beg right now. Kang-woo did a headstand without hesitation. The hell is that? Oh, this is called a headstand, Bo. Hehehehe, you're such a dumbass. Alright, fine, I'll wear it, but not tonight. Why not tonight? You're already wearing it. I have to go to the guild in the evening. I told you something came up, didn't I? Oh, he indeed remembered Yeonju talking about it. What about you, darling? Oh, I'm sorry, Kang-woo. I decided to visit my mother since it's been a while. I'll probably be spending the night there. I'm crying. The tears won't stop. I don't think there's an English name for it, but it's like a meme of bowing so low that you're just doing a headstand. Side Story Chapter 72. Home Alone Part 2. What a shame. If I had tagged along, I could have seen the king's reaction to me. Lilith softly sighed as she stared at Kang-woo, crying in disappointment. If it were me, I would have surprised him with something even bolder. She seductively licked her lips as she examined Xiala and Yeonju's outfits. They looked great but lacked exposure. Although covering skin had its charms, it needed to be exposed to an extent. Hee hee, go shopping with Darling and Yeonju next time. I want to see your outfit too, Lilith. Ho ho, understood, my king. Lilith nodded as she giggled. That aside, did you not buy anything, Echidna? Unlike Cha Yeonju and Han Xiala, Echidna did not change into anything. Echidna snorted with her hands on her waist and shouted, I made a custom order. One for me, Xiala, Lilith, and Yeonju. Oh, what did you order? Hee hee, I'll show you when it gets here. We can all wear them together and play with Kang-woo. Lilith expressed concern. You know what the king said. You can join us once you're older. I'm not talking about mating. Oh, is that so? Lilith tilted her head in wonder with her eyes widened. She had naturally imagined something naughty since it involved playing while wearing certain outfits. Then what are we going to play? I'll tell you that once the clothes get here too, I'm sure Kang-woo will love it. I'm getting curious. Be patient, Lilith nodded and turned to Kang-woo. All right then, my king. I should get going since I'd like to educate the succubi. I apologize for being unable to be with you in the evening. You're leaving too, Lilith? Asked Echidna as she tilted her head with a finger on her lips. Yup. The king asked me to do something. Why don't you keep the king company for today, Echidna? I have to leave too. Oh, do you have plans? My comeback live is soon, so I have to practice. Lilith clapped her hands together and nodded. Oh, come to think of it, you mentioned you would be making a comeback soon. Huh? Kang-woo, who had been listening in depression, widened his eyes. A crucial fact popped up in his head. Wait a second, Yeonju and Seala wouldn't be home since they had business to take care of. On top of that, Lilith and Echidna were also gone. Wah, could it be I'm home alone today? Sparks of ecstasy flew throughout his body as if he had never been depressed. Hell, why? He was surging with pleasure. What in the world? He had never once been home alone ever since he returned to Earth. I mean, I couldn't be happier when we're all together, but everyone needs time for themselves now and then. Kang-woo had never spent time alone because Seala's love was far too strong. Hehe, Kang-woo laughed in delight. He kept himself from cheering with all his might. I mean, I've never felt uncomfortable being with Darling. He could never feel uncomfortable being around a woman as kind and considerate as Seala. She kissed him every morning, made him meals, washed him, and let him touch her bountiful breasts anytime he liked. The same went for Yeonju and Lilith. If he were uncomfortable around such loving women, he might as well be dead. But it's not bad having just a day for myself. This was likely how a married man felt when his wife left to visit her parents. Although Kang-woo's life was far better than the vast majority of married men, it did not change the fact that some alone time was precious to him. I guess it can't be helped. I'll be home alone, he said as he suppressed the rising corners of his mouth with all his might. Be by yourself? My, that's a first, isn't it? You're not gonna do weird shit just because you're home by yourself, are you? The three women expressed confusion due to the unprecedented situation. Kang-woo teared up as he sent them off, saying, Man, I'm so sad. My tears won't stop from the thought of spending the night all by myself. I'm so I'm so fucking sad. I didn't expect you to be so sad. This won't do, I'll call my mother and say I'll visit another time, Seala remarked. Huh? No, darling, you haven't visited your mother in a long time. You need to visit her and buy her something delicious. But don't worry, I'm not a child. I can stay home by myself, no problem. I'm just worried you'll be lonely. It's just one day you have absolutely nothing to worry about, so go ahead and spend the night at your mother's place. You'd better, got it. I'm sad as fuck, but I'm doing this for you, darling, you know that, right? Hey, if you say so, then I will, Seala replied. Kang-woo, you son of a bitch, you're acting a little suspicious. You're not happy that we're all out of the house, are you? Of course not, I can't believe you'd accuse me of such a thing. Can't you see that my tears of joy aren't stopping? I feel like I'd die just from being apart from my beloved wives for even a day. Oh, can there be torture as bad as this in the world? But Kang-woo slammed his foot into the ground. I think I should stay home by myself today, for me to realize how precious the time I spend with you all is. For me to realize the unbelievable joy that comes with being with you all. The expressions of the four women were dazed by Kang-woo's soulful speech. Yeah, well, all right. Phew. I never realized how much you value your time with us. I love you, my king. Geez, I mean, I also realized how precious your presence is only after you disappeared, hee. I'll spend the day being a good daughter. Seala hugged Kang-woo and kissed him, and so did Lilith and Yeonju. Kang-woo, me too. On the cheek for you, Echidna. Kang-woo kissed Echidna on the cheek. She pouted because she was the only one who wasn't kissed on the lips. She then shouted energetically, right then, Kang-woo, complete my MapleStory dailies for me while I'm gone. What's that? Kang-woo asked. It's a game I've been playing lately. Why are you making me do it? I'll see you all tomorrow, okay? This Nuna here is going out to make some dough, so watch over the house, damn freeloader. Foo. I'll educate the succubi well. I'm gonna be out for a few days, so I'll let you know once my live concert date is decided. With that, the four women left. Silence filled the house. Wow, Kang-woo couldn't remember if the house had ever been this quiet since he bought it. The place he had spent every day and felt unfamiliar for some reason. Woo. Kang-woo cheered with his arms in the air. As he expected, there was no response. Holy shit, this is fucking amazing. Kang-woo snickered as he walked around the house as if he were lost. He then flopped on the couch and muttered, but what do I do now? Now that I'm alone for real, there's not much to do. Kang-woo was never one to have hobbies. He did not particularly watch much TV or play games. Even if he went outside, he had nothing to do. Should I go see Si-hun? He tried calling Kim Si-hun since they had not eaten together for a while, but Si-hun was not answering. Shit, is he still working? The matter he had heard about from Lilith seemed to have not ended yet. Is there anything I can't usually do? Kang-woo fell into thought as he scratched his head. He rolled on the couch as he thought about what he could be doing to spend the time. He would usually find such a thing boring but did not likely because he was home alone. Oh, Kang-woo sprang up after remembering something. Hee. This is naturally at the top of the list of things I can't usually do. Kang-woo smirked and flung away the clothes he was wearing one by one. He relished in the freedom of being bare naked and yelled, "Gahhhhhh." Every DMAC and a king, Kang-woo put his arms up in the air like a proletariat who started a revolution and raced throughout the house. FREEDOM, always WIINS. His body was flooded with endorphins. He would normally be captured by his darling and dragged into the bedroom if he were to do such a thing, but not today. There was no one to stop him. BWHHHHHHE. Kang-woo burst into laughter like a madman, but it was deathly quiet around him. There was no one to bother him. The feeling of committing a taboo spread throughout his body with an unbelievable sense of freedom. Ah, Kang-woo groaned. A frog in the well did not feel stifled because it had never even seen the outside world. It was unaware of the restrictions placed by the unknown. Kang-woo realized that he had never tasted true freedom because he was restrained by the framework known as logic. I am. However, at this very moment, he realized what true freedom was. The frog in the well had sprouted wings. Flying frog. Kang-woo jumped without a run-up, flipped in the air, and landed on the living room floor. He was well aware of how stupid he was acting. I'm alone, so who cares? He was not causing anyone trouble, so there was no problem with acting like a dumbass in his own home. Yeah, I'm sure everyone has done something like this when they were alone, they've just never said it. Kang-woo was sure of it. He severed the last string attached to his sense of reason and rolled across the living room. All right. I think it's time for a song. He turned on the giant speaker installed in the corner of the living room and blasted music that Echidna downloaded. The thunderous music shook the living room. Bam. Da-da-da-da-da-da. He thrusted his hips to the beat of the music and furiously shook his arm as if he were playing an air guitar. H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. Kang-woo enjoyed his time alone to the fullest like a free madman. Side Story Chapter 73, Home Alone, Part 3, Foo, this is a little tiring. Oh, Kang-woo flopped on the couch after doing all sorts of things in the house. He was swept with fatigue after relishing in the freedom he felt for the first time since returning to Earth. The burning desire and impulse died down and his sense of reason returned. He pushed aside the immense shame that came with the fatigue and sat up. I can't stop here. He did not know when such a chance would come again. The chances of all 4 women being away from home at once were minuscule. Han Seala didn't do anything other than housework and training. It might legitimately be my only chance. There would be even less time once he married and had children with them. In that case, I have to enjoy as much of it while I still can. Kang-woo smiled and stood up from the couch. However, he couldn't think of anything he wanted to do. I don't want to do that insane shit again. After nothing came to mind, Kang-woo decided to walk around the house mindlessly. But man, this place sure is big. It was only natural since they had renovated an entire floor of an ultra-luxury apartment to make it one home. It was so big that they could play football indoors if they removed the furniture. To be honest, a house has no right being this big. They couldn't use all the space with only 5 people in it. Also, he, Seala, Lilith, and Cha Yeonju used the same bedroom every night. They had a dressing room filled with clothes and their individual rooms, but they were barely used. Come to think of it, I've never been inside their rooms. Kang-woo had seen Echidna's room many times since he often was in there to play games with her, but he had never been to the other women's rooms since they practically lived in his bedroom. And Kang-woo suddenly surged with curiosity. He wanted to see how they decorated their rooms. I might as well sneak a peek. He smiled as he headed to Yeonju's room since she had only recently moved in. Creak. She hasn't even unpacked her things yet. There were unopened boxes throughout the room. The only things worth mentioning were exercise equipment. Kang-woo noticed a small album on a desk, and in the frame was a picture they had taken during their picnic in Erner. Man, how long has this been? He looked down at himself in the picture, munching on a piece of meat. The latter portion of the picnic was a little chaotic due to Kargeth, but it was a wonderful memory nonetheless. But wasn't it a group picture? He was the only person in the frame for some reason. Kang-woo thought for a moment and chuckled after realizing it. Geez, she's so cute. He realized that the picture was zoomed in so that only he was in the frame. He left Yeonju's room after looking around for a little longer. Should I take a peek at Lilith's room next? This was the room Kang-woo was most curious about. He wanted to know how Lilith, who spent most of her life in hell, spent her life. Creak. Kang-woo carefully opened the door. Oh, it's surprisingly normal. He opened the door cautiously because he was afraid there would be tentacles everywhere, but it was unexpectedly tidy. Her bed was neatly made as if she had never even used it, and there were other stationaries and furniture. It was quite a plain and tidy room. I didn't expect this at all. Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion and opened the drawer next to the window. Gasp, it was filled with erotic clothes and lingerie. I don't think she even needs to buy clothes. Kang-woo gulped as he took a moment to appreciate Lilith's clothes. Each of them had severely little surface area, and the slingshot bikini she had worn in Singapore was among them. I'm gonna ask her to wear them next time. He came to a resolution after closing the drawer. There are a ton of books too. There was a large number of books neatly placed on a bookshelf on her desk. Kang-woo took a few of them out, wondering what sort of books she usually read. How to use a smartphone. Understanding modern culture. Hot among women in their 20s, slightly, erotic fashion that will 100% capture your man's heart. So this is where she got her choice of clothes from. Lilith seemed to have bought whatever was in this book since she did not understand human beauty standards. That aside, Kang-woo smiled faintly as he looked through Lilith's books. She was doing her best without anyone knowing to fit into human culture. She might perfectly assimilate with human culture at this rate. He hoped for her to soon realize how disgusting tentacles were to humans. Right then, Kang-woo closed the door to Lilith's room and headed toward the end of the hallway. I wonder what Darling's room is like. He was just as excited for Siala's room as he was for Lilith's room. Creak. He carefully opened the door once again. The floor, walls, and ceiling were filled with pictures of himself. Dolls that looked like him filled her desk, and she even had a body pillow of Kang-woo printed on her bed. He remained frozen at the entrance and looked away from the room exuding madness. I didn't see anything, yup. Clack. Kang-woo closed the door and turned around. All right, what should I do now? He walked around the house again after finishing what he wanted to do. He wanted to do things he had never done before, but he did not have anything he could do when he was alone since he already had a relatively free lifestyle. But I don't want to waste time doing nothing. Kang-woo went back to his room after roaming around the house. It was not the bedroom he shared with his lovers, but the one he used for work. That's. He noticed a palm-sized rectangular item as he was rummaging through the room to find something to do. It was the external hard drive he had filled with the mysteries of the birth of life before left for Erner, Enpa's Ark. Holy shit. How long has it been? Kang-woo lifted the external hard drive with shining eyes. He had honestly not even used it ever since he made it. To be more precise, I had no reason to. It lost its purpose since his relationship with Siala took off. Kang-woo had no reason to watch the videos since the women in all the videos combined couldn't match up to his darling. Wait a second. Just then a thought crossed his mind. Something I can't usually do. His hand holding the external hard drive trembled. Sparks traveled throughout his body. It was likely fate that he coincidentally discovered his external hard drive here. Wings, yes, the frog with wings had become truly free after seeing the world outside the well. All right, Kang-woo headed to the living room with the external hard drive and a laptop. A large TV was in the living room where Echidna played her games. I could never do this when I'm not alone. He connected his laptop to the TV and randomly chose one of the videos containing the mysteries of the birth of life. Whoa, the color of flesh filled the large TV screen. He couldn't believe it. Damn, I can't believe a day where I can watch this on TV has come. Kang-woo wondered how many people who didn't live alone had experienced something like this. No, he wasn't sure if there were people crazy enough to do this even if they did live alone. Yeah, this is it. This is what true freedom is. Kang-woo grabbed some snacks from the kitchen and munched on them on the couch as he watched the video. But his expression darkened after not even 5 minutes. This is boring. After thinking about it, there was no point in him watching videos like this. Time would be better spent doing what was in the video with his lovers. Kang-woo sighed deeply as his sense of reason returned. The shame he had pushed aside returned. The limitless exhilaration and sense of freedom melted away like snow, and a question popped up in his head. What the fuck am I doing by myself? Kang-woo tried to be true to his impulses and do all sorts of dumb shit as a commemoration for being home alone for the first time, but he was honestly not having any fun. It's more fun being with everyone. He didn't give a shit even if he would never get a chance like this again. He had more fun spending time with the women he loved. Sheesh. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and stood up. I might as well take a shower and train with Balrog. He had nothing to do even if he stayed at home. After all, he was never one to have hobbies. Oh, maybe I'll do those dailies Echidna asked me to do once I finished training with Balrog. He had no idea what to do, but he had a feeling he could figure it out as long as he mashed tons of buttons. Let's see, as for clothes, I'll change once I take a shower. Kang-woo looked around the living room. It was a mess from the insane shit he had done a while ago. I should turn that off first. The slapping of flesh from the video about the birth of life was echoing throughout the living room. Now that Kang-woo had come back to his senses, he realized how much of a dumbass he was for doing everything he had done. But well, it wasn't all that bad. Deviant behavior of this level was nothing, considering he would likely never get the chance to again. Lastly, Kang-woo took a deep breath as a finale for this session of madness. He raised his arms over his head and opened his mouth wide. The frog with wings had seen the world but would return to his well after realizing how cozy it was. W. Kang-woo yelled as loud as he could as he raced through the living room. This was the last form of solace he could give for the frog that had severed its wings of its own accord, a requiem for the world it would never see again. VWE. Goodbye, flying frog. Goodbye, Demacia. It's time for me to go back to Hey O Kang-woo Nuna's home. The fucking meeting was postponed to tomorrow. Side story chapter 74. Home Alone part 4. I'm sure you have nothing else to do, so let's go to a PC room or something. Cha Yeonju's gaze shifted to the living room as she entered the apartment through the front door and took off her shoes. Her brain couldn't fully process the information her eyes were receiving. The living room was a mess. Oh Kang-woo was screeching with his arms over his head bare naked, and porn was blasting in the living room on the large TV. She felt as if she had yet to wake up from a nightmare. Kang-woo and Yeonju locked eyes with each other in silence. They were perfectly still as if they were lagging. Oh, Kang-woo. Called Yeonju, her voice shaking as if she were barely holding on to her sense of reason. Kang-woo slowly put his arms down and said quietly, "This isn't what it looks like." "What the fuck is it then?" "I can explain everything." "Spit it out then." Kang-woo remained silent for a few moments. The moans echoing from the large TV were interfering with his thought process. What can I say to explain this situation? The only answer that can make her understand is F. F flying frog. The fuck is that? No, I mean, there are no words to explain this fucking mess. Kang-woo stared at Yeonju in despair. Oh, Yeonju expressed, having thought of something, snap. She took out her smartphone and took a picture of Kang-woo. What are you? Kang-woo widened his eyes. He was so dazed due to his destroyed mental state that he failed to react in time. So what you're saying is... Yeonju saved the photo on the drive as Kang-woo had done to her a while ago and looked around the living room with cold eyes. You were doing this kind of shit while we were away, huh? Why Yeonju? Hehehe, interesting. How very interesting, right, my little Kang-woo? I'm sure Siala will find it interesting too, wouldn't you say? Nuna, my lovely Yeonju Nuna, please listen to me. Oh, I'm listening and looking very fucking well. The problem is that this entire situation is entering my eyes a bit too. Well, fucking hell, who would have thought I would catch my boyfriend doing shit like this so proudly after I returned home because my meeting was delayed? That's not it. Were 3 women not enough for you, damn perverted brat? Of course not. I'm always overflowing with satisfaction and happiness, for real. What's all this then? Asked Yeonju as she crossed her arms and glared at the TV screen. I was curious. Oh. Curious, I'm being legit here. Kang-woo spared no detail explaining what happened after the women left. He knew whatever he said would sound like pathetic excuses after he was exposed like that, but he had no choice. It would be worse to acknowledge what he did. So you wanted to do things you usually can't do since you're never home alone? Yeonju asked. Yes, ma'am. Would you believe that if you were in my shoes? No, ma'am. I probably would have told them to cut the bullshit. Right, yeah, but it's true. I know it's hard to believe. Don't approach me butt naked, damn it, shouted Yeonju, as red as a tomato as Kang-woo walked toward her in frustration. Wear some clothes first. Yeonju picked up the clothes sprawled on the ground and threw them at Kang-woo. Kang-woo put his clothes back on in silence. Heya, Yeonju sighed deeply. I mean, it sounds like the biggest piece of bullshit I've ever heard, but fine, I can understand it. She knew the inexplicable sense of freedom one felt when home alone, though anyone would rarely do something this unhinged. She understood how Kang-woo could have felt stressed out from having no time to himself with his lovers by his side 24/7. And besides, even if you're lying, you didn't do anything wrong. It was not like he did anything morally wrong. He was just an adult man watching an adult video. Yeonju did not feel particularly good about it, but she couldn't criticize him either. All right, Kang-woo said brightly. Yeonju smiled and nodded. Yeah, but since I might be the only one who thinks that way, let me ask your one and only darling about how she feels about it. Why Yeonju? Kang-woo raced toward Yeonju and grabbed her leg. He wanted nothing more than to take her smartphone, but that wasn't an option since she had saved it to her drive. If only I knew her ID and password. Yeonju had already thought of the possibility of Kang-woo taking her smartphone by force, so she logged out as soon as she saved the picture to her drive. Not even Kang-woo could get her ID and password from inside her head by force. Heh. Yeonju smirked as she looked down at Kang-woo, clinging to her leg and looking up at her in desperation. She had never felt this way before. Sparks were slowly spreading throughout her entire body. She burst into laughter as she looked down at Kang-woo, gripping her pants as if begging. So this is how it feels, huh? Yeonju more or less understood why Kang-woo loved to tease her so much. Why Yeonju, see, could you be? Few, yeah, you son of a bitch, this is payback for all the times you've teased me. Yeonju's eyes blazed with fury. She placed her hand on Kang-woo's shoulder as she licked her lips with a smile. I wonder what kind of command I should give you, little Kang-woo. Command. Few. You're not asking because you seriously don't know, are you? Yeonju recalled the humiliation she experienced from Kang-woo's teasing. The accumulated rage inside her heart was bursting all at once. Kurg, Kang-woo bit his lip. He never thought a day when he was teased by Yeonju would come. Hehehe, Yeonju giggled as she covered her mouth with both hands as if she had thought of something good. She sat on the couch and put one leg over the other. Now why don't you dance for me, what? What's wrong, weren't you happy because you discovered true freedom? Then you should naturally express your joy with a dance. Go on, your Nuna will take a very good look. Kang-woo's mouth opened in shock. She wants me to dance in front of her. How could she be so cruel, to think someone could command a fellow person to do such a humiliating act? She's a demon. I mean, I'm a demon too, but still. Hee hee, what are you doing? Go on and dance. Kang-woo bit his lip and slowly began to shake his hips. Dancing in silence when he didn't even know how to dance was torture to him. Even he, who rarely felt humiliated, was overwhelmed with humiliation at this moment. Kaya, you call that dancing? Yeonju burst into laughter as she grabbed her stomach and swung her legs. And Kang-woo suppressed his surging rage. Only after he was put on the receiving end of the teasing did he realize how humiliating it was. Shit, to think I would face humiliation from Yeonju of all people. Biwehehe. Now then, I wonder what I should have you do this time. Yeonju giggled uncontrollably. She then raised her feet toward Kang-woo and shook them lightly. Right, first massage my feet. Kang-woo usually wouldn't have minded giving Yeonju a foot massage, but it enraged him even more because of the current situation. Alright, fine, I'll do it. Huh, fine, is that any way to talk to your Nuna? Said Yeonju haughtily. Kang-woo shut his eyes tightly to quell the welling fury inside him with all his might. Ehehe. Shit man, this feels amazing. Yeonju giggled ecstatically and wiggled her feet. Go on, massage them. Yes, ma'am. Kang-woo got down on one knee and pressed on her feet. HNGH. Yua, that feels nice. Yeonju leaned on the couch as she looked down at Kang-woo massaging her feet. NGH, hey, not so hard, damn it. Where's my answer? Fine, I'll go lighter. What did I say? Is that any way to talk to you, Nuna? I will. Go lighter, ma'am. Biwehehe. Ah, this feels so good. Yeah, this is the life. Yeonju laughed and licked her lips. Kang-woo crumpled more and more as Yeonju's laughter echoed inside his head. The rage he had quelled was slowly creeping back up. Hehe, oh Kang-woo, you son of a bitch. Do you understand the humiliation I had to experience because of you until now? Until now? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. It felt as if he was forgetting something important. He pulled out the important truth under his surging rage. Oh, come to think of it, I have one too, don't I? He had the album of love containing their wonderful memories. There was no need even to mention what would happen if he were to flaunt one of the album's pages. No, wait a second. She only had one picture to use against him, while he had various pictures and videos waiting to be used. Ha, in other words, she was no match for him. I can't believe I realized this only just now. I guess I was more flustered than I thought. Kang-woo stopped massaging Yeonju's feet and slowly stood up in silence. Huh, what the hell, who told you to saint? Yeonju froze as she was about to rip him a new one. She flinched once she noticed the air around Kang-woo changed all of a sudden. Why are you making such a scary face? An uneasy feeling ran down Yeonju's back. Side story chapter 75, Home Alone. Part 5, what's up with you? Cha Yeonju trembled subtly. She could see the unbridled rage in Oh Kang-woo's eyes. An uneasy feeling ran down her back. She sensed that she might have opened Pandora's box. Yeonju pushed the uneasiness away and threateningly raised her smartphone. Why better look down? Unlike her fierce tone, her voice was slightly shaking in fear. If you don't, I'll send that picture to Siala. Now that I think about it, interjected Kang-woo calmly. He smiled as he also took out his smartphone. You're not the only one with a weapon, are you? What? I have one too. An album filled with our precious memories, that is. Kang-woo played one of the videos on his drive. I want to do it too. I don't want to be adamantium anymore. I want to do it with you too, Appa. Gasp. It was Yeonju when she was drunk. The dark past was so nightmarish that she had purged it from his memory, but she was reminded of it through Kang-woo's smartphone. Why, you son of a… That's not all of it. Kang-woo also played the other videos he had recorded in the past. Yeonju's expression crumpled more and more as Kang-woo played each video. Hey, are you blackmailing me? Yeonju said. I think that's enough, don't you think, NGH? Now. What's your choice? What do you mean? Asked Yeonju as she bit her lip. Kang-woo answered as apathetically as possible. Either we both die, or we both live. You make the choice. The intimidated one is always at a disadvantage in situations like this. What are you gonna do if I send this to Siala? Yeonju asked. I'll release these videos to Red Rose. I exchanged emails with a few of your guild members back when I was helping with your files. Why, you son of a bitch, what the fuck? Just thinking about her guild members seeing those videos plunged her into deep terror. But of course, I won't release them if you don't send that picture to Darling. Kang-woo had recorded far more of Yeonju's dark pasts, but the one she had on him was just as bad. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if Xiala were to see that picture. The two of them stared at each other warily. The silent war of nerves heated the air around them. Then let's do this, Yeonju said first. She gulped and said quietly, I'll delete your picture on my drive so you delete everything you have on me. Oh, are we negotiating now? Just answer me, will you delete them or not? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He stroked his chin as he continued. The conditions aren't mathematically equivalent, are they? Yeonju only had one picture of him while Kang-woo had several videos of her. It would be an equivalent exchange to delete one of his videos on her but not all of them. Who gives a shit about math when you took those videos without consent? Right back at you, whatever, Kang-woo continued to think in silence. It's not a bad deal. The conditions were not mathematically equivalent, but he didn't care as long as Yeonju would delete the picture. He would rather die than let his darling see such a humiliating picture. And most of all, Kang-woo smirked, fine, you have a deal. Fuck yeah, Yeonju cheered as she pumped both fists in the air. She could finally get rid of all the humiliating videos Kang-woo had of her. Right. First, let's delete the files we have of each other on our smartphones, Kang-woo said. Okay, they both showed the other proof they deleted the file. Stay away from me for a second, Yeonju remarked. Yeonju logged back into her drive and clenched her smartphone, being on high alert. He might try to take it by force. As long as she was holding it like this, not even Kang-woo could take it from her. Although Kang-woo was far stronger than her, she could at least crush the phone before Kang-woo could try anything. We'll delete it together on the count of 3, all right, Yeonju suggested. Kang-woo calmly nodded. Okay then, they hovered their finger over the delete button on their drives. 1, 2, the tension in the air was palpable. Yeonju said the final number, 3, beep. The sound from a smartphone rang throughout the living room. Just then Yeonju burst into laughter as she clenched her smartphone. Haha, you seriously deleted them. You, Kang-woo's eyes shook. Yeonju smiled brightly as she stared at Kang-woo's flustered expression. Fufu, what? It's your specialty, isn't it? Huh, the deceived one has no one to blame but themselves, right? Biwahahaha, Yeonju took her finger, which purposefully missed the delete button, off of the smartphone display. The file was gone forever from Kang-woo's drive, but the picture she had of him remained intact. It was a childish ploy, but it didn't matter since it had succeeded. Kang-woo remained silent, his expression frozen. He tried to slowly lift his arm, but Yeonju quickly pulled back her hand holding her smartphone. She shouted, "Stop, don't move, fufufu. With this, I'm the only one with a weapon, huh? Cha, Yeonju, mwahahaha. Are you sure you don't want to call me Yeonju Nuna?" Yeonju taunted Kang-woo as she burst into laughter after being sure of her victory. However, Kang-woo smiled brightly as if he were never furious. Do you know Yeonju? Know what? The fact that you lost hopelessly against me, hee. Yeonju giggled, drunk on the joy of victory. Kang-woo continued, do you know why our sister-in-law can accept Gaia into her body? Yeonju expressed confusion. She did not understand why Kang-woo was bringing up Layla and Gaia all of a sudden. What's your ploy? Are you changing the subject? No, it's relevant to the situation we're in right now. The hell are you talking about? Yeonju tilted her head in confusion, unable to understand. Do I know why Layla can accept Gaia into her body? Naturally, because Layla is Gaia's incarnation. Yeonju's eyes widened. Kang-woo smiled. Yes, and you're my incarnation, Yeonju, whoosh. Gold and black flames ignited Yeonju. Yeonju was about to crush the smartphone in her hand. Deific manifestation. But before that, Kang-woo took over Yeonju's body through the deific essence of veracity before she could. Aarg, Yeonju convulsed as if she were having a seizure, then lowered her head with drooped shoulders. I never thought I'd use deific manifestation for the first time in this way. The one who raised their head was not Yeonju but Kang-woo, who took over Yeonju's body through deific manifestation. What the hell is THIIS? Yeonju's screams echoed inside Kang-woo's head. Kang-woo smiled and raised the smartphone containing the humiliating picture of himself in Yeonju's hand. Why you son of a G, get the hell out of my body. Don't rush me, I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Kang-woo pressed the delete button to permanently erase the picture, and then Yeonju's body suddenly bent forward. Piwa, Yeonju regained control of her body. Haya, deific manifestation consumed an enormous amount of stamina. Yeonju did her best to calm her breathing and glared ferociously at Kang-woo. Why you crazy bastard? She couldn't believe Kang-woo would do something as crazy as forcibly using deific manifestation to delete a picture. That's what you get for deceiving me, Kang-woo remarked. Yeonju flinched. She bit her lip in frustration and clenched her fists. That shameless scumbag. There was nothing Yeonju could do if all Kang-woo needed to do was take over her body through deific manifestation. If you could do something like this, why didn't you do it in the beginning? Because it would have been pointless. What? Kang-woo smiled faintly and shook his head. He would have used it as soon as he had the chance if it could resolve the situation. However, it would have been pointless. Deific manifestation only allows me to take physical control. I don't have access to your thoughts. Then, yeah, I would have had no way of deleting the picture if you hadn't made that proposal and logged into your drive. Damn it, Yeonju's expression died in despair. She never expected to fall victim to her own ploy. Kurg, she glared at Kang-woo in frustration. Shit, I thought I finally had a hold of your weakness I could take advantage of. It seemed like there was still a long way to go until she had a weakness of that scumbag to exploit. Yeonju sighed and wiped the sweat on her forehead. Well, whatever, the deal's off, right? The plan had derailed midway, but it had been a success in terms of the results since both of their dark pasts were deleted forever. Off, Kang-woo stared at her as if he had no idea what she was talking about. He smirked nastily and continued, there's no way it's off. What? Yeonju, did you think I only had one album of the precious memories we've made? What did you say? Yeonju shouted in pallor. Kang-woo cackled and typed away on his laptop connected to the TV. I don't want to be adamantium anymore. The video of Yeonju throwing a temper tantrum on the floor played on the TV screen. Why, you son of a bitch? You tricked me, Yeonju screamed in despair. She teared up due to the betrayal as she glared at Kang-woo. Kang-woo cackled and replied, the deceived one has no one to blame but themselves, isn't that right? It was not wrong. It was only natural to consider Kang-woo had made backups of the footage since it had been a while since he took them. Yeonju had nothing else to blame but her poor plan and letting her guard down midway. Why you? Right then, Kang-woo smiled brightly and licked his lips. Since his humiliating picture was gone for good, he had only one thing left to do. Yeonju, why yeah, is that any way to talk to your oppa? Answer, why yes. Oppa, Yeonju's face turned as red as her hair. Kang-woo sat leisurely on the couch and continued, right then, I wonder what I should have you do. Oh right, that should be good. He had already decided on what he would have Yeonju do for his sweet revenge. My little Yeonju, could you dance for me? Fuck you, I'm not gonna dance, you motherfucker. Beweh. What, are you embarrassed? You were having the time of your life making me do it, but you're embarrassed when you have to be the one to do it. NNGH, Yeonju stomped the floor in frustration and gritted her teeth. No matter how much she wanted to defy him, she no longer had any cards to play in retaliation. Fine, I'll do it, I just have to fucking do it, right? Yeonju screamed in tears. She danced awkwardly with no music in the background. Sniff, herg, she felt like her heart was going to burst from humiliation. That's enough, right? She shouted in tears after dancing in the middle of the living room. However, the corners of Kang-woo's lips rose. No, of course not. Revenge was only fun if it was paid back several times over. We've only just gotten started. What? Yeonju froze like a frog face-to-face with a snake. She couldn't imagine what other humiliating acts Kang-woo would make her do. Okay, why don't you dance again wearing this? Why you? Those clothes are. They were the leather clothes she had worn for Kang-woo this morning. Dancing was embarrassing enough as it was, but Yeonju might seriously go insane if she danced in those clothes. Kang-woo oppa, please, don't worry. Kang-woo embraced the begging Yeonju and whispered sweetly, we're the only ones home tonight. That night, desperate screams of humiliation did not stop until dawn in Kang-woo's home. Side Story Chapter 76, There is No Light Here, Part 1. I'm off to work. I'll be home past midnight again tonight, so don't wait around for me and go to bed, said Cha Yeonju as she slammed the front door shut and left. Han Seola stared at the front door worryingly and said, she's going to work without eating breakfast again. Is she that busy at the guild lately? Yeonju had been coming home late far past midnight and going to work early for the past 5 days. She was not sleeping in the large bedroom with Kang-woo but taking short naps in her private bedroom. Seeing how on edge she was, she also seemed considerably stressed out. Oh, Kang-woo smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Who knows, I think it's because of the complicated matter she has been dealing with at the guild. Seola thought Yeonju's sudden change in behavior stemmed from problems at her guild, but Kang-woo knew exactly what the problem was. Did I go too far? Kang-woo found himself inadvertently teasing Yeonju far more than he usually did. Getting hurt by that, Yeonju had not even been looking Kang-woo in the eyes. I should set aside some private time with Yeonju. Thinking back, he admitted he had gone too far. He needed to apologize to her for teasing her so much. He had a feeling it wouldn't be too hard. Although she was upset, she always came home every night and Kang-woo noticed her hesitantly stealing glances at him occasionally. Haha, so gosh darn cute. Every time he noticed Yeonju twisting in embarrassment, he wanted to run to her and give her a big hug. But I need to endure it, apologizing came first. Pardon, why are you calling me cute all of a sudden? Seola blushed and swept her hair behind her ear, misunderstanding that Kang-woo was talking about her. Kang-woo remained confused momentarily but pulled her toward him by the waist and kissed her. Because I love you to death, darling. JG's, you shouldn't say something like that so out of the blue, shouted Seola as she closed her eyes in embarrassment. She trembled as if she were desperately holding something back. She then smiled and stroked Kang-woo's hair. Fufu, I love you too, Kang-woo. I'm being healed. Barely anything could top being softly held by Seola. Sorry, Kang-woo, said Xiala sorrowfully as she stroked Kang-woo's hair. Kang-woo looked up in confusion. Huh, sorry for what? As far as he knew, there was nothing Xiala needed to apologize to him for. No, even if she did something wrong, he could laugh it off as nothing. For showing an awful side of myself after failing to suppress my impulses. Oh, as Xiala mentioned, she looked extremely dangerous as she massacred the succubi. Xiala continued dejectedly, I want to hold myself back too, but my mind goes blank once the impulse takes over. Hee hee, have you been worried about that this whole time? Even I could tell I looked insane. I am worried you'll come to hate me. That will never happen, said Kang-woo firmly as he tightly embraced her. He could never come to hate Xiala. I don't care whether you go insane, let your impulses take over, or show a detestable side of yourself. You just need to stay by my side. He did not need anything else. Even if she were to chain him up after failing to control her impulses, brutally massacre any woman out of jealousy for trying to approach him, or fall into madness due to her obsession, he did not care. Others could see Xiala's obsessive love as twisted and insane, but he did not. My life with you is what I've been desiring for 10 millennia. Hence, her existence itself was perfect and pure. Kang-woo. Xiala stared at Kang-woo with trembling eyes. Her smile widened like waves forming after throwing a pebble in a pond. Me too. I'm so happy that I met you, Kang-woo. Heh, so don't think about pointless stuff like that again. Got it? Okay, Xiala smiled as she and Kang-woo kissed. Oh, but you'll have to change one thing, Kang-woo mentioned. Pardon, change what? Make time for yourself. It was no exaggeration to say Xiala's life excessively revolved around Kang-woo. He was happy that his lover felt so strongly about him, but it did not stop him from being worried. For example, go shopping with Yeonju and Lilith, or somewhere to play with Echidna. Or find a hobby you can enjoy by yourself. Kang-woo was not one to have many hobbies, but he was not as bad as Xiala. She had severed herself from all forms of entertainment like a monk and was spending her time only for Kang-woo. Joys in life aren't necessarily felt only with your lover. Kang-woo wanted to let Xiala enjoy other joys in life besides himself. But all I need in my life is why, don't give me that. You know I'm not saying I dislike being with you. Xiala fell into thought and then clapped her hands together as if she had thought of a good idea. In that case, could I take some classes? Classes for what? Fufu. Cooking classes, I want to learn a wider variety of dishes. Everything you make for me is delicious though. Ho ho ho, thank you very much, but I want to gain some professional knowledge. After all, it brings me so much joy whenever you find my food delicious. Really? Kang-woo had no reason to refuse. Hee hee, okay then I should take some time today to search for a good cooking school. Xiala went into her room with a smile. As Kang-woo stared at Xiala's back in silence, Lilith giggled with one hand over her mouth after returning from the Hall of Protection. Phew fufu, you're smiling so big that your lips are about to rip, my king. Oh, welcome back. I always wonder if our cute little Xiala really is a fallen angel whenever I look at her. She's the same to me regardless of whether or not she's a fallen angel. I think I'm getting a bit jealous. I love you just as much, Lilith. Fufu then, oh, but I hate your tentacles. HMPH, Lilith cutely snorted with her index finger on her lips. Oh, come to think of it, I have something to report to you, my king. What is it? I heard from Layla today that a suspicious church has been rapidly expanding its influence as of late. A suspicious church? Yes. It's called the Church of Radiance. Just from the name, it was similar to his Church of Splendor, though the Church of Splendor is practically gone on Earth. The Church of Splendor, which had spread to Earth from Aerner, was almost gone on Earth. It was due to various reasons, such as a difference in culture or how non-systematic it was. But the main reason was because the church was not managed during Kang-woo's 3 years of absence being stuck in the abyss of the demonic sea. A church could not last long without donations, a scripture to learn, or even a place to hold a service. I heard it's still booming in Aerner. Whatever the case, Kang-woo no longer cared. Now that he had acquired transcendent deific essence, the amount of divinity he earned from faith was but a drop in the ocean. I guess it's better than nothing. However, he wouldn't be bothered even if he didn't have it. A drop in the ocean was still something, but it did not change the fact that it was nothing but a drop. Time would be better spent fighting otherworldly beings in gates than bothering with the Church of Splendor. What kind of church is it? Kang-woo asked. I'm not sure. They have yet to fully reveal themselves, but they've been saying shady things like how they needed to evacuate to paradise since the earth would soon meet its end. So it's a cult. Kang-woo had never seen a normal religion that prophesies the end of the world. If you're reporting it to me, then the religion must have spread quite far, right? Yes, and the matter Si-hun has been investigating is related to the Church of Radiance. Oh, no wonder I couldn't get in touch with him. He was investigating this matter. If Kim Si-hun was tasked to investigate, it meant the situation was quite dire. Is he still investigating? Kang-woo asked. No, he completed his investigation and returned. Really? Kang-woo nodded and turned around. I should hear it directly from him. There was nothing better than hearing about the situation from the investigator, and I'll get to see him after a while. Kang-woo wanted to see his little brother since it had been a while. Right then, I'm going out to meet Si-hun. Shall I come with you? Lilith asked. It's fine, I'm just gonna see him and get a quick rundown. Kang-woo headed to the Hall of Protection through a gate and entered a familiar white hallway. It's been a while, Kang-woo, Layla greeted. Sure has, how have you been, sister-in-law? Replied Kang-woo casually as he waved. They used to speak formally but have been talking more casually to each other lately since they had become quite close. It's been busy, but I've been fine. What brings you here? I'm here to see Si-hun. Oh, he's in his room. Hee, how have you two been getting along lately? We're getting along great, but what? I think he's been avoiding me since recently. Kang-woo couldn't believe Si-hun would do such a thing. Did you force the dog ears on him or something? No, nothing like that. I mean, I bought them, but I haven't brought them up yet. So you did buy them? Poor Si-hun. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll get to the bottom of this. Please don't mention anything about me telling you about it. Sure thing. Kang-woo nodded and knocked on Si-hun's door. Hyung-nim. Si-hun came out of his room immediately after Kang-woo knocked on his door, likely from sensing Kang-woo's presence. Kang-woo had not seen Si-hun in a while, but he was as breathtakingly handsome as ever. However, Kang-woo's expression hardened as he stared at him. It's been a while, Hyung-nim, Si-hun stuttered, considerably flustered by Kang-woo. I'm sorry I haven't called. The investigation took longer than I expected. Oh, why don't you come in first? Would you like something to drink? Hey, Kang-woo interrupted. Hyung-nim. Si-hun looked back at him in confusion. Kang-woo placed his hand on Si-hun's shoulder and violently ripped his shirt. What are you doing, Hyung-nim? Si-hun stepped backward in shock. Kang-woo caught up to him in a flash and tore up the rest of the half-torn shirt, exposing Si-hun's extraordinarily toned body. That's my goddamn line, Kang-woo replied as he glared at Si-hun's bare upper body with a grimace. Who the fuck did this to you? There was a massive wound stretching from his left chest to his pelvis. Side Story Chapter 77. There is no light here, Part 2. A heavy silence fell. Kim Si-hun's eyes shook violently. He lowered his head and averted his gaze from Kang-woo. Kim Si-hun, Kang-woo called. Si-hun muttered after much silence. There was a small accident during my investigation. An accident? Kang-woo feigned laughter as he glared at Si-hun. It's not easy to get an injury this big from a small accident. It was more so in the case of Si-hun. It's nothing you need to bother yourself with, Hyung-nim. Si-hun, I'll take care of this matter on my own. Si-hun. Kang-woo stomped his foot and pushed Si-hun into a wall. I'll decide if it's worth bothering myself with it. His precious little brother came back hurt. Not only that, but anyone weaker than him would have died from a wound like that. Any older brother would be worried sick. Kang-woo Hyung. Si-hun flusteredly looked down at Kang-woo. You'd better tell me what happened if you want to keep calling me your Hyung. Si-hun remained silent with a darkened expression. He thought for a moment and slowly said, as I was investigating the Church of Radiance, I discovered their base of operations. They were in the middle of a ritual they called Ascension. Ascension? Yes. An insane ritual about guiding young souls to paradise to help them escape the apocalypse. Guiding young souls to paradise? Kang-woo grimaced. Wait, does that mean? Yes. They were killing infants as part of their ritual. Si-hun clenched his fists and his shoulders trembled. He grimaced as blue energy emitted from him. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. They're beyond crazy. Not even the former demon cult killed infants. So you lost your mind and charged at them? Kang-woo surmised. Si-hun would have called guardians for reinforcements once he found their base since his role was purely to investigate. Yes, I couldn't stand and watch such atrocities happening before my eyes. I mean, yeah, I don't blame you. Anyone would have lost their cool after seeing such a sight. Even Kang-woo would have frowned intensely at it. That's all I would have done though. Kang-woo would have felt slightly disgusted and uncomfortable if he saw an inhumane ritual involving the murder of infants, but that would have been all. He was far removed from human ethics and morals. As long as the people he cared for were not harmed, he would not be distraught no matter how gruesome the death. And in that sense, Kang-woo stared at the gruesome wound across Si-hun's chest and gritted his teeth. The fact that they managed to leave such a wound on Si-hun was far more important than a ritual involving the murder of infants. Si-hun was Kang-woo's precious little brother. So who the hell wounded you? It was someone the devotees called a pastor. Pastor, isn't that a super low rank? Kang-woo wasn't well versed in religious hierarchies, but he at least knew a pastor was relatively low in rank. And they managed to injure Si-hun. It was impossible considering how powerful Si-hun was. No, just the fact that a mere cult injured Si-hun was impossible. No, the Church of Radiance doesn't seem to have ranks like cardinal or pope. There were only devotees and a few pastors. How many of them were you up against for them to manage to hurt you? Kang-woo asked. Hundreds would have to attack Si-hun at once to even have a chance of injuring him. It was one. What? I only fought against one pastor. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Si-hun got an injury like that in a one-on-one fight. Wounding Si-hun was almost impossible unless the opponent was on Balrog or Kang-woo's level. And is the pastor dead? Kang-woo asked. No, he ran away mid-battle. You couldn't even fucking kill him, Kang-woo frowned strongly. He couldn't believe Si-hun let his opponent escape on top of getting wounded. Perhaps. A thought passed through his head. How long have you been injured? It's been about 3 days. Those as powerful as Si-hun possessed extraordinary regenerative capabilities. They were of course not on the same level as the immortal Kang-woo, but their injuries usually healed overnight. But it hasn't healed after 3 days, meaning. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and remarked, those sons of bitches. Must be Ackart's subordinates. Nothing but the power of Ackhart could allow one to face Earth's strongest swordsman one-on-one and drastically reduce one's regenerative capabilities. Not only that, but the name Church of Radiance was a dead giveaway. Yes, Si-hun nodded with a darkened expression. He seemed aware that the power of a titan was involved. Kang-woo realized why Si-hun was trying to hide the fact that he was injured. Is that why you were hiding it? Because I collapsed before. I heard Ackart's power is fatal to you. The light of Ackhart contained the power to disintegrate the demonic sea. Even if Si-hun were attacked by the light of Ackhart, it would only end with his regenerative capabilities weakening. However, the light was deadly to Kang-woo. Since Kang-woo's body was made of the demonic sea, the light of Ackhart was his only fatal weakness. So what, Kang-woo mentioned, just because he wouldn't be immortal against attacks infused with the light of Ackhart did not mean he couldn't face Ackhart. It's too dangerous. When has it ever not been dangerous? At the very least, I have more of an advantage against Ackhart than you. For fuck's sake, we're not Pokémon. We don't have the leeway to worry about type advantages. It was not like the enemy was immortal because Kang-woo wasn't. Just because the opponent's attacks were fatal to him didn't mean his attacks were ineffective against the enemy. It was a death match nonetheless. I have to take care of this myself, Si-hun stated. No, Kang-woo shook his head. His eyes shone as he stared at the large wound across Si-hun's chest. As an older brother, he couldn't stand idly by after his little brother came home beaten up. He bared his teeth ferociously and continued, it's my matter to take care of now. How dare they hurt my little brother? So where is their region of operations? Kang-woo asked. Si-hun sighed and lowered his head. He knew he couldn't convince Kang-woo otherwise. He continued worryingly, they are expanding from France rapidly throughout Europe. Really? Yes, the speed of their expansion is insane. They likely have over 100,000 devotees. What? Kang-woo tilted his head incomprehensibly. How the hell did they manage that? It was not like they were in wartime. It was nearly impossible for a cult to gain influence so rapidly throughout the continent. I would have understood if they were like the demon cult. The demon cult rewarded their members for their faith with power and longevity. They used bait that all humans coveted to gain more followers. Even with that, the demon cult couldn't spread as quickly as the rate the Church of Radiance was spreading. All the Church of Radiance was doing was spreading propaganda about going to paradise to escape the apocalypse, but somehow managed to gain over hundreds of thousands of devotees. This can't be possible. Not even a god who manifested into the physical realm could spread their influence this quickly. What the hell are these guys? How are they getting this big so quickly? It was pandemic-level speed, no joke. I'm not sure about their method of propagation either. If they're that big, they must have many bases of operations. That's correct. Do they do that atrocious shit in all their locations? Kang-woo asked as he recalled what Si-hun said about the rituals. Si-hun shook his head. No, they just say things people want to hear. Like what? Do not worry about the end, everyone here can be saved, things like that. Seriously though, it has to be a joke. Do people actually believe that crap? Not only that, but there were hundreds of thousands of people. If you ask me, I believe they're using some sort of mass hypnosis, Si-hun posed. Mass hypnosis? Yes, since as you said, nothing else can explain their growth speed. I guess we can find out for ourselves. Kang-woo nodded and turned around as he continued. You know a few other base locations, right? I do, tell me. Si-hun sighed as he stared at Kang-woo, eyes gleaming as if he would immediately rush to where Si-hun indicated. He took off the shirt Kang-woo ripped and put on a different one. What are you doing? Kang-woo asked. I'm coming with you. Hell no, you're wounded. I'm going alone, so just tell me where the hell it is. I won't tell you if you insist on going alone. Kang-woo remained silent as he stared at Si-hun's determined eyes. He clicked his tongue. Geez, you stubborn son of a bitch, just don't hold me back with that injury, got it? Haha, I'm confident I can win if I face him again. I've already learned his attack pattern. Big words for someone who lost. Si-hun's face reddened as he shouted, I didn't lose, he just got away. Kang-woo smirked and said as he walked, I'm gonna stop by my house, so stay here. The disaster from before might occur if he disappeared without a word again. The Church of Radiance, it's time to teach them who's more radiant. Side Story Chapter 78, There is no light here, Part 3. Are you going to Europe with Si-hun then, Kang-woo? Echidna's voice sounded from Kang-woo's smartphone. Kang-woo nodded and answered, yeah. It just so happens I'm in England. You're in Europe. Yeah, I have my live performance in a few hours. Kang-woo had heard Echidna was preparing to make her comeback as an idol. Echidna snorted and proudly remarked, it's a super huge live performance. Not only is it going to be broadcast throughout England but Europe as a whole. Are comeback performances usually that large scale? In a foreign country no less. Kang-woo knew Echidna was globally famous but not enough for her performance to be broadcast throughout Europe. The thing is, it was supposed to be someone else but I stepped up because they suddenly couldn't make it. So you're just a fill-in. I'm not a fill-in, tons of my fans will be there too, keh. Alright. Even if Echidna were a fill-in, the fact that she could perform on such a massive live stage was proof of her popularity. Kang-woo, could you come watch my performance, I'll save you a VIP seat. Sorry, I don't think I can make it. It was a shame he couldn't watch Echidna's performance live, but he couldn't put off the matter with the Church of Radiance. I'll watch it online when I have time. It'll be broadcast online too, right? It will, but Yeonju and Seala said they couldn't come either. I can't believe you all. Why can't they come? Seala said she was going to enroll in some classes with Yeonju. They said they couldn't come because the deadline is today. Oh, come to think of it, she said she was taking cooking classes. I guess Yeonju's tagging along too. I highly doubt classes would help her wretched cooking skills. In any case, Han Seala was trying to take some hobbies like Kang-woo suggested. Sorry, I'll come to your next live performance for sure. It's a promise. Okay. Alright, I'm off to my rehearsal. The call ended. Kang-woo put his smartphone in his pocket and looked around the empty living room. I guess Darling is busy today. It was a good thing since he had no intention of bringing Seala along. Clack. Just then the front door opened and Seala and Cha Yeonju entered. Oh, since when were you home, Kang-woo? I thought you went to see Si-hun. The hell, the son of a bitch. Oh, Kang-woo is here. Yeonju hid behind Seala in shock. Have you registered for your classes? Kang-woo asked. No, we're about to. A famous chef runs the classes, so there are tests involved. Sounds like a hardcore place. Fufu, I thought I might as well learn from the best. Hee, that's fine and all, but isn't Yeonju a lost cause? Kang-woo snickered as he stared at Yeonju hiding behind Seala. She was in an awkward stance because she was taller than Seala. I'm gonna take the introductory classes, Yeonju shouted. Really? What about your guild? Haven't you been busy lately? She was probably acting busier than she was because she wanted to avoid Kang-woo, but there seemed to be real trouble the guild was dealing with as well. NGH. That's a bit of a pain in the ass, but Seala said she wouldn't stand for it if I didn't come with her. When did I say that? You said I needed to come with you no matter what. I did, but only because I didn't want to go by myself. Heh, see what I mean? Kang-woo smiled faintly as the two women bickered. That's good. Oh, I also have some business to attend to from today, so I won't be home. Business? What work could a freeloader like you possibly have? Kang-woo told them about investigating the cult known as the Church of Radiance. I'm coming with you. If something that serious is happening, we don't have any time to waste, do we? Should I also come along? No, it's fine, we're still in the investigation phase. Kang-woo shook his head to stop the two women from trying to follow him. It was true that they were only going to be investigating the Church of Radiance, but Kang-woo didn't want to put his lovers in danger, especially when someone known as a pastor managed to injure Si-hun. And he did not want to show Seala and Yeonju the horrifying rituals that the members of the Church of Radiance were holding. It would not affect Kang-woo much, but it would have a significant impact on them. I'll be on my way then. Have a safe trip, you two. Are you sure you'll be fine without us? Don't worry and stay with Yeonju. Kang-woo lightly kissed Seala and turned around. Just then Yeonju grabbed his shoulder. What is it? Yeonju twisted around with her cheeks reddened. She mumbled quietly, what about me? Hee. Kang-woo couldn't help but chuckle as he saw how cute Yeonju was. He kissed Yeonju as well. Yeonju turned around and muttered, don't you dare, think of this as me forgiving you. I'll sincerely apologize once I come back, I'm sorry. Hey, anyway, don't you dare get hurt, got it? Gotcha. Kang-woo nodded and headed to the Hall of Protection where Si-hun was waiting for him. Is this the meeting place? Yes. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and looked around. Si-hun had taken him to a giant slum in France. The buildings were so run down that they looked like they were about to fall apart. Not only did the streets reek of excrement, but rats and insects filled them as well. A perfect place for a cult to spread. People with nothing to lose tended to gravitate toward cults. That's the place, Hyung-nim. Okay. Kang-woo and Si-hun changed into dirty and worn-out clothes to fit in with the surroundings and headed to the meeting place. Thousands of people were crowded in an old factory. Kang-woo grimaced due to the putrid stench around him. It will start soon, Si-hun remarked. Will that pastor who ran away from you make his appearance? I am not sure about that. I guess we'll have to wait and see. As Kang-woo and Si-hun waited among the crowd, a young man in a suit climbed up the stage. He was wearing a golden necklace with a balanced scale pattern on it. It's very nice to meet you, everyone. I give you my sincerest thanks for gathering here today. His voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. No one would think such a man could hold a ritual as psychotic as killing infants. The thousands of people mumbled even more once they noticed the man on the stage. The man closed his eyes and said, "First, let us pray before I bestow upon you the words of radiance." Womb. Radiant golden light poured out from behind the young man and filled the desolate streets. The lifeless and dark streets were suddenly illuminated as if the sun had risen. Ah, the blessing of radiance. Let us be guided toward paradise. The golden wave spread among the thousands of people gathered in the old factory. The eyes of the people enveloped by the golden light also turned gold momentarily. The light naturally entered Kang-woo as well since he was also in the crowd. Is this the mass hypnosis? Kang-woo couldn't tell. He couldn't feel any change inside him despite the light entering him. He couldn't feel any hypnotic or other psychological effects other than feeling slightly comforted. Allah, salvation, please grant us salvation. The others enveloped by the light did not seem to have been hypnotized either. Rather, their complexion brightened and the fatigue in their eyes cleared. Those clenching their stomachs from starvation suddenly stood up, and those coughing uncontrollably, likely due to illness, stopped coughing and smiled brightly. The sight befitted the word paradise. Thank you very much. I will follow the radiance, O almighty radiance. The thousands of people cheered fanatically and then lowered their heads to pray. Their prayer stance was a little odd. They crossed their arms into an X shape over their chest. Yibem, Kang-woo followed suit and crossed his arms into an X shape. He shouted, "Grant U.S. salvation from the apocalypse. Guide U.S. to paradise." His screams echoed throughout the old factory. WHO. The people's gazes naturally shifted to Kang-woo. Kang-woo shouted again, "I will believe in the LIGHT." The people staring at him gave him a thumbs up. They also cheered fanatically and shouted for paradise like Kang-woo. YEHHHH, grant U.S. salvation. ORADIA. See, madness filled the factory. H. Hyung Nim, Sihun stared at Kang-woo in confusion. Kang-woo ignored him and screeched with all his might. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Homeless people placed their hands on Kang-woo's shoulders as he was screaming more passionately than anyone. "My brother, ah yes, we're brothers. Let us all shout for the radiance, WHO. ORADIANC." The roars filling the factory amplified further. The devotees of the Church of Radiance grabbed each other's shoulders and swayed left and right as they screamed. Tears flowed from Kang-woo's eyes. At this moment, the devotees had become one. EVRONE. Do you believe in the LIGHT? Of course we do. The light will bring US SALVATIO. It will guide US to PARADII. I see. The other devotees screamed their lungs out alongside Kang-woo. At this very moment, we have become one under the light. Do you feel it, my brothers and sisters? Do you feel the radiant light? I feel it, aha. I feel it, tell me how it feels. It couldn't be warmer and more comforting. I don't feel hungry anymore. I don't feel the pain or sadness. This light is what will guide us to salvation. As Kang-woo thought, the golden light made the people temporarily forget their hunger and pain. It's not mass hypnosis but mass drugging. Kang-woo's work was done now that he figured out what effect the light held. Everyone, please calm down," shouted hurriedly the young man on the stage. He seemed panicked as he witnessed the chaos that could no longer be called a prayer. "There is no need for you to do this. The light of radiance will guide you all to salve." Kang-woo interjected the young man and shouted, "EVRONE. Let us scream and shout. Set your soul ablaze and pray for the light's SALVATIO. ORADIANC. Please grant us SALVATIO. Kang-woo raised his arms high in the peak of madness. The young man's expression paled as he witnessed the peak of delirium. He shouted, "Everyone, please calm down." However, his voice was drowned by the crazed screams. Side Story Chapter 79, There Is No Light Here, Part 4. GRRKKURGHGRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRRR gathered in the factory pulled on their hair as they thrashed about. No matter how one looked at it, it couldn't be called a regular gathering. NGH, the flustered young man bit his lip. Woom. The golden wave filling the factory shrank. GY, ahem, I think we got a little too excited, everyone. The people screeching madly suddenly coughed and remained silent once they regained their senses after the golden wave emitted by the young man shrank. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. As I thought, that light is what's cursing this. He didn't feel any change in himself, but it seemed highly effective on regular people. It was no different from hypnosis if madness could be induced in them so easily. So this is how they've been gathering devotees. Kang-woo could understand the church's pandemic-level rate of propagation. Haha, we have many more passionate devotees than usual today, said the young man on the stage with an awkward smile. Right then, please allow this lacking agent of light to bring you all the words of radiance. The young man took a moment to clear his throat. Hyung Nim, why did you? Asked Kim Si-hun nervously before the sermon began. He seemed to have been greatly shocked by Kang-woo for instigating the madness. There was something I wanted to check. Kang-woo needed to determine the extent of the Golden Wave's effects and how infatuated the devotees were with the Church of Radiance. And besides, we'll be less suspected this way. Oh, blending in without being noticed was the basics of infiltration. I feel like your actions only drew attention to yourself though. Si-hun smiled bitterly as he slurred. In any case, he fortunately doesn't seem to be paying much attention to you. Is that the pastor you went up against last time? Kang-woo asked. No, the pastor I fought was a man in his mid-40s. Is that so? Si-hun had mentioned there were multiple pastors, hence the young man was likely one of them. Let's just wait and see what he says for now. Understood. Kang-woo and Si-hun examined the young pastor. Before I begin the sermon, may I ask you all to share your stories with me? The pastor asked gently. Pardon. Oh, our stories? You can talk about anything you'd like, stories of your life, hardships, sorrows, anything. The devotees glanced at each other. Just then, a woman holding a small baby walked out from the crowd. The young pastor smiled brightly as he stared at the baby. Oh, what a beautiful baby. The baby giggled as he reached for the pastor. The woman mentioned with a trembling voice, Pastor, I recently gave birth to this boy, but I can't afford to raise him. Sniff. The woman burst into tears. The boy's father abandoned him. I can't work because my illness is getting worse, and I can't afford to get treatment. It was common. One needed to earn money to raise a baby, but they couldn't work due to illness. However, they couldn't afford to treat the illness, resulting in a cycle of poverty. There were countless such cases on Earth due to many countries going bankrupt after the day of calamity. Please, just this child, please help me so that at least he can live on. I don't care what happens to me. I don't mind dying if it means he will be saved. The young pastor slowly reached for the woman in silence. I see. You've suffered greatly. Tears trickled down his cheeks. He embraced the woman without even thinking about wiping his tears. His clean suit was dirtied by the woman's clothes. Pastor, why your clothes? It's all right. You are far more important to me than mere clothes. The man grabbed the woman's shoulders. Womb, golden light entered the woman through the man's hands. The woman's sorrowful eyes went blank. She smiled faintly as if she were high. She shouted with joy, I don't feel any pain, Pastor. Am I cured? No. The pastor firmly shook his head as he stared at the smiling woman. This power is merely to help you momentarily forget your pain. I am not powerful enough to cure your illness. In no way, your body will plead for pain over time and agony will engulf you yet again. Then what about this child, however, the pastor interjected, eyes full of determination. As for this child, I will take full responsibility and guide him to paradise. Do not worry, this beautiful gem of yours will be freed from this wretched world and live happily in a safe and joyful world. Pastor, the woman lowered her head with tears in her eyes. The pastor received the baby from her and slowly turned to the devotees to say, everyone, the current earth is no different from a sinking ship. He looked around the crowd and continued in a low tone, the keel of the ship has been broken beyond repair and water is continuously flowing in from a break in the hull. His gentle voice echoed throughout the silent factory. Are you all aware of the otherworldly beings? He asked. Otherworldly? I am referring to beings from other worlds besides Earth. I am sure you are aware of them. After all, they have already invaded Earth many times. Are you talking about the giant space battleship that appeared above New York a while ago? Come to think of it, I heard that a swarm of giant insects invaded Seoul. The devotees nodded one after another. The people of Earth were already aware of the otherworldly invasions. Such invasions have been occurring one after another, albeit the scales were nowhere near that of the Galactic Federation and the parasites. Yes. Such beings will continue to invade this world. They will bare their sharp fangs and brutally slaughter your families and loved ones. The young pastor clenched his fists, bit his lip, and his shoulders trembled. This world will soon meet its end. What a disaster. The devotees gathered in the factory trembled in shock. The young pastor stared at them in deep sorrow. With my meager powers, I cannot save every one of you. He kneeled and lowered his head toward the devotees. I'm sincerely sorry for being unable to protect and save all of you. Pastor. Please raise your head. The devotees panicked once the pastor bowed to them. He raised his head and continued with a bitter smile, haha, of course I have no intention of running away once the apocalypse comes. I will lay down my life alongside you all. However, this child, this beautiful and pure gem, I cannot allow him to meet his end in this wretched world. The young pastor slowly stood up and teared up as he embraced the baby tightly. I will conduct the ritual of ascension. Immense golden light, incomparable to the amount from before, burst and spread throughout the factory. Darkness in the slums was chased away as if the sun rose. Ayaha, O radiance. The eyes of the devotees turned blank as they were enveloped by the golden wave. They crossed their forearms into an X shape and lowered their heads. The young pastor smiled as he looked down at the baby in his arms. Please, be free from this world and live happily and healthy in a better place. The immense golden light enveloped the baby. Warrior, the baby cried the moment the light enveloped him. The young pastor gently rocked the baby to console him. He smiled as kindly as he could and kissed the baby's forehead. There is nothing to worry about. There will be no pain if you close your eyes. A new world, one far safer and warmer than this world, will be waiting for you. Uwang, the baby stopped crying and looked up innocently at the young pastor as he tilted his head and giggled. The golden light slowly covered the baby like a tent. What a load of fucking bullshit. Bash. Kang-woo jumped up on stage and kicked the young pastor's face. Kurg, the young pastor was sent flying as he grabbed his broken nose. Kang-woo carefully caught the falling baby. Paradise, my ass. What do you think you're doing to a baby who can't even walk yet? He glared at the young pastor with a grimace. Ah, the young pastor slowly looked up and saw that the golden light enveloping the baby had disappeared. Why you? The pastor's pupils constricted as he stared at Kang-woo wide-eyed. What have you he screamed in desperation. His wretched screeches shook the factory. The pastor pulled on his hair in irritation and glared at Kang-woo resentfully. That child, he could have been saved. Why did you interfere? I could have saved the boy from this broken world, the apocalypse. I needed to save him no matter what. Tears flowed down the man's cheeks. He kneeled as he stared at the baby in Kang-woo's arms. Bang, 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 he slammed his head into the ground. I'm sorry, little one. I couldn't save you, I couldn't guide you to paradise. The blood pouring from the pastor's forehead wet his face. He slowly raised his head and stared at Kang-woo with animosity. The pastor gritted his teeth and stood up. He screamed resentfully, you killed that child. You sentenced him to death. Wow. Kang-woo looked down at the baby who began to cry again in his arms and chuckled. The fuck are you on about, dipshit? Side story chapter 80, There is no light here, part 5. Ah shit, I got snot on my shirt. Oh, Kang-woo frowned and wiped off the crying baby's snot with his sleeve. Herg, how could you do something so atrocious? The young pastor was still crying as if the world had ended. Why? Why did you kill that child? What the fuck are you talking about, man? He's as fit as a fiddle. Can't you fucking hear him crying his tiny lungs out? How could you kill an innocent baby who can't even walk yet? I said I didn't kill him. Answer me. I'm asking why you saw the need to kill the baby. Are you even listening to me? You cruel demon, do you truly believe your sins will go unpunished? Fucking hell, I didn't kill the fucking baby, you motherfucker. He's right here living and breathing. Why are you trying to kill off the baby? Ah, oh almighty AKRT, please bring salvation to that young soul once again, and bring down the mace of light on the demon who dared to kill that tiny gem. ARRRRGGGHHHH. You're pissing me the fuck off. I'm so fucking angry. Why the fuck isn't he listening to a word I say? Please calm down, Hyungnim, words will not get through to him. Kim Si-hun climbed up to the stage after Kang-woo and unsheathed his sword from his waist. Frost staged around the white blade. He seriously believes killing the baby is a form of salvation. Si-hun glared at the pastor more coldly than the frost raging around his sword. What a bunch of lunatics. Kang-woo shook his head in exasperation. Killing the baby, mumbled the young pastor and violently gritted his teeth. Why would you blame me for such a thing? You are the ones who killed that child. There you go again with the bullshit. What did you do just now then? The golden light had an effect similar to narcotics. It replaced pain with pleasure. If an immense amount of such light were to enter a baby, they would either die of a heart attack or stroke. I was offering that child salvation, the pastor answered. Bullshit, you call killing a baby salvation? I am not killing him. His soul will be guided to the great Akkart and be reborn in a safe world. What? Kang-woo frowned. Reborn in a safe world? Does this son of a bitch think reincarnating them is salvation? He did not know whether or not they were truly being reincarnated, but the fact that the babies were being killed did not change. That's the same thing as killing, Kang-woo remarked. No, they're different. Killing would be letting them stay in this world, the pastor firmly shouted. This world is soon to end. Who the hell is spouting that kind of bullshit? I am sure you're aware of it too. The endless otherworldly invasions, the collapsed law and balance. The pastor spread out his arms and stomped the ground. This world will soon meet its end. It is no different from a sinking ship. Kang-woo chuckled and glared at the pastor. Then why don't you die and be reincarnated first? If the pastor truly believed this world was about to end, he would also end his life of his own accord and reincarnate to another world, although no one could know whether the reincarnation was real or not. Enough of your nonsense, the pastor shouted. You're the one who's spouting nons. Who would you save first in a sinking ship? Who would you save first in a burning house? The young pastor's tears trickled down his cheeks and gathered at the tip of his chin. You would naturally save the children, the young souls first. It is only natural you would save the young ones who have yet to enjoy life. Oh, I get it now. But you want me to take my own life and be sent to paradise first. No, 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 I cannot do that. No human should do such a thing. It is selfish and greedy. No matter how hard you try to stop me, I will save that child. I will not abandon that young soul, a pure, transparent, undefiled, righteous lunatic. Kang-woo stared at the young pastor with deeply sunken eyes. Yeah, I've seen bastards like you. Morons who stay true to their moronic convictions. Do you seriously believe the end is near? Do you seriously think the souls of infants will be sent to paradise by killing them? That is correct. According to the great Eckhart, then why would you, who's so proud and righteous, drug people to make them follow you? Aren't you making them follow you after drugging them because you know in your heart that what you say sounds like a load of bullshit? I am not. I am simply doing this in hopes that they can find some comfort in their life full of hardships. No, you're not. If you wanted to do that, you wouldn't need to spread that light only when you're holding sermons. If the pastor truly had no reason to use them and only desired their comfort, he wouldn't spread the light only in such gatherings. I'm certain you know there isn't anyone who would genuinely believe and understand your bullshit. That's why you're using that pain-killing light, aren't you? Incorrect. Everyone gathered here is listening carefully to the words of light and staying true to them. Is that so? All I see is a bunch of druggies. Kang-woo smirked and looked around. The devotees were intoxicated by the golden light that burst forth during the ritual of ascension and were giggling blankly. No one would think of them as faithful devotees following the light. You simply use these people to spread Eckhart's bullshit. I did not. I am trying to save them. By killing them, all right, fine. Let's say they reincarnate to another world. Shouldn't you at least get their consent? Who are you to kill people and reincarnate them without their permission? Kang-woo wondered if the mother still would have consented to reincarnating her baby if she weren't under the golden light's effects. Regardless of whether the pastor was guiding the baby to salvation or not, his actions were forceful the moment he used the light, no different from a narcotic. Do you ask consent before saving people on a sinking boat? The pastor asked. That's how you want to play, huh? Do you seriously think the two situations are the same? You had more than enough time to ask for consent. It is the same. The end of the world is imminent. Oh shit, I'm scared shitless. The sky is falling and the ground is breaking. The end of the world is here. The pastor bit his lip. Whatever you say doesn't change the fact that you turned these people into your puppets to use them. Kang-woo turned around and put the baby in the dazed mother's arms. He called Si-hun. Yes, Hyung-nim, I have things to ask that bastard, so don't kill him. Understood. Si-hun nodded and charged toward the pastor. Kurg, damned wicked demons. The pastor grimaced and stretched out his arm. Gold light particles gathered to form a shield. The demons, the blue condensed sword energy surged from the white blade. Are you bastards? Si-hun swung his sword, clang, crack. The white sword caused a frost storm as it clashed with the golden shield. I mean, technically I am a demon, Kang-woo muttered. Hyung-nim, oh sorry, go get him, Si-hun. Kang-woo moved the dazed devotees so they wouldn't be caught in the battle and clenched his fist toward Si-hun. Kurg, grunted the pastor after getting caught in the frost storm. Oh great Eckhart, grant me the light of truth. A golden wave burst from him and gathered to turn into the shape of a spear. Hey-ah, the pastor shouted as he thrusted the golden spear. Too slow. Si-hun used a foot technique to move left and dodge the spear. He pivoted with his right foot to turn 180 degrees and swung his sword at incredible speed. Clang, Kurg, the pastor grunted as he just barely blocked the attack after quickly pulling his spear back to him. He swayed greatly, likely because he did not block the attack in a strong stance. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks continued like a stream of water, no, a rapid river. Dozens of attacks slashed the pastor in less than a second. It's pointless. The pastor fluidly moved his spear as he gritted his teeth. He twirled his spear and blocked all of Si-hun's attacks. Repent in death, thump. The pastor slammed the butt of his spear on the ground and flew into the air. He then changed directions midair as if he were stepping on invisible steps. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless spear attacks rained down from all directions as if the edges of the spear had multiplied, leaving no room to dodge or block. Different person, same technique. Si-hun coldly chuckled as he stared at the countless spear attacks. The pastor he was facing was different from the one he battled, but their techniques were the same. If that's the case, Si-hun raised his sword over his head in a reverse grip so that the tip of the blade faced the ground. You won't be a match for me. He stabbed the ground with all his might. Split. Frost spread from where the sword stabbed the ground, enveloping the surroundings in intense cold. What in the... The pastor's movements turned noticeably slower after getting enveloped in the cold. Boom! Si-hun pulled out his sword and charged at the pastor at incredible speed and poured an unfathomably large wave of attacks at him. The pastor quickly gripped his spear tightly and tried to block Si-hun's attacks but was getting pushed back due to his lowered speed. Impossible. Not only that, but Si-hun was countering all of the pastor's attacks as if he knew exactly how the pastor would attack. Si-hun smiled coldly and said, "I've seen it before." He would never fall for an attack twice. No matter how fluidly the pastors could handle their spears, Si-hun had already learned their pattern. The pastor shouted in shock, "That's insane. How could one perfectly decipher the martial art that the great Akart has bestowed upon us?" Clang. Si-hun took advantage of negligible openings that not even the truly powerful could take advantage of to attack the pastor. He disarmed the pastor and the golden spear flew out of his hand. Si-hun brought the frost sword to the pastor's neck. "I just can." The pastor fell to the ground, lost for words. Kang-woo, watching their battle in silence, clapped his hands together as if he had recalled something. "Oh, come to think of it, he's the protagonist. You got the Sharingan or what?" Side Story Chapter 81, There is no light here. Part 6, I guess he wasn't bullshitting when he said he learned the attack pattern. Oh, Kang-woo thought Kim Si-hun was just making excuses because he didn't want to acknowledge his defeat. "I mean, I have to admit Si-hun is overpowered as fuck. No matter how complex and extraordinary the opponent's martial art was, it would not work on him more than once. He gained a perfect understanding of the martial arts movements and weaknesses after seeing it once, and would use that against the enemy the second time it was used. It was impossible to defeat Si-hun purely with martial arts. One would either have to overpower him with pure physical prowess or face him with magic no one had ever seen before or something like witchcraft. This can't be," the pastor muttered. "It can," Si-hun replied as he stabbed his sword into the collapsed pastor's shoulders. Crack! White frost spread from the young pastor's shoulders and instantly froze his arms. "He's been neutralized, Hyung Nim." "Good work, Si-hun," Kang-woo said as he patted Si-hun's shoulder. Si-hun slightly blushed. "Why the hell are you blushing? You're making it weird. That aside, I guess you weren't lying when you said you learned his attack pattern." "Oh, that's." "To be honest, I thought you were lying because of embarrassment." Si-hun smiled awkwardly and remained silent. Kang-woo stared at him curiously. "What's wrong?" Kang-woo asked. "To be honest, this pastor was far weaker than the one I faced. That was the only reason I could win this easily." "Oh, is that so?" Kang-woo thought as much. Si-hun had overpowered his opponent too easily, even taking into account he learned his opponent's attack pattern. Yes, there was a gap in overall skill as well, but there was a huge difference between them in general combat prowess. The attacks of the pastor I faced were so overpowering that I thought my palms were getting torn apart just from blocking his spear. "I see," Kang-woo nodded and slowly walked toward the young pastor squirming on the ground like an insect. "Right then, shall we begin?" Begin what?" the young pastor asked. "Come on, I'm sure you know what." Kang-woo smirked. There was only one thing to do after capturing an enemy alive. "Do you want to do this the hard way or do you just want to talk?" he asked. "Kurg, we do not submit to pain. That's what you think. A human who did not submit to pain did not exist." "I mean, I don't know whether he's human or not yet." The young pastor glared at Kang-woo and shouted, "Pastor Salvetor will not forgive this abominable act." Pastor Salvetor, he was likely the pastor who fought against Si-hun. After all, there likely weren't many who could physically overpower Si-hun. "All right, first, why don't you tell me where this Pastor Salvetor is?" Kang-woo cackled as he approached the pastor. He placed his foot over the pastor's knee and stomped down with all his might. "Crunch, G-A-H-H-H," the young pastor screamed. "All right, I've confirmed he can feel pain." In that case, there was no point in checking whether he was human or a different entity in the form of one. As long as he could feel pain, he wouldn't be able to handle the painful torture. "I cannot say." "Yeah, I thought as much, but you see you won't be able to handle not telling me soon," said Kang-woo as he leaned toward the young pastor with a bright smile. What are you planning to do?" "Nothing special." Kang-woo stuck his finger into the hole in the pastor's shoulder that Si-hun made. "Arg," the pastor screamed in pain. "Have you heard about molting?" Kang-woo asked. "Mol. Ting, don't be so confused. You'll know once you experience it for yourself. I mean, it's not complete molting, so you don't have to worry. I'm just going to inject some demonic energy from the abyss into you to imitate it." What are you talking ob? Right then. Kang-woo injected demonic energy from the abyss into the young pastor through his finger in the pastor's shoulder. Ah, the young pastor's eyes widened. The demonic energy of the abyss was like a deadly poison to anyone who didn't possess the demonic sea. The demonic energy inside the pastor began to tear him apart from the inside. "H-H-H," the young pastor screeched inexplicably. It sounded like something a monster that crawled out from an eternal nightmare would make. "Arghchhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Blood poured out from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. His skin split, his muscles and blood vessels protruding from the ends. Karrghhhgurghh, the pastor's eyes rolled backward and he foamed at the mouth as he convulsed uncontrollably. That's enough. Kang-woo retrieved the demonic energy of the abyss he injected into the pastor. The screaming and convulsing pastor panted heavily. Huff, huff, huff. Tears flowed down his cheeks and his eyes filled with terror darted all over the place. Okay, do you feel like telling me now? Yeah. Haven't had enough yet, have you? I guess we can go another round then. Wait, please wait a second, the young pastor shouted intensely. Kang-woo smiled widely. Pastor Salvetter is, the young pastor continued with bloodshot eyes and a trembling tone, the one who will save this world. What? Kang-woo frowned. Womb. Just then, immense golden light poured out of the balance scale necklace the young pastor was wearing. Oh fuck, realizing something was wrong, Kang-woo quickly reached for the necklace to rip it off the young pastor's neck. Sizzle. Arg. Kang-woo's hand burned the moment he touched the necklace. Intense pain traveled up from his hand as the skin on his hand was charred black. It is too late, the young pastor said with a smile. The immense golden light wrapped the young pastor. Shit, Kang-woo cursed and bit his lip as he helplessly stared at the golden light getting brighter. Haha, no matter how hard you try to interfere with the great Akkart's plan, his will cannot be bent. He will bring salvation to this world, which is already crashing and burning. The young pastor smiled even wider. Soon, no today, everyone on earth will know the great Akkart's will and his almighty name. Today. What the fuck are you talking about? Kang-woo asked as he glared at the pastor. Akkart's existence was one of the most tightly kept secrets. Forget ordinary citizens, only a select few and guardians knew of his existence. Hoo. Today, the balance will be met. The golden light enveloping the pastor reached its peak brightness. The immense energy swelled as if it would explode at any moment. Fuck, run, Si-hun. This shit is gonna blow, shouted Kang-woo as he quickly turned around. Hyung-nim, that's for sure an art is an explosion moment. Motherfucker, Kang-woo cursed as he ran like hell. The golden storm was already right behind him. Hyung. A golden explosion shook the entire slum along with an ear-splitting sound. Kang-woo faintly heard Si-hun's voice between the noise. Motherfu, Kang-woo was swept into the explosion, but he felt something sturdy envelop him. Rumble. An enormous mushroom cloud formed in the obliterated slums before Kang-woo could see what it was. He passed out along with the feeling of floating in the air. Kurg, cough, Kang-woo stood up and coughed heavily. The debris from the destroyed buildings was all around him. Goddammit, he cursed as he grabbed his forehead. He never expected the pastor to self-destruct. Not only that, but the explosion was so massive that it destroyed the entire slums. But why am I almost completely fine after that massive explosion? The light of Akkart was deadly to him. Considering the density of light he felt, it wouldn't be strange for him to have lost consciousness for several days like what happened in Singapore. Despite that, he couldn't see any significant physical issues. Wait a second. A bad feeling went down his back. He threw aside the debris of buildings around him with shaking hands. Arg, cough, cough. Under the debris was the heavily coughing Si-hun in terrible condition. Kang-woo froze. He could easily figure out that Si-hun was the one who shielded him from the explosion. Are you okay? Hyung, called Si-hun, his voice so faint he might pass out at any moment. Kim Si-hun, haha. What a relief, Si-hun smiled faintly and collapsed with a satisfied expression. I was able to protect you this time. Kang-woo bit open his thumb in silence, his expression completely frozen. He let the blood flow into Si-hun's mouth and used the authority of regeneration. Kurg, cough, heya, I'm okay, Hyung. Just shut up and drink. Hehe, this isn't enough to kill me, the light of Akkart. Doesn't have any significant cough effect on me. As Si-hun mentioned, his injuries were serious, but he wasn't on the verge of death. His injuries couldn't be instantly healed with the authority of regeneration because the light of Akkart drastically reduced the speed at which wounds healed, but his complexion was slowly improving. Relief momentarily gleamed in Kang-woo's eyes and immediately disappeared. He expressionlessly picked up Si-hun. Tonight, we bring you a live broadcast from Manchester Arena. Just then, something noisy lit up among the debris. Kang-woo turned to see that it was a smartphone on the ground with no owner. It was a miracle it managed to survive the explosion. There was huge news because of the sudden participation of a famous Korean idol. Of course, she is yet to be popular enough to perform on a global live performance like this, but she is garnering much attention from the audience thanks to her cuteness and extraordinary voice. Kang-woo focused on the smartphone screen. Right then, let us head right to the live stage. Please come out, the program host shouted excitedly. Greetings, everyone, my name is Salvetter. I am a pastor here to deliver to you all the words of the great Akkart. Who are you people? What's going on? The host sounded confused. The screen showed a group of people in formal suits and wearing a golden balance scale necklace. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes as he stared at the smartphone screen. Today, everyone on Earth will know the great Akkart's will and his almighty name. Kang-woo recalled the young pastor's final words. I see now. He finally understood what the young pastor meant. He picked up the smartphone on the ground. Chaos had fallen on the live stage after the pastors took control of it. Kang-woo smirked wickedly like a demon as he stared at the smartphone screen. There you are, crack. Kang-woo crushed the smartphone in his hand. Side story chapter 82, There is no light here, part 7. Who are you people? Bodyguards wearing black suits ran forward and glared threateningly at the group that suddenly infiltrated the live stage. A man among the people wearing different black suits than the bodyguards walked forward. Oh, there is no need to be so on guard. We have simply come to deliver the words of light. He was a gentle-looking man in his mid-40s with well-groomed gray hair and tidy clothes. He walked toward the bodyguards with a smile. What the hell are you talking about? Halt, halt. We will attack if you do not stop. The bodyguards shouted fiercely as they took out their weapons. Since this was the largest venue in England, the bodyguards hired were high-level players. Ha ha ha, allow me to apologize for the sudden visit. The man's voice was as gentle as a spring breeze. He courteously bowed and continued, however, I would like to ask for your understanding since it is to deliver the words of light to everyone on this earth. Ha, the bodyguards feigned laughter. They couldn't care less whether the gray-haired man was courteous. He had barged into and was trying to ruin a stage being broadcast live throughout Europe. You fucking lunatics. The bodyguards bared their teeth as they glared at the pastors. A bodyguard holding a walkie-talkie said, We've been authorized to subdue them by force. The bodyguard standing in front of the pastors smirked, being allowed to legally exert violence on a group of lunatics. Crazy motherfuckers, words of light my ass, the bodyguards charged simultaneously. Ah, the gray-haired man expressed as he stared at the bodyguards, how truly unfortunate. He slowly raised his right arm and lightly snapped his finger. Crack, burst, crush, what the hell? Blinding light shone all of a sudden and the bodyguards charging at the pastors exploded. Blood, guts, and brain matter splattered all over the stage. KYAHHHWH, what the hell is going on? Help me. The audience gathered at the venue screamed and scattered. Chaos fell as tens of thousands of them ran all over the place. What? What a disaster! The gray-haired pastor fell to his knees in front of the corpses of the dead bodyguards and pulled on his well-groomed hair, disheveling it. Why did you defy the words of light and choose death? He placed his hand on the puddle of blood and bawled his eyes out. Herg, sniff, the misery. What am I to do with all this misery I am feeling? The gray-haired pastor trembled in sorrow as if he couldn't bear the deaths of the bodyguards. Pastor Salvator. We have little time, one of the pastors called from behind. Oh, that's right. Salvator quickly stood up and crossed his arms into an X shape in front of the dozens of corpses in front of him. Oh, great Akkart. Please guide these lambs who have lost the light. He sincerely prayed and turned around to walk back to the stage as he trampled on the corpses. What do you think you're doing on this sacred stage? Just then, a cute black-haired girl wearing a frilly dress climbed up the stage and snorted loudly. And you are? That's my line. Who do you think you are interrupting my live performance? The girl placed her hands on her waist and glared at the pastors. She looked around for a moment and saw her fans who had come to watch her performance shouting at her. Miss Echidna, it's too dangerous. What are you doing? You have to run. They're lunatics. Echidna's fans were staring at her in pallor. She stared back at her fans hesitantly and turned back at the pastors. She raised her mic like a magic wand and shouted, All of you run away, I'll hold them at bay. What? We're the ones telling you to run away. The members of Echidna's fan club, who had flown from Korea to watch her performance, quickly shouted. Shit, this won't do, we have to stay and protect Miss Echidna. I agree, those who can fight come forward. There were many high-ranking players in the Watchmen, Echidna's fanatical fan club. Of all days, it had to be when Lady Elena is away. The dragon god, Elena Calirius, the leader of Echidna's fan club as well as one of Echidna's biggest fans, couldn't attend the live performance because of an important meeting in Erner. Although it was being broadcast throughout Europe, she couldn't be expected to come since radio waves did not reach Erner. Let us protect Miss Echidna. The watchmen yelled as they stood in front of Echidna. They, of course, were unarmed because they had come to watch a live performance. Echidna jumped in panic and shouted, Don't come here, go away all of you. She had come forward to protect her fans, but they had rather come to protect her. Everyone, could you step aside as the young lady asked Salvator as if begging. I am simply here to save all of you. What? They couldn't believe such words were coming out of someone who brutally murdered the bodyguards seconds ago. Each of you is worthy of receiving the great Akkart's grace. I would rather not harm such individuals. Stop joking around. Echidna walked forward with a frown. You killed all these people and ruined the live stage. She shouted into the mic toward Salvator, Fokrahdin. Dragon tongue magic echoed throughout the venue. A giant ball of ice formed in the air and flew toward Salvator. Ah! Tears flowed down Salvator's cheeks again. He lowered his head as he pulled on his disheveled gray hair and muttered, "Why must it be so difficult to deliver the words of light?" Thunk. A burst of golden light deflected the ball of ice toward the watchman. No, Echidna quickly jumped toward the ball of ice she created. Crack, arg, Miss Echidna, the ball of ice exploded, its fragments flying everywhere. Some of them ripped Echidna's skin and she bled. "Owa, it hurts." Echidna grabbed the ice fragment stuck in her flank and teared up. She had never felt pain ever since she met Kang-woo. "I'm scared," she trembled as fear ran down her back and throughout her body. The man who infiltrated the live stage was so powerful that she would be no match for him even if she returned to her original form. "I'm scared." Echidna shut her eyes tightly. Her will to fight was destroyed due to the immense gap in their strength. Kang-woo, 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 Kang-woo. She wanted to see Kang-woo's face so badly. She wanted to throw aside her fans and her live performance to run into Kang-woo's arms, but, Miss Echidna, all of you, hurry up and run. She couldn't bring herself to abandon the people who were risking their lives to protect her, who was but an idol who sang and danced. "Miss Echidna, now get out of here," Echidna shouted as she walked forward. Her legs were shaking uncontrollably and she thought she was going to die of fear, but her legs were moving nonetheless, just like the man who freed her from loneliness. Truly, Salvator's eyes glowed gold. His gentle expression instantly turned cold. An ignorant bunch. He slowly raised his arm to snap his fingers. Boom! Just then something fell from the sky at breakneck speed and destroyed the stage. "What the?" Salvator frowned intensely. Kang-woo, Echidna, who was casting magic as she put pressure on her bleeding wound, was left wide-eyed. "Kangwo." She ran to Kang-woo teary-eyed and with a wide smile. Kang-woo, you came." Kang-woo." Echidna looked up in confusion after getting no response. Kang-woo was staring at her flank, which was bleeding profusely due to an ice fragment pierced into it. "Who did this to you?" Kang-woo asked. Kang-woo, who did this to you?" "Kang-woo, why your eyes are scaring me." Echidna trembled. Kang-woo grabbed her trembling shoulders and asked in a low tone, "Why didn't you run? You could have, WL." "My fans were." Echidna averted her gaze from Kang-woo. The heavily injured Kim Si-hun overlapped with Echidna in Kang-woo's vision. No, it wasn't just Si-hun. "Victory to my king." He also recalled the dependable moron who smiled widely despite heavily bleeding. Why? Kang-woo gripped Echidna's shoulders harder. His fingers trembled, his vision blurred, and he felt like he was about to vomit. "Why the fuck are you all so eager to die, NGH? Echidna winced. Kang-woo, you're hurting me." Haya, Kang-woo panted heavily. His trembling eyes were filled with pure fear. Echidna looked up at him in silence. "I'm sorry, Kang-woo." She carefully caressed Kang-woo's trembling cheek, her warmth transferring to him. Kang-woo turned around in silence to face Pastor Salvator, who was pulling on his disheveled gray hair. He looked around the stage and the equipment for the live broadcast, destroyed by Kang-woo's violent landing on the stage. Why? Slam. Salvator stomped his foot aggressively. "Why are so many people getting in the way of us delivering the words of light?" He pulled on his hair hysterically and shouted madly, "All I am doing is trying to show you all the light, the radiance. The great AKART's benevolence and grace." Salvator spread out his arms toward the sky. "Take a good look. This is the light of the almighty AKART who will guide us all to paradise." Woo. A golden wave enormous enough to engulf the entire live venue pulsed from Salvator and gathered into a sphere in the air. Please take a good look at this brilliant radiance." Salvator kneeled toward the sphere of light in the air. He burst into tears, crossed his forearms into an X shape, and shouted passionately, "O great AKART, bring down the light of truth upon these lowly TRUTHSEKRS. Light, 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 light. Light, 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 LIGHT. Wooum. The golden sphere shone brighter as if the sun had descended on earth. Salvator's tears drenched the ground. "No." Kang-woo walked toward the golden sun and slowly extended his arm toward it. He closed his fist in midair as if crushing the sun, and then the light vanished. The blindingly radiant golden sun was vaporized. The live venue was dyed in darkness as if a light switch had been turned off. There is no light here. Only yellow eyes with horizontal pupils lit up within the abyssal darkness. Side Story Chapter 83, There is no light here, Part 8. Wah! Pastor Salvator's shoulders trembled. Two ember-like eyes were staring at him in the darkness. Chills ran down his spine as he realized something was wrong. "Who dares cover the great AKART's light?" Salvator shouted to erase the fear spreading throughout him. The yellow eyes in the darkness slowly shook and floated closer to him. "Urg." Salvator stepped backward without realizing it. The eyes, as yellow as that of a reptile, and the horizontal pupils were chilling. Eyes of a demon. Salvador bit his lip. No other creature could have such evil eyes. You bastard. So you were the servant of a demon. He grimaced and raised his arms high. Pastio. Bring judgment on the wicked demon who dares to cover the light of truth. Judge me. Judgment to the demon. The pastors standing behind Salvator yelled as golden light burst from them. However, the golden light shining in the jet-black darkness did not emit an inch past them. What is this darkness? It was as if the darkness was devouring the light. They couldn't see anything in the abyssal darkness. All they could see were the two shining demonic eyes. The pastors couldn't even see each other despite emitting light. O great Akart. Grant your light to your lowly servants. The light, the pastors lowered their stance inside the jet-black darkness. Their sense of sight was blocked, but they were still seasoned warriors. They couldn't be stopped just from the loss of sight. Clack, clack, the light emitting from them gathered and turned into a long spear. They gripped their spears tightly, and one of the pastors charged at the eyes gleaming in the darkness. Die! He thrust his spear at the area slightly below the eyes where the enemy's neck would be. Whoosh! The spear only sliced through the air. The pastor was left wide-eyed and frozen. Crunch. Gahhhh, sharp teeth bit into the pastor's neck. A large chunk was bitten off and blood spewed like a fountain. Kurg grrrk, the pastor collapsed. Salvador quickly shouted, those eyes are bait. Do not be fooled. If there was nothing where a neck should be based on the location of the eyes, it meant the eyes themselves were bait from the beginning. He's somewhere else. I can't see anything in front of me, one of the pastors shouted in terror. As he said, none of them could see a few centimeters in front of themselves. They were emitting light at full power, but they couldn't even see their bodies due to being engulfed in darkness. You imbecile, shouted Salvador as he stomped on the ground. Do not doubt the light of the great Akart. His light will soon chase away this darkness. He crossed his forearms into an X shape in front of his chest. Woo. Radiance burst upward like a pillar and split the darkness. I told you, just then a voice echoed from the darkness. There is no light here. It was so close that it sounded as if it was being whispered in Salvador's ear. Gasp! Salvador stepped backward in shock. There you are, bastard! Whoosh! He swung his spear in the direction where he heard the voice, but it only sliced the air. He couldn't feel the edge of the spear slicing through flesh. Arg, where are you? Where? Shouted Salvador with a grimace. An individual who reached heights as high as him usually did not rely on sight. Their heightened senses allowed them to draw a clearer image of their surroundings using the tiny sounds, smell, and movement of the air around them. At least it should have been that way. Shit! Salvador couldn't sense anything around him for some reason, as if even his senses were devoured by the darkness. All he could hear were the breaths of his fellow pastors filled with fear. Breaths? Salvador's eyes shone fiercely. That's it, sound. Focus on the sound of his movements. Why yes, sir, the pastors quickly answered. They anxiously gripped their spears and focused their sense of hearing. Gahhhh, a screech echoed in the darkness. There, one of the pastors thrust his spear in the direction of the sound. Stab, Kurg. Yes, he felt his spear stabbing something. The pastor smiled brightly and thrust his spear even deeper. Gurg ga arg, die you evil demon, pastor el levitu. The pastor who was thrusting his spear deeper as he laughed maniacally froze. He knew whose voice that was. Pastor, Andrew, cough, cough, I am not the dem. The pastor named Andrew collapsed without finishing his sentence. The feeling of stabbing into flesh lingered in Pastor Levetto's hands. Blood trickled down the spear shaft and wet his hand. He had killed his comrade rather than the demon. What have I done? The pastor fell into panic and dropped his spear. Clatter, the spear fell to the ground and dissipated into golden powder. Pastor Levetto faintly saw Pastor Andrew's corpse before the golden powder was engulfed by the darkness. Levetto screamed as he pulled on his hair. See, calm down, this is merely the demon's tricks, Salvador quickly shouted. Our remaining pastors, shout your name. B. Bruno, the lowly servant of the great Akart, is here. Jordan is here. Marcia is here. Herg. What have I done to Pastor Andrew? There was Bruno, Jordan, Marcia, and Levetto who could barely speak due to panic. There was also Andrew who died at Levetto's spear and the pastor whose neck was bitten off by the demon. Including Salvador, there were 7, which matched the number of pastors who infiltrated the live broadcast. Wait a second, Salvador's expression turned pale. In that case, who was the one who screamed in the darkness earlier? The terrible scream that had echoed in the darkness had been from the demon to deceive them. Bastard. Salvador's expression crumpled and turned red with fury. Kurg ga screams rang in the darkness again. Salvador frowned ferociously. I will not fall for the same trick twice. He then shouted in the jet-black darkness again, Pastors. Say your names again. B. Bruno is here. Jordan is here. Herg, they couldn't hear Marcia. Marcia, where are you, Pastor Marcia? There was no answer. Sniff, way. Shit, Pastor Levetto. Now is not the time for despair. Salvador walked in the direction of Levetto's weeping sounds. He could not see him but reached for the area where he could hear the sounds. He grabbed what seemed to be Levetto's shoulder. Pastor Levetto. Get a hold of yourself, Pastor Levetto. Herg, Salvador violently shook Levetto's shoulder. Splash, splash, huh? A warm liquid splashed on the back of Salvador's hand. He brought his hand closer to smell it. It was blood. What the? Salvador frowned and reached for Levetto again. Pastor Levetto, what is this blood splash? Huh, there was nothing in the area where Levetto's head should be. All Salvador could feel was warm blood wetting his hand. Way away. I killed Pastor Andrew. Levetto's cries continued to echo in the darkness. Salvador's teeth clacked, shaking in fear. You. He turned to the direction where he could hear the sound. It was echoing close by. Who? Are you? Levetto was already dead, hence the one weeping in Levetto's voice had to be, oh, you got me. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr surroundings. Huff. Huff, huff. However, Salvador couldn't see anything. He couldn't hear anything. He couldn't feel anything. All he could feel were his heavy breathing and the cold sweats gathering at the middle of his chin. BRUNO, Jordan. Where are you? Over here, Pastor Salvador. The voice sounded slightly far away. Salvador ran toward the direction of the voice. We have to gather and emit as much light as possible. They needed to burst their radiance in one area to drive away the darkness even a little. All right, start praying to the great Eckhart right away. Over here, Pastor Salvador. I know, are you Pastor Bruno or Pastor Jordan? Salvador couldn't even distinguish whose voice it was, possibly due to the darkness dulling his senses. Over here, Pastor Salvador. Yes, I know that all are. Over here, Pastor Salvador. Creak, the sound of something distorting echoed. Over here, Pastor Salvador. 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 What the? Salvador reached for the area where the sounds were coming from and felt 2 mounds of flesh. He grabbed them and brought them so close they were a hair's breadth away from his face. They were Bruno and Jordan's heads. Why? Salvador's legs trembled. He felt dizzy and he felt like he was about to throw up. He couldn't understand what he was seeing or if it was even real. He couldn't even tell if the liquid on his hands was blood or if his heavy panting was even his. Just then the demon's voice echoed in his head. All right, here's a question for you. Salvador quickly turned to see 2 yellow eyes with horizontal pupils staring at him. A mouth filled with sharp teeth opened wide under the eyes. For long do you think you were alone? The demon's cackles echoed in the darkness. Side story chapter 84, There is no light here, part 9. Uerg. Salvador's face turned pale as fear spread throughout his body like poison. Aarrgghhhhhh, he screamed madly as he randomly swung his spear. Die, evil demon. However, he couldn't feel the spear slicing anything. Shit, 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 boom. Salvador swung down his spear on the ground with all his might. Huff, huff. The ground should have been destroyed with his power, but the darkness pulsed as if absorbing the impact. Are you done now? Squelch. Salvador heard something stick moving. He turned to see yellow eyes staring at him coldly. What are you? He trembled and stepped backward. That's strange. Split. Salvador felt a chill on his neck. Gasp. He quickly rolled sideways. Sharp teeth bit off a portion of his neck. Huff, huff. Intense fear took control of him. Cold sweats trickling down his neck mixed with the blood pouring from the wound on his neck. The demon whispered into the collapsed Salvador's ear, I believe I asked you a question first. Eek. Salvador rolled forward after hearing the demon's voice so close to him. Where are you? Where the hell are you? He couldn't see anything in the darkness. Fear of the invisible enemy took over his mind. Salvador desperately prayed, O great Eckhart, grant your lowly servant the power to defeat the darkness. An intense golden light burst from him. You're so goddamn noisy. Are all of Eckhart's subordinates like this? Salvador heard mocking laughter, wriggle. The intense golden light was devoured and vanished along with the sound of a sticky liquid flowing. How? What the hell did you do? Salvador screamed, unable to accept the reality before him. The light of Eckhart was capable of annihilating evil and chasing away darkness. All evil touched by the light was destroyed as it writhed in horrible pain, at least it should have been. Why? Why is the light of the great Eckhart being devoured by the darkness? Salvador screamed in despair as he witnessed something he had never experienced before. It's quite obvious, really, the demon in the darkness smiled. However potent the poison is, a drop of it in the ocean is meaningless. What are you talking ob? It means exactly what I'm saying. Even if the light of Eckhart has the power to destroy evil, it's no threat to the demonic sea when it's the size of rat shit. Salvador's eyes widened. The demonic sea, one of the 2 darknesses born from the primordial. He remembered hearing about its existence from Eckhart. The king of the demonic sea. Salvador's eyes filled with fury with boundless resentment for evil. He gripped his spear tightly and faced the king of demons who destroyed the balance. He prayed, "O great Akart, protect me with the light of truth. Guide me with your sacred wisdom and guide my soul with your divine light even if my path is shrouded in darkness." Womb. The golden light shone even as it continued to be devoured by the darkness. "Hey-ha!" Salvador shouted and thrust his spear. Since all his senses were blocked, he had no choice but to thrust his spear only with faith that his enemy was there. Pierce, he felt something. He could see the music-like darkness pulsing. "Oh great Akart!" Salvador smiled as he swung madly at the darkness in front of him. The darkness split in two and the golden light he prayed desperately for flowed in between the split ends. Ah! Tears flowed down Salvador's cheeks. "Oh great Akart, you have answered my prayers at last, F-whoosh." Huh. The golden light mixed with the darkness, golden flames wrapping around the darkness in a circle. A black sun, GYHHH, GRRRRRRRRRRRRR, GYHHH. The black sun opened and countless demons poured out of it to charge at Salvador. What in the world? Salvador quickly raised his spear in shock. Slash. Although the majority of his senses were gone, he cut down the demons with his extraordinary spear techniques. KIHHH. The demon slashed by the spear was annihilated. The light of Akart nullified its immortality and burned the demon's soul to a crisp. GRRRRRRRR. GYHHH. However, more demons crawled out of the black sun and charged at him endlessly like a tsunami. RAHHH. Salvador swung his spear at the endless swarm of demons. A demon was annihilated each time the golden spear shone. However, O great Akart, grant me the light to chase this darkness away. It did not end, they did not stop. No matter how many Salvador killed, demons endlessly crawled out from the abyss. The golden light enveloping the edge of his spear grew slightly dimmer. Salvador was slaughtering countless demons inside the darkness with no light in sight. He continued to swing his spear at the demons crawling out of the abyss. His expression died in fear. The demons devoured by the abyss were annihilated with each swing of Salvador's spear, but there were still countless more left. "Go as nuts as you like." Kang-woo laughed softly as his consciousness grew fainter. Salvador's spear attacks were indeed dangerous, but it wasn't enough to defeat every demon in the demonic sea. "Ha!" Kang-woo exhaled heatedly. He felt like he was burning from intense thirst and deathly hunger. It's been a while. Kang-woo didn't remember the last time he felt like this. He was getting dizzy, his sense of reason was burning away, and the thick smoke stung his nose. Abyss liberation. It was a technique to unleash the abyss lying deep inside him and enveloping his surroundings with it. Kang-woo needed to take corresponding risks when using it since his body reconstruction was incomplete, but he had no choice. "I probably can't beat him with normal means." Not even Kim Si-hun could defeat Salvador. Not only that, but he possessed the light of Akart, the perfect counter to Kang-woo. Plus the other pastors. Not only were they the perfect counter to Kang-woo, but he was also outnumbered. He couldn't defeat them unless he was willing to take risks and forcibly unleash the abyss. "At least it's way better than when I opened the doors." Kang-woo was now perfectly one with the demonic sea, but there was a time when he sealed the demonic sea with the 10,000 demon core to use its powers. It was far better than what he had to go through back then. Cough, cough. But of course, the intense pain that followed did not change. Kang-woo felt like his sanity was burning away and turning into ash. He was just barely holding on to his sense of reason, but he felt like the demonic sea would devour him at any moment. It was easier to hold on compared to when he opened the doors in the past, but he had made a massive gamble to unleash the abyss when his body was still incomplete. He might even have to spend a long time stuck in the abyss again. "I can't let that happen." Kang-woo shook his head as he held on to his sanity for dear life. It would be no problem for him to devour the abyss to escape it once again since he had already done it once before. But he couldn't spend 3 more years in reality and nearly an eternity in the abyss again. "Darling will cry." Kang-woo couldn't let Han Si-ala cry again. "This should be good enough." Kang-woo called back the abyss he liberated. The black sun disappeared and the darkness enveloping the live stage dissipated. Light seeped through the scattering darkness. Huff, huff, huff. Salvador's expression was grim even though the light he had hoped for so desperately was here. He collapsed powerlessly after exhausting all of his stamina facing the demons of the abyss. "Oh great Akart." Salvador faintly called for Akart, but the flickering light would no longer shine brightly. The golden spear in his hand turned into powder and blew away. Step, step. The sound of footsteps rumbled in Salvador's head like thunder. Arg. He looked up at the person making the footstep sounds in pallor. It was a teenage boy who looked about as old as a high school freshman. The boy, who couldn't be viewed as scary to anyone who didn't know better, was terrifying beyond belief in Salvador's eyes. How can this be? Kang-woo reached for Salvador's neck in silence. Sizzle. Kang-woo's hand burned to a crisp the moment he grabbed Salvador's golden necklace. He paid it no mind and ripped off the necklace. Clatter, the necklace rolled across the ground. I have so much to ask you. Why you? Salvador crawled backward, stricken with fear. His mind was already broken after experiencing extreme fear inside the abyss. But before that, Kang-woo smirked, gritted his teeth, and raised his fist. You need a beating. Bash, 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 kurg, erg. Merciless violence barraged Salvador. Crack, his cheekbones caved in and his ribs broke. His kneecaps shattered and his legs bent at an unnatural angle. Arg, arghhh, Salvador screamed. However, it was only the beginning. Have you heard about molting? Molting. Salvador looked up at Kang-woo with shaking eyes. He had no idea what Kang-woo was referring to, but he knew it wasn't good. Chills were sent down his spine. Salvador shouted in terror, I'll talk, I'll tell you anything. Not an ounce of dignity was left in the man. All that was on his mind was the desire to escape the demon's grasp. No, you don't have to tell me anything yet. Kang-woo grabbed the terrified Salvador's head and placed his thumbs over shaking eyes. Please, Salvador's teeth clacked in intense fear. He desperately prayed, oh, almighty Ayakart, grant your lowly servant your LLLL light. Crush. Kang-woo shoved his thumbs into Salvador's eyeballs. Demonic energy of the abyss flowed into Salvador's head through Kang-woo's thumbs. G-A-H-H-H. Salvador was filled with unbearable pain he had never felt before. Kang-woo smiled widely as he looked down at the convulsing Salvador. I guess you can't see the light anymore, huh? Side story chapter 85, intermission ARG. Pools of blood covered the ground. A middle-aged man spewing blood from his eye sockets crawled on the ground miserably. His well-groomed gray hair was nowhere in sight after being ripped out. No words were descriptive enough to express the wretched state the man was in. His limbs were bent at unnatural angles and his skin was torn off, exposing his muscles and fatty tissue. It was a miracle the man was still alive. Kang-woo, who was apathetically looking down at the man, narrowed his eyes as he lightly kicked the crawling Salvador's flank and asked, So what you're saying is you guys were never from Earth, right? That's our right. Bash. Kang-woo kicked Salvador's flank like a football. Blood poured out from the torn flesh. Kurg, what gave you the idea to think you can speak casually to me, motherfucker? Kang-woo understood it when Salvador was talking disrespectfully before the battle, but he was not changing his manner of speech after he was beaten beyond senseless. Is it because he's bald now? Kang-woo slapped Salvador's smooth scalp. As a proud man born in Korea where respect was everything, he couldn't let such disrespect slide. This won't do. I'll have to teach this fucking alien some manners. Kang-woo crouched and grabbed Salvador's front teeth with his fingers. Salvador's shoulders violently trembled. Kang-woo gripped Salvador's teeth tightly and shouted, "Manners maketh man." He pulled out Salvador's front teeth as if he were pulling out a child's loose tooth. Arghhhhhhhh, Salvador screamed as the warmth of Oriental etiquette flowed into him. Let's try this again. So what you're saying is you guys were never from Earth, right? Yaz, Zer. What? Yaz, Zer, speak properly, motherfucker. Bash. Kang-woo smashed Salvador's face in. Are you making fun of me, huh? What the fuck is wrong with your pronunciations? Salvador quickly shook his head. Who? What are you blaming me now? All. Then why aren't you pronouncing your words properly? I will phonons dem fopally. Wryyyyyyyyyyyyyyyy. Kang-woo was boiling with rage as Salvador continued to insult him with his terrible pronunciations. He was certain Salvador was doing this on purpose to undermine him. Let's go for another round of molting. BBWAZ, AZNYZNGBUH da, and another one. How dare he pull this shit on me? Kang-woo couldn't stand being treated like this when he went out of his way to politely teach him Oriental etiquette. Hyyyyyhhh, Salvador convulsed as he screamed in intense pain. That aside, this dude is gonna die at this rate. Kang-woo would be in a predicament if that were to happen. He took his hand off Salvador and continued his questions. Then how did you come to Earth? If they had come through a gate, their presence would have been detected. However, Kang-woo was only made aware of their presence after the Church of Radiance spread throughout Europe. Vivi woed Delay. Kang-woo used the authority of regeneration to only heal Salvador's teeth because he could barely understand him. Cough, cough, huff, huff. We rode the light to get here. What, rode the light? What the hell does that mean? Those blessed by the great Akart can assimilate with the light by borrowing his powers. We assimilated with the light and reached Earth that way. What the fuck? Kang-woo grabbed his forehead as if having a headache. No wonder we couldn't detect them. There was no way to detect beings who crossed the gate by assimilating with light. I guess that's also why we couldn't detect the Wikiholics' movements. It was impossible to track someone who turned into light to travel throughout the world like some kind of ghost. Then why didn't you turn into light to run away earlier? Though I'm sure he wouldn't have been able to since I enveloped the surroundings in the abyss. Because I needed to borrow the great Akart's powers too. Oh, so that's why you were praying like a motherfucker to him to grant you his light. Kang-woo thought Salvador was trying to power up, but in reality he was just trying to run away. Wait a second, that means. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. The Wikiholic transformed into light at will to travel around. If the Wikiholic could do it but Salvator couldn't, that means. You, how high are you among Ackart's subordinates? Pardon. What rank are you among that motherfucker Ackart's henchmen? Motherfucker, the disrespect. Stop fucking around. Kang-woo aggressively kicked Salvator's flank again. Salvator winced. I am. Ranked F5th among the great Ackart's retainers. 5th, meaning there were 4 more that were stronger than Salvator. Hey fuck. Kang-woo couldn't help but sigh. There were 4 more individuals which even Si-hun would have difficulty against. Not only that, but considering they were ranked, Si-hun might not be a match for those ranked above Salvator. Assuming one of the 4 is the Wikiholic, Kang-woo still had no idea who the other 3 were. Tell me about the ones ranked above you. About that, Salvator answered tremblingly. I don't know anything about them. What about the Wikiholic? Wikiholic. Oh, I'm talking about that golden lion. I don't know, there is rarely a reason for the retainers to gather, so then how do you know the ranks? The great Akkart has designated me as his 5th retainer. Salvator did not seem to be lying. Alright, fine, then what the hell is Akkart doing right now? Why isn't he coming to Earth personally? He was only sending small fry as if he were a demon lord giving EXP to the hero. He is. Just then Salvator, who had been writhing in pain, suddenly stopped, saving the world, of which the balance has been disrupted. Salvator mumbled emotionlessly, balance to the tilted scale. Balance to the tilted scale. Hey, balance etethetl tedscale, balance etethetl tedscale, balance etethetl tedscale. For fuck's sake, hey, Kang-woo frowned and violently grabbed Salvator. Something's off. Is this another self-destruct flag? Kang-woo looked down at Salvator anxiously, but he was not glowing gold like the other pastor. Rather, the light which had been shining dimly from Salvator was fading. Hey. Don't die. Kang-woo quickly bit open his finger and shoved it into Salvator's mouth. He used the authority of regeneration to treat Salvator. His distorted limbs went back to their normal positions and his torn flesh turned back to normal. Balance etethetl tedscale, balance etethetl tedscale, balance etethetl tedscale. Shit. Kang-woo sighed deeply. Salvator was now physically fine, but was lifelessly mumbling the same words repeatedly like a broken machine. What went wrong? Kang-woo recalled their conversation, asking directly about Akkart, I would guess. The minds of Ackart's subordinates were likely set up to be broken if they even attempted to leak any information about Akkart. It was the same setup used by the demon cult in the past. Salvation, my ass. There was no way someone who brainwashed their subordinates so that their minds would break if they ever tried to leak information about him would save the world. The problem is these motherfuckers really believe they're bringing salvation to this world. Nothing was more annoying than the convictions of a dumbass. No, Kang-woo shook his head after some thought. They're not completely illogical. He recalled the words of the young pastor. I am sure you're aware of it too, the endless otherworldly invasions, the collapsed law and balance. As he said, Earth currently had no protections against the otherworldly invasions. Otherworldly beings such as the parasites and the Galactic Federation could invade Earth at any moment, and Earth had no defense mechanisms to prevent it. This world will soon meet its end. It is no different from a sinking ship. Sinking ship, huh? Kang-woo recalled. The young pastor had a point. Earth could be endlessly bombarded by otherworldly invasions and one day meet its end. It was also possible that Ackart's subordinates had come to Earth to save people. However, fuck that, Kang-woo chuckled coldly. If the ship was sinking, he would raise it. If he couldn't raise it, he would block all the holes so that water would not enter. He would just trample on the invaders so brutally that no one would dare even come anywhere near Earth. So, Earth doesn't need salvation. Well, I'm sure the son of a bitch will come crawling sooner or later whatever I do. First, Singapore and now the Church of Radiance, Akkart was sending his retainers to Earth to exact his salvation. Though they're nothing but terrorists based on what they've been doing. They were killing people with the excuse that they were being sent to another world before Earth met its demise. Not only that, but reincarnation was limited to a select few who received Ackart's blessing. What a load of fucking bullshit. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes. He couldn't help but be irritated since people from another world were spouting shit about salvation when the people on Earth were already taking matters into their own hands. Geez, Kang-woo sighed and turned around. Erg. Only a black-haired girl remained on the empty live stage where the audience evacuated. Echidna flinched after meeting eyes with Kang-woo. Is your wound okay? Kang-woo approached Echidna and examined the wound on her flank. It was quite serious. He bit open his finger which had already healed and remarked, here, drink. Kang-woo, Echidna looked up at him hesitantly. It's gonna disappear if you don't drink it, go on. Okay, Echidna licked Kang-woo's finger. It ticked a little, her wound healed in a flash because the wound was caused by her own magic rather than the light of Akkart. I'm sorry, Kang-woo. Echidna lowered her head dejectedly after being fully healed. I'm sorry. For not running away and fighting. Kang-woo remained silent as he stared at Echidna, trembling in fear. She likely knew she was no match for Salvator and that she could escape if she abandoned her fans. However, she decided not to. Honestly, Kang-woo slurred dryly, don't really understand. Kang-woo, I don't get why you would risk your life for a bunch of strangers. I would rather they all die than you fall in danger. No, Kang-woo wouldn't give a shit if everyone else gathered in the venue were mercilessly slaughtered if it meant Echidna would be safe. Echidna clenched her fists in silence. Her fists were shaking as if she were suppressing her will to say something. Kang-woo patted Echidna's head, but in the end that's just what I think, Kang-woo. Just because I feel that way doesn't mean you have to as well. Kang-woo and Echidna were different. They held different values and acted on different things. Things that weren't precious to him might be precious to her. He did not have the right to force his beliefs on Echidna just because she was different from him. But I wish you'd take better care of yourself. Kang-woo smiled faintly and kissed Echidna's forehead. Kang-woo, Echidna blushed. She jumped up and down as she snorted excitedly, but then went back to lowering her head lifelessly. What's this? Is she bipolar? Thank you, Kang-woo. Echidna gently grabbed Kang-woo's clothes. You're the most precious to me too, so I won't let myself get hurt anymore. Okay, Kang-woo, gimme a piggyback ride. Huh, Kang-woo tilted his head, confused by Echidna's sudden request. Echidna pulled on his clothes more and twisted around to act cute. Hurry, piggyback. All right, sure, that's not so difficult. Kang-woo turned around and crouched. Echidna jumped on his back. Heh, she smiled widely. Kang-woo, I want to bear 4. For what? Side Story Chapter 86 Eve Part 1. There are 4 more of those monsters, asked Lilith in shock. No, there may be more. Oh, Kang-woo shook his head as he took a bite of a piece of fruit Han Xiala cut for him. More. Akart called Salvator his 5th retainer. It might be referring to the order in which he became Akart's retainer instead of a rank. Oh, in that sense, the 3rd and 4th might be weaker than Salvator and the 6th might be stronger. They wouldn't know for sure unless they faced the retainers. But since we won't get anywhere if we think about it that way, let's just interpret them as ranks for now. It's simpler to think there are 4 individuals stronger than Salvator. They couldn't prepare for all variables. It would be enough as long as it was to a point where they wouldn't be caught too off guard. And besides, they couldn't do much in terms of preparation anyway. That aside, invading Earth by riding the light. How absurd, Lilith sighed as she clenched her forehead. As Kang-woo's chief intelligence officer, the ability of Akart's retainers was hard to deal with. This is the first time my abilities felt so useless, she expressed. Not at all. I don't have a way to detect something like that either, Kang-woo consoled, but at least we managed to get some information about Akart. It was worth it just from getting the number of his retainers, though we didn't manage to get anything else. Kang-woo continued, anyway, they'll continue to crawl into this world. He wasn't stupid enough to hope Akart would give up just because 2 of his retainers died. You said his objective was salvation, correct? Lilith asked. Yeah, I wonder if their souls are actually being reincarnated to a different world. Who knows, I have no idea, but if you ask me, I think they are. Unlike the demon cult, the Church of Radiance did not act on malice or profit. They were madmen so transparently pure that they innocently acted on unwavering convictions they perceived as righteous. They were likely not doing something like this while knowing the souls weren't being sent to a different world. What kind of world do you think they're being sent to? Lilith asked. No idea. There are all kinds of worlds after all. They were already aware of more than 5 different worlds. But that doesn't matter. What matters is they're doing as they like in my territory. Fufu, you're right. They all deserve death, Lilith answered, her eyes gleaming with bloodlust. She had acclimated well to human culture, but she was still a demon to the core. She couldn't care less whether their objective was salvation or anything else. Then what do you think that incident in Singapore was for? She asked. The zombie apocalypse. Yes, that was done by Akart's retainer too. Leaving aside the Church of Radiance, the zombie apocalypse was far from the idea of salvation. Not sure, it's honestly so far removed from everything. It's hard to believe Akart's retainer had something to do with it. Even more so, considering what the Wikiholic did. It was pretty much randomly kidnapping people from various worlds and imprisoning them. I have an idea why for that one. Kang-woo finished his apple and took out a can of Coke from the mini fridge under his desk. Want something to drink? I'll have a McCall, please. Oh my god, your taste buds are still whack. We don't have McCall. Oh, is that so? Then I'll have a Zico. I had some a while ago and it was delicious. That's been discontinued. What? Lilith's eyes widened in panic. McCall and Zico, that's a demon's taste buds for you. Just have a canned coffee. Foo-foo. Could you feed it to me with your mouth, my king? Lilith smiled seductively and puckered her lips. Kang-woo brought the can to her lips and continued, anyway, this is just my guess, but I think the Wikiholic was looking for candidates to be Akart's retainer. Candidates? Yeah. I saw someone who had practically become a worshipper of Akart when I was there. Kang-woo had a feeling there were multiple temples of truth. In that case, should we consider the matter with the Wikiholic and the two subsequent incidents as separate? Lilith asked. Yeah, I mean, I still don't know what massacring people with a zombie apocalypse has to do with bringing salvation, though. Whatever the case, what matters is that they're not aiming specifically for me. In both incidents, Ackart's subordinates were not targeting Kang-woo. They were purely targeting every human on Earth. In other words, Ackart's subordinates are getting as many humans involved in each incident as possible. In that case, I will focus my investigations around abnormal events that involve large populations. I'll be counting on you. Fufu, please leave it to me. Lilith emptied the canned coffee, softly kissed Kang-woo, and turned around. I'll be taking my leave, my king. Okay, will you be visiting Si-hun at the hospital again? No, I went yesterday, so I'm gonna get some work done today. Ho ho. Looks like Si-hun is going to be lonely today. I'm sure he'll be fine, he has our sister-in-law with him. Lilith closed the door behind her. Kang-woo stretched after being left alone in his room. That aside, Kang-woo looked down at himself. He had liberated the abyss for the first time after escaping it and becoming perfectly fused with the demonic sea. Of course, he did not liberate it completely. It'd be like using a nuke to hunt a rabbit. He liberated just enough to endure the light of Akkart that Salvetor and the other pastors were emitting. To compare it to opening the doors as he did in the past, it was equivalent to opening one door. The comparison no longer applied to him since the demonic sea was no longer sealed behind the three doors, but it was similar enough. There aren't any side effects like I'd feared. Rather, his reconstruction had hastened even more after battling Ackart's retainers. His fingers had grown thicker and his muscles had become more well-defined. I would have used it earlier if I knew this would happen. There was far less of a risk compared to opening the doors. His sanity did not blow away, nor was he devoured by the abyss. No. Kang-woo shook his head after much thinking. Liberating the abyss when the demonic sea had yet to stabilize was like flooring the accelerator of a car with no windows, bumpers, or doors. He would use it if he had no choice, but he couldn't risk being stuck in the abyss for years just for his growth. Moreover, I have no idea whether my growth was thanks to liberating the abyss or fighting against Salvetor. However, it was likely the latter. The light of Akkart could easily stimulate the demonic sea since the light could disintegrate it. Writing, Sir Guardian Deity, I have information to share with you. A blue message window appeared in front of Kang-woo as he was about to get up after organizing his thoughts regarding abyss liberation. It's been a while, you. It had been a long time since Eve messaged him. I couldn't get in touch with you because I've been busy overhauling the Law of Titans. Overhaul. Did you find a way to restore the Law of Titans, perhaps? No, I simply maximize the functions that are still usable. Tisk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue and nodded. If the Law of Titans could be repaired so easily, Akkart wouldn't be furious about it and try to end the world in which its balance was disrupted. That aside, what information? Thanks to the overhaul, you can now use a portion of the functions of the Law of Titans. Congratulations, letter 2CA, letter 15V8, letter 2CB. What? Kang-woo's eyes widened by the unexpected news. Oh, I say this, but it is but a portion. I would advise you don't expect much from the already damaged law. So, what sort of things can I do? Kang-woo was excited to hear what kind of functions he could take advantage of since the Law of Titans was the same as the system. At this stage, you can awaken new traits irrespective of level. Oh, Kang-woo's eyes shone. The ability to awaken new traits was certainly an amazing one. Can I awaken traits in others as well? Yes. However, the type and rank of the trait awakened is randomized. Woo-ah, Kang-woo expressed amazement. Although it was random, just the fact that he could get new traits after reaching the max level was more than welcome. Not only that, but he could also grant new traits to others. If I grant new traits to Yeonju and Si-hun, he could help them break through their plateau phase of growth. However, you cannot use this function yet, acute Grav. Why not? The currently damaged Law of Titans cannot replenish its energy independently. To awaken traits in players, the power of a Titan is required. Kang-woo frowned. It made sense that the power of a Titan was required since they were the ones who created the Law of Titans. The problem was how to get hold of a Titan's power. What if I use Bali? Bali's body and soul have been devoured by the demonic sea. It is impossible to bring out only his power. Obreve, shit. What a useless fucking father. Then what, does that mean I can't use the Law of Titans functions? It was as useless as a remote controller with no batteries. Just like your Francois, Sir Guardian Deity. What, doing it every night and still no news of a Kang-woo Jr. I'm not making them on purpose, damn it. He couldn't have a child when he had yet to marry his lovers. He would have more than enough time for that after the ceremony. A seedless watermelon, a seedless Francois, the fuck you say? Where the fuck are you getting those goddamn emoticons? Back to the topic at hand, the emoticon disappeared. You can use the law's function by using the power of Ackart's subordinates you defeat. Then what about when I killed Salvetor? I was still in the middle of overhauling the law at the time, so it couldn't absorb the power. In the end, it still meant Kang-woo couldn't use the function. Ackart's subordinates, since Kang-woo had no way of hunting them down, he was still at square one. Hey, Kang-woo sighed and shook his head. Wait a second. Just then he noticed the golden balance scale necklaces he had gathered in a corner of his room. One Makal Komekoinus is a Korean barley soda beverage. It's kind of like root beer. It's an acquired taste and is a very polarizing drink in Korea. 2. Zico is a Korean coconut water beverage, not to be confused with the Korean rapper/singer Zico. Like Makal, it's a very polarizing drink but much more negative than positive. Side Story Chapter 87, Eve Part 2. Can I use those? The golden scale necklaces Kang-woo ripped off the pastors contained enough power to decimate the entire slums. Since Kang-woo's hands burned like a vampire exposed to sunlight if he touched them, he had asked the players and guardians to collect them. Woom, woom. A faint golden light was emitting from the golden scale necklace despite the death of their wearers, meaning Ackart's powers were still infused in them. Ridding, I think we can gather energy from those necklaces. The blue message window shone. Kang-woo smirked. All right, let's use those necklaces. Thank goodness I collected them. But how are we going to absorb energy from them? Kang-woo couldn't absorb the light of Ackhart using the Authority of Predation because it was like a deadly poison to him. Eve had warned him not to do so a while ago when he was about to. Leave it to me. 1 Kobenus acute Arabic wow. Eve sent an emoticon full of confidence. First, could you gather those necklaces in one area? Kang-woo grabbed the necklaces messily sprawled on the corner of his room. Sizzle, ouch, fuck. His hand was burning, black smoke rising from it. Looks like the energy seeped out a little. The light emitted from Salvator's necklace was so powerful that it practically melted Kang-woo's hand off when it was on Salvator, but it was nowhere near as bad now. It seems some of the energy seeped out because it has been taken off of the wearer. Damn it, I would have severed their limbs and kept them alive if I knew that beforehand. Kang-woo was swept with regret but shook his head. No one could have known this would happen. He would just take as much of the Titan's energy as he could from Ackart's subordinates that would come. All right, here they are. Kang-woo placed 7 necklaces on the desk. Although the light was not as powerful as before, the necklaces still contained the light of Ackhart. Kang-woo's hand was heavily disfigured and was not regenerating. Hurts like a bitch. Kang-woo frowned as he looked down at his hand. He had gotten so used to all of his injuries healing in seconds that it had become uncomfortable being wounded and in pain for long periods. Nothing I can't handle, though. Pain of this level was laughable compared to the pain of molting. Well then, please wait a moment. The blue message window in front of Kang-woo floated toward the desk and turned into the shape of a funnel. Kang-woo's eyes widened in shock. Fuck, was that a mouth this whole time? Can a system window even be a mouth? Wasn't it just a message window? What the F, SHH, please be quiet, I need to focus. The transformed blue message window made contact with the golden necklaces. F-woo-woo-woo-woo. Letter A2421 Gurmukhi Paura Dolenkar Hinus Sigma. Is there a need to add SFX? You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight. What the fuck are you going on about? Hihi, it's just a meme. How do you expect me to react to a meme I don't know? Anyway, I've absorbed a portion of the power of a Titan. Yes. But there wasn't much energy remaining in the necklaces, so there's at least enough to awaken one new trait. Kang-woo couldn't believe 7 necklaces only amounted to one trait, albeit a large amount of power had already left them. It is because the law of Titans is damaged. Makes sense. It was only natural that the efficiency of its energy-absorbing function was low. A junk car's fuel efficiency did not change just from getting topped up with fuel. Then I guess it comes down to whom I should give a new trait to. In terms of efficiency, Kim Si-hun, Cha Yeonju, or Han Se-ala would be the safest choices. Considering how powerful Kang-woo already was, he couldn't hope for a massive power-up with 1 or 2 new traits. I already have so many authorities left unused. It was similar to gear in RPGs. Beginner gear was left unused once the player progressed further into the game. Kang-woo barely used any offensive authorities other than the highly efficient ones, and those he was well accustomed to using. It's way better to use the Flames of Veracity instead. He had recently been using mainly the Prince's authorities and the Authority of Blades, which he had used the longest. He would likely not use an S-rank or SS-rank trait even if he got them. But it's not like there are only offensive-type traits. There were highly useful traits such as Ruler of Demonic Energy, which concealed his demonic energy, and Mana-Hungry Demon, which converted mana into demonic energy. Considering he had useful traits like those two, it wouldn't be bad to get some more traits for himself. All right. Kang-woo's eyes gleamed after much thought, and he nodded. I'll use the first one on myself. He thought he wouldn't have anything to do with traits since he had reached the max level, but was surging with excitement after finding out that was not the case. How does it work? Leave it to me. The message window next to the necklaces flew Kang-woo's way and covered him like a tent. Japanese letter yahap, swirl, a roulette appeared on the message window and rapidly spun. Quick steps rank F, merciless slaughterer rank B, reverse button tentacle expansion rank C, abyss watcher rank SSS, merciless slaughterer rank B, tentacle expansion rank C, abyss watcher rank SSS. Reverse button astral projection rank A. What the fuck is tentacle expansion? Players normally had a higher chance of acquiring high-ranking traits the higher their level was. However, their ranks and types were completely random as the system mentioned. Swirl, the roulette rapidly spun. Is this how it feels to spend millions of won on a mobile gacha game? Kang-woo anxiously clenched his fists, staring fixedly at the spinning roulette. Abyss Watcher, let's go. He had no idea what kind of effects it would have or whether it was an offensive type or utility type trait, but the fact that it was SSS rank got him laser focused on it. SSS rank. I want an SSS rank too. Not only that, but he felt like it had to do with the demonic C from its name. SSS class Revival Hunter, SSS class Assassin Player, and the other 35 search results from the keywords SSS class. ME2. I want to be SSS class too. Kang-woo stared at the roulette with bloodshot eyes. Sharp anxiety traveled down from his neck to back and throughout his body. He could more or less understand why people wasted tens of millions of won on gacha, which was no different from gambling. This stimulates human instinct. Tick, 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 tick. The roulette slowed down more and more. Tick, tick. Merciless Slaughter rank B. Tentacle Expansion rank C. Reverse button Abyss Watcher rank SSS. Astral Projection rank A. Motherfucking Tentacle Expansion, not that. Anything but THA. Just let me be free from tentacles already. Kang-woo desperately stared at the roulette, but it wasn't spinning as energetically as before. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYy. Slot, I can't be SSS class. Cheech. Kang-woo burst into tears of despair. This was likely how it felt to get only a one-star unit in a mobile game that one poured millions of won into, or a gambler who lost after betting their entire life savings. I should have just given a trait to Si-hun or Yeonju. Wait, it's not over yet, Sir Guardian Deity. Huh, the weeping and hair-pulling Kang-woo turned back to the roulette. Tick, tick, tick. Although extremely slow, the roulette arrow was still moving. Huh, see, could it be? Kang-woo stared at the roulette, his eyes filled with hope. The arrow was about to move past the tentacle expansion slot. That's it. He clenched his fists and stared at the roulette anxiously. Please, please, Abyss Watcher. It looks strong as fuck just from the name. I feel like I'd start swinging a badass fiery sword from my second phase 4. Tick, tick. Tick, let's go, let us go. If I get this, I'm fucking changing the title of this novel to The Return of the SSS class player after 10 millennia in hell. Merciless Slaughterer rank B. Tentacle Expansion rank C. Abyss Watcher rank SSS. Reverse button Astral Projection rank A. There ITISSSSSSSSSSSSS. Kang-woo raised his arms high and cheered. However, tick. Abyss Watcher rank SSS. Astral Projection rank A. Reverse button there it. The roulette arrow stopped completely. Kang-woo, who had been cheering, froze after seeing the arrow pointed at the slot directly below the Abyss Watcher trait. What the fuck? Astral Projection? Kang-woo glared at the A-rank trait called Astral Projection irritatedly. A rank was fairly high, although Kang-woo couldn't relate since his list of traits was full of S rank and above, it was certainly not a low rank. Kang-woo stared at the message window in disappointment. I mean, damn it, am I supposed to be happy or mad? The A-rank trait looked like garbage compared to the SSS rank one directly above it. No, an A-rank trait was literal garbage by Kang-woo's standards. SSS rank, Kang-woo sorrowfully reached for the roulette that had yet to disappear and burst into tears as he stared at the shining SSS rank trait. Fuck, my SSS rank trait. Just one slot away. This fucking luck of mine. Ridding, luck more like a skill issue. The fuck you say? LOLOLOLOLOLOLOLO. 1. This is a cursed Korean meme from the game Bloodborne. This line is from the boss Ludwig, the accursed, when he enters his second phase. At the end of the cutscene where he brings the sword to his face, the lower half of his elongated face isn't on the screen, and someone posted that it looks like how a woman's mouth is elongated when they give a BJ in hentai. 2. Keep in mind a million KRW is roughly $1,000. 3. A lot of Korean manhwas and novels interchange class and rank, so it might be confusing to some people. Just know it means the same thing. I just used class since SSS class Revival Hunter is the official title of the novel that will be coming too. 4. This is a reference to the boss Abyss Watchers in Dark Souls III, whose sword ignites in its second phase. Side Story Chapter 88, Eve, Part 3, How to Skill Play into a Random Roulette. There's nothing but luck that can influence a roulette that you can't manipulate. Hey, it's all because you weren't desperate enough. Symbol A4B3. I swear I'll fold your head into a question mark if I ever meet you. Ho ho ho, you're welcome to try if you can ever meet me, that is. It was still impossible to meet Eve despite restoring a portion of the Law of Titans, because the dimension that Eve inhabited was isolated from the concept of separate dimensions like the world in the abyss. Who? Go away, you, Kang-woo sighed and shooed the message window away. Aw, you're sending me away already. It's been so long since we got to meet each other again, you haven't even checked the effects of your new trait, then just keep your mouth shut. Kang-woo softly clicked his tongue and clicked the tab written Astral Projection Rank. A. Astral Projection Rank A. The player's soul can separate from their body and move freely. When in astral form, the player can pass through physical objects and cannot exert physical force. The player can enter immaterial dimensions such as the spirit dimension and astral dimension when in astral form. The player will suffer fatal damage if hit by a spiritual attack in their astral form. Nothing particularly special about it. As the name suggested, his soul could separate from his body. It sounds useful for investigating places. Since he could pass through physical objects in astral form, it would be useful when scouting dungeons with complex layouts. But there's no reason to go out of my way to use it. Kang-woo could see through walls using the authority of the beholder and authority of insight. Such a trait would only be useful in situations like back when he was stuck with Balrog in the den of the night demons. Tusk, as he had thought, he would have no use for it. It wasn't like he could exert physical force in his astral form, and he would be fatally vulnerable to spiritual attacks. Considering that, there was even less of a reason to use it. But something intrigued Kang-woo. What's the spirit dimension and astral dimension? Why are there so many dimensions? They are both dimensions you cannot enter from Earth. Not yet anyway. Countless outer worlds were invading Earth after damage to the Law of Titans. They couldn't enter it now, but that could change in the future. Well, since I got it, I might as well use it. Kang-woo lay down on the bed in his office. He usually used the large bed in the master bedroom with his lovers, but he also used this bed whenever he wanted to take a break now and then. Let's see. He closed his eyes and imagined his soul separating from his body. It wasn't difficult to do since instructions on how to use a trait instantly flowed into a player's mind once they acquired it. Whoa, Kang-woo's blue astral form floated in the air after using astral projection. He looked down to see himself lying down on the bed. This is awesome. It was fascinating to see himself in a third-person view. Kang-woo slowly floated upward and passed through the ceiling. It's nice to pass through walls. However, that was it. He did not see much use to it other than the fact that he could pass through walls and fly around freely. PSHH, how do you like your new trait? It's crap. He honestly couldn't understand why it was an A-rank trait. That's unfortunate. Better luck next time. 646, who knows how long that's gonna be. We don't know when Ackart's subordinates will come again. Kang-woo pulled on his hair in irritation. He couldn't exert physical force on objects or other people in his astral form, but it looked like he could touch himself. He might be able to touch others in astral form, but I don't see anything that looks like ghosts. Kang-woo wondered if he would see ghosts flying around him in his astral form, but he couldn't see anything of the sort. Heya, he sighed and turned around to go back to his body. He moved his hand to swipe away the blue message window, wishing him better luck next time. Plunge, Just then, Kang-woo felt his arm entering the blue message window. The feeling was vividly different from passing through walls. He was not passing through it, but entering it. What's this? Kang-woo was left wide-eyed and he flew into the message window. Where? The ground was nothing but white as if he was on a snowy plain. Where am I? Kang-woo looked around in confusion. He did not expect such a world beyond the system window. Come to think of it. Kang-woo naturally recalled the trait description. The player can enter immaterial dimensions such as the spirit dimension and astral dimension when in astral form. Since Eve said the spirit dimension and astral dimension can't be accessed from Earth. Could this place be Esser guardian deity? A voice echoed in the white space. Kang-woo turned to the source of the voice and saw a transparent being that looked as if they were made of glass. They were so transparent that it was difficult to distinguish them from the surroundings, but once he looked closer, the shape of the being was similar to that of a human woman. Kang-woo stared at the being who called him and asked, Eve. Is it really you, Sir Guardian Deity? Eve jumped in surprise. How are you here? That's what I want to ask you. Kang-woo had no idea how he entered Eve's world. Is this a place anyone can enter in their astral form? No, there's no way. Even if they're in their astral form, they shouldn't be able to enter this dimension. Eve slurred and then clapped her hands together. Oh. Come to think of it, that may not apply to you, Sir Guardian Deity. It doesn't? Yes, I think you were able to enter because you were authorized by the law. In other words, Kang-woo could enter this dimension thanks to the merging of the astral projection trait and the privileges of the Law of Titans he held. Wow, I can't believe someone else other than me can enter this dimension. Eve jumped up and down in excitement. I'm so happy, I'm so moved. 9 letter to C A letter 15 DC letter to CB Arabic wow. A cheerful emoticon appeared on her face that was nothing but a smooth surface. Kang-woo chuckled as he stared at the cheering Eve. Do AI even have feelings of loneliness? Kang-woo did not remember Eve being so full of expression when he first became aware of her existence. It started when Bale destroyed the Law of Titans. It was just an assumption, but Eve might have acquired emotions because the Law of Titans was damaged. After all, such emotions were unneeded in an AI that managed the Law of Titans. An AI with emotions, huh? Kang-woo recalled the android with emotions he met during the Galactic Federation invasion. He felt like the dying android in tears was overlapping with Eve. Then is this where the Law of Titans is? Kang-woo asked as he looked around the endless white space. Eve shook her head and answered, no, this is just a domain of consciousness where I reside. Domain of consciousness? How should I explain it? Oh, to make a comparison, it's something like my office. I see, Kang-woo nodded with interest, but there's nothing here to call it an office. Hee, just a moment, please. Eve giggled softly and clapped her hands together, flutter. Rectangular screens resembling computer screens appeared behind her. Complex strings of data were popping up on them in real time. What is that? Kang-woo asked. It is indicating that the Law of Titans is running. Eve pointed at the thousands of screens and continued, things like players leveling up and acquiring new traits are all shown here. Aha. I kind of get it, then is that what you used to communicate with me? Yes, Eve nodded. Kang-woo stared at the countless number of screens and asked, but are you sure you can leave it running like that? Characters keep popping up. Eve twirled and answered, the Law of Titans generally takes care of everything. There isn't much I can do, my role is simply to oversee it, nothing more. Then have you been spending all this time just staring at these screens? Kang-woo could understand why Eve was so happy to see him. Even he would be extremely lonely if all he could do was stare at screens in an endless white space. Hee, you don't have to worry about me. Not only is the emotion of loneliness itself extremely faint in me, but I find enjoyment in watching everything that happens on Earth from here. That's good. Kang-woo was relieved to hear Eve wasn't drowning in isolation since they were technically partners. Even so, I'm so happy I could meet you face to face. Eve twirled and expressed joy. Are you that happy? Eve jumped in place and shouted, of course, I never imagined I would ever get to meet you. And an emoticon appeared on her face. Yeah, I'm happy to see you too. Kang-woo smiled warmly and stretched out his arms as if telling Eve to come in for a hug. Eve hesitated for a moment. SIR Guardian DITYYYYYYYYYY. Black. An emoticon appeared on her smooth face as she ran toward Kang-woo. Eve, Kang-woo had been waiting for the day that he could meet Eve face to face. I knew you were a kind person. Eve couldn't believe Kang-woo was treating her, a mere AI, with such warmth. Sir Guardian Deity, Eve, SIR Guardian DITYYYYYY. Eve. Kang-woo and Eve ran toward each other with their arms stretched out. They grew closer and closer with each step. They both jumped into the air. Sir Guardian DKURGHHH, Kang-woo dropkicked Eve with all his might. Whack, boom, thud, Eve was blown away and tumbled across the ground. Sir Guardian Deity. Kang-woo slowly walked toward Eve and smirked. You have no idea how long I've waited for this moment. W8C, calm down, please calm down, Sir Guardian Deity. You see, Eve, I'm so curious. I'm so curious that my head feels like it's about to explode. Fucking call me curious, George. Pardon, WH, what are you curious about? Kang-woo smiled as he stared fixedly at the trembling Eve. About whether your head can be twisted into a question mark or not. Side Story Chapter 89. Eve Part 4 GYHHH, screams echoed throughout the white plain. A transparent being with their head bent into the shape of a hook screamed in agony. Wow, it bends pretty well, Kang-woo remarked. He did not know what Eve's body was made of, but her head was elastic and clay-like. It was like making glass art. Kang-woo grabbed Eve's head again and twisted it. GYHHH ITHURTS. It HURTS SIR Guardian DITYYYYYYYY. What was it you said? A seedless watermelon, a Vienna sausage. I'm SORRYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Eve screamed in Kang-woo's clutches. Although she was an AI that managed the Law of Titans, she couldn't resist because she did not possess any combat capabilities. You're sorry? Yees. Then why did you say all those things? I'm SORRYYYYYYYYYYY. I'm asking you why, aren't I? I just wanted to talk to you. I'm restricted from sending messages to players without privileges. So you sent those hurtful messages because you wanted to talk to me. I'm SORRYYYYYYYYYY. MMY head. MYHEAD. Why aren't you answering MYQ still? I'm SORRYYYYYYYYYYYY. Again, so you're not answering MEAGAs. Why do you keep ignoring MEED? GYHHH. P please spare MEED. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Kang-woo continued to bend Eve's head to vent all of his pent-up frustrations. Eve's excessively stretched head swayed lifelessly. Fu, he let go of the rage deep inside him and released Eve. She fell to the ground and wept. WHHHM SORRYYYYYYY. letter 298, a crying emoticon appeared on her face. Kang-woo smirked and lightly smacked her head with the back of his hand. Ouch, don't do those things from now on. Okay, so how has it been lately? What do you mean? Kang-woo sat on the ground and replied, Earth, considering how much Akart has been messing with it. Eve expressed and nodded. There are no issues with Earth yet thanks to you and the other players stopping the otherworldly invasions. Will Earth be safe as long as we keep stopping them? It won't spontaneously collapse or anything, will it? No, that will not happen. That was good news. Kang-woo would be out of options if Earth would inevitably fall no matter how well he protected it. Is there a possibility that Akart will give up on Earth as long as we keep protecting Earth? Kang-woo asked, slightly hopeful. He wondered if Akart would stop coming for Earth if he took on the role of the damaged Law of Titans. Eve shook her head in silence. That will likely never happen. I do not know the details either, but Akart has never left a world with a disrupted balance untouched. Fuck, Kang-woo cursed. He was already determined to face Akart, but he would rather avoid it if he could. What are the other Titans doing? Why is he the only one doing this shit? The majority of the Titans are likely too busy battling the beings of the void. Akart is a little different. Kang-woo chuckled and asked, What are beings of the void? Wait a second. I think I've heard about them somewhere. He searched through his memories and remembered that Raphael had mentioned it a long time ago. I don't know much about the beings of the void either. All I know is that they are very powerful entities that exist outside the Law of Titans. Outside the law, Kang-woo thought of the Cthulhu mythos. Then are the beings of the void like outer gods and the Titans are like elder gods. It's not an exact comparison, but it's close. However, in this scenario, an elder god was the one trying to end all life on Earth instead of an outer god. Is there anything else you know about Akart? Kang-woo asked. He would need as much information about Akart as possible since a confrontation with him was inevitable at this rate. As I have mentioned before, I do not know much either. Oh, I know that Akart accepted the power of light born from the primordial. Light born from the primordial. Kang-woo's expression hardened. Such light was likely just as powerful as the darkness of the demonic sea. That must be why his light has the power to disintegrate the demonic sea. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and shook his head. I also know that he is among the most powerful of the Titans, Eve added. More powerful than Bali was. Among the weakest of the Titans, if not the weakest, he acquired the seed of the demonic sea purely by chance. Why are you insulting my daddy? Yeah, I figured. Kang-woo feigned laughter and nodded. He had wondered for a while if Bali was weak for a Titan. He lost against the gods after all. Bali was defeated by an alliance of gods gathered around Gaia, Seraph, and Tai Wuji. Not only that, but he was continuously disrespected by Kang-woo in the world of the Abyss, and couldn't take over Baal's body either after he jumped from Kang-woo to Baal. He's a dumbass. Kang-woo couldn't remember the last time Bali was dignified. Are you worried? Eve asked. Him about what? About facing Akart, she answered worriedly with an acute grave emoticon on her face. Kang-woo smirked and shook his head. No, there was no reason for him to be worried. No matter what he does, I'll be the one to emerge victorious like I always have. Have no idea where that confidence of yours surges from. I'll send you the motherfucker's head later. I don't need it, besides you can't bring it here with you. That's true. Kang-woo snickered and stared at the screens behind Eve. That aside, you can see everything happening on Earth with those. Not everything since the law is damaged. The things I can see are restricted to what's around you. Really. How do you see them? Kang-woo was curious about how Eve communicated with him from here. Just a moment, please. Eve turned around and placed her hand over a screen. It turned into a display of Kang-woo's room and him lying on the bed. Whoa, like this, huh? Yes, they're like cameras that float around you, Sir Guardian Deity. Wait, does that mean, don't tell me you watch us in bed, hee. The four of you sure go at it intensely. When the three of them gyahhh, Kang-woo bent Eve's head again. Turn it off at night from now on, respect our privacy. Arghhh. Okay, why, Eve screamed as she writhed in pain. Just then Kang-woo saw on the screen someone entering his room. Echidna, are you sleeping, Kang-woo? Kang-woo saw Echidna approaching him with her head tilted. I wanted to play games with you. Echidna stood next to the bed, pouting with a finger on her lips. She looked down at him for a few moments and then turned around in disappointment to leave the room. This is pretty damn cool. It was odd to see himself lying in bed as people came to check on him. It was like watching a prank video. Creak. Hey, oh Kang-woo, I have something to ask. Why the hell are you sleeping? As Kang-woo was staring at himself sleeping, Cha Yeonju entered the room this time. What should I do? Yeonju pondered on whether to wake him up or not as she scratched her head. Whatever, I can ask him later. She turned around and walked toward the door. However, she stopped in her tracks. She coughed and looked around. Hey, she mumbled in embarrassment as she twisted in embarrassment and turned back toward Kang-woo. Why, you're sleeping, right? Yeonju looked around some more and hesitantly got closer to Kang-woo. NGH. She blushed as she carefully bent down and kissed Kang-woo. Hehe, Yeonju giggled and poked the sleeping Kang-woo's cheek. What should I do, Eve? What do you mean? My Yeonju is way too cute. Good for you, Eve replied bluntly as she stared at the screen next to Kang-woo. You sure are blessed, Sir Guardian Deity. It's only natural since I saved the goddamn world. Kang-woo thought he had the right to be this blessed since he had remained a virgin for 10 millennia, or a little over 9 millennia to be more exact. Creek Yeonju kissed him again and left the room. I might as well go back, Kang-woo said. He had nothing else to do here. Oh, Sir Guardian Deity, it takes about 30 minutes to generate an exit. What kind of bullshit is that? This isn't some bus in the countryside. This world was built for the management of the Law of Titans. I couldn't do anything when you entered, but I have to generate an exit so that it doesn't cause any anomalies. Oh, then I guess I have no choice but to wait. To make a comparison, it was like waiting until a USB was safe to remove from a computer. The Law of Titans was already damaged considerably, so he did not want to cause further damage. Then what should I spend 30 minutes on? Kang-woo turned to the screens, thinking about checking information about other players. Oh. Are you asleep, Kang-woo? Just then Han Seala entered his room. Why is there so much traffic in my room? No one besides Lilith usually entered his office room when he was working. Seala looked down at the sleeping Kang-woo and kissed him as Yeonju had done. Hee hee, oh darling, Kang-woo couldn't help but smile as both women kissed his sleeping self. My lovers are so cute. They kissed each other regularly, but seeing them kissing him while he was asleep brought him even more joy. Huh, is he that tired? Seala tilted her head in wonder after Kang-woo did not wake up even after a kiss. Kang-woo, Seala shook Kang-woo's shoulders in slight worry. Her expression grew harder after Kang-woo stayed asleep no matter how hard she shook him. Eve, send darling a message. What should I send? Something about me being in a world of consciousness and that I can't wake up for 30 minutes. Okay, Eve typed away on a screen and a message window appeared in front of Seala. Phew, Seala placed her hand over her chest and sighed in relief. If he won't wake up for 30 minutes. She fell into thought for a moment and clapped her hands together as if she had thought of a great idea. I should be able to do it without him knowing. Do what without me knowing? I wonder what she's about to do, Eve asked. No idea, Kang-woo and Eve focused on the screen. Seala left the room for a moment and came back as she hummed. There was something in her hand. Wait. It was a hairband with cat ears on it and a tail with a bead tip. Wait, W-A-I-T. G-A-H-H. Kang-woo aggressively grabbed Eve's shoulders. Open the door. Pardon, why all of a sudden? Open the fucking door. N-O-O-O-O-W. Why, you have to wait 30 minutes. Shut the fuck up and open the fucking D-O-O-O-O-O. If you don't open it now, something else will open. Side Story Chapter 90. Capture the Relic, Part 1. Come on, Kang-woo, I told you it was just a joke. Oh, Kang-woo stared at Han Seala with narrow eyes. A day passed since he nagged Eve into letting him leave the Law of Titans maintenance office. He barely managed to stop his butthole from being penetrated in his sleep. I swear it was a joke. I would never do something like that while you're unconscious. Seala said cutely as she embraced the sulking Kang-woo. Then why did you bring the cat ears and tail? I told you it was just a joke. Seala smiled awkwardly as she averted her gaze from Kang-woo. Kang-woo grabbed her chin to force her to look at him and said, look into my eyes and say it. Uerg. Her eyes darted all over. Her lips quivered and she lowered her head. She said lifelessly, I'm sorry. Kang-woo sighed deeply. Don't ever do that again, I'm serious. I wanted to see it at least once. I mean the ears are fine, but I'd rather die than wear that tail. Oh, does that mean you're willing to wear the ears? Seala smiled as radiantly as the sun. No, I changed my mind, no ears either. Why, you just said it was fine. In any case, you went too far this time, darling. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself after seeing you unconscious. Seala scratched her head with an awkward smile. She then asked sweetly, to make up for it, I'll make you a super delicious dish I learned in my cooking class. Will you forgive me? Seala stuffed Kang-woo's face between her voluptuous breasts and gently caressed his head. Ah. The sensation on Kang-woo's cheeks was soft beyond belief. Seala's scent tickled his nose, her hand gently stroked his hair, and the warmth of her embrace that felt like he was submerged in a hot spring spread throughout his body. Fufu Kang-woo, Seala lowered her head and teasingly bit his ear. The ticklish feeling filled Kang-woo with delight. Damn it, Kang-woo remarked. Are you even a man if you don't forgive your girl in this situation? Kang-woo distanced himself from Seala. He coughed and said, all right, don't ever do it again, got it. Fufu, I love you, Kang-woo. Yeah, I love you too, darling. Seala and Kang-woo locked eyes with each other. They approached each other as if they had made a promise within the heat caused by their passionate love. Enough with this shitshow. Cha Yeonju on the couch stared at the two lovers. Let's eat already, I'm hungry. Okay, give me a second. It should be done soon, said Seala as she headed toward the oven in the kitchen. An oven dish, Kang-woo said in slight disappointment since he preferred Korean dishes over Western dishes. There aren't many Korean dishes that require an oven. Nevertheless, Kang-woo was still excited since Siala had learned it in a cooking class that required applicants to take a test to attend. Kang-woo sat down at the table and asked Yeonju sitting across from him, "What about you, Yeonju? You went to learn cooking too, didn't you?" "Oh, you see, I." Yeonju stuttered as she looked away from Kang-woo. Siala giggled with her mouth covered and answered. Yeonju was scolded by the instructor. "What did they say?" "We were making a chicken dish, but the instructor said that it was so raw that she should take it to a vet to save it." The instructor has a sense of humor. Shut up. Everyone makes mistakes. I don't like that instructor. He's not even the instructor for the basic class. I'm sure he's giving you special attention because you're the master of Red Rose. Why would someone who's giving me special attention outright insult me? Foo-foo. Maybe that's just the way he teaches people. For fuck's sake, he talks so much shit, Yeonju complained, badmouthing the instructor. I mean, you're not one to talk about talking shit, Kang-woo remarked. The fuck you say? See. You didn't even hesitate to swear at me. Arg, shut up, Yeonju shouted and stomped her feet with her head down. Kang-woo could hear her mumbling, does he dislike women who swear a lot? What do I do? With her head down, PFFFFT. What the F I mean you son of a no not that either Uerg. Yeonju pulled on her hair and twisted around as if in pain. Why you? Yeah, BWHHHHHHHH. Kang-woo burst into laughter. Yeonju blushed immensely. Why are you laughing? Keh, it's just that you not trying to swear was too cute. What? You don't have to force yourself to stop. I have a potty mouth too. Besides, Yeonju was the cutest when she cursed out of embarrassment. I like it when you curse, Yeonju. Why you do? Really? Yeonju's eyes widened. She looked around as she pondered and carefully muttered, son of a bitch. Yes. Curse as much as you want. That's my Yeonju. Do you like getting insulted that badly? Yeah, you're the cutest and most beautiful when you curse. I am, Yeonju snorted like a kidna and shouted, motherfucker. Dipshit, yes, that's it, keep it up, Yeonju. You parentless fuck, that's a bit of a low blow. I at least have a dad, though I killed him. Yeonju, that kind of insult is a little. Said Siala as she grabbed the excited Yeonju. Yeonju blushed and scratched her head. Oh, sorry, I got a little too fired up. Foo-foo, take a seat, everyone. It's ready, I'll bring a kidna. Okay, Kang-woo brought a kidna who had been gaming in her room. Man's just a little more and I could have killed the twin princes. You can after you eat. Okay, everyone but Lilith, who was away due to business, sat at the table. Siala brought the dish out of the oven and placed it on the table. Ta-da, this is what I learned from my instructor. Bread. A giant load of bread the size of a human thigh was on a tray. Foo-foo, are you sure it's bread? Siala smiled confidently and sliced the bread in half. Who, is that meat inside? A scrumptious slab of meat filled the inside of the crispy bread. It's called a beef Wellington. The meat inside is tenderloin and ham. This is insane. Kang-woo could never have imagined a combination of crispy bread, beef tenderloin, and ham. I'm sure it would taste amazing with kimchi stew. Stop saying stupid shit and eat, Yeonju said sharply. Kang-woo stared at the slice of the beef Wellington in slight disappointment and took a big bite. It's so good. As expected, Siala's cooking was impeccable. That was a great meal. Kang-woo pounded on his stomach in satisfaction. Even he, who didn't particularly like Western foods, ate it like there was no tomorrow. It was a bit fatty, though. It was only natural since it was bread, beef, and ham together. At times like this, you need a piping hot pot of kimchi stew. Clack. As Kang-woo was planning on having kimchi stew for dinner, Lilith walked into the apartment from the front door. She was holding a small sculpture a little bigger than a fist. Welcome back. I'm back, my king. What's that sculpture? It was a crude sculpture that looked similar to a doll Harryubang or a Moe statue. Oh, I was planning on talking to you about this, Lilith said as she placed the sculpture on the table and sat down. Players have been discovering objects like this in the Mega Gate in Egypt lately. These Moe-like statues? Kang-woo asked. No, they come in different sizes and shapes. Some of them are weapons or armor and others are masks, totems, or sculptures. So what is this thing, from what I've heard? They are called relics. Kang-woo remembered hearing about relics when he was in the den of the night demons. I believe it had something to do with the Tower of Creation. In any case, humans and demons alike were desperate to find these relics. This came out of a gate? Kang-woo asked. Yes, they are being discovered in a mega gate. How big is a mega gate? I heard it's as large as the Korean peninsula inside. That's big as fuck. It was rare for a gate to be that massive inside. But I've heard the gate used to be large before the relic was discovered, but nowhere near as large as it is now, Lilith added. Does that mean the inside of the gate suddenly expanded? Yes, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. An inexplicable chill ran down his back. Anyway, relics like these are being discovered in that gate, right? Yes, but the problem is, Lilith sighed, before we could restrict this information, rumors about these relics have spread to a point that we can no longer block it. What? That means players are going mad trying to acquire these relics for themselves. Oh, I've heard about that too. Yeonju raised her hand as she was listening in silence. These relics or whatever levels the players up right. Oh, you've heard about it too, Yeonju, Lilith asked in surprise. Of course I'm the master of Red Rose. My guild members have been hounding me to send a survey team there. Did you? Not yet. I heard it's a shitshow there right now, people fighting and killing each other. Oh, and there is a weird group of people there apparently. Weird, they've been picking fights with people introducing themselves as whatever star apostles. Kang-woo's expression hardened. No way, just like what happened in the Den of the Night Demons, people from the Tower of Creation had leaked into this world. In a large scale this time, no less. Fuck, Kang-woo reflexively cursed. He had expected it to happen sooner or later. He knew that the other Earth where the Tower of Creation existed was gradually melting together with his Earth. This time, an entire floor of the Tower of Creation might have connected with the gate. The sudden expansion of the gate's interior, the discovery of relics that should only be found in the Tower of Creation, and the appearance of apostles possessing special powers similar to players who worshipped gods like Ishvalda and Helia, everything was falling into place. I'll have to investigate this, Kang-woo remarked. What should I do with this relic? Just toss it aside somewhere. Kang-woo was sure it would be useless to him. It could level a player up, but he was already at the max level. Ridding, Sir. Sir Guardian Deity. Just then a blue message window popped up in front of him. Huh, what's up? It's faint, but I can feel the power of a titan inside that relic. What? 1. This is referring to Prince Lorien and Lothric in Dark Souls III. 2. Dal Harubang is a statue commonly seen on Jeju Island. Side Story Chapter 91 Capture the Relic, Part 2. The power of a titan is in this thing. Oh, Kang-woo dumbfoundedly lifted the sculpture that looked like a Dal Harubang. No one would think something like this would contain such unfathomable power. He narrowed his eyes and asked, is it the power of Akkart? I am not sure yet, but I am sure it is the power of a titan. Come to think of it, the players are going crazy over the relics because… Kang-woo turned to Cha Yeonju and asked, Yeonju, you said this relic levels players up, right? Yeah, or at least that's what I was told. You know that players usually can't level up further after reaching a level cap until something triggers a break in that cap, right? Yeah, though it was so long ago I don't remember that well. But if they absorb the mana or whatever kind of power is infused in these relics, they can ignore that cap and level up. It's not just for leveling up. Some permanently boost one's stats and others allow players to awaken new traits. No wonder they're going crazy over it. The reward was far better than simple monster hunting. And the weapon and armor-type relics are so overpowered that they leave most legendary-grade equipment in the dust. Such effects would be impossible if not for the powers of a titan infused in them. Kang-woo examined the sculpture intently and fell into thought. But these relics don't all have the same effects, right? Kang-woo asked. Of course not. Then how do you distinguish which is good? Oh, I heard there's a way to check. Yeonju took the relic from Kang-woo. Just appraise the item like you're opening a status window. Ridding. You see the stars under the broken characters, right? Yeah, this is its rank. It's apparently called a 2-star relic. And the higher the better, yeah. The highest that's been discovered is a 7-star relic. It was similar to the Apostles' ranking system on the other Earth. How good is a 7-star relic? Kang-woo asked. The bastards at Valhalla are keeping it so under wraps that no one knows. Valhalla was also one of the top 5 guilds in the world like Red Rose. 7-star relics give 1 power on par with upper intermediate rank deific essence, answered Lilith, who had been listening leisurely as she put one leg over the other. Yeonju stared at her in surprise. How do you know that, Unnai? Fufu, I don't run an intelligence organization for nothing. Getting information from inside Valhalla is a piece of cake. Holy shit. My members couldn't find anything even after painstaking research. Just to let you know, I also know everything going on in your guild, Yeonju. Ho ho, you've been quite busy for a while, but things have been getting some time to spare, right? Wah, Yeonju's mouth was left agape in disbelief. Not many could escape from Lilith's eyes other than beings like Akkart's retainers who could assimilate with light to move around. In any case, you're saying high-ranking relics can grant deific essence, right? Kang-woo asked with shining eyes. Then if I gather those relics… He faintly smiled, remembering the spinning roulette. Eve, can you extract the Titan's power from these relics too? Yes, the retention rate of these relics is far higher than the necklaces from last time, so I should be able to extract much more energy. Letter 2CA, letter 15V8, letter 2CB. Eve sent an emoticon full of confidence with shining effects. Kang-woo clenched his fists. Trait gacha, I got a mid-trait like astral projection last time, but this time. Abyss Watcher, he could get his SSS rank trait or possibly something even greater. What? Abyss what? Asked Yeonju, startled by Kang-woo's sudden cheering. Han Xiala and Lilith were also staring at him incomprehensibly. Hehehehe, Kang-woo chuckled, paying them no mind. He was already tingling with excitement thinking about the trait gacha like a compulsive gambler. If I'm especially lucky, I might be able to get an X-rank trait. Even Kang-woo couldn't help but drool at the thought of getting an X-rank trait despite already possessing the unfathomable power that was the demonic sea. The miracle trait that Siala used to resurrect Balrog was also X rank. Considering that, he needed to get one of the same rank no matter what. Though I bet the chances are low as fuck, Kang-woo recalled what Eve had said to him. I need to be more desperate. He needed to believe that it would come to him. What? Yeonju asked. I'll get it this time for sure. Get what? Yeonju. You believe your oppa, don't you? For fuck's sake, did you take a bullet to the head? What the fuck have you been talking about since earlier? Just believe me just one more time. Just one more pull. This'll be the last one, I swear. It was chaos. Hey, stop pushing. Move, you sons of bitches. The fuck are you on about? I was first. We're not in a fucking amusement park. There's no such thing as first come first served here. People were pushing and cursing at each other. Motherfucker, wanna go huh? Yeah, let's fucking go. Fucking bring it, bash. The two players who were making a scene began to fight each other. Fucking hell, Kang-woo muttered as he witnessed the hellscape on par with the 9 hells. What a goddamn shit show. I've heard the rumors, but this is pretty bad. Everyone here is a player, aren't they? Ho ho ho. This reminds me of hell. Yeonju, Siala, and Lilith gave their thoughts as they witnessed the chaos. Kang-woo quickly flew to Egypt as soon as he heard the news about the relics before other players could take them all, taking his 3 lovers who were with him at the time. It had been a while since he formed a party with just them. Good thing we didn't take Echidna with us, Kang-woo expressed. Echidna did not follow them because she needed to stream. Holy crap, are we in a war zone or something? Yeonju shook her head with her mouth agape. Thousands of players of various ethnicities, nationalities, genders, and ages were fighting to enter a pyramid. Are the relics worth this much? Siala asked in confusion as she looked at Kang-woo. I mean, I don't blame them considering how valuable the relics are. To players, one's level was an absolute indicator of one's strength since leveling came with boosts in stats and new trait skills. Even if the relics weren't used to level up, the power infused in the equipment-type relics far surpassed that of legendary-grade equipment. Of course, they'd go crazy over them. Even if the player didn't want to use it, they could easily be sold for billions if they were sold. At least it hasn't turned into a slaughterhouse. Players were still holding on to their sense of reason. None of them who were fighting were taking out their weapons, likely because they knew the situation would become uncontrollable if they started killing each other. They stuck to fighting with their fists, but it's a shit show nonetheless. Kang-woo shook his head. Yeonju sighed and clicked her head, saying, seeing this, I'm glad I didn't send any of my members here. It would have been a mess if they came here. Things would undoubtedly get worse if a member of Red Rose were to join the fray. But why isn't the crowd getting smaller? Yeonju wondered. Siala agreed. That's what I was thinking. I wonder if something happened. There was a massive wave of players, but people around the entrance were not moving. Kang-woo and the others stepped back from the crowd and observed the entrance. Bash, punch. No one may enter the gate without permission. Kurg, they saw players getting beaten up and pushed away from the entrance. Who the hell are those guys? Kang-woo wondered. A group of people wearing silver armor straight out of a Middle Ages fantasy novel was attacking people trying to enter the gate and pushing them back. There were about 200 of them, which was far less than the number of players gathered at the pyramid entrance, but each of them was far stronger than the average player. Huh. Those guys are from Valhalla, said Yeonju, noticing the symbol of crossed swords on the shoulder plate of the player's silver armor. Valhalla has no right to block the entrance. He's right. It's illegal for anyone but guardians to regulate gate entry. The players shouted complaints at the Valhalla members blocking the gate entrance. The players in silver armor grimaced as the players continued to swarm the entrance. Did you not hear us saying you may not enter? Bash, crack, kurg, args, and my leg, erg. The players swarming the entrance were beaten up and pushed back by the Valhalla members again. NGH. The players glanced at each other and began stepping away from the entrance, intimidated by the Valhalla members. They could easily defeat the Valhalla members if the thousands of them worked together, but there was no way players blinded by greed for the relics would work together. Any other complaints? A large man who seemed to be of high rank among the Valhalla members glared intimidatingly at the players. The players flinched and stepped away. W will be reporting this to Guardians. Damn scumbags. Players were only timidly cursing at the Valhalla members. No one was willing to fight them. Wow, what a performance they're putting on. Kang-woo chuckled as he witnessed the scene. Let's head inside. What about Valhalla? Are you gonna beat them all up? Asked Yeonju with a frown. That's gonna turn out badly down the road. Valhalla was one of the largest guilds in the world and had dozens of affiliate guilds under their wing. Kang-woo could easily deal with the members blocking the gate, but he and his group would have to deal with all sorts of trouble with them while searching for the relics. Lilith crossed her arms and suggested, how about we use our positions as Guardians members? As the players mentioned, no one but Guardians was allowed to regulate gate entry. They would have no choice but to disperse if it was used to pressure them. But if we do that, we'll get an earful from sister-in-law once it deals a massive blow to our finances. Valhalla, like other major guilds, supported Guardians with funding and high-level players. They might cut off their support if Guardians members threaten them. We have to keep good hold of our piggy bank. Guardians used an astronomical amount of money to run. There was no need to go out of their way to sever their relationship with one of their piggy banks. Then what do you suggest? Lilith asked. Not sure. Kang-woo thought about a way to get past the Valhalla members without causing unnecessary trouble with them. We need some decent scapegoats. Kang-woo looked around for people suitable for the role. For fuck's sake, this is the problem with major guilds. We came all this way for nothing. Huh. What's this? Damn, what a sight. A group of nasty-looking players smiled wickedly as they stared at Kang-woo's group. To be more specific, they were staring at Lilith, Seala, and Yeonju. Heh. Looks like the treasure wasn't in the gate but out here. Hey, pretty ladies, why don't you hang out with us? The men approached the group with lecherous smiles, drooling as they stared at the three women. Kang-woo smiled widely as he stared at the men coming their way. Found them. Forget same-day delivery, get ready for same-minute delivery. Side Story Chapter 92 Capture the Relic Part 3. Wow, how did you guys appear at the perfect time? Oh, Kang-woo welcomed the five thugs with open arms. They seemed like a party of mediocre players who came a long way to Egypt in search of relics, blinded by profit. It's great to see you all, my friends. I've been looking for people like you, Kang-woo shouted as he walked toward the thugs. What's with this brat? Is he crazy? They did not expect someone to be happy about their presence instead of running away in fear as usual. Crazy? What are you talking about, my friend? Is that any way to be talking to your friend? Kang-woo shouted. I don't fucking recall us being friends. Of course we are. Do you not see how happy I am to see you? Words couldn't describe how happy Kang-woo was to find them. This was probably how a Pokémon trainer felt when coming across a legendary Pokémon. Kang-woo was filled with fascination and surprise. You're happy to see us? Yes, Kang-woo nodded. Seriously, it's hard to find horn dogs as moronic as you guys in this day and age. What the fuck did you say? Come on, try thinking about this logically. We're in such a massive crowd. It's not even a secluded place, it's a goddamn plain. Not only that, but in the vicinity was Valhalla, one of the greatest guilds in the world. One couldn't make passes at people so blatantly in a place like this unless their brain cells were almost non-existent. You guys are fucking amazing, you're the best. Kang-woo couldn't believe how moronic they were. Their intelligence level was shockingly low. Hee, it's nothing that impressive, ouch. Get a grip, you dumbass, that brat is making fun of us. The man who seemed to be the party leader smacked the man scratching his head in embarrassment on the back of his head. You fucking brat, how dare you disrespect your elders? He took out his weapon as if it was better it turned out this way. Even while taking out his weapon, his gaze was focused on the three women instead of Kang-woo. Ladies, why don't we talk somewhere private after you teach your little brother some manners? Oh, what do you mean by little brother? Lilith smiled and hugged Kang-woo from behind. This man is my husband. What? The man's expression was dyed with shock. There was no way a brat who could only be in his teens at most had such a beautiful wife. Ha, do you expect me to believe that bullshit? Fufu, is that what you think? Lilith smiled alluringly and gently grabbed Kang-woo's chin. How about now? She kissed Kang-woo for them to see. Gasp. What the hell? The men were flustered by the blatant show of love. Ah, no fair unnai. What the hell are you doing in public? Han Seala and Cha Yeonju also approached Kang-woo in surprise. I want to kiss Kang-woo too. Seala yanked Kang-woo toward her by his arm and kissed him. Yeonju blushed and shouted, Seala, not you too. Fufu, it's fine, isn't it? Now don't be shy, Yeonju. Wait. Wait a second, unnai. Ho, no need to be embarrassed. Lilith pulled Yeonju toward Kang-woo and made her stick to him. Despite mumbling complaints, Yeonju carefully embraced Kang-woo's arm. Hyung Nim. Is this a dream? The thugs flirting with the three women were left with their mouths agape in disbelief. All three of the women seemed to be in a romantic relationship with the boy. Fuck. An overwhelming sense of defeat suddenly flooded the party leader. He gritted his teeth and clenched his axe as hard as possible to quell his rage. That's enough, damn it. What? You jealous? Kang-woo cackled as he stared at the shaking party leader. Motherfucker, the man ferociously swung his axe at Kang-woo's head, which Kang-woo easily grabbed. Well, that's enough playing around. He smirked nastily. You horn dogs are gonna help me. Mumble, this is going too far. He's right. Players were still gathered in front of the gate entrance, unable to let go of their greed for the relics and yelling at the Valhalla Guild members. I said you may not enter. The guild members in silver armor continued to block the entrance with cold expressions while the players were glancing at each other, reluctant to attack. Dash. Just then, a man who looked to be a thug charged out from the group of players and ran toward the gate. No, you don't. Each Valhalla member guarding the gate entrance was nearly ranker-level players. They would not be caught off guard by something like this. Bash, one of the Valhalla members, softly clenched his fist and punched the charging man. I believe I said you may not enter without permission. Since the punch was to intimidate, he did not add much strength to it. Kurg, cough. Cough, However, the man who was punched suddenly coughed up a fountain of blood. What the hell? There was so much blood that the Valhalla guild member was more surprised. He looked down at his fist and then the surroundings in disbelief. Hyung, just then a black-haired teenage boy shoved the players aside and hugged the collapsed man. And no. Get a hold of yourself, Hyung. Kurg Ga, the boy frantically shook the man's shoulders. The man groaned painfully and continued to vomit blood. Wazya, and no, Hyungs, don't dee, the boy yelled. The nearby players gathered around the Valhalla member who punched the man. And no, I wasn't trying to kill him. The Valhalla member shook his head in bewilderment. Sniff, wow. You said you would find a relic and pay for mom's hospital bills. We promised to live happily as a family again, the three of us. The black-haired boy bawled his eyes out with the man in his arms. Tusk, scumbags. However major of a guild you are, how could you kill someone? The gazes of the nearby players turned menacing. They began to jeer at the Valhalla members blocking the gate entrance. And no. There must be a mistake, shouted the guild member who struck the man. I didn't punch him that hard, you demon, yelled the black-haired boy at the guild member. Why? Why did you kill my Hyung? Like I said, I just punched him lightly. Are you saying my Hyung died just from a light punch, Is that what you're saying? No, but then what? Why is my Hyung dead? The boy shouted as he pointed at the dead man covered in blood. Those scumbags. I didn't expect Valhalla to be capable of such brutality. Boo, the players jeered as they slowly approached the Valhalla members. Bring him back, bring my brother back, you scumbags. What did that boy do so wrong to deserve this? Public opinion worsened drastically. Resentment far worse than when Valhalla blocked the entrance filled the air. And no, all of you calm down. Why you may not enter without permission, the Valhalla members shouted in bewilderment once the atmosphere suddenly grew far worse. One of the members at the front took out his weapon. I knew it, the boy shouted and pointed as soon as he saw the weapon. You were planning on killing us all from the start, weren't you? What? Kill my Hyung, me and everyone else here. And no, you have it wrong. However major the guild was, a player killing someone with no justifiable cause was a massive issue. Liar, you're all liars. The boy lowered his head in tears. I am sorry, I didn't think he would die from that. Bring him back, bring my Hyung back. The Valhalla guild members glanced at each other, not knowing what to do. Are we just going to stand here and do nothing? This little boy lost his older brother. Can you imagine how sad he must be? Sympathy for the little boy spread throughout the crowd. The eyes of the players around the entrance filled with a sense of justice. You incorrigible scumbags. Did you want to monopolize the relics that badly? You bastards are worse than scum. The players took out their weapons one after another. All of you calm down. Valhalla will not hold back once you take out your weapons. The Valhalla guild members quickly threatened the players. Big words for the ones who killed someone first. Resorting to shameless threats shows just how terrible Valhalla is. The little boy stood up as the tension in the air was palpable. Bring MYHYUNGBASK. The boy raised his older brother's axe with great difficulty and ran toward the Valhalla guild members. Shit. The guild members did not use their fists to prevent the same incident from happening again and instead grabbed the boy's arm to restrain him. However, Pierce, the hand of one of the guild members accidentally made contact with the axe as he stretched it out to grab the boy's arm, causing the boy to lose his grip on the axe. The falling axe unfortunately stabbed the boy's chest. Are you okay? The Valhalla guild member approached the boy in shock. The boy staggered and vomited blood. All I wanted was to live happily ever after with my family. A single tear flowed down the boy's cheek. The boy swayed toward the players staring at him in shock. He stretched out his hand and muttered, I don't wanna die, sniff, I don't wanna die. The boy collapsed. Crazy motherfuckers. How could you kill such a young boy? The tension broke. The players, with their weapons out, ferociously charged at the Valhalla guild members. You sons of bitches. You bastards aren't human. You're worse than basts. Chaos fell at the gate entrance in an instant. Thousands of players fought against the hundreds of Valhalla guild members. Up we go. The boy stood up in the middle of the battlefield and pulled out the axe stabbed into his chest. Everyone was so focused on the battle that no one noticed him walking past them. Kang-woo walked toward his party members standing by at a distance from the chaos. Sorry for making you wait. Let's head inside. All the Valhalla guild members guarding the entrance left to join the battle, leaving the entrance empty. Kang-woo stretched with a smile of satisfaction. Looks like we can head inside without causing trouble for Guardians and us. Yeonju, who was following Kang-woo into the pyramid, chuckled bafflingly. She looked back at the players fighting each other outside the entrance and mumbled, what the hell is this shit show? Kang-woo turned back to face her and smiled. Justice is usually way easier to take advantage of than malice. Kang-woo's humming echoed throughout the empty pyramid tunnel. Side Story Chapter 93, Capture the Relic, Part 4, Sheesh, there's no end in sight. It's as wide as the Korean peninsula after all. Kang-woo and his party were welcomed by a thick forest filled with trees that did not exist on Earth as soon as they entered the gate. Han Xiala asked as she looked around, "How will we find relics in this big place?" Just a second. Kang-woo got on one knee and placed his hand on the ground. He closed his eyes and focused. Authority of the Beholder. The authority allowed Kang-woo to immediately have a full image of the terrain in his mind. Information about several kilometers of forest terrain, as well as the various life forms in it, poured into him like a tidal wave. Kang-woo winced. His brain felt like it would explode. He had become one with the demonic sea, but that didn't mean his brain's processing speed increased. Haya. Life forms roaming around the forest, such as animals and monsters, people, insects on the ground and trees, and even corpses buried under the dirt. An enormous amount of information tore his brain apart. Nothing here. Kang-woo slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. He searched several kilometers using the authority of the beholder but couldn't find anything that looked like a relic. Maybe this area has been cleaned out, Cha Yeonju wondered, tilting her head. Kang-woo shrugged and shook his head. Maybe, but it might be just that I can't find them with my authority. Come to think of it, the same thing happened back in Singapore, Lilith noted. Authorities like the Beholder and Insight couldn't detect the powers of a Titan. Lilith stepped forward and said, "One moment please, let me try searching as well." Lilith surpassed Kang-woo when it came to gathering information. The range at which she could wasn't as wide as Kang-woo, but she might be able to find the relics. Wriggle. Lilith's hair extended and crawled across the ground in all directions like snakes. Lilith groaned with his eyes closed. She sighed as she shook her head and continued, "It looks like I can't find anything with my abilities either." Kang-woo nodded in disappointment. "Now what do we do?" Yeonju asked. "Well, there's no other way." Kang-woo clicked his tongue. "We'll have to search on foot." "The fuck? You want to look for it normally?" Yeonju asked in shock. The chances of finding relics with no help in this massive place were despairingly low. That's how the other players found them. It at least means they're easy to distinguish. The relics were mostly in the shape of totems like the one Lilith brought, weapons or armor. Such things would stand out in a forest, hence it was not as impossible as one would think. "I guess it's going to take a while." Ciala rummaged through a backpack she brought and continued, "Maybe I should have brought more food and cooking utensils. I mean, we don't need food to survive anymore. Don't worry about it, darling, but we don't know how many days we'll have to spend here. Heh, I'm full just from looking at you, darling." "Oh, you." Ciala lightly jabbed Kang-woo's side and hugged his arm. "Geez, get a room." Yeonju clicked her tongue and shook her head. Kang-woo smirked and walked forward, holding hands with Ciala. "All right, let's go catch us some relics." The sun was beaming down on them, the leaves rustled from the gentle winds, and the chirping of birds echoed throughout the forest. "I might as well treat it like a stroll in the park," Kang-woo hummed as he walked through the forest. "F-U-C-K," screams echoed throughout the forest. "Where the fuck are the RELII? I see us." 5 days passed since Kang-woo and his party entered the gate. They had been searching for relics leisurely as if they were on a stroll at first, but they did not find anything after 5 whole days. Calm down, Kang-woo." The sweating Ciala grabbed Kang-woo's shoulder. "For God's sake, why don't you quiet down over there? Do you think you're the only one who hasn't found relics?" A party also searching for relics not far from them glared at Kang-woo. "What you fucking say to me?" "I mean, I'm just saying we should both do our best." The person from the other party slowly walked away in pallor once Kang-woo glared at him, while exuding a small amount of demonic energy. "Hey, Kang-woo sighed. Yeonju sat down on a rock and swept her long red hair back. "We've seen nothing but people. Where are the goddamn relics? I'll say." Kang-woo and the others were currently at the center of the gate where Valhalla had found the 7-star relic. They had flown here because they heard it was where the most relics could be found, but all that was here were people who had come from who knows where. "But there were some parties who found relics," said Lilith with her finger on her lip. "The rumor that most relics were found here did not seem to be fake. That's why it pisses me off more," Kang-woo remarked. "Why am I the only one who can't find any?" Ridding. "Obviously, because you're lacking desperation." "Shut up." Kang-woo clicked his tongue in irritation and swiped the message window away. Just then, men who looked like they would have wanted to become human traffickers when they grew up walked out from thick bushes. Well. "Have you guys found any relics yet?" one of them asked. There were 5 of them, the same number as the party of moronic horndogs Kang-woo met outside the gate. They were all bald and had an eccentric tattoo drawn from the crown of their head to their neck. "Heh, I hope you got some." "Who the hell are you guys?" Kang-woo frowned at the 5 bald men. They snickered for some reason and crumpled their already nasty faces. "We are the apostles of Osiros, the god of plundering." "You've heard the name correct." Kang-woo had never heard of Osiros before. "Wait, apostles?" Kang-woo's eyes shone. "They're from the Tower of Creation." Yeonju had said some people calling themselves apostles were attacking players. The god of plundering, they were likely the ones Yeonju was talking about. What? You don't know us? Oh, maybe they're those people, What did they call themselves? Oh, right, the crazy people who call themselves players. The ones calling themselves apostles were crazy to players, but it was the other way around in the apostles' perspective. He who cares, all we need is their relics. The men smiled wickedly and approached Kang-woo and the others. Now you can avoid bloodshed as long as you hand over your relics. Kurgh. We don't have any relics to give motherfuckers, Kang-woo remarked. There was no need to listen to those who had approached them for obvious reasons. Kang-woo ran up to the closest apostle in a flash and stuck his hand into the apostle's chest. Kang-woo's hand came out of the apostle's back, his heart still beating in Kang-woo's hand. Kang-woo crushed the heart. Fuck. We could have handled this by talking like civilized men. The apostles of Osiros grimaced as they took out their weapons. Womb, the eccentric tattoos drawn on their bald heads shone purple. Kang-woo answered, "You can talk as much as you like with your parents in the afterlife." He kicked the apostle's corpse aside and spread out his arms. His palms split and black blades shot out from them. Two of the apostles of Osiros were shouting something, but they were beheaded by the blades before Kang-woo could hear them. Their hairless heads flew into the air. "I'm craving some hard-boiled eggs." The two heads rolled across the ground nicely, likely because the lack of hair reduced friction. Eek, what the fuck? One of the two remaining apostles quickly turned around and ran after realizing something was wrong. Clatter, good thing you guys showed up, I was getting pissed off. Red chains wrapped the apostle's limbs. Die, Yeonju snapped her fingers and the chains tore the apostle's limbs apart. Gahhh, the last apostle screamed in terror and quickly ran in Siala's direction. Stay away, motherfuckers, I'll kill this bitch, he shouted as he pointed a sharp blade at Siala's neck. Poor thing. He chose Siala of all people. Kang-woo and Yeonju clicked their tongues, pitying the apostle. What? The apostle looked around in confusion, being met with a reaction different than what he expected. Siala gritted her teeth as he stared at the man's hand grabbing her arm. The light in her eyes vanished. "Touch me." What did you say? I said only Kang-woo is allowed to touch me, Siala said chillingly. The apostle stepped back after an uneasy feeling swept over him. TSSSSSSSS, GYHHH, the apostle screamed as his flesh decayed rapidly. Crack, crack. The apostle's limbs fell to the ground like rotten tree branches. He collapsed as he screamed madly and died. Holy fuck. Kang-woo prayed for the apostle in his mind after seeing him dying horribly even by his standards. Kang-woo. That man touched me. There, don't worry, darling, I'll clean you up. Kang-woo grabbed Siala's arm and blew on it as if he were blowing dust away. The light in her eyes came back and she smiled. Hee, it tickles. Haha. All better now, right? Yes, Kang-woo. As he continued to blow on Siala's arm, Lilith's eyes widened as she was examining the apostles' corpses. Oh my king. She picked up two sculptures that were both slightly bigger than the one they had seen a few days ago and a round shield that could cover an entire arm. These are relics, Lilith replied. We found relics just like that, not just one but three. Holy fuck, it's for real. Open the item status window right now. Yeonju shouted as she approached the sculptures and touched them. Kang-woo did as she said, ridding. The two sculptures were 3-star relics and the round shield was a 4-star relic. Shiiet. Sparks traveled throughout Kang-woo. He had finally found relics that he had not seen a trace of for the past 5 days. Eve, can I pull for a trait with this much? He asked as he grabbed the relics. Ridding, yes, you should be able to pull once with this much. Hell fucking yeah. Eve had mentioned the retention and absorption efficiency of the relics for the power of a titan was high, but he did not expect to be able to pull the trait gacha when he had to offer 7 necklaces last time. Then let's do it right away. No, Kang-woo shook his head. I might be able to get more. It would be better to pull for several traits after getting as many as possible. Anyway, it looks like we hit the jackpot. Kang-woo hummed with a smile. Are you that happy? Yeonju chuckled as she looked at Kang-woo but grimaced once the 5 corpses came into her view. That aside, I guess there will always be people like this, whether they're from Earth or the Tower. Of course. Kang-woo recalled the 5 thugs he met outside the gate. They had also tried to take others' belongings, blinded by greed. Although they were from different worlds, they were humans all the same. Wait, the same? Kang-woo softly gasped. The irrefutable truth struck him like a lightning bolt. He clenched his fists and shouted, yeah, that's it, desire. Desire was the key. The players outside the gate and the apostles inside the gate were from different worlds, but they were both blinded by desire and tried to take what was not theirs. Ah, yes. We're from different worlds, but we were one from the start. Humans from Earth and the Tower were never different. They communicated and sympathized with one another through desire. In other words, desire. It could be considered the true love for humanity that could unite us all. What the fuck are you talking about? Yeonju asked. Hoo, I figured it out, Yeonju. Humans, whether they were from Earth, the Galactic Federation, or the Tower, were cut from the same cloth and were comrades. Kang-woo shouted firmly, we have a sacred duty to spread this love for humanity. Is he all right in the head? Yeonju asked Lilith as she tilted her head. Lilith also tilted her head in confusion. All right. Let's go, Yeonju. To unite humanity, we have to share this precious emotion with everyone. Kang-woo used the authority of the beholder to search the surroundings. He couldn't detect relics with it but could detect people. All right. Found them? He found the apostles of Osiros with eccentric tattoos on their bald heads. The 5 of them were plundering relics from people they came across. Kang-woo quickly dashed toward the apostles of Osiros, his heart beating excitedly with the desire to share the love for humanity he had realized. He soon reached the apostles and stood face to face with them. "Huh, who the hell is that?" said one of the apostles. Kang-woo smirked and said as he walked toward them, well. "Have you guys found any relics yet?" Kang-woo's hand split and a black blade shot out of it. He licked his lips as he chuckled, "Heh, I hope you got some." Human Farming ON. Side Story Chapter 94, Capture the Relic. Part 5, What the hell's with this crazy brat? The apostles of Osiros chuckled at the teenage boy, who seemed no older than a high schooler, trying to intimidate them. "What are you doing, kid?" The apostles glared at Kang-woo as they laughed mockingly at him. They were the apostles of Osiros, the god of plundering. As hunters who always took what they wanted by force, they were very used to situations like this. Kang-woo puffed out his chest confidently and elucidated the truth he had realized. A spreader of true love for humanity. What? A truth-seeking pilgrim whose mission is to unite humanity of different dimensions and environments. Ah, yes. You could call me the true messiah of humanity. The hell, is he insane? I think so. The bald apostles tilted their heads in confusion as they stared at each other dumbfoundedly. Okay. So what, you crazy brat? One of the apostles, who looked like his face was ground by a millstone, snorted as he approached Kang-woo and glared at him menacingly. Stab, G-A-H-H-H. Kang-woo stuck his fingers into the man's eyes. What else, you motherfuckers? He grabbed the agonizing man's head and smashed it into the ground. His head exploded like a watermelon and splattered across the ground. Kang-woo smiled widely as blood spewed like a fountain around him. Hand over everything you have, shiny-headed pieces of shit. Kang-woo's gleaming eyes were full of endless love for humanity. What the fuck? Prepare for battle. The 4 remaining apostles hurriedly took out their weapons. Woom, the eccentric tattoos on their bald heads shone purple like the group Kang-woo had come across earlier, meaning they were on the same side. In other words, there was a good chance they also had relics. Heh, Kang-woo giggled greedily. He licked the blade protruding from his palm and continued, "You can avoid bloodshed as long as you hand over your relics." "Fuck you, kill that fucking brat." The expressions of the apostles crumpled, hearing their usual lines spat back at them. "O Osiros, god of plundering, grant us the power to plunder the lives of our enemies." Woom, the eccentric tattoo shone purple. The apostles' muscles swelled abnormally and they grew to 3 meters in height. The apostles, covered in muscles like Balrog, bared their teeth and charged at Kang-woo. Boom, craters formed with each ferocious step they took. Rahhhh, the apostles roared like beasts as they raised their double-edged axes, slice. Kurg ga, however, they were no match for Kang-woo no matter how ferocious they were. Kang-woo easily beheaded one of the apostles after cutting his axe in half and looked down at the giant corpse with great interest. "Looks like you guys have a muscle augmentation ability." The apostles of Ishvalda could control lightning and the apostles of Helia could control fire. "I'm starting to get it." A worshipper was granted powers by the god they worshipped and were categorized by stars based on the amount of powers they were granted. Kinda like levels for a player. Kim Tae-ho, the man whom Kang-woo met at the Temple of Truth, introduced himself as a 7-star apostle of Ishvalda. "What star apostles of Osiros are you guys?" "Sh shit, I in one blow." "Huh, I said what star apostles are you guys?" "We can't win." "Hello. Can you hear me? Scatter." "WRYYYYYYYYYYYYY. How dare you bastards ignore me?" "Eek, he's insane. I am the missionary of HWMNI. Kang-woo chased after the apostles who scattered in 3 different directions but did not go out of his way to chase all 3. "Sigh, that crazy son of a bitch." I love that side of Kang-woo as, "Well, yes, I sure do." The sighing Cha Yeonju and Han Seala, who was nodding with an awkward smile, neutralized the apostles who went left and right. Kang-woo caught the apostle who ran in the opposite direction and beat him up mercilessly. "What did I just ask? Kurg, arg, please spare me. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. You're ignoring me, AGAA." Kang-woo smashed the apostle's head into the dirt and ground it against the ground. "Ga Kurg KRRRK." The apostle's nose broke and the skin on his cheekbones and lips ripped off. Kang-woo realized he got too worked up only after the apostle turned out unrecognizable. "Don't worry, man, you'll be all right," he consoled the apostle as he patted his shoulder. "You were fugly before this anyway. You're not much different from before." "Hergwaha." The apostle burst into tears, likely because he was so moved by Kang-woo's consoling words. His tears mixed with the blood pouring from his mangled cheeks and fell to the ground. So what star apostles are you guys? Kang-woo asked again. WER F5 star apostles of Osiros. 5-star huh, they're a bit lower than Kim Tae-ho. Kang-woo honestly couldn't tell the difference between the 5 apostles and Tae-ho because they felt the same by his standards. Nah, Kim Tae-ho was at least stronger than this. 7-star relics apparently granted power close to deific essence. Tae-ho had also shown enough power to deal damage even to those with deific essence in his ultra-charged state. If I compare the average player to the average apostle, apostles are probably stronger. Players couldn't hurt those with deific essence other than a select few, so apostles were likely stronger on average. I mean, it's all the same in the end. Kang-woo shrugged and gripped the apostle's shoulder tighter, his fingers digging into the apostle's flesh as if his hand were a hydraulic press. A little tighter and the apostle's shoulder would be crushed. Kang-woo cackled and whispered into the apostle's ear, so, do you have some relics, my man? Be honest, contrary to my actions, I'm not a bad person. Huff huff huff, please, spare me. Spare me, the apostle of Osiros trembled in pallor. It was odd to see how a 3-meter muscular giant was trembling in fear from a high school boy, but no one here could deny that the boy was far more monstrous than any demon of pandemonium. Oh, you're hurting my feelings, you know. When did I ever say I was going to kill you? Just give me all the relics you have and we can all be happy, okay? NNGH. Besides, they're all ones you stole from others, aren't they? The hesitant apostle gulped and pointed somewhere with trembling hands. They are over there. There was a large bag where he was pointing. Kang-woo gestured to Lilith with her eyes and she examined the bag. My, there are 4 this time. Let me check their ranks. Yeonju approached Lilith to check the relics' ranks. 2 4-stars and 2 3-stars. Kehehehe, very nice. That's human farming for you. 7 relics already after not finding any for 5 days. It was a bit of a shame that the relics' ranks were not as high as he had hoped, but the profit was more than good enough. And besides, we're just getting started. Kang-woo looked down at the apostle of Osiros greedily. Eek. Haha, there's no way only 10 of you came to plunder relics, right? Where are the others? The apostle shook his head and shouted. I don't know, I swear. We received orders separately in groups, so none of us know where the other groups are. He did not seem to be lying based on how desperate he sounded. He's not the kind of person to cover for his comrades either. I'm sure he really doesn't know. Is that so? Well then I guess it can't be helped. Kang-woo shrugged and raised his arm, the black blade shining menacingly. You'll have to die. Why, you said you would spare me if I gave you the relics. No, I didn't. When did I ever say that? I said we could all be happy if you give me the relics. Kang-woo smiled and lightly slapped the apostle's bald head. I'm sure you'll be happier dead than bald. What the fuck are you talking ob, slice? Kang-woo beheaded the complaining apostle of Osiros. Biwehehehe, scumbags are so innocent and cute. He burst into laughter as he looked down at the apostle's head, whose eyes were still open and full of hope that he would be spared. The reason did not matter since Kang-woo never had any intention of letting them live. Right then, who should I give happiness to next? Kang-woo hummed as he turned to face the remaining 2 apostles. Eek. Stay away, save UUUSSSS, the apostles screamed in tears. Arg, the apostle chained by Yeonju struggled aggressively, but the thorns on the chains sank into his flesh more and more. Kurg ga. KRRRK, damn, I guess he went to find his own happiness. The struggling apostle died from severe blood loss soon after. Kang-woo chuckled and turned to the remaining apostle who was on the ground, unable to move due to Siala's curse magic, flinching. Right then, it's your turn now. Listen, I have information. Kang-woo tilted his head as he was about to finish the apostle off. What information? A 10-star relic. It's lying dormant somewhere on this floor. 10 stars? Kang-woo's eyes shone. A 7-star relic could exert power on par with deific essence, so he couldn't imagine what a 10-star relic could do. It would be a massive score if I find it. He was naturally interested in the information. Where is it? No, I doubt you guys would be plundering if you already knew. Just tell me everything you know about that 10-star relic. Haha, the apostle chuckled and raised his head confidently as if he had seized the initiative once he saw Kang-woo was interested. If you want to know, release me from this magic this instant. Kang-woo smiled and lightly slapped the apostle's head. Come on, you're gonna be like that. Just tell me about that 10-star relic and I'll kill you. Ha. You can't fool me with your lies. Even if you swear to me that you'll let me live, I won't. Huh. The apostle of Osiros tilted his head in confusion. You'll kill me? Yup. Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. Are you taking me for a fool, motherfucker? Ha ha ha. Well, I doubt you'd understand at the moment. Don't worry, though. Kang-woo smiled as he licked his lips and grabbed the apostle's head. You'll want death more than anyone else soon enough. I'll make sure of it. Wait a second. Biwehehehe. All right, shall we start light with a finger? No, pleasc, the apostle screamed. Yeonju remained silent as she bore witness to a sight hard to bear. She turned to Siala and said cautiously, Siala. Why yeah, we're punishing bad guys who are killing players and stealing their relics, right? What? Yeah, Siala nodded as she smiled awkwardly, but Yeonju stared at the screaming apostle of Osiros and Kang-woo laughing maniacally. Why does he seem like more of a bad guy? There was no response. Side Story Chapter 95, Capture the Relic, Part 6. Ta-da, it's time for some fun and exciting magic, shouted O Kang-woo. The apostle of Osiros lifelessly stared into thin air. Today's magic trick is… Kang-woo raised two cups, one was empty and the other was filled with boiling oil. Making this boiling oil disappear, Ayaha, the apostle groaned in devastation, his lifeless eyes filled with fear. He desperately begged, "No, please, stop. Come on, what's wrong? I haven't even shown you the trick yet." Kang-woo confidently pushed the two cups forward. "All right, take a good look. I know you'll love it." He cleared his throat and raised the cup with boiling oil inside. As you can see, this cup contains boiling oil. The magician was again performing magic tricks for his one audience member today. He knew only one person was watching, but that did not erode his desire to make people smile with his magic tricks. If I tilt this cup and pour its contents into the other cup. Sizzle. Gyhhh. The boiling oil barely missed the empty cup and poured on the apostle's groin like a fountain. The apostle convulsed violently as his eyes flipped backward. Ta-da, look. Both cups are empty. Kang-woo showed the inside of the two cups to the panting and trembling apostle. They were naturally empty because Kang-woo had poured the boiling oil on the apostle. Heh, amazing, right? Please, stop. Huh, what do you mean? Is this not good enough for you? I guess I have no choice. I didn't want to show you this magic trick, but you forced my hand. Zell me. It's called dismemberment magic. A person is put in a box and their limbs are cut off and then reattached. Huh, what did you say? Kill me, wow, please just kill me. The apostle of Osiros lowered his head in tears. Biwehehehe, Kang-woo laughed in satisfaction and walked leisurely toward the apostle. Then you know what you have to do, right? I'll tell you everything I know. No need for that. Just spit out information about the 10-star relic. Kang-woo couldn't care less about anything else. I am not certain either since it is all based on rumors, but legends say the demonic sword meteor lays dormant in the northernmost ancient ruins of this floor. Demonic sword? Kang-woo frowned, feeling displeasure from those two words. He remembered being taken for a ride by Baal with demonic sword Ingrium, a sword made from a branch of the corrupted world tree. And this meteor is the 10-star relic? Kang-woo asked. Why, yes. According to the legends, one swing of the sword turns day to night, and a second swing covers the earth with a black sea. Damn, Kang-woo chuckled. The legend was obviously overblown from how abstract it was rather than in detail. I mean, that's how all legends are, I guess, but still, the fact that there were legends passed down about it confirmed how valuable the relic was. I might be able to awaken 5. No, 10 traits. Kang-woo couldn't choose the traits, but the more pulls he had, the higher the chances he had to pull a high-ranking one. Is 10 stars the highest? Kang-woo asked. He had been curious for a while about how high the star ranking went. Oh, of course not. The highest is naturally 12 stars. The apostle stared at Kang-woo, unable to understand why he would ask something so obvious. 12, huh? Kang-woo's eyes shone with great interest. 7 stars could damage those with deific essence, so he couldn't imagine how powerful 12 stars would be. Maybe. It could be something that surpassed even Kang-woo, something unfathomable that he had never experienced. Ha! Kang-woo exhaled heatedly as extreme hunger that he hadn't felt in a while burned his throat. He turned to the apostle of Osiros as he greedily licked his lips and asked, "Does that mean there are 12-star relics and apostles?" And no, not anymore. No, the existence of 12 stars is just passed down as legends. None exist at this moment. Tisk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue. What about 11 stars? That does not exist either. Then is 10 stars the highest among the existing relics? The apostle nodded. That's a shame. Kang-woo quelled his extreme hunger and narrowed his eyes. That aside, why didn't you guys go to find the 10-star relic? There was no reason for them to be plundering here if they knew it was in the northernmost region. No matter how many 3 to 4-star relics they collected, they wouldn't come close to a 10-star relic. That's because… The apostle averted his gaze from Kang-woo and continued, the place is bustling with the demons of pandemonium. Demons of pandemonium? Kang-woo recalled the succubus queen saying something about the demons of pandemonium scouring the tower for relics. Then you were stealing from the weak because you were scared of the demons? That's correct. The apostle lowered his head in shame. I see, Kang-woo nodded, he more or less understood. I don't think I can get much else from him. It was time to fulfill his promise. Okay, thanks for the info. Kang-woo placed his hand on the dejected apostle's head. He gripped hard and the apostle's head exploded. What shall we do now, my king? Lilith asked after putting the relics they collected in a bag. Will we be heading north? No, replied Kang-woo as he slowly turned around and shook his head. I can't outright trust what this guy said. He wanted the 10-star relic, but he still lacked far too much information to just head north without looking back. Then, I'll ask a few more of these guys whether or not it's true and farm some more in the process. Kang-woo licked his lips and put the bag filled with relics over his shoulder. Kang-woo invested one more day into hunting the apostles of Osiros and acquired 4 more relics. Hee, good good. They were all low-ranking 3 to 4-star relics, but it was an impressive haul considering how they had come up with nothing after the initial 5 days. Kang-woo chuckled in satisfaction after stuffing 11 relics in 2 large bags. It looks like we took care of most of them, mentioned Cha Yeonju as she stood up and dusted off her hands. Will we be heading north now? Han Xiala asked. Yup. The information about the 10-star relic being in the north seemed to be true after asking a few more apostles of Osiros. But darling, aren't you tired? I can head north by myself, so why don't you head home first? No, I'm coming with you, shouted Xiala as if Kang-woo was talking nonsense. You have a cooking class to get to, don't you? I can skip it. Kang-woo stared at Xiala worryingly. He only took the women with him because he didn't expect it would take this long, but he felt bad because they had not been able to wash and sleep at all. I don't want to make my darling suffer. Kang-woo sighed as he rubbed Xiala's soft hands. He couldn't help but be worried despite knowing she had long since surpassed human limits. Fufu, I'm not suffering at all. How could I be when I get to be with you? Darling. Kang-woo jumped into Xiala's embrace and rubbed his head between her bosoms. The position was a little awkward because they were around the same height now. Sheesh, fuck around some more, why don't you? You can go home and rest if you're tired too, Yeonju. Forget it, you son of a bitch. I'm skipping out on guild work, so I might as well come back with some relics. Heh, you say that, but you just don't want to be the only one left out, right? Arg, fuck off, Yeonju shouted as she pushed away the clinging Kang-woo and walked forward. More importantly, let's be quick if we're gonna head north. Pandemonium, was it? The demons from there are after the relic too, aren't they? Sure. Kang-woo grabbed Yeonju and Lilith by the waist and flew into the air using the authority of the sky. Yeonju could mimic flying by using her chains, but it was more efficient for Kang-woo to carry her when flying long distances. That aside, why don't you have wings when you're a demon, Lilith Unnai? Yeonju asked. Lilith smiled widely as her long hair squirmed. Fufu, not all demons have wings. Erg, I hate having wings at times like this. Xiala flapped her black angel wings and flew into the air. Alright, let's go, to Northrend. Whoosh, Kang-woo used the authority of the sky to rapidly fly north. Although the inside of the gate was as wide as the Korean peninsula, they were able to reach it shortly. Where are the ancient ruins? All I see are trees. They couldn't see any ruins no matter how much they looked around from above. Kang-woo used the authority of the beholder just in case, but he couldn't find anything that looked like ancient ruins. Just then Kang-woo felt demonic energy from below. It was similar to the demonic energy he used, but oddly different. The demons of Pandemonium. Kang-woo's eyes shone as he flew down toward the place where he could feel the demonic energy. Side Story Chapter 96, Corridor of Desire, Part 1, Whoosh, Kang-woo rapidly flew down with the 2 women in his arms. Boom, a dust cloud formed from where he landed. A group of demons exuding wicked demonic energy were searching for something. Apostles, they're brave to have come here. There were 6 demons with varying appearances. One had the head of a lion with goat horns and another had just an eyeball for a head. The only thing similar about them was that they exuded odd demonic energy. The demons laughed after discovering Kang-woo and his party. Great timing. We were just about getting bored. Might as well taste some human meat. Kang-woo charged at the demons without hesitation and split one of the demons' heads open with an axe he created. He clicked his tongue and remarked, sorry about that, dialogue from extras has been filling up too much page space lately, let's finish this quickly. What the, how could a human possibly, woo-wah. They're trying to fill up more page space. Smash, splatter. Kang-woo swung his axe and split another of the demons' heads before they could spout another word. Phew, I managed to save some page space. Heh, Kang-woo chuckled after wiping out 5 of the 6 demons in a flash. All he needed to do now was to squeeze out information from the remaining demon. Eek. The remaining demon was the one with an eyeball for a head. His eyeball shook as he shouted in fear, D-demon, it's a demon. You're a demon too, dumbass. Now settle down, let's deal with this nice and sexy. Yeah, deal with what? You just have to answer my questions. Kang-woo poked the demon's giant eyeball and continued, I've heard there's an ancient dungeon somewhere around here. Do you know anything about it? Ah, said the demon using the mouth located on his neck. There was no way he wouldn't know since the demons around this place were all after the 10-star relic hidden here. I doubt you know where it is, so just tell me everything you know about. And no, I know where it is as well. What? Kang-woo's eyes widened. It knows where it is. He looked down at the demon doubtfully and asked, then why have you been lurking around here? There was no reason not to go to the ancient dungeon straight away if they knew where it was. Well, to enter the Sea Corridor of Desire, you have to offer relics to the gatekeeper as a sacrifice, so we've been looking for them first. The Corridor of Desire seemed to be the name of the ancient dungeon where the 10-star relic lay dormant. You have to offer relics how many? F5 and they have to be at least 3 stars. Kang-woo had more than enough for the time being. He grabbed the demon's pumpkin-sized head and said, very well. Take us there. The demon was relatively small except for his massive eyeball of a head, so it was easier to carry him around. I understand. Damn, I like how you don't beat around the bush. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction and lightly smacked the eye demon's head. If the demon continued to cooperate, he wouldn't mind sparing his life. But it looks so fugly, said Yeonju as she looked down at the eye demon and frowned. The demon's eye was covered in disgusting blood vessels and his body was so thin he looked like rotten twigs. The demon was highly unpleasant to look at. How dare a lowly human speak to the great Horos that W peep? Why do you scream like that? I don't care if you're Horos or hollow. Just lead the fucking way. I understand, Horos nodded in fear. That way. Kang-woo and the others walked to where Horos pointed. Not long after walking, they found an area where the ground was melted as if lava had run over it. Red plants that looked like cabbages were sprouted from place to place on the melted ground. What happened here? I wonder if some of the demons fought against each other here. The traces are too big for that to be the case. The destruction was overwhelming. The vast surroundings were melted as if a natural disaster had occurred. Did a volcano erupt or something then? Horos groaned and trembled as Kang-woo and the others were thinking about what could have happened. We have to run. Right now, Horos screamed in desperation as he struggled. We have to get out of HE. Shut the hell up. Kang-woo smacked Horos' head and frowned. He asked, what's got you all riled up? There's only one demon who would destroy Lucanostok habitats, shouted Horos as he pointed at the red plants. The Demon King. The Demon King must have done this. What? Why me all of a sudden? No, wait. After thinking it through, Horos likely wasn't referring to Kang-woo since he saw Kang-woo as human. By Demon King, do you mean the King of Pandemonium? Why yes, the giant eye blinked rapidly. What the hell? Where should I even start? Lucanostok must be those cabbage-like things. But why would the Demon King go around destroying plant habitats? Does he hate vegetarians? Kang-woo had no idea what was going on. Explain to me in more detail, he demanded. Pardon, explain? Yeah. Why did the Demon King burn those plants? No, in the first place, what are those plants? Horos averted his gaze from Kang-woo and explained, those plants are known as Lucanostok. They are the main food source for low-ranking demons of Pandemonium. Food? Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. Demons did not need to eat since they extracted nutrients from demonic energy. That's correct. Why do they need to eat? Pardon, what do you mean why? It's naturally because low-ranking demons can't procure meat, so they just eat Lucanostok to survive. The two demons stared at each other in confusion. Just then, Lilith, who was listening in silence, nodded with a finger on her lips. It seems the demons of Pandemonium are fundamentally different from the demons of the Nine Hells. Oh, Kang-woo expressed and nodded. Come to think of it, we're not the same demons. Their demonic energy felt similar, but something was odd about it. It was like the difference between gasoline and diesel. I guess the demons here have to eat to survive, Kang-woo said. Isn't that obvious? How can a living organism survive without eating? I can. Alright, fine, let's move on. Why did the Demon King burn these things? The Demon King despises Lucanostok with a passion for some reason. He is known for burning Lucanostok habitats with his purgatory lava whenever he comes across them. A Demon King who burns plants out of his hatred for them. The fuck? Is he okay in the head? Kang-woo chuckled and asked. So you're saying the Demon King passed through here, right? Why yes, forget the Corridor of Desire, we have to get out of here right now. No way. Kang-woo had no reason to give up on the relic because the Demon King was here first. The Demon King of Pandemonium, Kang-woo wanted to meet him and ask why he was burning these plants. Why you're not going to run away? Of course not. I won't go. I don't think you know how cruel and terrifying the Demon King is, but we're all going to die at this rate. You're dead anyway if you don't come with us. Yeep. The eye demon struggled as he screamed in a way that did not suit him at all. Can't you do something about that scream of yours? Why you humans are blinded by greed? Is one relic worth more than your lives? It's at least worth more than your life. Peep. Horos collapsed in tears. It was horrifying to see tears falling from an eye larger than a basketball. All right, take us to the Corridor of Desire or whatever it was called. Horos lowered his head as if he had given up on everything. But still, I'm pretty curious. Why does he burn those plants? Yeonju wondered. Who knows? Maybe it tastes like shit. Yeonju stared at the Lucanostok, unable to hold back her curiosity. Should I try some? Kang-woo suggested. He was also curious. There were some Lucanostok that remained unharmed by the disaster. It's too dangerous, Kang-woo, you don't know what it's made of. Don't worry, darling. I'm physically incapable of getting sick from food now. Kang-woo walked past Siala, who was trying to stop him worryingly, and walked toward the Lucanostok. Let's have a taste. He ripped off a leaf from the red plant that looked like a cabbage and bit into it. Huh? Kang-woo was shocked by the taste. He ripped off more leaves and shoved them into his mouth. Sweet, spicy, and sour tastes filled his mouth. He was not mistaken. This is, Kang-woo chuckled nonsensically. Kimchi? He fucking hates kimchi. Side Story Chapter 97, Corridor of Desire, Part 2. The hell are you on about? Did you eat so much kimchi stew that it dyed your taste buds? Said Cha Yeonju as she approached dumbfoundedly. No, for real. Do you have any idea how much seasoning goes into making kimchi? There's no way a plain plant would taste like holy fuck it does. Yeonju's eyes widened after crouching beside Kang-woo and biting a leuconostoc leaf. The red plant that looked like a cabbage tasted the same as kimchi, a well-fermented one. Yeonju, Kang-woo looked down at the leuconostoc with a serious expression. Red Rose bought some land in Seoul, right? I'm not planting these things. Why not? It's a plant that tastes like kimchi. Are you fucking crazy? Who in their right mind would plant these things in cash-raking property? Things. This extraordinary discovery will allow humanity to evolve one step further. You fucking kimchi stew maniac. Yeonju grabbed her forehead as if her head hurt. Anyway, don't you dare try to plant these things on my guild's property. Damn it. Kang-woo looked down at the leuconostoc in disappointment and carefully dug into the earth to take out the leuconostoc with its roots intact. I'll take it home with me. Once he figured out how to cultivate them, he would plant them throughout the earth. It's perfect. Just like how Mun Ikjiam brought cottonseed from China to Korea, humanity would reach greater heights with this otherworldly plant. That aside, to think he would hate kimchi, that demon king is out of his mind. The only one out of his mind here is you, said Yeonju firmly. Whatever, let's get going already. Someone might get to the relic before us if we keep dilly-dallying. She looked back at Kang-woo, who stored the leuconostoc in his subspace bag as if it were a valuable treasure, and walked toward him. She said to Horos, lead the way. Horos remained silent. His shoulders dropped as if he had given up and led the way. He took them to a small cave that one person could barely fit in. We just have to walk straight inside, Horos said. The passageway grew larger as they headed deeper inside the cave, and they soon reached a massive cavity around 100 meters tall. At the end of the cavity was a giant door about the same height as the cave and guarded by a quadrupedal beast statue that looked like the Zijai. No wonder we couldn't see it from above. The inside of the cave was massive, but its entrance was like that of an ant's nest. Not only that, but the space inside the cave was protected by some kind of barrier, hence it couldn't be detected by the authority of the beholder or insight. Arhachek letter 1D41A, letter 1D594B, yaw letter 1E63, but how did you know where this place was? Asked Kang-woo with great interest as he lightly smacked Horo's head. Although the entrance was tiny, it could have been discovered by a massive search involving countless people. However, Horos was only accompanied by 5 other demons, nowhere near enough manpower to find a place like this. It is thanks to my clairvoyance ability. It allows me to detect even the movement of an ant several dozen kilometers away. I used this ability to search the inside of this cave, which was why I knew the Corridor of Desire was in here. Horos proudly tapped on his giant eye. Damn, you're more useful than I thought you were. I'm gonna eat him using the Authority of Predation and take his clairvoyance ability later. Alright, let's head inside. Kang-woo walked toward the giant door at the end of the cavity. Grrrrrrrrr. The entire cavity shook as Kang-woo and the others got closer to the door and a thunderous sound rang. The statue of the giant beast in front of the door slowly moved its head. You who have reached the Corridor of Desire. A deep voice echoed throughout the cavity. The statue's eyes gleamed white and it examined Kang-woo and the others. If you wish to enter, give up 5 relics as offerings. As Horos mentioned, the gatekeeper demanded relics as offerings. All right. Kang-woo nodded and opened the bag containing the relics the apostles of Osiris generously gave him. They had 11 relics in 2 bags. It's a shame, but he didn't mind investing this much for a 10-star relic. 3-star relics are good enough, right? Kang-woo left the 4- and 5-star relics in the bag and offered 5 3-star relics to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's eyes shone white in silence. Its gaze shifted away from the 5 3-star relics into the bags containing the remaining relics. Grrrrrrrr, the gatekeeper said in a low tone, 8. What? You must give up 8 relics to enter. Its deep voice died with greed. The gatekeeper smirked. Its dignified expression turned into one blinded by greed in an instant. Kang-woo stared in silence at the gatekeeper, laughing greedily. Yeonju, who had been listening in silence from the back, stepped forward with a frown. You said 5 before, motherfucker, she shouted. Why did you change your mind? The gatekeeper smiled nastily and continued, 10. The fuck you say? You must give up 10 relics as offerings to enter the corridor. Motherfucker, Yeonju gritted her teeth and gave the gatekeeper a death glare. However, the gatekeeper chuckled in amusement as if it were enjoying her reactions. You shall not pass without offering your relics. Just then Kang-woo said, 4. Are you asking me to take 4 off? The gatekeeper stared at Kang-woo as it chuckled, 3. 2, you bastard. The gatekeeper frowned once it understood Kang-woo's intentions of counting down by 1. Are you threatening me? 1, the absurdity, boom. The gatekeeper stomped its foot and glared fiercely at Kang-woo. Kang-woo slowly turned around and stuffed the 5 relics he put down in front of the gatekeeper back into his bag. Too bad. I have no more relics to give you. Kang-woo closed the bag and turned back to the gatekeeper. What are you doing? He crossed his arms and gestured at the door with his chin. Open the door. What do you think you're doing? Shouted Horos wide-eyed. You're mocking the lion of the corridor. Are you insane? Horos turned around in pallor and bowed in front of the gatekeeper. This human simply cannot think straight due to his insanity. I implore you to quell your rage. Impertinent human. P. Horos screamed, rumble. The cavity shook violently as the gatekeeper, over 50 meters tall and larger than echidna, rushed forward. Its giant front foot, which seemed to easily weigh dozens of tons, smashed down on Kang-woo. Kang-woo grabbed Horos by his head and flung him to the side before the gatekeeper's foot landed on him. Boom! A giant crater formed where Kang-woo had been standing. How dare you mock the lion of the corridor? The gatekeeper shouted haughtily as it looked down at the human who was crushed into a pulp. Wriggle. Kang-woo, who had been crushed by the gatekeeper's front foot, stood up slowly. Black mucus flowed out of his split top and bottom halves and merged. Looks like you can get through the deific essence barrier. The human who had been crushed crossed his arms again as if nothing happened and smiled leisurely. But that's all there is to it. The flesh of Kang-woo's palm split open and black mucus poured on the ground like a waterfall. It spread throughout the ground of the cavity and reached the gatekeeper's feet. What the? Dark spears. The gatekeeper tried to step back, but sharp blades shot up from the black mucus before it had the chance. Stab, gaoya. Thousands of spears shot out of the darkness and pierced the gatekeeper's feet. The spears then span rapidly, turning the gatekeeper's feet into mush. The gatekeeper collapsed. Urg. The gatekeeper stared at Kang-woo in fear. Its 50-meter-tall body trembled pitifully. Why you pass? Pass what? The gatekeeper stuttered. Why you have proven your worth to me. Why you may enter the corridor of desire without offering relics. It was talking as if it had been a test all along. Oh. So this was all to test whether I was worthy or not. See, correct. I knew it, so you picked a fight with us by raising the required number of relic offerings on purpose, huh? Of course. The gatekeeper nodded as its eyes shone white. Wow, I was so surprised, my balls almost shriveled up because I was so scared. It was to pick out those worthy from the unworthy. I hope you understand. Ha ha ha. I see. Kang-woo smiled brightly and walked toward the collapsed gatekeeper. But you see, I was so scared. I apologize for scaring you. No, you don't understand. I was so scared that I almost pissed my pants while doing multiple backflips in midair. I see. I was so scared. I thought I was going fucking INSA. Kang-woo slapped the gatekeeper's cheek like hitting a drum and screamed AAAHHHH. SOSCARY. I was so scared that you heard MYFELNGS. Wait. Is there ANYO? Who can console ME? See, calm down, human. ANYONE. Is there ANYONE? Kang-woo's eyes rolled backward as he convulsed and foamed at the mouth. What do I do? What should I do, SIR gatekeeper? I'm SOSCARED. I'm so scared that I just might tear you APA. I will let you in right away, human. I will open the door, so just calm down. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. See, calm down. Shouted the gatekeeper as it stared at the human suddenly convulsing uncontrollably. Bash, 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 bash. Kang-woo's slaps suddenly turned into punches. The gatekeeper's head slowly began to dent like iron being hammered. GAAHHH. Stop HUMAAN. Is there ANYONE who can tend to the WOOUNDS of MYHEAART? Why the fuck are you acting like this? WHYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY didn't YOO. You just take the damn RLICS the first TIII. Amy? Please calm down, human. I am sorry. Begged the gatekeeper as it shook its dented head. Kang-woo suddenly froze. You're sorry? The gatekeeper nodded as it trembled. Why, yes, I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Really? Kang-woo smirked. Then hand over all the relics you took until now. Side Story Chapter 98 Corridor of Desire Part 3 Fucking Swindler. Cha Yeonju feigned laughter as she stared at Kang-woo, who was humming as he packed the relics he took from the lion of the corridor in his bag. The lion had 23 relics. It was not as much as Kang-woo had hoped, but it was more than twice the amount of relics he had taken from the apostles of Osiros. The gatekeeper is the real swindler. You can tell just from how the number of relics it had isn't a multiplier of 5. Like what it had done to Kang-woo, the lion of the corridor had likely demanded 5 initially and then slowly raised the number. I guess so, hence my actions were purely in self-defense, answered Kang-woo as if he did not feel shame for his actions in the slightest. Yeah, okay, good for you, man. Yeonju shook her head and sighed as if she had given up. Fufu, of course, Kang-woo did nothing wrong. Han Xiala smiled and hugged Kang-woo from behind as he stuffed the relics into his bag. Heh, I knew you'd understand, darling, but the way you were screaming out of nowhere was a bit unsightly, remarked Xiala, not knowing how to say it without hurting Kang-woo's feelings. You have to act crazy to sons of bitches like that to intimidate them, Kang-woo answered. But if you hated it, I won't do it again. And not at all, I'm ready to love every part of you. Hee, never mind then. Kang-woo turned around to kiss Xiala and stood up. The bag has gotten too big, so I'll just store it in the subspace. Human farming was truly the best out of every kind of farming. Just in one day, Kang-woo had gathered over 30 of the relics he had spent 5 days searching for with no luck. Right then, let's head inside, said Kang-woo as he threw the bag into the subspace he stored the Lucanostok in and stared at the open doors to the corridor of desire. Arg. Kang-woo and the others walked past the half-dead gatekeeper and entered the corridor. Wow, what's all this? Are these all gold? The edges of the hallway dimly lit with candles were covered with gold. Some areas were covered with gold coins and giant lumps of gold were in other areas. So this is what it meant by the corridor of desire. Kang-woo uninterestedly stared at the hallway filled with gold. The average person would have been amazed by such a sight, but to him, all this gold was nothing but shiny objects cluttering the hallway. I already have more money than I can spend. He had less than Yeonju, but he would never run out of money even if he spent his entire life spending it on whatever he wanted. Kang-woo, see, could we take some home? Asked Xiala with a trembling voice. Her eyes were shining with all the gold in her vision, likely because she had been poor in the past. There's no reason to, is there? We already have plenty of money, said Yeonju as she shrugged. She was just as uninterested in the gold as Kang-woo. But it just feels like a waste not to. Wow, I didn't see you in that light, Xiala. You're quite the avaricious one, huh? No, you're the weirder one for not feeling this way when you're in front of all this gold, Yeonju. I mean, I have nothing to refute that. Most people would be all over this gold if they were here. Kang-woo remarked, hold yourself back, darling. Kang-woo, usually the more money the better, but Kang-woo narrowed his eyes as he stared at the gold covering the hallway. Taking money lying around in places like this usually triggers some kind of trap. Ah, Xiala expressed and nodded. It was a common cliché in films and TV shows that one suffered from being blinded by greed. I didn't think it through enough. You don't have to worry about money at all, darling. We can just ask Yeonju for some on the off chance that our money runs out. The fuck you say? Yeonju asked in irritation. You're the reason I can live so freely, Yeonju Nuna. The hell are you on about? Don't expect me to give you a single cent. Yeonju snorted and turned away. Well, if you really need it, I wouldn't mind letting you borrow a little, but you'll have to kneel and beg me for it. Geez, my little Yeonju is so cute. Damn it, get the fuck away from me. Yeonju pushed Kang-woo away as he was trying to embrace her. Just then, Lilith, who was searching the area, called, Master Kang-woo, please come and take a look at this. She pointed at a severely damaged mechanical device. This is. Someone seems to have intentionally broken this. Considering how it wasn't rusted or there was no dust on it, it seemed to be recent. Meaning, someone had already passed through this area before Kang-woo and the others reached it. Someone got the jump on us. If we think about someone who passed through this area at this time, Kang-woo could think of someone. Eek, it can't be, Horos screamed as he blinked repeatedly. It seemed he was thinking of the same person as Kang-woo. Has the Demon King reached this place first? Maybe. Since the Lucanostok habitat near the entrance was destroyed, it was more than possible. We have to get out of here this inst. Shut up. Peep, Kang-woo grabbed Horo's head and dragged him along the hallway. Let's pick up the pace. Since they found out someone was ahead of them, they couldn't take their time exploring the dungeon. Kang-woo and the others hastily walked down the downslope hallway. As they kept going down, they came across pink mist filling the hallway dimly lit by candles. What the hell is this? It's hypnotic incense. Lilith lightly clicked her tongue and snapped her finger. Her hair spread out and sucked all the pink mist from the air. Thanks, Fufu, hypnotic incense of this level is nothing to me. A succubus queen would have no trouble dealing with hypnotic incense. First it was greed and now it's lust, Kang-woo chuckled. He more or less understood what kind of place the corridor of desire was. They walked down the hallway free of hypnotic incense. Kang-woo, over there. Xiala pointed at something as they were walking down the hallway. Looks like he passed through this place as well. Headless corpses of women wearing sensual clothing were lying around. They haven't been dead for a while. We shouldn't be too far from him. If that was the case, there was no need to hesitate. Let's go. Kang-woo walked past the obsolete traps and continued to walk. Looks like it's gluttony this time. They saw food splattered all over the floor. Corpses of cats wearing chef's outfits were next to a table split in half. Fuck yeah, he's disabling all the traps. Kang-woo and the others were just walking down the hallway without worrying about traps thanks to the Demon King destroying everything he saw. I'll have to thank the guy if we meet him. Kang-woo snickered as he continued down the hallway. They passed through the hallway themed with sloth and pride without anything getting in their way, and then came across a door slightly smaller than the first one they passed. Another door, looks like it. This is the entrance to the Corridor of Trials, Horos answered. Corridor of Trials? Yes. Horos, who had been dragged along by Kang-woo all this way, blinked and continued. Only those who pass the Corridor of Desire and emerge victorious against the trial of one's past may reach the heart of the corridor. It's the legend that has been spreading throughout the tower. It's why so many demons and apostles have gathered on this floor. Pandemonium's Demon King must have been one of them. Kang-woo nodded and stared at the closed door. In other words, we have to get past this door, right? Yes, correct. You said we would have to face a trial of our past. What does that mean? I've heard that one would recall the worst memory in their memories once you enter the Corridor of Trials. Worst memory, huh? Kang-woo frowned. What a pain. Immortality granted by the demonic sea was useless against psychological attacks. What do you want to do? Asked Yeonju. We're entering, obviously. They couldn't give up after coming this far. That Demon King from Pandemonium seems to have entered too. They had walked down a straight hallway. There was no sign of broken walls, hence it was wise to assume the Demon King had already entered the Corridor of Trials. Will you all be okay? Asked Kang-woo to Seala, Lilith, and Yeonju. The three women nodded simultaneously. Good, Kang-woo smiled and stood in front of the Corridor of Trials. I have a feeling you'll be the first to complete the trial, Kang-woo. Yeonju clicked her tongue and answered, can't deny that. I have to admit the son of a bitch's mind is like a steel trap. The worst memory of your life, I wonder which memory will appear. Who knows? Kang-woo shrugged and shook his head. Maybe the time I got assaulted by Lilith will appear. Chills ran down Kang-woo's spine. He opened the door thinking it would be a terrible experience for him. Creak, darkness flowed out between the doors. Kang-woo's consciousness shut off. Seala trembled as she opened her eyes. She panted, heya heya. Beads of sweat trickled from her forehead and pooled on her chin. She bit her lip. Her memory had been about her drunk older brother shouting and beating up their mother. She felt nauseous, her vision was blurring, and her legs trembled. I don't ever want to experience something like that again. Seala hugged her knees and trembled as she thought about the memory, so vivid that it felt like reality. You're awake, yes, looks like you woke up first, Unnai. Ho ho ho, I woke up not long before you. Lilith giggled faintly, but her smile carried a hint of sorrow, unlike her usual self. Seala did not bother to ask what memory Lilith was made to remember. What about Yeonju and Kang-woo? They haven't woken up, why? Boom. Just then, Yeonju sprang up and cursed, ARGHHHHHHHHHHH. Fucking demon cultists, tears were welled up around her eyes. Are you okay, Yeonju? Heya heya heya, fuck, I feel like shit. Yeonju wiped her tears away and disheveled her hair. The memory she was forced to recall was one about the guild member she treated like a little sister being kidnapped by the demon cultists. Heya! Yeonju felt dizzy due to her surging rage. She repeatedly clenched her fists to calm down and her dizziness went away. What about Kang-woo? He hasn't woken up yet. Heh, he was talking about being the fastest but he's the slowest. Yeonju smiled and approached Kang-woo lying on the floor. Hey, you're not pretending to be asleep, are you? There was no answer. Let's wait here for a bit, Yeonju. Got it. Time passed. 1 hour. Fufu, the king is such a sleepyhead. 2 hours. She's not waking up at all. 3 hours. Kang-woo, and 1 day passed. Kang-woo, open your eyes. There was no answer. Side story chapter 99, 1 day, part 1. Heya heya heya. The unquenching thirst was burning Kang-woo's throat. He felt like he was hallucinating from the pain of his cells drying up. Fuck, he cursed as he pulled on his hair. Kang-woo looked around and saw tall, sharp rocks, cracks in the earth, and a red sky. Where the hell am I? It happened almost instantaneously. A black gate suddenly appeared in front of him as he was dragging his fatigued self to his one-room apartment after a day's worth of hard work. He was sucked into it before he even had time to evade it and ended up in a place he had never seen before once he opened his eyes. Ayaya. Kang-woo thought it was a dream at first. He thought he was hallucinating because he had pushed himself too hard to make enough to pay the overdue rent. However, he did not wake up from this nightmare no matter how much time passed. The sky continued to burn red and he was surrounded by arid land covered in rocks. Shit. He couldn't tell how much time had passed since he ended up here. The burning red sky darkened 3 times, so he could only assume 3 days had passed. Herg, what the fuck? What in the actual fuck? Kang-woo staggered. He couldn't form tears because even his eyes had dried up. He hid between the tall, sharp rocks and trembled. Water. He was going insane from dehydration. Every cell in his body was desperate for water. Heya. Water. He stood up as he swayed and pulled down his pants. He aimed at a small hole in the rock and peed. A dark yellow fluid pooled in the hole. Huff, huff, huff. A disgusting scent attacked Kang-woo's sense of smell, but he couldn't care less. Water. He crouched as he panted heavily and licked the urine pooled in the hole. He suppressed his desire to vomit with all his might from the disgusting salty taste and the nasty stench and licked every last drop of the urine. Heya, heya. His mind became clearer with the sensation of his thirst being quenched. Kang-woo aggressively bit his lip. I can't keep doing this. There was barely any urine coming out anymore. I need something to drink. However, he had no idea if water even existed in this arid land. He had spent a lot of time searching the surroundings but couldn't even find trees or plants. All that he found in 3 days was a monster. It was a giant wolf about 3 meters long. It had 2 horns on its forehead and its fangs gleamed like knives. He barely managed to escape from the monster on his second day here. I was lucky. The monster wolf suddenly gave up on chasing Kang-woo once he entered the rocky terrain. He had been staying hidden here since then but was reaching his limit. He couldn't stay hidden forever. I need food and water. Anything, even a bug. Kang-woo forced his trembling legs to move and came out of the space between the rocks. The monster wolf fell back around here. Kang-woo stared at the desert terrain filled with red sand across from the rocky terrain. The wolf had chased him up to where the rocky terrain began and suddenly turned back. One thing for sure is, going that way is dangerous. He might meet the monster again if he stepped foot into the red sand desert. Kang-woo traversed deeper into the rocky region to look for food and water. Shit. He did not find anything after an hour of searching. All he could find was tall rocks, not a hint of living organisms like small bugs, rats, or snakes. Shit, shit, shit. Kang-woo pulled on his hair in irritation. The extreme thirst drove him more insane than the fear of death. Please, anything, he prayed as he continued to walk. Just then a putrid stench attacked his nose. He almost vomited from the stench. This is. Kang-woo once worked as a sewer cleaner and the stench he had been familiarized with was coming from beyond the wall of rocks in front of him. Poop. Kang-woo carefully approached the rocks and soon found the source of the stench. There was a 1-meter pile of brown poop under the rock wall. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and examined the poop. It's recent. He brought his hand close to the poop and could feel its warmth, meaning the one who excreted this giant pile of poop was nearby. Shit, Kang-woo bit his lip. Considering the pile of poop was almost a meter tall, the one who excreted it was likely far taller. I guess I wasn't lucky. He recalled the monster wolf turning back as soon as he entered the rocky region. This must be a different monster's territory. Kang-woo had no idea whose territory this was, but he was at least sure he was no match for it. After all, a 3-meter monster gave up on Kang-woo, its prey, once he entered the other monster's territory. Heya heya, Kang-woo was filled with anxiety. His heart beat so strong it was about to burst. First, he scooped a handful of the giant pile of poop and took a large bite. Bleghhhh, he felt his intestines ringing. He tried to eat some with the hope that he could eat it, but its stench and taste was so bad that he vomited out the poop along with some stomach juices. I can't eat this. Kang-woo bit his lip. If he couldn't eat it, he would have to look around for something else in the rocky territory of an unknown monster. Hoo. He caught his breath and turned around to look down at the giant pile of poop. If I don't want to get discovered. Splat splat, fuck. Kang-woo smeared the poop all over himself. He couldn't handle its horrible taste but could just barely endure its putrid stench. No, even if he couldn't endure it, he needed to if he wanted to survive. If the monster here relies on its sense of smell, I should be able to somewhat hide my presence with this. Other powerful monsters might also run away as well after getting a scent of the poop, just like how the monster wolf in the red sand desert had. All right, Kang-woo finished covering every part of himself with the poop and carefully traversed the rocky territory. He wouldn't last any longer if he didn't find something to drink by today. Please, Kang-woo desperately looked around, but like before, there was only arid land and rocks. There wasn't even a tiny bug in sight. What the hell is with this place? He couldn't understand why there was nothing to eat or drink in a place where even a 3-meter wolf could live. There should at least be a puddle of water. Then what do these goddamn monsters eat and drink? Kang-woo was filled with frustration and rage, unable to understand the situation. Rustle, splatter. Just then, Kang-woo heard something loving on the other side of a rock wall. He became wide-eyed as he crouched and carefully stuck close to the rock wall. He peeked on the other side of the wall. What the hell is that? It was twice as large as the monster wolf that had chased him in the red sand desert. A giant dog with black fur was curled up into a ball and darting its tongue in and out, red flames igniting around its mouth each time it did. Its claws scratching the ground were so sharp that it was sinking into the rock. Is that the boss of this territory? Kang-woo could tell from a glance that it was powerful. Kang-woo examined the monster anxiously. It hasn't discovered me. Kang-woo could see it sniffing, but it didn't detect him. It seemed like he had made the right call to smear poop all over himself. Just then, he saw something small moving between the curled-up monster. He took a closer look and saw that it was a smaller dog rubbing its cheek on the larger dog's stomach. Although it was smaller, it was still easily over a meter long. Is that its baby? It was likely the case considering how similar they looked. The giant black dog was licking the small dog as if it were a precious treasure. Anyone could see that it was a mother caring for her baby, but Kang-woo's heart was not filled with warmth since the dog was over 5 meters and breathing fire. Kang-woo crawled on the ground so that he would make as little sound as possible and got far away from the monster's nest. Piwa heya heya, he panted heavily once he got far away from the nest and fell to the ground. Fucking hell, Kang-woo could understand why the monster wolf had turned back. What do I do? He might be able to hunt the baby dog, but there was no way he could when it was stuck to the mother. Should I find something else to eat? Kang-woo thought about it for a while but shook his head. He had spent the last several hours looking around but found nothing. Not only that, but he did not have much time. His lips were dried up and his vision was getting blurry due to dehydration. I have to kill that monster's baby. That was the only path to survival. But how? He needed a way to separate the mother from the baby. Kang-woo's mind was jumbled. Considering the monster's overwhelming size, it would instantly catch up to him and tear him apart with its sharp claws if he tried to outrun it. Running it is impossible. He couldn't outrun the monster even if he were in his best condition, so it was even less likely he could when he was exhausted. What should I? Kang-woo bit his lip anxiously. Ergbleg, he grimaced once the monster's poop on his lips touched his tongue. Just then he thought of an idea. With this, maybe I can. Kang-woo's eyes shone as he looked down at the poop he was smeared with. Side Story Chapter 100 One Day, Part 2. It might be possible. With this, mumbled Kang-woo as he stared at the monster poop smeared all over him. These monsters have their own territories like bears and other wild beasts. As proof, the giant wolf chasing after him suddenly turned back once they arrived at the rocky region. But what if I can lure the wolf here? Considering the dog was almost twice the size, the wolf would be no match, but it should at least buy me enough time to kill the baby. The problem was how he was going to lure the wolf here. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes as he looked down at the putrid poop of the black dog. If he placed the poop in the horned wolf's territory, it might think the dog had trespassed on its territory and enter the dog's territory in rage. It's a gamble, one with a terribly low chance of success. Purely based on size, the wolf would not be able to defeat the black dog. In other words, even if Kang-woo placed the black dog's poop in the horned wolf's territory, the wolf might run away instead of fighting. It's natural to avoid a fight with a stronger predator. However, logic and reasoning did not always apply to the world of beasts. If the wolf is the kind of beast to be extremely wary of others trespassing on its territory, maybe it'll try to fight regardless of its chances of victory. Kang-woo had no idea if these monsters were similar to the ones in the animal kingdom, but they had territories and were careful not to trespass on them. It's a gamble worth taking. No, he would die if he didn't. He would lose the strength to move or remain sane soon. Even now, the unquenching thirst and extreme hunger were killing him. He did not have the leeway to worry about the chances of success. Kang-woo did not have time to hesitate. He headed to where he found the pile of poop and flattened the t-shirt he was wearing on the ground to carry the poop. He did his best not to vomit from the stench and headed to the red sand desert where he saw the horned wolf. Since he was walking straight to it instead of looking around carefully for food, he realized it was fairly close. All right. If Kang-woo could lure the horned wolf to the rocky region, the black dog would undoubtedly take action to find the one who trespassed on its territory to protect her baby. I have to spread as much of it as wide as possible. Kang-woo walked around the red sand desert and sprayed the black dog's poop he was carrying with his t-shirt. What is this, Hansel and Gretel? Kang-woo frowned as he stared at the trail of poop in his path. I'm done. The preparations were complete. All that was left was for the horned wolf to think its territory was invaded and head to the rocky region. Please. Kang-woo hid between the tall, sharp rocks again and prayed with his fists clenched. It was over for him if the wolf ran away instead of trespassing on the rocky region. He did not have the strength or sanity to look around for more food. Grrrrrrr, grrrrk. Krrrrk, woof grrrr. Just then Kang-woo heard multiple growls. Theirs wasn't just one. Kang-woo peeked out from between the rocks. In the red sand desert were 3 horned wolves growling at each other as if discussing what to do. All right. Kang-woo pumped his fists with shining eyes. One wolf would have been no match for the black dog based on the size difference, but 3 of them might put up a good fight. It's a different story if they hunt in packs. If they were in a pack, they were more likely to try to protect their territory. Grahhhh grrrrrrrrr. Woof. Woof, the horned wolves growled ferociously and glared at the rocky region, their eyes full of bloodlust. Grrrrrrr. They stopped growling soon after and ran into the rocky region. Hell yeah, Kang-woo suppressed his cheers with all his might and ran after the wolves. They were so fast that it took a while for him to catch up. He then arrived near the black dog's best as he stayed hidden. F whoosh. Grahhhh. The giant 5-meter black dog charged out of the nest as she breathed fire. Grrrrk. Woof. The black dog charged without hesitation at the 3-horned wolves that trespassed on her territory. A 1 versus 3 battle began. Crunch, crack, whine, woof, woof. The black dog smashed its front foot into one of the rabid horned wolves, which was blown back helplessly. Oh fuck, Kang-woo froze as he watched the battle. They're getting floored. Unlike what he had hoped, the black dog was wiping out the 3-horned wolves with ease. I don't have much time. Kang-woo was done for if he didn't kill the baby dog before the mother killed the 3 wolves. Huff huff, he hurried to the black dog's nest, avoiding being seen by the monsters. He eliminated traces of his scent by smearing more poop on himself and crawled to minimize making a sound. He arrived at the nest soon after. Grrrr. The baby black dog was curled up into a ball and sleeping. Kang-woo approached the baby with shining eyes. I'll have to shut its mouth first to keep it from making a sound. If the baby made a sound, the mother would hurry back to the nest in an instant. Kang-woo moved as carefully as possible so that the baby would wake up. It was thankfully in a deep slumber and didn't notice Kang-woo approaching it. It's so fucking big. Although it was a baby, it was still a meter tall. Kang-woo continued to approach the baby, wondering whether he could finish it off in one blow. Just then, a voice echoed, "Stop." Kang-woo turned around, wide-eyed. You must be insane trying to kill a baby hellhound in hellhound territory. WH what? WH who are you? Kang-woo stared at the owner of the voice with shaking eyes. The man had the head of a ram, 2 horns on his forehead, and a long tail with a sharp end like a skewer. Unlike the monsters Kang-woo had seen so far, he was walking on 2 feet instead of 4. The man looked like a generic demon worshipper wearing a goat head, but Kang-woo could instinctively tell that it was the man's real head. Demon, the word naturally came to mind. The goat horns, black skin, and long tail were the hallmarks of a demon in fiction. Why is a demon here? Is it not obvious for a demon to be in hell? Replied the demon quietly as he chuckled. He also seemed to be careful not to wake the baby black dog. Hell? Kang-woo stared at the demon incomprehensibly. This is hell, what the hell is he talking about? His mind was in jumbles. No, that wasn't the only question he had. Why can I understand that demon? Kang-woo was sure the demon was talking in a language that was not Korean, but his words were being automatically interpreted in Kang-woo's head somehow, as if he could understand the language of demons from the beginning. That's impossible. Kang-woo didn't mean to brag, but his skills in foreign languages were so atrocious that he could barely hold a normal English conversation. He couldn't have learned the language of demons. What the hell is going on? Kang-woo stared at the demon in confusion. That aside, a human, whom it seems the rumor of humans being found in various places for the past few days was true, the demon mumbled and smiled. He had mumbled so quietly to not wake up the baby black dog, so Kang-woo did not hear what he said. Heh, I heard that if you kill those humans and eat their hearts, you'll gain immense demonic energy. The demon's eyes gleamed with desire and he licked his lips. It had been worth it to trespass on a hellhound's territory in search of the rumored humans. The demon smiled and said haughtily, I am Sabnek, a demon of the first hell. His palm split and a black blade shot out from between. Die and become my flesh and blood human. Sabnek pointed his shining blade at Kang-woo. Huff huff, Kang-woo panted heavily as he stared at the black blade pointed at him. He could barely hear what the demon was saying because he was speaking so quietly, but he was sure about one thing. I'm going to die. Kang-woo's heart beat rapidly. His extreme hunger and thirst disappeared and a chill ran down his back. I'm gonna die, here like this. He stared at the demon with shaking eyes. The blade protruding from the hand of the demon calling himself Sabnak was gleaming. Kang-woo would undoubtedly die if he were to be stabbed by that blade. There would be no miracle to save him. Heya, Kang-woo could feel his legs shaking. His heavy breaths echoed inside his head like thunder. He looked around but saw no way to run. Not only was he out of strength, he could tell from the demon's muscular thighs that the demon would be far faster than him. Arg, even so Kang-woo couldn't fight. One swing from the black blade would easily split him in two. Then, he would die. He had no other choice but to, fuck you motherfucker. Kang-woo violently stomped his foot and raised his head. He squeezed out all the air he could muster from his lungs to shout, IRFUSC. GRRR. The sleeping baby hellhound opened its eyes. To die Winnie. Kang-woo jumped on the back of the baby hellhound. He wrapped his right arm around the hellhound's neck and raised his left arm. Pierce. GRAHHH. Kang-woo shoved his left arm into the baby hellhound's left eye. The baby hellhound's screech shook the rocky region. Why you crazy son of a bitch? Sabnak's eyes widened in shock. Kang-woo burst into crazed laughter and smiled as he glared at the demon. If I'm gonna die, I'm fucking taking you with me, MOTHRFUCK. Side Story Chapter 101, One Day. Part 3, See Crazy Human, Sabnak shouted in pallor. They were in the territory of the Hellhound, one of the apex predators of the first Hell. Since the human attacked the Hellhound's baby in her nest, the Hellhound was bound to run back here. Shit, Sabnak quickly swung the black blade he made with the Authority of Blades. He needed to silence the screeching baby Hellhound as soon as possible. Slash. The black blade cut the baby Hellhound from head to chest. KRRRK, whine. The baby Hellhound died in one blow, unbecoming of its reputation as the strongest predator in the first Hell. Sabnak glared at Kang-woo after killing the baby. You crazy son of a bitch. Do you want to be devoured by a Hellhound who lost its baby? Hehe, Kang-woo snickered. Whether the Hellhound kills me or you, it's all the same, damn it. Sabnak couldn't refute Kang-woo's logic. He remained silent because he was planning on killing the human, and eating his heart. Sabnak narrowed his eyes. Although the Hellhound was one of the most powerful demonic beasts in the first Hell, he was a demon with an authority. It was not like he didn't stand a chance. No, he had a higher chance of victory, but it's too dangerous. Sabnak could win if the Hellhound were in a normal state, but not even he could handle a Hellhound blind with rage, because it would charge at him with the intent to kill without a care for its life. Sabnak may win if he were lucky, but would likely die from the injuries he suffered in the battle. Damn it, Sabnak cursed and frowned. The baby Hellhound was dead, making the battle impossible to avoid. The Hellhound, blinded by rage, would continue to chase his scent until it killed him. Then before that, he would kill the human and devour his heart. No one had any idea why, but the humans who had been appearing throughout the first Hell lately drastically boosted the demonic energy of those who ate their hearts. I can't believe I'm being forced to deal with this shit just because of a mere human insect. Sabnak glared at Kang-woo with a frown. I'll have you pay for this with your life, human. What a load of shit. Kang-woo smiled as he panted heavily. Such lines weren't even used in mediocre martial arts novels these days. And I told you, didn't I? Kang-woo smirked as he slowly crouched. If I die, I'm taking you with me. No, you're the only one who's gonna die. What? Sabnak's eyebrows crumpled. Kang-woo stuffed his left hand into the baby Hellhound's split chest. Here it is. He felt something squishy in his hand. He grabbed it and pulled out the baby Hellhound's stopped heart. Kang-woo gulped as he stared at the black blood trickling down his left arm. He wanted to quench his thirst with the black blood more than anything. Endure it. It would be over for him the moment he drank the blood. To be more specific, he would become the target of the mother Hellhound the moment the blood got on his body. Their sense of smell is highly developed. Kang-woo recalled how he wasn't detected by the Hellhound when he was covered in poop. Just like dogs, they relied on their sense of smell to distinguish friend and foe. In that case, the mother Hellhound would naturally attack the one whom she could smell her baby's blood from. Kang-woo looked down at himself. His left arm was soaked in the black blood from shoving his arm into the baby Hellhound's eye and pulling out its heart from its chest. But nowhere else. The blood did not splatter anywhere else thanks to him being on the baby Hellhound's back when Sabnak killed the baby. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and looked down at the baby Hellhound's heart in his left hand. He chuckled at the idea he had just thought of. It's insane. However, he wouldn't survive in this place unless he was insane. Hoo. Kang-woo's heart beat rapidly due to the massive anxiety crushing him. He panted heavily and lowered his stance. He squeezed out what remained of his strength to charge at Sabnak. What the? Sabnak stepped back in confusion, not expecting the human to charge at him first, and reflexively raised his arm. The black blade gleamed as it swung toward the human. Now, Kang-woo smiled as he stared at the black blade. If only my left arm is covered in the baby Hellhound's blood, I just have to cut it off. Kang-woo swung his left arm, holding the baby Hellhound's heart with all his might at the black blade, so sharp that it could likely slice rocks like tofu. Slash G-A-H-H-H, Kang-woo screamed. The gut-wrenching pain traveling up his left arm drove him crazy. It-hurts. His cheeks were doused with tears. He wondered if this was how it felt to be scalded with a hot iron. Overwhelming pain he had never experienced before turned his mind blank. Arg. Kang-woo suppressed his screams with all his might and stared at his left arm. It was spewing so much red blood that it was hard to believe he had been suffering from severe dehydration. At this rate, he would die from blood loss instead of by the Hellhound. Huff, huff, huff. Kang-woo tied the t-shirt he had used to collect the Hellhound poop to stop the bleeding, albeit poorly. He then turned around to look at Sabnak. The plan he had in mind had succeeded. What in the? The left arm Kang-woo had swung as if throwing it had flown towards Sabnak after being sliced off. It collided with Sabnak's chest, and the baby Hellhound's heart burst with blood from the impact. It can't be. Sabnak stared at Kang-woo in disbelief. Sabnak knew how sensitive a Hellhound's sense of smell was, and he was covered in the baby Hellhound's blood. Son of a, Sabnak stared at Kang-woo with trembling eyes. The human had swung his arm towards Sabnak's blade to throw the baby Hellhound's heart at Sabnak. It wasn't something anyone sane could do. Sabnak bit his lip and charged at the human. Now that it had come to this, he needed to kill the human as quickly as possible. Boom, grahhh. However, before Sabnak could swing his blade, the mother hellhound battling the horned wolves returned to her nest with a thunderous roar. She was covered in wounds likely made from the battle against the wolves. Damn it, Sabnak quickly turned to the hellhound. Nothing was more terrifying in the first hell than a hellhound blinded by rage. Split. Sabnak did not have time to bother with the human. Another black blade sprouted from his other hand as he prepared to face the hellhound charging at him. Grrr. Woof, Kurg, befitting of its title as the most powerful predator in the first hell, the hellhound's physical strength was extraordinary. The earth shook with each step the hellhound took, and she bared her sharp fangs at Sabnak. Arghhhhhh. Motherfucking HUMAA. Sabnak screamed in fury as he faced the hellhound. The hellhound was focused only on Sabnak as if she couldn't even see Kang-woo. It was only natural. Not only was Kang-woo not covered in her baby's blood, he was also covered in hellhound poop. Although Kang-woo's blood was dripping from his severed left arm, that was not important to the hellhound who just lost her baby. Heya, Kang-woo panted heavily and crouched as he watched the battle between two monsters. If I chose to fight those monsters, chills ran down his spine. First, I should. Kang-woo crawled to escape from where Sabnak and the hellhound were fighting, making as little sound as possible. Arg! Tears flowed down his cheeks. Sharp pain radiated from the stump of his left arm. His vision blurred with even the slightest movement. Huff, huff, huff. Kang-woo bit his lip and held on to the string connected to his consciousness with all his might. Kurg. He could just crawl away, but instead crawled up a rock about 3 meters tall. Despite being this high, the hellhound was so large that he still needed to look up. He's fighting a lot better than the wolves. Sabnak was only a little taller than Kang-woo, but thankfully he, with his sharp black blades, was fighting on par with the hellhound despite the massive size difference. Kurg, Kang-woo endured the pain shooting from his left arm and grabbed one of the small rocks around the area. He had not crawled up this rock to observe the battle from above. Even if I run away, I'll die soon enough. Running away in starvation and exhaustion would not last him long. In that case, Kang-woo couldn't do anything about his severed arm, but he at least needed to find something to eat and drink here. I'll kill both of them here. He, of course, was nowhere near strong enough to kill either of the monsters, but I can at least keep the battle neck and neck. Kang-woo gripped the rock and raised his arm high. Rahhhh, Sabnak roared as he ferociously swung his black blades against the hellhound. The hellhound was already tired, as if she had been in a battle before this. If that was the case, Sabnak had a chance to win. Bash. Just then a rock flew out of nowhere and hit his head. God what the? Sabnak swayed and momentarily stopped. ROO. The hellhound did not miss that chance and smashed Sabnak with her front foot. Kurg, Sabnak looked up even while being blown backward. On one of the rocks was the human who covered him with the baby hellhound's blood with a rock in his hand. UBASDA. Sabnak gave the human a death glare. Ha 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 ha. Kang-woo burst into laughter despite being in immense pain. Aw yeah. Even as the pain was turning his mind blank, he couldn't stop laughing as he stared at the demon glaring at him. I'm gonna survive, no matter how pathetic, desperate, cowardly, unsightly, and low he needed to act. Kang-woo gritted his teeth, will survive this goddamn hell. Side Story Chapter 102 One Day Part 4. Grrr woof woof. The hellhound growled ferociously as she charged at extraordinary speed and swung her sharp claws at Sabnak. Gahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. They were not pushed back despite their size difference. I am a demon with an authority. Demons with authorities were extremely rare in the 9 hells. Although having an authority did not necessarily make a demon powerful, those with powerful authorities like the princes of hell were on another level compared to regular demons. The same applied to Sabnak. Although his authority only allowed him to sprout blades made of demonic energy from his hands, many demons did not even have such a simple authority. There weren't many beings who could be a match for him in the first hell. The blade of demonic energy cut the bridge of the hellhound's nose. Kurg, the hellhound, blinded by rage, swung her claws regardless of whether her nose was cut or not. Sabnak rolled to the side to barely dodge the hellhound's claws. Huff huff, he panted heavily as he calmly examined the hellhound's movements. Her movements are easy to read at the very least. The hellhound's movements were as simple as what one would expect from a demonic beast with no intelligence. Her physical strength was extraordinary but not enough to overpower Sabnak, who possessed more demonic energy than most entities in the first hell. Grrr. Most of all, the hellhound was tired. Heya, Sabnak ducked to dodge the hellhound's front foot and quickly closed the distance. He activated the Authority of Blades to the extreme to lengthen the black blade, which was now 3 meters long. Sabnek swung the long blade to behead the hellhound, but the impact from the rock hitting Sabnek's head caused the blade to veer off course. Pierce, the blade dug into the hellhound's shoulder. Grrr, the hellhound ignored the blood spewing from her shoulder and lowered her head to headbutt Sabnek. Sabnek was blown backward by the headbutt. Arghhhh. Goddamn huma. Sabnek looked up and glared at the human who threw the rock. The human was getting in his way by throwing rocks at decisive moments from a tall boulder. Air letter 1D586 shit. Shiiiit. Sabnek was boiling with rage, but he couldn't do anything. Although he had the advantage against the hellhound, he didn't have the leeway to focus on something else during a battle with his life on the line. Biwehehehe, the human throwing rocks from above laughed mockingly at Sabnek, enraging him even more. Arrrrrgggggh. Sabnek roared as he frantically blocked the hellhound's attacks. He felt like he was going crazy from rage. Woof, growl, fuck, attack that human, not me. The one who attacked the sleeping baby hellhound first was the human, not him. Sabnek never had any intention of killing the baby. Grrr, however, a demonic beast with no intelligence couldn't understand him. The hellhound simply barraged Sabnek, whom she could smell her baby's blood from, with attacks. Clang, clang, kurg. Sabnek bit his lip as he blocked the unending barrage of claw attacks. At this rate, I'll die. He gripped the black blade made with his authority tightly. I have no choice. He would have to attack the hellhound with the resolve to suffer a critical wound. Huff huff, Sabnek first widened his distance from the hellhound and drew out as much demonic energy as he could. Crack, crack. His skin split in different parts of his body and black blades sprouted from between. Sabnek, who now looked like a hedgehog, glared at the hellhound. Grrr. The hellhound stopped in her tracks momentarily. Whoosh, she took a deep breath in and flames blazed from her mouth. Gasp, Sabnek grew impatient. Hellhounds did not use their breath under normal circumstances because it also damaged themselves. However, the hellhound in front of him was drawing out as much fire as possible, as if she were trying to take Sabnek out with her. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr The flames not only melted Sabnak's skin but the baby hellhound's corpse as well as the hellhound herself. The flames that devoured all life engulfed the surroundings. Arg Gaia! Sabnak charged toward the hellhound despite writhing in pain. He knew he would be reduced to ashes before the hellhound because his resistance to fire was lower. Please just die, Sabnak screamed as he jumped at the hellhound to body smash her. The blades that were sprouted all over his body sank into the hellhound. Huff huff huff, f-whoosh f-whoosh. The corpse of the hellhound, whose head was split in two, collapsed and burned. Sabnak panted heavily and fell to the ground. I won. He defeated the first Hell's apex predator, not only that but one who was blinded by rage from losing her baby. Haha I whoa whoosh. As Sabnak was about to pump his fists and cheer, a sharp rock flew across the air. Bash gah, the sharp rock cut Sabnak's skin which was melted from the fire. He clenched his wounds, spewing black blood, and turned around. Heya heya heya, he saw Kang-woo singed by the fire, panting heavily. Hehe, I'm surprised you can survive in this fiery place. Sabnak smirked, his eyes gleaming. He was more happy than enraged that the human was still alive, since it meant he could take revenge against the arrogant human who had driven him this far. I'll tear you apart, h-h-h-h, Kang-woo screamed. He grabbed a rock with his remaining right hand and ran toward Sabnak. Die emothfusiki. He swung the rock down into the collapsed Sabnak's head. Bash, arg, Sabnak yelled and tumbled across the ground. He quickly swung his arm and used the authority of blades, but nothing came out because he was out of demonic energy. His arm hit nothing as he swung it in the air. Huff huff, Kang-woo bared his teeth ferociously as he looked down at Sabnak, who was struggling in pain with his hands on his head. He failed to make Sabnak and the hellhound kill each other, but he at least succeeded in making Sabnak use all of his strength. In that case, I can take care of the finishing blow. W-I-D-I-E, bash. Kang-woo swung down the rock on Sabnak's head again. His palm split from the impact, similar to hammering steel, but he ignored it. Die, die, Kang-woo's head heated up, and sparks ran throughout his body as black blood splattered on his cheeks. Kekek, he was bursting with laughter for some reason. The ecstasy was melting his brain. Seeing Sabnak's head becoming mush each time Kang-woo smashed the rock down couldn't make him happier. BWHHHHHA. Yes, die you motherfucker, Kang-woo's vision blurred. He could no longer feel pain from his severed left arm, the thirst burning his throat, or the hunger tearing his stomach apart anymore. All he could feel was the screams echoing in his head. Krrrk, Sabnak's face caved in and one of his eyeballs popped out. Kang-woo grabbed it and yanked it out. More hideous screams echoed in his head. H. Kang-woo grabbed Sabnak's head and smashed it into the rocky ground with all his might, but it only dealt next to no injuries. Bang, 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 bang. If once wasn't enough, he would do it twice. If twice wasn't enough, he would do it thrice. Stop. Kang-woo smashed Sabnak's head into the ground until his head was split open. Crack, and brain matter flowed out of Sabnak's head at last. Huff, huff, huff. Huff, Kang-woo panted heavily and collapsed. He did not have the time to relish in his victory. Arg. The ecstasy was once again replaced by extreme hunger and thirst. Kang-woo raised his head and looked around. The hellhound and her baby's corpses had already been reduced to ashes. Slurp, slurp. All he could drink at the moment was the black blood flowing out from Sabnak's cracked head. Slurp. Gulp, Kang-woo crawled and licked the black blood on the ground like a dog. The bitter taste of blood stimulated his tongue. Huff, huff, huff. However, he couldn't care less about how the liquid tasted as long as it quenched his thirst. The blood moistened Kang-woo's dry throat. He was invigorated with energy incomparable to when he drank his own urine. More, 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 more. He couldn't be satisfied with just blood. Kang-woo grabbed Sabnak's body with his right hand and bit into Sabnak's throat. Munch, munch, krrk, munch. It was bitter and had the texture of rubber, but it was almost a blessing for Kang-woo, who had not eaten anything for the past 3 days. Kang-woo frantically devoured the demon's flesh until he could feel his intestines were full. Just then, he realized he could feel his left hand that should have been severed. What the hell? Kang-woo looked down at his left hand in disbelief. The hand that had been severed by Sabnak's blade had regenerated before he realized it. No, that was not all there was to it. He was brimming with power. His muscles had swelled and his body felt light. He was in far better condition compared to when he first ended up here. What in the? Kang-woo closed and opened his left fist incomprehensibly. Schwing, what the that scared me. His hand split and a black blade shot out all of a sudden. This is the blade that the demon used. Kang-woo turned to look down at Sabnak's corpse, which he had been frantically devouring. He had no idea why, but his injuries healed once he ate the demon and even gained his ability to conjure blades. Am I able to take the powers of monsters I eat? Kang-woo had no idea, but he was sure of one thing. I survived. He had survived these nightmarish monsters. Kang-woo flopped on the ground. He couldn't feel the thirst and hunger driving him mad anymore. He didn't know why, but his injuries were gone, and he was brimming with power incomparable to when he first fell in here. Yeah, I'm gonna survive in this fucking place. For sure, a glimmer of hope shone in Kang-woo's eyes. He would survive. He would stay alive no matter what until he returned to Earth. Yeah, I'm gonna go be. Only after looking up at the sky did he realize the burning red sky had turned dark. One day had passed. He drank his own urine, risked his life to look for food in the rocky region, smeared hellhound poop all over himself, used it to lure the wolves, infiltrated the hellhound's nest while the hellhound was busy fighting the wolves. Met a demon, got his arm severed, lured the hellhound back to her nest, killed the demon who suffered a critical wound from his battle against the hellhound, and devoured his flesh and blood all in only one day. I'm going back, I'm sure. There's a way back. Kang-woo's hands shivered. Yeah, it won't take long, just a little longer. Yeah, I should be able to go back in just a few days. Kang-woo slowly stood up. He lifted the demon's corpse he had yet to finish eating over his shoulder and staggered as he walked away. His 4th night in hell fell as he mumbled to himself that he'd be able to get out of this hell soon. And 3,649,996 more nights remained until he could return. Side Story Chapter 103, Demon King of Pandemonium, Part 1, Kang-woo. Wake up, Kang-woo, a voice echoed in Kang-woo's head. He woke up as if he were being pulled out by the voice, filled with worry and anxiety. It felt like he had resurfaced from deep water. Bleeg, he instinctively turned to the ground and vomited as soon as he regained consciousness. Kang-woo. Han Xiala placed a hand on Kang-woo's back as she teared up. He could feel her soft and gentle touch through his clothes. Hey, are you okay, Kang-woo? Calm down and step back, both of you. You're making the king uncomfortable. Kang-woo also heard Cha Yeonju and Lilith's voices. Xiala and Yeonju took their hands off Kang-woo as Lilith said. Huff, huff, huff. Kang-woo panted heavily with his hands on the ground. He felt dizzy, and his vision was distorted. The fragments of his memory that had torn his brain apart until just now were making his brain throb. Arg! Kang-woo turned around as he trembled. He saw Xiala in confusion, not knowing what to do. He quickly stretched out his arms and embraced her tightly. Kang-woo. The crying Xiala became wide-eyed from suddenly being embraced. Kang-woo did not answer her and stretched his arm toward Yeonju to embrace her as well. What the hell are you doing first thing you wake up? Yeonju let herself be embraced despite shouting. Kang-woo stretched out his other hand. Fufu, you don't have to be so desperate, my king. Lilith grabbed Kang-woo's hand and embraced him from behind. She gently whispered, your Lilith is right here. Letter 211. Kang-woo's chaotic mind calmed down a little from Lilith's sweet voice. A little bit, he muttered with the three women in his arms. Let me stay like this for a little bit. The three women nodded in silence and either caressed Kang-woo's head or hugged his arms tightly. Their warmth traveled into Kang-woo. He could feel the darkness shrouding his consciousness being lifted. Fuck. Kang-woo suppressed his curses. So this is what you call a trauma. It was his memory of falling into hell for the first time and his wretched fourth day there. Kang-woo remained silent. The trauma did not end with just that day. Every day in hell was a nightmare and filled with wretched battles. His life in hell flashed before his eyes. Of course, he did not remember every memory of the 10 millennia he spent there, but the especially horrifying days were amplified and replayed in his head. I did my best to forget them. The blades made from his memories tore him apart. Kang-woo swept back his hair drenched in sweat. I'm okay now. Kang-woo caught his breath and backed away from the three women. Just like how it was with nightmares, the fragments of his memories quickly disappeared not long after he woke up. How long was I out? He felt like he had been asleep for years. For a day, answered Lilith as she wiped Kang-woo's mouth with a handkerchief. A day. Kang-woo let out a hollow laughter. He couldn't believe it had only been one day. Are you sure you're okay, Kang-woo? Seala grabbed Kang-woo's hand in worry. Yeah, I'm fine now, darling. When did you wake up? The three of us woke up after about an hour. NGH. It seemed like he was the only one who slept in. What exactly did you remember? Asked Yeonju cautiously. Well, I mean, things. Kang-woo avoided answering and clicked his tongue. He had nowhere here enough time to tell her everything he went through in the 9 hells. Sigh. Yeonju softly sighed and lightly pinched Kang-woo's flank. You'd better tell this Nuna everything later, got it? Why are you curious? Kang-woo smiled playfully and stared at her. Yeonju's cheeks turned as red as her hair. And no. I'm not curious, I mean, well. She stuttered as she averted her gaze from Kang-woo. Her lips quivered as she twisted around and she then answered quietly, we're not married yet, but our relationship is close enough, isn't it? Yeah, and spouses shouldn't keep any secrets from each other. Yeah, her expression looked like she was dying of embarrassment. Kang-woo's eyes widened, his heart almost stopped. Kaya. You're so goddamn cute, Yeonju Nuna. Arg, what the hell are you doing, damn it? Kang-woo embraced Yeonju and kissed her repeatedly. She was cursing and swinging her fists in his embrace, but Kang-woo couldn't find her any cuter. Heh, you're right, we may not have had the wedding yet, but we're practically spouses. Yeah. The disturbing memories melted away before Kang-woo realized it and were replaced by an irresistible impulse. He went beyond kissing her cheek and sucked it. Why you crazy fucker, let go of me. Yeonju screamed as she cursed and kicked Kang-woo, but he paid it no mind and added more strength to his arms, embracing her. Seala and Lilith stared intently at them and narrowed their eyes. I wonder if Yeonju's doing that on purpose. Who knows, it doesn't look like it. I think she just has a talent for it. Stimulating the desires of men with natural cunning charms, it was truly a frightening talent if it was not through careful calculations. Should I curse like Yeonju too? Seala asked with shining eyes. Fufu, why don't you give it a try? Lilith smiled faintly. Seala clenched her fists and nodded. Kang-woo, yeah, motherfucker. What's with you all of a sudden? FXX King BXXXH dipskst. The hell, what's with all the X's? Are we X-Men now? What's wrong, darling? Kang-woo stared at Seala in confusion. Erg. Seala's shoulders drooped in dejection after not getting the reaction she had hoped. Cursing at Kang-woo, I can't do it. You just did a ton. Kang-woo stared at Lilith in exasperation and pointed at Seala as if telling Lilith to explain what was going on. Ho, isn't our Seala rather lovely as well? She shrugged and embraced Seala with a wide smile. I mean, she sure is, but Kang-woo sighed as he stared at Seala, still unable to understand. He then looked around and asked, that aside, where's Horos? Lilith pointed at a part of the hallway and said, way over there. Ayeta. Horos was hugging his knees and trembling in pallor. Tears were dripping from his eye the size of a pumpkin. What trauma did you see? Kang-woo asked in curiosity. Horos looked up at Kang-woo in pallor and shouted, please spare me. Please, the fuck's with you all of a sudden? I won't resist anymore, please don't bash my head in as you scream weird things. Oh, did you see me as your trauma? Kang-woo asked. Horos ferociously nodded. Oh, well. Sorry about that. Sniff, I was so scared. I won't do anything to you as long as you listen to me, so don't worry. Horos was far more useful than Kang-woo expected. He could examine places that Kang-woo couldn't even detect with the authority of the beholder, and he was also very knowledgeable about pandemonium. I was gonna eat him once we entered the corridor, but Kang-woo still had a use for him. Sniff, really? Yeah, of course. His looks aside, Horos followed orders well and was rather decent personality-wise. Right, shall we get back to it? They had fallen behind by one day because Kang-woo woke up too late. Horos nodded and stood up. Just straight down, right? Kang-woo asked. Why, yes. Let's go. Kang-woo took the lead and the party went down a long flight of stairs. Is this all there is to it? This isn't what I had in mind for a place called the Corridor of Trials. Kang-woo wasn't one to talk when he was the slowest to wake up, but considering even Horos woke up without issues, the Corridor of Trials did not seem very difficult despite its grandiose name. I've heard there remains something called the Trial of the Demonic Sword at the deepest point of the corridor, Horos replied. Trial of the Demonic Sword? Yes, that trial is likely the most dangerous and difficult in this ancient dungeon. What kind of trial would a sword give, though? Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. Horos explained, they say demonic sword midir is imbued with the soul of a powerful ancient demonic dragon. If you aren't acknowledged by the demonic dragon, you go insane and die. The demonic sword is an ego sword, Kang-woo's eyes shone. Ego swords were powerful weapons commonly seen in fantasy tropes. Come to think of it, Ingrium also had an ego. The demonic sword that betrayed Kang-woo also flew around according to his will. Then the chances of the Demon King running with the relic should be pretty low. Since it was a trial given by a 10-star relic, Kang-woo was sure even the Demon King of Pandemonium would have a hard time. I can't give you a clear answer on that. Horos shook his giant eye for a head, although demonic sword midir is one of the most powerful relics that exist in the tower. I believe the Demon King would pass its trial without much difficulty considering the legendary feats he has shown in Pandemonium. I see. It meant they did not have time to waste. They needed to reach the end of the corridor as soon as possible to prevent the Demon King of Pandemonium from getting away with the relic. Let's go. The group quickened their steps. There were a few things that looked like traps on their way, but like the others, they were inactive, likely because the Demon King ahead of the group destroyed them. They reached the end of the corridor soon after and saw thick darkness engulfing the surroundings like a swamp. Who are you people? Within the darkness was the Demon King. Side Story Chapter 104, Demon King of Pandemonium, Part 2, P. It's the Demon King, it's really him. Horos trembled in shock. Please spare me, please, I was dragged here by that human against my will. Please spare my life, my king. Bash. Kang-woo smacked the screaming Horos on the head and looked forward with his head tilted. That's the Demon King. A young man was standing in the middle of the black swamp. The Demon King of Pandemonium had black hair that reached his waist, pale skin, a well-defined jawline, and a sharp nose, giving him a slight unisex feel. Sheesh the fuck, Kang-woo expressed. He's handsome as fuck. He was almost on par with Kim Si-hun. But doesn't he look a little too human to be the king of demons? His eccentric outfit aside, the Demon King of Pandemonium could even be mistaken for a human. Lilith giggled and said, ho ho ho. You're not one to talk, are you, my king? I guess so. In Kang-woo's case, he was a human turned into a demon. However, it was fascinating to see since that was likely not true for the Demon King of Pandemonium. Just then Horos blinked as he shouted at Kang-woo, what are you talking about? The king used to be human, so of course he looks like one. What? Kang-woo's eyes widened. The Demon King of Pandemonium. Used to be a human? Peep, why are you asking something that even children know? Horos shouted in frustration. The Demon King of Pandemonium, Oh Hyunseong, is a legendary being who fell into Pandemonium 10 millennia ago and rose to become the Demon King. Everyone in the tower knows this. Kang-woo's mouth was left agape. The hell? He stared at the black-haired man in disbelief. He's human too, and he even fell into Pandemonium 10 millennia ago. Kang-woo couldn't help but laugh. Are our Earth's parallel worlds for real? It was too similar to call it a coincidence. Wait a second. Just then something popped into Kang-woo's head. If that guy really is a parallel version of me. There was a possibility that the Demon King of Pandemonium could possess the demonic sea as well. Writing, no, Sir Guardian Deity, that demon does not possess the demonic sea. A blue message window popped up. The world where the Tower of Creation exists is but an outer world. It is not parallel to Earth. Then what about him? Kang-woo gestured with his chin at the Demon King of Pandemonium standing aloof in the middle of the black swamp. There were too many similarities between the two Demon Kings who were once human. Just look at him, we practically look the same. Do you have any shame, Sir Guardian Deity? Fuck, alright fine. He's just slightly more handsome than me by a near negligible amount, as small as the hair on an ant's ass. You're getting more and more unsightly, Sir Guardian Deity. Letter FF74. Shut up, Darling says I'm the most handsome man in the world. Seriously though, how can it be possible if it's not a parallel world? It couldn't be passed off as a mere coincidence. The world where the Tower of Creation exists could have been influenced by the Triad because of their proximity. However, it is not as symmetrical as a parallel world. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and swiped the message aside. He still found it hard to accept but decided not to think too deeply about it. That's not important right now. It was enough knowing that the Demon King of Pandemonium did not have the demonic sea. Who is that human who keeps talking to himself? HMPH, he dares act disrespectfully in front of Master Hyunseong. Two women, one with red hair and the other with blue hair, rose from within the Demon King Oh Hyunseong's shadow. They couldn't compare to Han Xiala, but they were considerably beautiful. The two women frowned in displeasure as they glared at Kang-woo. No, Hyan Xiang slowly shook his head. That is not a human. His eyes, as dark as obsidian, gazed at Kang-woo as if looking into him. Pardon, not human. The two women examined Kang-woo in surprise. Oh, Kang-woo's eyes shone with interest as he stared at Hyan Xiang. Looks like you have a good eye. It was quite surprising, considering Kang-woo was concealing his demonic energy using his trait ruler of demonic energy. Who are you? I have never heard about a human who became a demon in Pandemonium other than me, Hyan Xiang asked coldly. It seemed like he even figured out Kang-woo went through the same thing as him. Oh, Kang-woo slurred troublingly. Since the demon king of Pandemonium did not know about the existence of the 9 hells, it would be difficult to explain that Kang-woo was a demon king of another world. What should I do? As Kang-woo was staring at the demon king of Pandemonium as he thought about what to do, he noticed the sword in his hand. Oh, the sword was gleaming with dark blue light, emitting energy so immense that anyone could tell it was no ordinary sword. Kang-woo realized it. Yeah, he shivered from the sparks running throughout his body. They started from 2 different worlds, but they both started from the weakest in hell and fought their way to the top for 10 grueling millennia. Their worlds were not parallel according to Eve, but that didn't matter. I'm sure of it, this is… Kang-woo clenched his fists. Something hot was surging from deep inside his heart. His heart beat uncontrollably and he could barely contain his impulses. This is, undoubtedly, love for humanity. No, it was more apt to call it comradeship. What? Yes. Why did I not realize it from the moment I saw you? Kang-woo stomped his foot as if scolding his moronic self. The nightmarishly wretched memories of his days in hell brought up at the corridor of trials filled his head again. No one else could understand his lone struggle. I am the only one who truly understands you. The only one who can understand your pain, the only one who can sympathize with your despair. The only one who can share your tears. What in the world are you talking about? Yes, boom, Kang-woo smashed his foot into the ground, his expression filled with passion. The darkness lingering in the black swamp pulsed. Kang-woo walked toward Hyan Xiang with his arms out wide. I am your friend. Although they were from different worlds, they shared the same experiences and felt the same despair when they fell into hell for the first time. They smeared poop on themselves to survive and barely survived by eating the flesh of demons. Kang-woo and Hyan Xiang were likely the only 2 who could sympathize with each other in the entire universe. Hence they could call each other friends despite meeting for the first time today. Are you insane? Hyan Xiang frowned as he glared at Kang-woo. Kang-woo grabbed his chest and swayed as if his feelings were hurt. Hyan Xiang. How could you be so harsh toward your friend? I'm heartbroken. I think only a relic could piece my heart back together. Are you saying we're friends because we're both humans who turned into demons? Hyan Xiang stared at Kang-woo in exasperation. Kang-woo nodded passionately and exclaimed, yes, that's exactly it. We've experienced the same pain and despair. We're the only 2 people in the world who can understand each other. You are my friend. Whatever you say, we are friends. Kang-woo clenched his fists and approached Hyan Xiang. How dare you? You will not take a step further. The 2 women who appeared from Hyan Xiang's shadow charged at Kang-woo angrily. Kang-woo lightly flicked his finger at the 2 women. Bang! Kyahh! A wave of demonic energy spread from where Kang-woo flicked his finger. The 2 women were blown back by the wave. Hyan Xiang's eyes shone. He glanced at the 2 women who were blown back and looked back at Kang-woo in surprise. It looks like you have the skill to back up your insanity. The spread of the wave was instantaneous, but he could feel the power in the demonic energy through his skin. Hyan Xiang continued, but you chose the wrong opponent. The demon would be no match for him. A friend, huh? It had been a while since he heard that word. Hyan Xiang chuckled faintly and stared at Kang-woo. Very well. Let us be friends. Hyan Xiang had never seen a human who became a demon other than himself. He was brimming with curiosity. Nice, okay, awesome. We're best friends from today, Hyan Xiang. Kang-woo fearlessly placed his arm around Hyan Xiang's shoulders and danced. Oh, but Hyan Xiang, you hurt my feelings a lot earlier. It was too harsh to call one's friend insane. Kang-woo, who had never once cursed in his life nor had the thought to, was heartbroken. I tend to get super angry and lash out whenever my feelings are hurt. What are you trying to say? And it turns out you have something that can cure my heartbreak. Kang-woo patted Hyan Xiang's shoulder with a smile. Hyan Xiang. Friends are supposed to share everything. Kang-woo passionately stared at Hyan Xiang. So, he continued, let me borrow that relic you have in your hand. What? I'll give it back in a flash, yeah, just for a little bit. Come on. What's with that face? I just need to use it for something and give it back. Or is it that you don't trust your best friend? Kang-woo stuck out his tongue, put his thumb on the tip of his tongue and his pinky on his forehead. See, look. I swear on my mom, though I don't have one. Come on, what? You still don't believe me? Ha, fine. I swear on my dad too. I swear on his name and honor that I'll give it back in just a second. My dad is a great man. I should know I killed him. I'll be really upset if you don't let me borrow it even after all that, okay? Kang-woo gripped Hyeon-seong's shoulder harder. 1. This is a gesture used in Korea basically used to show that you swear you're not lying. It's called ko umcheongenus, which is an abbreviation for if I break this promise my mom is a prostitute. Side Story Chapter 105, Demon King of Pandemonium, Part 3. Oh Kang-woo, that son of a bitch. There he goes again, Cha Yeonju sighed in exasperation. I was wondering what he was gonna do after going on about friendship or whatever. It was classic Kang-woo like always, sheesh. What a scumbag, Yeonju sighed as she shook her head but had no intention of stopping him since they couldn't let the relic be taken after coming all this way. That aside, she stared at the other demon king pitifully. Poor guy, he had to be targeted by that lunatic of all people. What do you think you're doing? Oh Hyeon-seong frowned and glared at Kang-woo. Did I perhaps not get through to you after everything I said? Kang-woo smirked wide-eyed. He snickered as he pointed at the dark blue sword in Hyeon-seong's hand. Hand over that relic and fuck off. Kang-woo couldn't care less whether or not the demon king of another world spent 10 millennia in hell. All that mattered was the relic in his hand, demonic sword meteor, which was the most valuable among all the relics discovered in the tower, according to Horos. Since he's holding the sword just fine, it looks like he passed the relic's trial. Kang-woo stared at the demonic sword in Hyeon-seong's hand with great interest, curious about what the trial of the demonic sword could have been. Ha, so you were after meteor from the beginning. Hyeon-seong chuckled in exasperation and smiled chillingly. You think you have what it takes to use this? F-whoosh, meteor's blade shone dark blue. Intense despair poured out from the demonic sword. If a normal person were to grab this sword, no, just gazing at it would cause them to go insane from overwhelming despair and die. Those unable to handle this dark despair cannot even hold this sword. The trial of the demonic sword was to endure the despair accumulated in the sword from devouring negative emotions and darkness for nearly an eternity. Hyeon-seong managed to overcome the trial and be acknowledged by Meteor. I'm used to despair. Hyeon-seong gripped the sword tighter with deeply sunken eyes. Is that so? Wow. What a useful piece of information. Kang-woo clapped as he overreacted. He couldn't care less about Hyeon-seong's pointless rant about despair or whatever. So are you letting me borrow it or not? You're blinded by greed. Hyeon-seong sighed deeply. He understood there was no way someone who was blinded by the relic would listen to his warnings of needing to endure immense despair. Come to think of it, you are also a human who became a demon, correct? Hyeon-seong stared at Kang-woo as he smiled mockingly and recalled what Kang-woo said about the two of them being the only ones who could understand one another. Hyeon-seong chuckled. We can understand one another, I doubt you could understand. He doubted Kang-woo could even imagine the wretched nightmares he had to endure. How did you become a demon? Hyeon-seong asked Kang-woo. Me. Same as you, I fell into hell one day. Where in Pandemonium? I'm too lazy to explain. Well, let's just say around the same area as you, Kang-woo answered as he shrugged. Same, Hyeon-seong's eyes gleamed and his hand gripping the demonic sword trembled. Do you truly believe you are the same as me, that you can understand my boundless despair? He glared at Kang-woo as if warning him not to speak so lightly. You know nothing about true despair or wretched agony. Hyeon-seong gritted his teeth ferociously and clenched his fists. He naturally passed through the corridor of trials as well on his way here and recalled the traumas from the fragments of his memories that tore his soul apart. He screamed miserably inside the nightmare that he couldn't wake up from no matter how much he tried. Do not think we are the same just because you fell into hell and became a demon like me. Hyeon-seong glared at Kang-woo coldly. You could never understand me. For fuck's sake, look at that glare, it's gonna pierce right through me. Kang-woo smirked innocently. That aside, I'm getting curious now with how serious he's acting. Kang-woo had his fair share of despair and agony in hell, but he was curious about how a demon king of another world survived 10 millennia in hell. I mean, I managed to somehow get by with the Authority of Predation. He considered himself massively lucky to have acquired Sabnak's authority so early. The Authority of Blades was extraordinarily versatile for its low demonic energy consumption. Even now, he used it more than the prince's authorities, but I doubt he had those to help him. If Hyeon-seong wasn't putting on airs, he might have suffered far more than Kang-woo did in Pandemonium. Only those who can overcome despair can be acknowledged by Meteor. Kang-woo would need to find out just how despairing of a life Hyeon-seong lived in Pandemonium so that he knew what to expect when he got his hands on the relic. Okay, what was your experience like in hell exactly? Since we're here, we might as well open up about each other, asked Kang-woo with a smile. Your memories are still fresh from passing through the corridor of trials, aren't they? The memories Kang-woo had to relive were excruciating. Hyeon-seong slurred. He closed his eyes with a dark expression as he recalled the despair of his past. You don't need to play along with that lunatic, my king. She's right. Your pain just from remembering them. The two women who were blown away by Kang-woo's attack approached Hyeon-seong. They carefully embraced his arms and looked up at him in worry. No, Hyeon-seong shook his head. He glared at Kang-woo with cold eyes and continued, I want to tell that man who dares to think he can understand me. I want to show him true hell, true despair. Of course, it couldn't be expressed with just words. If you think you have what it takes, grab the edge of Meteor. Meteor, also known as the Sword of Despair, could instill despair in others. It was mainly used to drive those the sword slashed insane from despair, but it could also send the despair its wielder experienced to another. All right, Kang-woo's eyes shone with interest as he grabbed the edge of Meteor, his hand getting slightly cut by the sharp blade. Swoosh, an intense wave of despair traveled up the blade. I fell into despair when I first fell into hell. There was nothing around me, there was nothing to eat or drink, all that my surroundings contained were predators ready to eat me alive. Yeah, I know that feeling very well, Kang-woo also nodded as he recalled the despair he went through. He had no issues enduring it because he had experienced the same thing. However, I still had the powers of an apostle. If I didn't, I would have died as soon as I fell into pandemonium. That's true. A powerless human can't face a demon. Kang-woo would have died from blood loss due to his arm being severed by Sabnak's blade if he did not have the authority of predation. As for Hyeon-seong's case, he had the powers given to him by the gods of the tower which allowed him to survive. Man, I was kind of bullshitting when I called him a friend, but we have a lot in common. Kang-woo had mistaken Hyeon-seong as his doppelganger in a parallel world for a reason. The two of them were likely the only ones who had to go through literal hell for 10 millennia. Is this what a conversation between soldiers is like? He heard that people from the Marine Corps or Special Forces could spend 3 days straight talking about the shit they had gone through. Kang-woo wouldn't mind even taking time to let everything out about their struggles if they were in a different situation. I struggled only with the thought of surviving. Kea, yes. I had to stay out of a hellhound's sight to survive in my initial days. Every single day, I felt like I was in a never-ending nightmare. Hyeon-seong continued to talk as the memories of his past were drawn vividly in his head. Kang-woo could feel Hyeon-seong's despair clearly through Meteor. Yeah, and nothing to vent your stress out on either. You're always tired, and I have no idea where they heard about me, but succubi wouldn't leave me alone. Just thinking about it makes me want to puke, huh? Wait a fucking second. Pandemonium's succubi don't have tentacles. On days I had no strength to resist, I would have to beg for my life as succubi endlessly sucked me dry. They endlessly sucked you dry. Isn't that a good thing? My, did you dislike that? We're sorry about what we did back then, my king. The two women clinging to Hyeon-seong's arm squirmed seductively. I remember. All the succubi of Pandemonium swarmed you because of your peerless life force. They slept with you in exchange for them guaranteeing you food and safety. Hyeon-seong bit his lip in shame. I had to endure such humiliation just to survive. Dozens of succubi exploited me every single day. I felt like the humiliation was driving me insane. How could you possibly understand the endless despair and agony I had to endure? What? So what you're saying is you fucked dozens of succubi every day, got free food, and was guaranteed your safety. I'm jealous. Not only that, those evil bitches didn't even give me the proper food they promised me despite forcing such humiliation on me. Hyeon-seong bit his lip, not even wanting to remember it. It was just boiled lukanostock and meat in a pot. I had to force that pig shit down my throat for millennia. Boiled lukanostock and meat in a pot, isn't that just kimchi stew? Now, repeat those arrogant words of you being able to understand me, shouted Hyeon-seong as he gritted his teeth. The despair of falling into hell, the humiliation of being forced to sell myself to succubi just to get food and safety. How could the likes of you possibly understand KURGHHH, bash? Kang-woo instinctively swung his fist into Hyeon-seong's stomach. So, while I was rolling in shit, you were rolling in succubus pussy, is that it? While getting fed kimchi stew at that, arg. Kang-woo pulled on his hair, his eyes rolled backward as he trembled. I had to do all kinds of shit just to get a taste of that very kimchi stew that you call pig shit. He had to climb the 9 hells and engage in war against the 7 princes of hell for a millennium. But why, fuck MYLIFE? An immense sense of frustration and rage surged from Kang-woo. He was so enraged that he pulled down his pants, did a 720-degree somersault, and put his pants back up. He danced in rage as he foamed at the mouth. On that day, Kang-woo lost yet another friend. Side Story Chapter 106, Demon King of Pandemonium, Part 4. Uncontrollable rage filled Kang-woo's head. The humiliation and shame Hyeon-seong suffered in the past flowed into him through Meteor. I don't give a fuck. Kang-woo was also violated by a succubus. No, violated wouldn't be the word he would use. He had no choice but to become one with her so that he could use the forces she led. And yes, it was when she was in her true form. At least you didn't have to fuck tentacles, mothrfuck. Kang-woo screamed. Hyun Seong could have found it humiliating and shameful that he needed to provide succubi with his life force to survive. But at least those succubi possessed the beauty and body filled with every man's hopes and dreams. In comparison to that, Kang-woo was WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Kang-woo screeched madly as he pulled on his hair and shed tears. I thought of you as my friend. He couldn't believe the betrayal. The friend he depended on, who he thought was the only one in the world who could understand his pain and sorrow, was nothing but a filthy hypocrite. How could you betray me like this? The tears flowing down Kang-woo's cheeks gathered on the tip of his chin and fell to the ground. Kurg. What in the? Hyun Seong stood up as he swayed after getting blown away by Kang-woo's punch and stared at him in disbelief. Ha, Kang-woo panted heavily. You tricked me. I tricked you. You said you suffered. You said you were in despair. So why am I jealous of you, MOTHRUCKE? Kang-woo raised his right arm, not able to take it any longer. F-whoosh, the flames of veracity blazed around his fist. I have no choice. But to kill him, it's the only way to relieve this frustration. Kang-woo couldn't leave him be after finding out the one whom he thought was the same as him was a filthy hypocrite all along. And it was not just the fact that Hyun Seong got to fuck beautiful succubi. Not only was he guaranteed his safety at the price of his body, but he was also fed kimchi stew made with lukanostock. Despite living the life of dreams, Hyun Seong dared to insult kimchi stew, calling it pig shit. Yeah, come to think of it, you burned a kimchi habitat, didn't you? Since lukanostock tasted like perfectly ripe kimchi, it was no exaggeration to call it kimchi habitats. The fire of rage was so hot that it felt like Kang-woo's brain was melting. An unstoppable impulse spread throughout his body. Kang-woo stomped his foot with his eyes rolled backward. A wave of envy, frustration, and jealousy stormed inside him. How dare you call kimchi stew pigshit? He did not think everyone should love kimchi stew because it was his favorite food. Everyone had their preferences, and it was not a dish one would normally have if they were not Korean. However, you of all people should never say that kinda shii. Kang-woo drank his own urine and hellhound poop just to live one more day, but someone who fell into hell just like him, and a Korean at that, was calling kimchi stew pigshit. It was unforgivable. Boom, a wave pulsed from the black swamp. Kang-woo charged at breakneck speed and swung his fist at the swaying Hyun Seong. Kurg what? Hyun Seong quickly raised his arms to block. Wham. Cough, Kang-woo's fist smashed into Hyun Seong's guard. The immense impact shook Hyun Seong. Impossible. The demonic energy from Kang-woo was on another level compared to what he had shown when he knocked the succubi away earlier. Hyun Seong had never felt such colossal demonic energy in his 10 millennia in pandemonium. Bang! Kang-woo's fist covered in the flames of veracity smashed into Hyun Seong's guard again. He was blown back from the impact on par with a battering ram along with intense heat. Pleac. Kang-woo jumped in the air faster than Hyun Seong being blown backward. If you're Korean, love kimchi www. Bash. Kang-woo spun in the air and smashed his heel into Hyun Seong, sending him to the ground and forming a massive crater in the black swamp. Kyahhhh, MMY King, the two succubi screamed as they watched Hyun Seong being beaten up. They quickly tried to sprout their wings to fly to him, but red chains bound them before they could. You'll get hurt if you get in the way, ladies, said Cha Yeonju. Who the hell are you? Let us go. The two succubi glared at Yeonju fiercely. Yeonju ignored them and stared at Kang-woo screeching as he beat up the demon king of pandemonium. Sheesh, he's going crazy again. She wondered if things would be resolved peacefully this time, but like always, there was no chance. She sighed and turned back to the two succubi. Don't fuck around and just stay here. Who do you think we are? We are the mistresses whom the demon king loves the most among the succubi shouted as they tried to break free from the chains. Unlike their powerful tone, they were too weak to break the chains. Like all succubi, their combat prowess was barely worth anything. Not only that, but Yeonju was the incarnation of veracity. She was among the top 5 strongest on Earth. Whom the demon king's mistresses, Yeonju snickered and proudly puffed out her chest as she giggled. I'm an official wife, not some mistress. Just then, a chilling voice sounded from behind her. Yeonju, eek. Yeonju flinched and turned around. Han Seala was staring at her with a gentle smile. You shouldn't forget I'm the first wife though, okay? Yeah. Yeonju trembled slightly and nodded furiously. Seala smiled. Ho, I'm just kidding. There's no order among the three of us. We're all Kang-woo's wives. The chilling aura she was emitting melted away like snow. Why yeah, of course. Yeonju turned back to the succubi in confusion and said firmly, anyway, stay the hell put until the battle ends. Let go of us this instant. Heh, why don't you get out on your own? Erg. You flat-chested bitch. The fuck you say, bitch? Yeonju frowned and snapped her finger, tightening the chains. The succubi screamed. That aside, she turned to the battle between Kang-woo and Hyeon-seong as the succubi's screams echoed in the background. She could feel the intense storm of energy from their clashes, befitting their title of Demon King. Tusk, how long is this gonna go for? Yeonju was perfectly calm despite the monstrous battle occurring in front of her. I haven't showered for a week straight. After all, Kang-woo would never lose despite his opponent also being a Demon King. Boom, the black swamp shook. Huff, huff, huff. Hyeon-seong barely blocked Kang-woo's attack and widened the distance. F-whoosh, the blazing flames of veracity pursued him. Hoop, Hyeon-seong shouted as he swung midair. Dark blue darkness burst forth and scattered the flames. Hyeon-seong momentarily saw Kang-woo between the scattered flames. See, Kang-woo's black eyes were so deep that it felt like Hyeon-seong was looking into a boundless sea of demonic energy. Fear was sent down his back. He is. His legs trembled and his expression paled. Not a demon, demons were still within the confines of life. The thing in front of him was not a life form. What are you? Asked Hyeon-seong with a shaking voice. Kang-woo, who had been madly attacking Hyeon-seong, calmed down a little and answered, that doesn't matter, does it? He had not yet quelled the boiling rage inside him, but he couldn't fight mindlessly like a lunatic either. I mean, I don't think I'd lose even if I did. Kang-woo clicked his tongue in disappointment after having a short bout against Hyeon-seong. Eve was right. The Demon King of Pandemonium was not his doppelganger of a parallel world. They had some similarities, but that was all there was to it. Oh, Hyeon-seong was different from Oh Kang-woo. As proof, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Heya, heya, Hyeon-seong panted heavily. Kang-woo clicked his tongue again. He's so weak. It might be because his standards rose after fighting Achart's subordinates, but Hyeon-seong was disappointingly weak to the point that Kang-woo was embarrassed to even have the same title as him. Nah, Kang-woo sighed softly and nodded. He's not the weak one. Kang-woo was just ridiculously strong. Hyeon-seong was objectively not weak, rather he was several times stronger than Kang-woo back when he was the Demon King in Hell. But that's it. To Kang-woo, who was now as powerful as the Titans, Hyeon-seong was not even worth calling an opponent. Stop wasting my time and hand over the relic. Kang-woo lost interest in Hyeon-seong and focused only on midair in his hand. It scattered the flames of veracity. The demonic sword was the only reason Hyeon-seong managed to last this long against Kang-woo. Its power is extraordinary. Kang-woo honestly couldn't believe how powerful it was. Kurg, Hyeon-seong bit his lip in humiliation. He had not felt such humiliation after becoming the Demon King. Do not be so cocky. He bared his teeth and raised his hand that wasn't holding midair. Sizzle. Scorching dark red magma flowed down his hand and covered his entire arm. H-H-H-H-H, Hyeon-seong shouted and charged. This was the first time Hyeon-seong attacked first. The magma-covered fist was swung at Kang-woo. F-whoosh. Kang-woo also enveloped his right arm with the flames of veracity and swung his fist. Ha! Hyeon-seong smiled and his eyes shone. Idiot, you are merely fire. He shouted as he swung his magma fist. I am magma, which burns even fire. Kurg, bash. Kang-woo's fist covered with the flames of veracity penetrated the magma and punched Hyeon-seong. Did you take a battering ram to the head or something? Magma burning fire my ass. Side Story Chapter 107. Demonic Sword Midair, Part 1, Gahhhh, the flames of veracity engulfed Oh Hyeon-seong as he writhed and screamed in agony. Kurg, his struggles weakened and he stopped moving soon after. Tusk, Oh Kang-woo clicked his tongue as he looked down at Hyeon-seong's corpse. His eyes staring at another Demon King were full of disappointment. At least he wasn't fully devoured. Those engulfed by the flames of veracity were left with horrible lacerations as if they were bitten apart by a beast instead of burns, leaving only a mangled corpse in the end. However, Hyeon-seong's corpse maintained its original shape despite being engulfed by the flames of veracity, but that's all there is to it. It did not change the fact he died without putting up much of a resistance. Heya, Kang-woo sighed. This was likely how it felt to enter a boss room in an RPG full of expectations, only to defeat the boss in 2 or 3 blows. He had likely been too excited to face the Demon King of Pandemonium, even if I've become strong this is. Not only was his body reconstruction incomplete, but he had won far too easily without even getting the chance to unleash the abyss. Hyeon-seong was several pegs below Achart's subordinates. But I still had my hopes up a bit. Intense thirst dried Kang-woo's throat. The unsatisfactory battle burned his desire even stronger. He quelled his boiling desire. I have to hold it in. The more powerful he became, the more he would experience this feeling. He would suffer more down the line if he did not get used to it. The hell, it's over already? Asked Cha Yeonju as she walked over. Yup. That was a lot less exciting than I expected it to be. I thought even you'd have a hard time, considering how much Horos was hyping him up. I'll say, Horos' overreactions were likely the reason why Kang-woo was so disappointed. His anticipation only grew as Horos spouted hype-worthy shit every time they discovered traces of the Demon King. Come to think of it, what happened to the succubi? Kang-woo asked. They wouldn't shut up, so I knocked them out. Thanks. What are you gonna do with them? Are you gonna take them like you did with the others on Nai? Asked Yeonju as she turned to Lilith. Lilith giggled and shook her head. I'd love to make use of them, but they might not be worth the trouble. NGH, what should we do with them then? Why don't you just kill them? Suggested Lilith calmly, as if asking what Yeonju was thinking so hard about. I could, but Yeonju smiled awkwardly. It was natural to kill them since they were enemies, but killing an opponent far weaker than she left a bad taste in Yeonju's mouth. After all, she was a human, unlike Kang-woo and Lilith. Then just leave them here, said Kang-woo as he stared at Yeonju scratching her head. Can I? They're not even worth worrying about. Kang-woo usually killed those who could become sources of possible future troubles, but there would be no issues with leaving those two succubi alive. Okay, I'll do that then. Hehe, you're such an angel, my little Yeonju. See mirror and let your oppa give you a kiss. Arg, fuck off, shouted Yeonju as she pushed the approaching Kang-woo away. Foo-foo. Give me one instead then, Kang-woo. Han Xiala pulled Kang-woo toward her and kissed him. Yeonju bit her lip and glared at Kang-woo. That aside, a 10-star relic must be nothing special, said Lilith as she looked down at the dark blue sword still in Hyeon-seong's hand. Hyeon-seong had lost far too easily despite wielding a 10-star relic. No, that's not true. Pardon, it's not. The relic itself is extremely powerful. The demonic sword deflected the flames of veracity. It was just that Hyeon-seong couldn't bring out the sword's full potential. The fight would have gone on for longer if Hyeon-seong relied on the demonic sword instead of doing something stupid like turning his arm into magma at the end of the battle. Yeah. Of course he couldn't bring out its full potential. Hyeon-seong had fought Kang-woo as soon as he acquired the sword, leaving him no time to get accustomed to it. Is that so? Lilith replied. Hehe. That's why this relic exploration can be considered a huge success. They had stolen relics for the entire exploration, but regardless of the means, they collected a huge number of relics and even a 10-star relic. Right then, let's test this demonic sword out, splash, splash. As Kang-woo approached Hyeon-seong's corpse with a smile, the corpse stood up from inside the black swamp. What? Kang-woo frowned. He's still alive. That was impossible. Although his corpse was in perfect shape despite being burned by the flames of veracity, Kang-woo would have noticed it if Hyeon-seong had survived. Hyeon-seong had died for sure. So how? How is he still moving? Hyeon-seong swayed as he stood back up, using the demonic sword like a cane. A voice echoed. It was high-pitched, belonging to a woman. Kyhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Crazed laughter. Finally, I've finally attained a body. The crazed laughter of a woman echoed throughout the surroundings. Hyeon-seong trembled as the corners of his mouth rose. His eyes shone dark blue. No, that wasn't Hyeon-seong. Kang-woo slowly raised his right arm, his hand split and a black blade shot out. Are you Meteor? Based on what it was saying about attaining a body, Meteor's consciousness had likely taken over Hyeon-seong's body. No wonder his body was fine even after taking the flames of veracity. Meteor was powerful enough to deflect the flames of veracity. Ehehe, you got it so quickly. You weren't trying to hide it in the first place. Kaihahaha. I guess so. Hyeon-seong. No, Meteor burst into laughter. The dark blue light emitted only from the sword was now bursting from Hyeon-seong's whole body. You see, it's been so long since I've had a body. Meteor stuck her tongue out. So I'm itching like crazy to run wild, you feel me? So stick around and play with me for a bit. Boom, Meteor violently stomped her foot. Bang, bang, bang. She floated as if stepping on the air to charge at Kang-woo and swung down her sword. Kang-woo raised his black blade to block. Rumble, slide, Kang-woo was pushed back, splitting the black swamp. His right arm was numb from the impact. Kyhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Bang, 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 Meteor reached Kang-woo instantly and swung the sword shining dark blue at Kang-woo's neck. Whoosh. Kang-woo lightly stepped to the side to fluidly move to the right. He pulled a feint move by raising his right arm the black blade sprouted from and instead quickly twisted to extend his left arm. Slash. His left hand split and a black blade sprouted from it, aiming for Meteor's neck. This is gonna go in, Kang-woo was certain of it. K-I-H-I-Chai-Chai-Chai, crunch. Just then Meteor bent her neck at an impossible angle. The crown of her head was practically touching her neck. What the F? Kang-woo did not expect such a countermeasure. The black blade grazed Meteor's neck. H-I-Y-A. Meteor, with her neck still bent unnaturally, clenched her fist and swung it at Kang-woo's solar plexus. Kang-woo reflexively blocked the fist with his knee. Bash, Kurg, Kang-woo was blown away like a cannonball. Kyhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. He even reached the ground and swung down her sword. Get split in half. Kang-woo spun while he was being blown back. He ignored the sword being swung down at his waist and extended his left arm toward Meteor's torso. F whoosh. The flames of veracity gathered around his left hand and blasted toward Meteor. Since it was aimed at her torso, she wouldn't be able to dodge by dislocating her joints like last time. Whoa, Midir brought back the sword she was swinging down at Kang-woo. Wham. The fireball made with the flames of veracity was deflected by dark blue light. Hoop. As Midir was deflecting the flames of veracity, Kang-woo leaned back as if he were falling and grabbed the ground with both hands to act as a brake while he was being flung backward. He tumbled backward and used the momentum to land a bicycle kick on Midir, who was right on top of him. Bash, kyahhhh, Midir screamed as she rolled on the ground, but only for a moment. She stood back up instantly and wiped the blood flowing from her mouth. Kyahhh, you're strong, she burst into ecstatic laughter. Same to you, you're far better than that magma bitch who probably took a battering ram to the head. Kang-woo smiled as he looked down at his knee, which was trembling from the impact of getting smashed by Midir's fist. The desire he suppressed was boiling again and the burning hunger set him ablaze. He licked his lips. She's on a whole other level compared to Oh Hyeon-seong. Midir, who took over Hyeon-seong's body, was several times more powerful than Hyeon-seong. I need her, his desire for the demonic sword grew stronger. You're mine no matter what. Oh, are you hitting on me perhaps? Kihihihihi, Midir laughed innocently, but there's one problem. She smiled as her eyes gleamed with madness. I'm not that easy of a woman. Splash, Midir charged again, her supersonic speed splitting the black swamp. Lilith, stand back with Yeonju and Seala. He could get assistance from Yeonju and Seala, but he wanted to satisfy his burning desire as much as possible. Yes, my king, don't get too worked up this time. Got it. Kang-woo KBH, Seala shouted. What's KBH? You have to kill that demonic sword before she becomes a heroine. Side Story Chapter 108. Demonic Sword Midir, Part 2. You have to, okay, promise, shouted Han Seala, her eyes filled with madness like a novel fire addict. Oh, Kang-woo awkwardly nodded. Sometimes I forget darling isn't normal. He loved Seala, but as someone whose manner of speech and actions were in the range of a normal person, he couldn't help but be weirded out sometimes. Ridding, you. Consider yourself a normal person. Every human thinks about how they can take advantage of others every day. Hence, Kang-woo's actions could be considered that of a normal person filled with love for humanity. That aside, this bitch is even reading my thoughts. He did not like it since it was like he was being fully exposed. You haven't even been hiding it at all lately. Since I didn't need to, he put on an act whenever he needed to when he was with his lovers who knew his true self. He just needed to follow his instincts. Well, anyway, Kang-woo smiled widely. Since his lovers had evacuated, he could now satisfy his desire to his heart's content. Slash, kyhhhhhhhhh. Kang-woo spread his arms out and black blades shot out from his split hands. He stabbed the blades into the swamp as hard as he could. Dark spears. Black spines burst upward from all around him like the attack of a lurker in a famous sci-fi video game. Kyhhhhh, what kind of attack is that? Midir burst into crazed laughter as she charged fluidly. The spines were useless against her since she could move freely by stepping on the air. Ehehehe, it sure is flashy, but it looks like that's all there is to it. Midir giggled as she looked down at Kang-woo from above. Kang-woo smirked as she looked up at her. You think so? He slowly raised his hand and closed his fist as if clenching the air. He chanted sunset. The ends of the spines split open and black mucus made from the demonic energy of the abyss burst out from the ends. H-huh, splash, black mucus exploded from the thousands of spines and enveloped the surroundings like a tent. Black mucus fell like rain. Crunch, the black mucus attached to Midir. Sharp teeth sprouted from it and bit off her skin. Kaya, Midir yelled as she thrashed about, trying to get the black mucus off. Crunch, crunch. However, the black mucus would not let go once it embedded itself into flesh. Urrrrrrgggghhhh, rumble. Midir bared her teeth and drew out her power. Dark blue light burst out and blew the black mucus away. She looked at Kang-woo in disbelief and asked, Hehe, who the hell are you? I've never heard about someone like you in the tower. Kang-woo shrugged and answered, the Demon King. Huh, you're the Demon King of Pandemonium. Midir tilted her head wide-eyed. The former owner of her body also named himself the Demon King. No, Kang-woo slowly shook his head and lowered his stance. I'm the Demon King of the fucking 9 hells. Boom. He stomped his feet and charged at Midir. F-whoosh, hideous black wings that looked as if they were melted sprouted from his back. He flapped his wings to fly into the air and kicked her to the ground. Slam, kyah. Midir fell into the black swamp like a meteor. She stood up as she stumbled after sliding across the black swamp. She looked up at Kang-woo and smiled. Aha, I got it. What you're saying is. Her dark blue eyes shone. You're not from this world, right? She had never heard of a place known as the 9 hells, not in the tower or in the ancient myths before the tower was created. Hence, the man in front of her had to be from outside the tower. Yeah, Kang-woo apathetically nodded. He was an otherworldly being in her perspective. Kyhhhhhhhhh, a demon king of another world, that's awesome. Midir burst into laughter as she clenched her stomach. Cool, cool, my. She stabbed her sword into the black swamp, and why brains getting fried from excitement, slash, Meteor swung the sword stuck in the black swamp. The earth quaked massively, and a dark blue laser shot from the tip of the sword toward Kang-woo. That's, Kang-woo's eyes narrowed, dangerous. He did not mean it in the sense of physical harm since any injury he suffered could be regenerated instantly as long as it wasn't from the light of Akkard. But that dark blue laser can even deal spiritual damage. Likely because Kang-woo learned astral projection, he could instinctively tell he shouldn't use his astral projection trait the moment he saw that light. It was probably because he was fatally weak to spiritual attacks in his astral form. I guess it can be used this way too. It was quite a useful trait if he could distinguish whether an opponent's attack could deal spiritual damage or not. But I can still regenerate from spiritual damage. Even his soul was linked to the demonic sea, so he could still regenerate his soul even if damage were dealt to it. But it was far more dangerous since regenerating the soul was far slower than his body. So I should dodge. Spiritual attacks were just as dangerous as the light of Akkard. Zoom, KYAHAHAHAHA, die. Meteor laughed crazily and shot dark blue lasers from her sword repeatedly. Kang-woo traversed through the swamp to dodge the lasers powerful enough to destroy the entire swamp. Fucking crazy bitch, Kang-woo smirked as he ducked, jumped, and tumbled to dodge the lasers. KYHHHA, is that any way to speak to a delicate lady? Delicate lady, my ass. There was nothing delicate or ladylike about a woman laughing crazily as she shot death lasers everywhere. No, she did not even look like a lady since she was using Oh Hyun-seong's body. I'm hurt. Zoom, a laser grazed Kang-woo's shoulder, dyeing the area dark blue. Well, I'm literally hurt. That hurt like hell. Kang-woo looked down at the area where the laser grazed him and saw that the dark blue light was spreading like poison. He didn't feel any spiritual damage, likely because it only grazed him, but the feeling of despair flowed through him along with extreme pain. Ehehehe, you're done once you're hit by the light of despair. Meteor giggled maniacally. Despair will now spread throughout your, slash. Kang-woo severed his entire left arm where the dark blue laser grazed him without hesitation. His left arm fell to the ground. Are you sure you're fine with that? Meteor stared at Kang-woo, confused by his actions. Kang-woo smirked and charged at her. I guess. His arm grew back before he even took his third step. You can see for yourself. He ferociously swung his newly grown left arm. Bash, KYAHHH. Meteor tumbled backward after getting punched in the face. What, how? She felt her flattened nose as she stared at Kang-woo's regenerated left arm. Not even slimes have this level of regeneration. She narrowed her eyes and gripped her sword again. She tapped the ground with the tip of her sword and her eyes brightened. KYAHA, if you regenerate this quickly, it means we can play for even longer, right? She trembled as if she had an epiphany. Great. I love you so much. Meteor swung her sword crazily as she laughed crazily. Zoom, dark blue lasers shot everywhere again. Unfortunately for you, said Kang-woo as he smiled fiercely and lowered his stance. I already have a darling. Whoosh, the flames of veracity set Kang-woo's black blades ablaze. He ran forward and swung his arm at the laser shot toward him. Rumble, the swamp shook. Meteor had the power to deflect the flames of veracity, but it didn't mean Kang-woo couldn't deflect her attacks either. The blade enveloped in the flames of veracity slashed through the dark blue laser, splitting it into dozens of smaller streams and deflected everywhere. Kang-woo inhaled deeply. He relaxed his shoulders and brought his hips back. I have to control my strength properly this time. If he let his power spread everywhere instead of focusing it on one point, the destruction of Hyun would replay here. Bang, he stomped his foot and swung his blade vertically. A line of flame blazed from where the blade slashed. Twilight. The flames blazed ferociously, spreading like a tsunami of fire from the line. KYAHHHW8. This is cheating, Meteor screamed. Rumble. A tsunami of fire engulfed her. Dark blue light shone blindingly to deflect the flames of veracity, but it was impossible to deflect the flames that had already engulfed the entire swamp. Gawkurg, the flames of veracity lifted and left Meteor collapsed on the ground. Kaya, she trembled as she vomited blood. You're a goddamn monster. It was to the point that the likes of Oh Hyun-seong using the title of Demon King was laughable. Let's end this. Kang-woo was more than satisfied. He couldn't feel the extreme hunger or thirst anymore. I want to go home and rest now. It had been a week since they left home to search for relics and of course, he had not eaten kimchi stew in that time. He wanted to go back to his cozy home and get fed kimchi stew in his darling's arms. I'm so fucking tired. Fatigue swept over him once the heat of the battle died down. Kang-woo quickly moved to collect the relic and go home. That was no joke. Why is a damn relic that strong? Yeonju, watching the battle from a safe distance, shook her head in exasperation. She thought the battle between Kang-woo and Hyun-seong was monstrous already, but this was in a league of its own. Anyway, she's dead, right? She asked as she looked down at the trembling midair vomiting blood. Kang-woo's eyes widened. Wait a second, Yeonju, if you say something like that, kayaha ha ha ha. The blood-vomiting midair suddenly raised her head, her neck twisting at an unnatural angle. Grrrrk. The swamp vibrated as midair giggled maniacally. The entire black swamp wriggled as it gathered around midair. Kyahhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh Rumble, the darkness of the swamp was absorbed into midair. The earth shook and dark from her. Fuck. Kang-woo pulled on his hair as he stared at midair slowly getting back up. The resurrection flag Yeonju chanted was super effective. It's time for phase TWO. Side Story Chapter 109 Demonic Sword Midair, Part 3. What the hell? Cha Yeonju shouted. Why did she get back up? Because you raised the resurrection flag. The chant is he/she dead was a miracle-level resurrection spell that could revive even a corpse in a grave. What the hell are you talking about? I'm disappointed in you, Yeonju. Squadron leader is disappointed in you. Stop fucking around. There's no way she would have been revived from what I said. Well, that's true. It was nothing but a coincidence. However, that didn't matter. What mattered was that Kang-woo gained a reason to blame Yeonju. Whatever the case, this is all your fault, Yeonju. Wow, that's so fucking unfair. I can't let this slide even if you're my wife. Kang-woo approached Yeonju with a serious expression. Yeonju flinched as she stepped backward and averted her gaze from Kang-woo. What are you gonna do about it then? Cheer for me by saying do your best, Oppa. Fuck you, just once. No, I'm SOSAAD. I have to fight AGA, and thanks to certain PERSOON. I wouldn't be fighting right NOOOW if you didn't say those WOO or DS. WH what the? AHHHITHURTS SOMUCH. My wounds from earlier HURTS SOMUCH. They're already healed, damn it. Is there ANYO who can treat my WOUNDS? Erg, fine. I'll say it, so shut the fuck up already. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY embarrassment and whispered, "D don't get hurt and do your best, OOP." They're getting WORC from NEGLECT. AARRGGHH, do your best, OPA. K, my power level has skyrocketed. You can trust OPA Yeonju. However many times the enemy resurrects, I'll keep fighting for you. He tilted his head 45 degrees and even winked at her. I'm so cool, I think I'm falling for myself. Yeonju's expression crumpled. Could you just die? I literally can't. Fuck. Yeah, the demonic sea is a bit overpowered. And what, you're not gonna fight? Midir tilted her head as she stared at Kang-woo after absorbing the entire black swamp. Kang-woo gestured at Yeonju to fall back and walked toward Midir. Our acute F-whoosh, the flames of veracity wrapped around him like a snake. No, I'm just getting started. Kang-woo bared his teeth and licked his lips. Midir, covered in dark blue light, was emitting energy so powerful that it was giving Kang-woo goosebumps. 10-star relics are fucking awesome. It was to the point that he wondered whether a single relic should have this much power. If this is a 10-star relic, how powerful are 11 and 12-star relics? They were only recorded in history and did not currently exist in the tower, but Kang-woo couldn't help but be curious. But I'll think about it later. He needed to focus on the enemy in front of him for now. KYHHHH, yes, that's more like it. Midir laughed crazily and crouched. Boom, she jumped high in the air like a spring. Let's play some MOOOOOOORE. Midir somersaulted in midair and swung her sword. A dark blue laser thicker than before was shot at Kang-woo. Phoo, Kang-woo took a deep breath and focused. He swung his black blade covered in the flames of veracity up to deflect the dark blue laser. Not yet, not yet, not yet, not yet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Midir stayed up in the air and repeatedly swung her sword. This time, tiny lasers poured down like rainfall. Pushing with quantity this time, huh? Kang-woo smiled and cut his wrist with his blade. Black blood shot up like a fountain and he spun like a top with his arms out to the side. The black blood splattered in a circle and black mucus burst out from where the blood hit the ground. Wriggle. The black mucus gathered to form a dome and enveloped the surroundings. The dark blue lasers were sucked into the black mucus and vanished. URRRGGGHH. Midir gripped her sword with both hands and raised it over her head, dark blue light gathering toward it. The light grew stronger with each second. Wow. More than 3 seconds to prepare a technique. Must be a strong-ass skill. Kang-woo chuckled as he flew upward. He was not idiotic enough to wait until his opponent was finished blatantly preparing her massive technique. My balls are shriveling up from terror. 3 seconds was like an eternity in a battle between transcendently powerful beings like Kang-woo. How do you expect me to get hit by that, dumbass? He wouldn't get hit by an attack that took 3 seconds just to prepare. Kang-woo reached Midir, who was charging up her energy in a flash, and kicked her in the stomach. Kyahh, the dark blue light gathering around the sword dispersed. Kang-woo flapped his wings and flew toward the falling meteor to reach the ground before she did. IWNDER. Kang-woo took out the black blade from his palm and grabbed it with both hands. If I'll make it to the KBO League this YEA. Bash, the black blade smashed into a dark blue barrier that formed all of a sudden. Meteor was blown back upward as the sound of a bat hitting a baseball echoed. Kang-woo stared at Meteor flying away in a perfect arc and ran like crazy with a strong grip on his blade. Let me show you the sword technique I learned from Asihun. He gripped the black blade he pulled out like a sword. Kaya. Kurg, Meteor raised her sword as she was blown away into the air. She managed to deflect the last attack by creating a barrier, but she would be cleaved into two if she were slashed again. Heavenly Dragon Sword Technique Esoteric Move. Kang-woo raised his sword above his head as he ran like crazy toward Meteor and flung it backward. Heavenly Dragon FLASH. He used the momentum of his dash to jump high, brought his legs together and straightened them as he shot downward. Wait a second. Meteor quickly lowered her demonic sword that she had raised to block the downward slash, but she couldn't block the dropkick to her abdomen. Bash, KYAHHH, slam, slam, slam. She took a direct hit from the dropkick and tumbled across the ground like a skipping stone, her waist bent forward 90 degrees. Kurg erg cough. Meteor crawled on the ground like an insect, grabbing her stomach. Why, you said. Sword technique. A true swordsman's entire body is a sword. Hence, a dropkick was also a sword technique. Seacough, what the hell are you talking about, you lunatic? I'd rather not be called that by you. Being called a lunatic by Meteor, who acted like a mental patient from the moment of her appearance, was very unpleasant. Heya, Meteor panted heavily and frowned. She gathered all of the darkness in the black swamp, but it had not been enough to surpass that monster. In that case, Meteor's eyes set ablaze with dark blue flames. Since she was no match for Kang-woo in a frontal assault, there was only one other choice. Did you give up on running wild? Kang-woo smirked as he reformed a black blade he had thrown away. Kaya, I'm just getting started. Meteor laughed crazily again and stomped her foot. She sped toward Kang-woo as she stepped on the air. You're charging right at me after everything you went through. She would have more of a chance if she fired lasers as she ran away, but running straight at him was practically suicide. No matter how powerful Meteor was, Kang-woo was in another league. Kyahhhh, then try to block this. Meteor swung her sword as her eyes gleamed with madness. Kang-woo raised his blade to block Meteor's attack with ease, stab. Instead of blocking with her sword, Meteor jumped toward Kang-woo's blade to get stabbed. She grabbed Kang-woo's hand holding the black blade. Now then. Meteor giggled even as she vomited blood, dark blue flames still setting her eyes ablaze. She said sweetly, "It's time for you to taste despair." The dark blue light flowed from Meteor's arms into Kang-woo. Kang-woo's eyes and mouth widened. An overwhelming sense of despair entered him through Meteor's hands. Countless negative thoughts took over him. It felt like the entire world had ended and everything he ever loved was squashed into a pulp. However, how cute, Kang-woo smirked. Meteor stared at the smiling Kang-woo in disbelief. What did the despair not reach him? Negative emotions from even before the Tower of Creation was built were accumulated inside her. No one could stay sane after taking the full force of such emotions. Even Oh Hyun-seong had writhed in agony as he screamed his lungs out for an entire day just from infusing a tiny portion of the despair inside Meteor. Don't put me on the same level as him. Kang-woo cackled and snatched the demonic sword away from Meteor. However, Meteor was still inside Hyun-seong's body. It seemed like she wouldn't lose control over the body just because she wasn't in contact with the demonic sword. In that case, Kang-woo held the sword in a reverse grip and stuck it into Meteor's thigh. It's my turn now, isn't it? Kang-woo's despair, accumulated from the 10 millennia he spent in the 9 hells, flowed into Meteor through the demonic sword this time. Kyahhhh. Meteor's screams rang throughout the surroundings. The entity that grew stronger by devouring negative emotions tasted despair she had never experienced before. Side Story Chapter 110, Demonic Sword Meteor, Part 4, Kyahhhh. Screams echoed throughout the swamp that had become a wasteland. Meteor convulsed with her eyes rolled backward and foaming at the mouth. Kyahhhh. The convulsing Meteor looked up at Kang-woo wide-eyed from the ground. What is this? A mere mortal couldn't live with such unfathomable despair inside of them. It's my life, bitch. Kang-woo chuckled as he looked down at the struggling Meteor. He was reminded of the constellation of agony whom he had eaten long ago. It was similar to what's happening right now. He had gone on confidently about showing Kang-woo what true agony was or whatever and was humbled shortly after. Kurg, ayarg hu heya heya. Oh, Kang-woo was surprised by how Midir, convulsing due to despair, was beginning to regain her composure. He had not stopped flowing his despair into her. Midir was slowly adapting to it. I guess you're not just all talk. Kaya. Haha, I haven't been, devouring despair, all this time, for nothing. Midir stood up as she swayed. She lost herself momentarily due to the sudden influx of unfathomable despair, but she was a relic that had also devoured immeasurable despair from even before the Tower of Creation. She wouldn't be broken by mere despair. Kang-woo chuckled. Hee hee, yeah, you're right about that. He did not think the despair he suffered was especially more special than other forms of despair that could exist. However much he suffered in the Nine Hells, he did not think it would be enough to make the relic that had devoured despair for nearly all of time to submit. But you know what? Kang-woo bared his teeth and stuck his tongue out. I can send emotions other than despair into you, can't I? He cackled and placed his hand on Midir's shoulder. What? Midir's eyes shook. You can feel pain, can't you? Kang-woo was sure of it since Midir screamed as she was blown away by Kang-woo's tracks and made pained expressions as she clenched areas where she was wounded. In that case, it's time for you to feel pain. Wykyahhh. Kang-woo injected demonic energy from the abyss into Midir and tore apart her insides. Her blood vessels burst, her organs turned to mush, and her muscles and bones twisted. Gyahhh. I'm dying, you're not dying. Midir's wounds would have killed her in seconds, but Kang-woo used the authority of regeneration to restore her body to normal, only to break it again. An endless cycle ensued. Jaya, arg, ga, she drooled with her mouth open from the torrent of pain that could have ended her life many times over in just 1 minute. Her energy and will to resist vanished instantly. I lost. It's my loss, please make it stoop. The torrent of pain tearing her apart stopped as she screamed, You lose. Why yes, I lose, I'll do anything so please forgive me. She pointed at the dark blue sword in Kang-woo's hand and shouted, Why you're here for the sword, right? I'll acknowledge you as my master. I'll become yours, you can use me however you like. Whoa there. My darling would get the wrong idea if she heard that. Kang-woo fell into thought as he looked down at Midir bowing with her head on the ground. What should I do with her? He was planning on extracting the power of a titan inside the 10-star relic and pulling for traits. But that feels like a bit of a waste. Considering the immense power Midir showed, he couldn't help but hesitate to turn the sword into scrap metal after extracting the source of its strength. Eve, how many traits can I pull from extracting the power of a titan from this sword? You could pull the gacha 7 times. Kang-woo could gain 7 new traits. But the problem is that they're randomized. He was afraid of the possibility that he would only pull traits related to tentacles. A high-risk gamble or a safe asset, Kang-woo did not have to think for long. All right, I'll take you. Kang-woo smiled as he stared at Midir. It's too valuable to use for gacha. The sword could deflect the flames of veracity, inflict despair on the enemies it cut, and even fire lasers that dealt damage to one's soul. It was too good to pass up, even for Kang-woo, who usually did not care about weapons. The one flaw is that it has an ego. I'd rather not use a weapon with a mind of its own. An ego weapon was a double-edged sword. It could become more powerful than a regular weapon since it could think independently but could also bear its fangs at its wielder. I've already been betrayed by a demonic sword once. The situation was a little different with Ingrium, but it was a demonic sword nonetheless. Even in this case, Midir had taken over Oh Hyun-seong's body, though she took it over after he died. Whatever the case, wielding a weapon with an ego had its corresponding risks. Maybe I could annihilate the ego. Wait. If you annihilate my consciousness, you won't be able to use the relic's power properly, shouted Midir in a hurry. Kang-woo couldn't tell whether that was true or false, but if it was true, it would be a massive loss for him to annihilate Midir's ego. Then I guess I have no choice. Kang-woo slowly walked toward Midir. All right, I'll leave you intact. Okay, good choice, Kai. I guess we'll be comrades from now on. Midir nodded with shining eyes. Comrades? Kang-woo smirked. He did not need another comrade whom he could leave his back to at the moment. We're not comrades. What I need is a slave who obeys me unconditionally. Kang-woo grabbed Midir's shoulder. Right then. It's time for me to educate you so you can't ever defy me. He had to make it so that Midir would never even think to take over Kang-woo's body. Eek! Midir's expression paled. She tried to leave Hyun-seong's body and return to the sword. Clatter, and no. However, Kang-woo threw the sword far away before she could. She couldn't transfer her consciousness unless she was physically touching the sword. Save me! Midir's wretched screams echoed throughout the wasteland of a swamp. Ack sniff gurg. Kang-woo looked down at the sniffling Midir on the ground. Her limbs were twitching like a frog with electrical current flowed into them. This should be enough for now. He dedicated an entire day to making Midir submit to him. Although it was only a day, education through molting shouldn't be given any longer than that. It'd be pointless to leave her ego intact if she goes insane from pain. Kang-woo brought back the sword he threw far away and placed it next to her. Aeong, get in the sword, you won't hurt any more that way, right? Midir crawled to the sword and grabbed it. Thud, Hyeon-seong's head dropped lifelessly like a puppet with its strings severed. Kang-woo lifted Midir and checked the relic's status window. Rijing, growth type. The wielder's despair can be delivered to a target slashed by the sword. The wielder can fire negative emotions in the form of a laser. This item cannot be destroyed by physical or spiritual means. Unlike before, there was other information besides the name covered in static and the star ranking. Kang-woo was naturally focused the most on the growth type property. Does it mean it can go beyond 10 stars? Kang-woo's eyes shone. He still did not know how to grow the demonic sword, but it could become even stronger. Awesome, Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction. He might get his hands on an 11 or 12-star relic that did not currently exist in the tower if he found a way to grow it. Its indestructible quality should be pretty useful too. Even though it said that, it would likely be destroyed by powers that transcended that of the system, or attacks from titans or beings just as powerful. But it's indestructible against anything besides those. A durable sword was a good thing. Kang-woo slipped Midir under his belt. I should make a sheath later. Having the blade exposed lowered the badass factor. Is it over? Asked Cha Yeonju as she, Han Seala and Lilith, who had been waiting for his education to be over, stood up and approached him. Yup, Gaea, we can finally go home, Yeonju stretched. Oh right. Kang-woo, you'd better share some relics with me, got it? I won't forgive you if you hog it all for yourself. Heh, don't worry, I'll give you something even better than a relic. Something even better. Kang-woo was planning on awakening a new trait for Yeonju. That aside, Kang-woo, wouldn't it be dangerous to use that sword? Seala asked. I doubt she'd try anything after all the tramplings I gave her. But I'm still worried she'll try to take you over. Seala approached Kang-woo and hugged his arm. She narrowed her eyes and glared at Midir strapped to Kang-woo's belt. If you try something to Kang-woo, I will not let it slide. Her eyes were filled with bloodlust. Midir did not answer, possibly because she was unconscious. Fufu. Don't worry, Seala, you know how the king is. That's true, but Seala sighed and hugged Kang-woo's arm tighter. That aside, how do we get out of here? Kang-woo wondered. He had let loose so much that the entrance they came in from was destroyed. Riving, I will send you out of the gate. Huh, you can do something like that, Eve? Yes, but not often. If they could leave the gate that conveniently, there was no reason to refuse. I'll leave it to you then. Okay, Sir Guardian Deity. 9 Womb. A blue message window extended vertically and turned into the shape of a door. Kang-woo opened the door and entered to be hugged by a blue light like a radiant spotlight. Riving, radiant spotlight, I didn't hug you, stop bullshitting. The fuck, what's your problem? Side Story Chapter 111. Trait Gacha Part 1, We're home. Oh, Kang-woo screamed with his arms out, home after 10 days of relic hunting. Each piece of furniture in their home, which was easily over 600 square meters, felt like new. There's no place like home. Fufu, I'm happy to be home after so long too, Han Seala mentioned as she followed Kang-woo inside and giggled. Cha Yeonju flapped the front of her shirt and frowned as she said, let's get washed up first. I feel so dirty after not showering for over a week. Ho, then why don't we all go in together? Lilith suggested teasingly. And no, that's, Yeonju slurred, her lips quivering in embarrassment. Oh, you don't want to. Then I guess you can go in by yourself later. And no, I'm not saying I don't want to. Lilith giggled with one hand covering her mouth as Yeonju shouted in embarrassment. Yeonju glared at Kang-woo and kicked his foot. Why are you hitting me out of nowhere? Dunno, damn it, she snorted and turned away. Hm, Kang-woo, you're back, slam. Echidna swung her door open, ran to Kang-woo and jumped into his arms. Whoa there, were you all right by yourself? Yeah, did you get lots of relics, Kang-woo? A huge uproar was on the news a while ago about Valhalla blocking the entrance to the gate and getting in a huge fight with the other players. Oh, them? Kang-woo nodded and continued, don't even get me started on them. Those scumbags outright killed a player who was just trying to enter the gate so he could earn money to buy medicine for his sickly mother. Really? Yeah, not only that, but his little brother was with him, and those sorry excuses for a human even killed the little brother. They're terrible. I know, right? I was offered an endorsement contract from Valhalla not long ago, but I won't do it now. A wise decision. Kang-woo patted the frowning Echidna as if he were proud of her. Echidna smiled happily and tilted her head to rub her cheek on his hand. Yeonju, Seala, and Lilith, who had been on the scene, simply smiled awkwardly, no idea how to react. But Kang-woo, what's that hideous thing? Echidna asked as she pointed at Horos trembling in a corner. Eek, I'm so sorry, I'm so hideous, shouted Horos as he bowed to the ground in terror. He had been like this ever since Kang-woo easily killed Oh Hyeon-seong. Kang-woo lightly tapped Horos' giant eye and answered, he seemed useful, so I brought him with me. I'm planning on putting him in Lilith's team. Horos possessed an ability known as clairvoyance. Unlike the authority of the beholder, which Kang-woo often used to survey his surroundings, Horo's ability drastically amplifies his visual prowess to inspect the surroundings. It's technically an inferior version of the authority of the beholder. To make a simple comparison, the authority of the beholder was like a wide-area scanner, while clairvoyance was like high-quality binoculars. The authority of the beholder would naturally be better in normal circumstances since it could also survey the inner areas of the surroundings. But it's a different story when the power of a titan is involved. The authority of the beholder couldn't detect the power of a titan, it was like a stealth aircraft. Hence, it was far easier to search for traces of a titan simply with amplified vision. Peep, please spare my life. Horos trembled on the ground, still bowing to Kang-woo. I said I wouldn't kill you, man. Kang-woo chuckled and lightly smacked Horo's head. He thought about stealing his ability with the Authority of Predation, but since Kang-woo wouldn't be the one on his feet to gather information, he decided it would be much better to make Horos a member of Lilith's intelligence team. Thank you very much, I offer you my eternal allegiance. Horos stood up as he blinked his giant eye. Then get out and stand in the hallway for now, Kang-woo commanded. Kang-woo chased Horos out since he might be able to peek at his lovers bathing with clairvoyance. He turned back to the women and remarked, you guys can wash up first. Oh. Are you not joining us, Kang-woo? I have something to take care of first. Kang-woo smiled as he took out 3 bags full of relics from his subspace. Can't you do that later? Lilith hugged Kang-woo from behind and seductively bit his ear. Kang-woo almost faltered but used his transcendental endurance to suppress his surging desire. Organizing the relics comes first. He could spend quality time with his lovers, no, wives in the evening. I'll be in the room. Yeonju expressed disappointment as she stared at Kang-woo walking away with the bags. Kang-woo turned around with his eyes shining. What's wrong, my little Yeonju? Are you upset I won't go in with you? Stop fucking around and get the hell in your room. Yeonju bared her teeth and kicked Kang-woo's butt. Biwehehe, I'll see you guys in a bit. Kang-woo snickered as he entered his room with the bags. Right then, he took out all the relics in the 3 bags and sprawled them out on the floor, 35 of them. Kang-woo had plundered 11 from the priest of Osiros, 23 from the lion of the corridor, and Midir from Oh Hyeonseong. Why the hell are they all relics I stole? Kang-woo feigned laughter and clicked his tongue. Eve, Rijing, yes sir guardian deity. A blue message with a smiling emoticon appeared in the air. Are any of the 5-star relics worth using? Excluding Midir, there were 7 5-star relics and the rest of the 34 were 3-star and 4-star. The 3 and 4-star relics don't seem that useful. Hence Kang-woo was checking to see if any of the 5-star relics would be of any use to him or his party members. You and the others are so strong already that a 5-star relic wouldn't make a difference. Is that so? Kang-woo did not expect anything in the first place, since a relic apparently needs to be at least 7-star to damage those with deific essence. Yeonju, Kim Si-hun, Balrog, Siala, and Layla were all powerful enough to easily penetrate deific essence barriers. A 5-star relic wouldn't be of use to them. In that case, how many times can I pull the trait gacha if I extract the power of a titan from all the relics except Midir? Just a moment, please. The blue message window extended and wrapped around the relics. You should be able to pull 6, no 7 times. Wow, Kang-woo expressed surprise. Way better than those damn necklaces from Akkart. Considering they were all low-ranked relics, 7 pulls from 34 relics were on another level in terms of efficiency. Then extract them right now, please. Yes, sir, guardian deity. The blue message window turned into a funnel and stuck into the relics. SLUURP, can't you do something about that SFX? There were no sounds since it was just text on a message window, but it felt extremely vulgar somehow. Kang-woo shook his head and leaned on the backrest of his chair. Now all I have to do is figure out how to use those 7 pulls. He could awaken 7 traits for himself. But that's too inefficient. Acquiring average traits would not do much for him anymore. It would be a different story if he were to get an SSS rank trait, but the chance of that happening was too low. Besides, it's meaningless just for myself to get stronger. Akkart and his subordinates were not invading Earth because of Kang-woo, they were after an unspecified number of people. In other words, I need as many cards I can play as possible. Hence, he would need to make his powerful comrades like Si-hun, Yeonju, and Balrog even stronger. Kang-woo closed his eyes and fell into thought. He then turned to Eve, who was sucking out the power of a titan from the relics. He asked, can I awaken traits in Balrog and Lilith too? The others aside, Balrog and Lilith were not players. Slew-up, oh yes you can. They're not players though, but they are still residents of the triad governed by the law of titans. I see. Kang-woo nodded and snapped his fingers as if he finished thinking. All right then. I'll awaken traits in Si-hun, Yeonju, Darling, Lilith, and Balrog. What about the remaining 2? Those are for myself. Didn't you say it was too inefficient? I mean yeah, but I'ma be honest. I want the Abyss Watcher trait so bad, besides I have to leave some for myself. Kang-woo was the one who ultimately had to face Akkart. However strong Si-hun and Balrog get, they're no match for Akkart. It was important to strengthen the cards he could play, but it was just as important to get stronger himself. I can understand for everyone else, but why would you awaken a trait in Miss Lilith? Eve had a point. If Kang-woo's objective was simply to strengthen his party members, it would be more efficient to awaken a trait in Layla instead. Because Lilith is exceptional in her own way. Lilith was specialized in information gathering, deciphering, and investigation, far more exceptional than Kang-woo. If Lilith awakens a decent investigation trait, she might be able to find traces of Akkart whom they had no luck in tracking all this time. Is the extraction complete? Yes, all done. The relics were now nothing but scrap metal. Kang-woo stuffed them into the bags again and stood up, full of anticipation. Let's start with my traits. He would pull for everyone else after calling Si-hun and Balrog tomorrow. Kang-woo stood in the middle of the room and closed his eyes. All right, I have a super good feeling. Kang-woo took deep breaths as he did squats and push-ups in place. He had a feeling he would pull the SSS rank trait this time. Ridding, Sir Guardian Deity, Desperation. You're still lacing Desperation, Eve commented sharply. Kang-woo realized he had been complacent until now. He got on his knees, clasped his hands together, and prayed, please, 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 SSS rank trait. SSS rank TRA. More desperation, louder. It's coming, I'll pull it this time for sure. Not enough. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYy. I'm feeling good. Now Eve, spin the roulette. Yes, SIR Guardian Deity, BRRRRRRRRRRRRRR. The roulette spun rapidly. SSS rank trait. I can see it already. You're doing great, SIR Guardian Deity. Let us go, ITCOMING. The spinning roulette arrow stopped, riffing. You have acquired the trait Tentacle Expansion, rank C. Fuck my life. Side Story Chapter 112, Trait Gacha, Part 2. You have acquired the trait Tentacle Expansion, rank C. A blue message window with contents Kang-woo wanted to believe was Eve's prank popped up in front of him. WHYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYy. Kang-woo pulled the most useless and disgusting trait out of everything he could have gotten. He was pushing it a little with the SSS rank trait, but this was crossing the line. Shit, Ridding, you weren't desperate enough. Shut up. Kang-woo swiped away Eve's message window. Hey, I would have awakened a trait for someone else if I knew this would happen. He pulled on his hair again, thinking the same way as people addicted to gacha. Well, I guess I'll try it out at least. It could have a useful side like astral projection, which Kang-woo had thought was useless. Summon tentacles. Kang-woo used the skill he had acquired when he devoured the Parasite King a while ago and never used. Squelch. Tentacles dripping with tar-like mucus sprouted from him. He was about to puke just from staring at the squirming tentacles. At least they're black. Kang-woo would have cancelled the summoning if they were green like Lilith's. He frowned as he stared at the squirming tentacles. Tentacle Expansion. He activated the technique of which its instructions flowed into his brain the moment he acquired the trait. KRRRRRK, Squelch. Holy fucking Jesus. The summoned black tentacles trembled and began to swell rapidly. The forearm with tentacles expanded to the width of a thigh and then to that of an adult man's waist. Kang-woo wanted to cancel the skill right then and there, but suppressed the urge to vomit with all his might to test the black tentacle's destructive power. I guess I can test it. On my left arm, harming oneself to test the power of a skill was crazy, but it was the most surefire method. Not only that, but any wounds he suffered would instantly regenerate. Squelch, crunch. Kurg, the black tentacles wrapped around Kang-woo's left arm and violently squeezed it. He compared the tentacles he used the Tentacle Expansion on with the normal tentacles. Shit. Kang-woo stared in dejection at his left arm, which had turned to mush. Why the fuck is it so strong? The tentacles were far stronger than Kang-woo expected, likely because they were made with the demonic energy of the abyss. The freely moving tentacles were honestly much stronger than the Authority of blades he frequently used. Not only that, but the tentacles grew exponentially stronger if Tentacle Expansion was cast on them. This is only a C-rank trait. Considering the strength of the tentacles, it was no exaggeration to compare it with an S-rank trait or higher. But of course, no matter how strong it is, I won't use it. You're going to leave such an amazing trait to rot? Shut it. The flames of veracity were far stronger than these disgusting tentacles. Why don't you wrap the tentacles with the flames of veracity? Wait a second. No. Wait a second, my ass. I won't use it. I won't use tentacles. I'd rather use the Authority of blades and get my head blown off than use these goddamn tentacles. But you said the tentacles were stronger than the Authority of blades. They are, but they have a critical flaw. What flaw? They're not badass. A message window with just ellipses appeared as if Eve was dumbfounded. What? Badassery is a serious matter. Anyway, hard pass on the tentacles. Get ready to pull the next trait. Muahaha, please get ready to do that desperation dance aga. I'm not doing that shit. His hype was killed the moment he pulled tentacle expansion. He was doubtful that he would even get the SSS rank trait now. You've only pulled twice. It's not like I can buy packages and pull hundreds of times like in a mobile game. That's true. Kang-woo wasn't sure how the probability worked, but he would likely not get the SSS rank trait with the remaining pull. Spin it. Yes, sir. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr as he watched the roulette spinning. He stared at it anxiously. Tick, tick, tick. The spinning roulette slowed down and stopped. Ring. You have acquired the trait Usurpation of Flame, rank B. Got him it. Kang-woo clicked his tongue in exasperation as he checked the trait's rank before he read the description. I should have known. Yeah, forget the SSS rank trait. Kang-woo was the best in terms of having no luck. There was no way in hell he would pull the SSS rank trait, but at least it sounds normal this time. Kang-woo clicked the Usurpation of Flame trait and checked its description. Usurpation of Flame, rank B effect. The player can condense and ignite any fire-type skills in a weapon. However, the weapon's durability will be significantly reduced. The trait's description was as simple as its average rank. By fire-type skills, do the flames of veracity count? The flames of veracity were not ordinary flames. They were closer to a manifestation of his deific essence and a modification of the authority of predation. Because lacerations form instead of burns from the flames of veracity. However, it was not completely unrelated to fire since it had the form of fire. I guess I'll give it a try. Kang-woo created a regular sword with the authority of blades and grabbed it. Usurpation of Flame. He activated the trait in his head and focused. F-whoosh, gold and black flames like that of a black sun enveloped the black blade. No, they weren't just enveloping it. It's condensed. Kang-woo looked down at the sword in his hand in disbelief. He could feel the flames of veracity, covered in sharp teeth, raging in a condensed form. The Usurpation of Flame trait had applied to the flames of veracity. Fuck yeah, sparks ran throughout Kang-woo's body. He pumped his fists into the air and shouted, H holy fuck, holy F-U-C-K. His eyes rolled backward and he opened his mouth wide. He reflexively tried to pull down his pants but realized he had already taken them off a while ago. Having no choice, he pulled down his underwear instead. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYY. This is insane. Insane, I tell you. Kang-woo had wrapped himself with the flames of veracity, turned himself into the flames of veracity, and spread the flames of veracity to his surroundings. However, he had not been able to condense the flames of veracity to amplify their power until now. But it was made possible by a B-rank trait. It was likely not thanks to just the trait's effects. A mere B-rank trait could never control the flames of veracity. It probably just instructed me how to do it. In other words, Kang-woo could condense the flames of veracity all along, and the Usurpation of Flame trait provided him with the theory and method of how. To make a comparison, it was like a bird being taught how to fly despite already having wings. KHHH, this is it. It's only natural I get this lucky after doing all that desperation shit. It was a jackpot nonetheless since Kang-woo would never have known how to condense the flames of veracity without the trait. Alright, let's test how much I can condense it. Kang-woo infused a little more flames of veracity into the sword, full of anticipation. Crack, shatter. The black blade cracked and shattered only after infusing some more flames of veracity and condensing them. It was only then he remembered the trait's description. However, the weapon's durability will be significantly reduced. Shit, so that's what it meant, Kang-woo frowned. In that case, Kang-woo infused far more demonic energy of the abyss than necessary into the authority of blades to strengthen it. This should be enough. Kang-woo gripped the black blade he created with 50 times more demonic energy than usual. He used the Usurpation of Flame trait to condense the flames of veracity into the blade. Crack, it certainly lasted longer than before, but the black blade shattered after not even 5 seconds. What the fuck? He wouldn't be able to condense the flames this way. It would be manageable if he drastically reduced the amount of flames he condensed, but that defeated its purpose. Nah, there's no way. Kang-woo's expression hardened. He took out a hell armament from the demonic sea. It was Wrath, Satan's weapon. This is the weapon of Satan, the Prince of Wrath and Death himself. Crack, shatter. Satan, you useless motherfucker. Not even a prince's weapon worked. Any weapon he condensed the flames of veracity into shattered as if he were smashing glasswork into the ground. I can condense it, but it doesn't last. Come back to this. Kang-woo shed tears of blood as he stared at the shattered weapons, unable to handle the flames of veracity's power. Sir Guardian Deity, the tentacles, try it on the tentacles. Fuck, Kang-woo summoned the black tentacles and condensed the flames into them just in case. Squelch, splash, F-U-C-K. The black tentacles couldn't handle the flames of veracity either and burst, covering the entire room in sticky black mucus. What the fuck? What am I supposed to fucking do with this? Kang-woo screamed as he pulled on his hair. He was going even more insane since he couldn't use something extraordinary he just discovered he could do. He would have been better off never knowing he could do it. Wait a second. Just then, Kang-woo thought of something. He turned to the dark blue sword placed on top of the bags filled with relics. He recalled Midier's status window he had read when he got the sword. This item cannot be destroyed by physical or spiritual means. Could it be? Kang-woo carefully grabbed Midier and imbued the flames of veracity with it. He activated the usurpation of flame trait and the flames wrapped around Midier's blade like a snake. Please. Kang-woo anxiously bit his lip as he looked down at Midier. If even Midier was destroyed, the trouble he went through to get the 10-star relic would have been for nothing. Please. Kang-woo shut his eyes tightly and condensed the flames of veracity into Midier's blade. Whoosh. The condensed flames of veracity wrapped the surface of Midier's edge and blazed fiercely. He added more flames to the blade and condensed them. Rumble. The immense power emitted from Midier after condensing the flames of veracity shook his room protected by a barrier so powerfully that it could collapse at any moment. It worked. Midier was completely fine even with the flames of veracity condensed into it. ITWORKD. Dangle, dangle. Kang-woo danced alone in his room as he cheered. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Clack. Kang-woo were done washing up. Just then, Kang-woo locked eyes with Han Xiala who entered the room. A deathly silence fell in the room. Xiala's gaze gradually headed down. Kaya, Kang-woo. What are you doing with your pants off? Creak slam. She quickly closed the door with her still in the room. Wait a second, shouldn't it be the opposite? Why are you coming in? Heh. Click, the door locked. Side story chapter 113, Trait Gacha, part 3, Fu Ha. Kang-woo took a deep breath in and slowly out. He lowered his stance and gripped the sword tighter. The dark blue demonic sword shone menacingly. Usurpation of flame. Whoosh. Gold and black flames like that of a black sun wrapped around Kang-woo and slowly slithered like a snake to gather around the dark blue sword. Rumble. The flames inside the dark blue sword condensed and shook the training room. That's enough. No matter how powerful the barrier protecting the underground training room was, he couldn't risk the entire building collapsing by condensing even more flames. Boom! Kang-woo stomped his foot and sprang up from his lowered stance as he slashed Midier upward. Whoosh! A line of fire was formed in the air. The flames of veracity condensed in the blade ignited and burst like a volcano, smashing into the training room wall. Crack! Wait a fucking second. The barrier Kang-woo had set up so that it would last at least 20 seconds against the flames of veracity was cracking and about to be destroyed. At this rate, the underground training room would collapse and the apartment building would collapse with it. Fuck. Kang-woo couldn't let his home, which he had painstakingly prepared, be destroyed. He threw Midier aside and threw himself into the flames of veracity, destroying the barrier. Kurgh. It was truly ironic to see a person blocking his own technique with his body. The condensed flames of veracity tore Kang-woo apart, turning him into a rag as if he were attacked by a school of piranhas. Gurg. Intense pain shot throughout his body, but he couldn't help but smile as he was groaning in pain. Yeah, this is it. It was far more powerful than he had expected. The flames of veracity, condensed with the usurpation of flame trait, were far more powerful than before. I guess the more desperate one ultimately comes out on top. Kang-woo never expected to get so much stronger from just a B-rank trait, but he was extremely satisfied with the results. It's making me want to pull more now. He still had 5 more pulls. He couldn't help but be greedy after figuring out that just because the trait's rank was low didn't necessarily mean it was bad. Tusk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue after some thought and shook his head. I should leave it for the others. Since he had gotten far stronger than he expected after acquiring the usurpation of flame trait, it was pointless to get even more greedy. That's just how important it is for the others to get stronger as well. Kang-woo pushed aside the desire and turned around. He took the elevator up to the building's top floor. Hyung-nim, the moment Kang-woo arrived at the top floor, the door of the elevator across from the one he was on also opened, revealing Kim Si-hun. You got here just now? Kang-woo asked. Haha, I'm sorry. I was a little busy with something. It's fine, I just got here too. Kang-woo entered his home with Si-hun. In the spacious living room were Han Xiala, Lilith, Cha Yeonju, and Balrog, who came as soon as he was contacted. Looks like everyone's here. Myking. Boom, Balrog stood up and raced toward Kang-woo in his giant original form. His hideous face crumpled to look even worse. Fucking hell, just look at yourself, damn it. Why did you go relic hunting with that bitch instead of me? Shouted Balrog as he pointed at Lilith giggling from the back. Because you'd be useless when searching for relics. Balrog had no searching abilities, so he would have been of no use whatsoever. Actually, I guess he would have been. They got all of the relics through violence and plundering. Rather, Lilith with her exceptional searching and tracking abilities had not been of much help this time. Kurg, B, but besides you had stuff to do at the time, man. Balrog's shoulders dropped in dejection. Kang-woo smirked and lightly smacked Balrog's stomach with his palm. I'll call you next time something happens, so don't be so down, damn it. Hee, that's a promise, right? Balrog raised his head with a smile as if he were never dejected in the first place. It seemed like it had been an act all along. Kang-woo chuckled, even he had been fooled by the perfect switch in expression. Son of a bitch, of all the things to take after me. I guess you've been raring to go, huh? There haven't been many opportunities to fight after all, Balrog replied. That's true. Balrog was a born warrior molded by endless battle. He would naturally be bored by peaceful life on Earth. Endure it for a little longer, I'm sure Akkart will make his move soon enough. Kehe, understood. Balrog smiled and sat back down. More importantly, Hyung-nim, what did you gather us for? Asked Si-hun as he tilted his head in wonder. I have a gift for you all, Kang-woo answered. A gift? I'm going to awaken a trait in each of you, but of course the rank of the traits you get is random. Awaken a trait? Asked Si-hun in shock. His reaction was natural since any player knew how strongly traits influence their strength. Traits normally could only be acquired every 10 levels. How are you going to do that? It's a long story. Kang-woo explained to the others about Eve, how he had gained access to a portion of the Law of Titan's functions as the guardian deity, and the power of a Titan infused in the relics. Wow, so that's why you were stealing all those relics left and right, huh? Yeonju nodded. What do you mean steal? Those relics were yielded to me fair and square. Bullshit. In any case, I'm going to awaken a trait in each of you. You said the type and rank of the traits we get is random, right? Yeah, but you'll apparently get a trait more or less right for you. Tentacle expansion and usurpation of flame both had some connection to Kang-woo. He wasn't entirely sure, but there was likely a higher chance that one would acquire a trait that fit them the most, though that doesn't seem to be the case with astral projection. Kang-woo couldn't think of any connection he had with astral projection. What is a trait exactly? Asked Balrog, who wasn't a player incomprehensibly. You can think of it as similar to an authority. An authority, though it can only be as strong as one the higher its rank is. There were also authorities so bad that it was a mystery as to why such authorities existed. Let's start with you, darling. Emmy, what, do you want to go later? No, I'm happy that I get to be your first. That's a dangerous choice of words. Darling, if you keep doing that, we'll get scolded by the editor again. Foo-foo. I'll leave it to you, Kang-woo. It's my first time, so please be gentle. What the? Siala giggled teasingly and approached Kang-woo. Kang-woo sighed and placed his hand on her shoulder. Do it, Eve. Yes, Sir Guardian Deity. Swirl, a blue message window enveloped Siala and the roulette spun at the same time. Reading, you have acquired the trait Magnificent Gourmet, rank S. Huh, I got an S rank. Siala was left wide-eyed as she stared at the message window in front of her. Really? An S-rank trait was so high that a normal player would rarely get a chance to get even one. Although players like Siala, Yeonju, and Si-hun were absurdly powerful, S was a decent rank even by their standards. What kind of trait is it? Kang-woo asked. It's called Magnificent Gourmet, Siala replied. Magnificent Gourmet, one couldn't deduce what a trait could do based on its name alone. What does it do? Kang-woo asked. Just a moment, please. Siala looked through the message window only she could view. It's a trait that amplifies the flavor of the food I make. What did you say? Wait, what? Darling's kimchi stew will get even more delicious. Kang-woo couldn't even imagine such a thing. It meant that Siala's kimchi stew, already so delicious that he had never grown tired of it even after eating it every day, could become even more delicious. Not only that, but the trait was S-rank, meaning the amplification of flavor would be so magnificent that it could even melt Kang-woo's taste buds. This is insane. Kang-woo pumped his fists into the air. Magnificent. Magnificent. Kang-woo jumped into Siala's arms and showered her cheek with kisses. I love you, darling. You're the only one for me. My Kang-woo. Everyone can see. Despite saying that, Siala was not pushing Kang-woo away but rather hugging him back with a smile. Not only that, but she turned her head so that his kisses were on her lips instead. Heh. I'm glad you love it so much, said Siala as she smiled and twisted in embarrassment. Sheesh, get a goddamn room. Yeonju frowned in displeasure. But isn't it a bit too mundane for an S-rank trait? Is amplifying flavor all it does? It says the food can also grant special effects when eaten. Aha, Yeonju nodded in satisfaction. So it's a buff-type trait, what kind of effects? I think I'll have to make something to find out. Yeonju turned her head away apathetically and pouted. I'd have been better off with a trait like that. How many people do you think you're going to kill with a trait like that? Kang-woo asked teasingly. What? My food can become delicious too with an S-rank trait. Yeonju kicked Kang-woo repeatedly. Kang-woo snickered as he grabbed Yeonju's leg and tickled her feet. Let me go, damn it. Heh. How dare you kick your dearest husband? That's a bit cringe. Sorry. Kang-woo flinched as Yeonju suddenly criticized him with a straight face. It was a bit too cringe even for him. That aside, a buff-type trait, he would only find out whether the trait's effects were good or not after eating Siala's food and checking the buff it gave. Hee hee. Even without the buff, it's a win just from the fact that Darling's food will be even tastier. Good food was far more important in life than one could imagine. It could even be a driving force for one to stay alive. At least it was for me. He had longed for that feeling every day of his 10 millennia in hell. The trait gacha was more than worth it just for this. Siala's combat prowess did not rise like what Kang-woo had hoped, but it was more than good enough. Alright, next up is… Kang-woo slowly turned to look at Balrog and gestured with his finger to come. Balrog smiled nastily and stood up. His expression looked as if he wanted to rip his prey's limbs apart and shower in its blood, but it was simply one of expectation. Kahihe, I will be in your care, my king. It's my first time, so please be. Don't fucking finish that sentence, damn it. I mean neither does Siala and Yeonju, but you took them. Side Story Chapter 114, Trait Gacha, Part 4, Swirl. A blue message window enveloped Balrog and a roulette in the air spun rapidly. Oh, this is why you and the other humans sometimes stare blankly in the air. In fascination, Balrog tried to grab the blue message window, but his giant hand simply passed through it. It seems it can't be touched. But it goes away if you swipe it away, said Kang-woo as he stared at Balrog, who looked like he wanted to split open his prey's head and devour their brain. However, he was simply amazed by something he was seeing for the first time. Hee hee, I'm excited to see what kind of trait I will get. Balrog clenched his fists and smiled hideously as if he wanted to massacre a family and jump rope with their intestines. As Kang-woo already mentioned, he was simply excited. Can't you do something about your face? Kang-woo could never get used to Balrog's hideous face. Well, it's better than tentacles. Balrog was an angel compared to Lilith's true form. It's slowing down, shouted Balrog as he stared at the roulette only he could see. Rijing, you have acquired the trait Overlord's Titanic Might rank S. Whoa, I also got an S rank just like the Queen. The fuck, for real. 2 S ranks in a row? Kang-woo's eyes widened in disbelief. What about me? As someone who got C rank and B rank traits with 2 pulls, he couldn't be more frustrated. What does it do? Kang-woo asked. How can I check? Press the trait's name. Balrog nodded and reached for the message window. He read through the message window's contents and exclaimed in surprise, amazing. What? What does it do? From what I'm reading, the power of the Overlord enters me and temporarily multiplies my strength by 5. Seriously? 5? Kang-woo's mouth was left agape. Although it was temporary, a multiplier of 5 was insane. Not only that, it's Balrog. Kang-woo couldn't even imagine the insane amount of power Balrog would be able to exert. You'd better be careful when using that. One wrong step and the ground under you would cave in. Kang-woo was not exaggerating. If the current Balrog's strength were to be multiplied by 5, he could easily cause a natural disaster. One wrong punch could destroy everything around him and create a crater several kilometers deep. Kehe, I will keep that in mind. Balrog laughed heartily with his chest puffed out, seemingly liking the trait he acquired. He then pointed at Kim Si-hun with shining eyes and shouted, Hear that brat, it seems my spars with you will be a bore now. NGH. Si-hun grunted and bit his lip. Si-hun always came out slightly superior in their usual spars, but considering the absurdly powerful trait Balrog acquired, there was no need to even question who would win. Balrog, who was 5 times as strong, would destroy any form of defense Si-hun could muster. Hyung Nim, please let me go next. Biwehe, is Balrog making you impatient? Can't lose to that muscle pig. Kang-woo snickered and placed his hand on Si-hun's shoulder this time. Swirl, the roulette spun for a 3rd time. Balrog burst into laughter and taunted Si-hun kahaha. No matter what trait you get, it will be meaningless before my Overlord's Titanic Might rank S trait brat. A blood vessel bulged from Si-hun's forehead. Balrog, Kang-woo called. Kehe, yes, my king. Are you worried that brat will despair? No, not that. Kang-woo shook his head and looked at the roulette slowing down. From my experience, tick, 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 the roulette was on the verge of stopping. A strong intuition popped into Kang-woo's head. Yeah, like always, Riding, you have acquired the trait 1000 Martial Treasury rank SSS. It's an SSS rank trait. The protagonist was bound to hit it big in such situations. Yeah, I figured, Kang-woo nodded in dejection. 1000 Martial Treasury, what kind of trait is that? Asked Balrog wide-eyed after hearing it was an SSS rank trait. Si-hun read the trait's description and answered, It allows me to freely learn 1000 kinds of peerless martial arts. Kang-woo could tell the trait was overpowered just from its description. Not only that, but since Si-hun possessed exceptional martial arts talent, he could seriously learn 1000 peerless martial arts and be able to use them freely. Balrog's expression crumpled. He did not understand what martial arts was, but he could instinctively tell Si-hun's trait was absurdly overpowered. This is too unfair, my king, just endure it. That's how novels are these days. Foo, all right. First, congratulations, Si-hun. Thank you very actually no, I take that back. Pardon, I'm getting even angrier now. Why am I not getting an SSSRANK? Agreed. This cannot be. How is this FAA? Pay 4 frustration with your life BRAAT. Kang-woo and Balrog glared resentfully at Si-hun, who stepped backward in confusion. Ho ho. Why don't you calm down, my king? You too, Balrog, get it together. Lilith calmed the two demons down with a smile. NGH, anyway, you guys sure are lucky, Kang-woo mentioned, 2 S ranks and 1 SSS rank. 5 S in total. High ranks that were nowhere to be found during his pulls were being pulled so easily by others. Eve, are you sure you didn't rig this? Of course not. As I've mentioned before, the types and ranks of traits are completely random. There is nothing I can do to change that. Then what about me? Why am I not getting good ranks? Because you're lacking. If you tell me that I'm not desperate enough, I might tear you apart out of anger. Ahum, I am sure you'll get one next time. Eve quickly edited the message as if fixing a typo. Kang-woo sighed deeply and walked toward Lilith. Is it my turn this time? Yeah, come here. Ho-ho, please let me get a good trait. Lilith suddenly grabbed Kang-woo's hand as he was about to put it on her shoulder and leaned in to kiss him. Swirl. The roulette spun at the same time as the sudden kiss. Ridding, you have acquired the trait Delver of Dreams rank A. Piwa Han, a kiss with my king after so long feels so good. Lilith placed her hands on her cheeks and twisted in joy as if she were not interested in what trait she awakened. Kang-woo stared at her and chuckled. So what did you get? Oh, what a shame. It's an A-rank trait called Delver of Dreams. It's about time a lower rank appeared. What does it do? Just a moment, please. Lilith manipulated the message window skillfully despite seeing it for the first time and read the trait's description. How interesting, her eyes shone. It's an ability that can display a target's dreams. Whoa, what? That's pretty good. Lilith's specialty was information gathering and analysis. Hence, the ability to view someone's dreams was considerably useful to her. Dreams were a culmination of information learned in the past. Even if the individual had forgotten about something, it could even be shown vividly in their dreams. It doesn't seem like it would be of much help in picking up traces of the Titan, but I should be able to make good use of this. Lilith smiled in satisfaction. All right, lastly, said Kang-woo as he looked at Cha Yeonju. HMPH. She turned away as if she weren't interested, but the way she was shaking her leg gave away how much she was looking forward to it. Come here, Yeonju. I feel like I won't get anything good for some reason. She was walking toward Kang-woo full of excitement despite saying that. Kang-woo lightly wrapped his arm around Yeonju's slender waist. This is the last one, Eve. Okay, Japanese letter here, swirl. The roulette spun along with a cute emoticon, ridding. You have acquired the trait Physical Potential Awakening, rank C. Shit. I knew it, shouted Yeonju after seeing the result. Why am I the only one with a C-rank trait? She rapid-fired curses and swears as if her world had ended. I mean, this is the normal result. Everyone else was just too lucky. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and patted Yeonju's back. So what does it do? Even if the rank is low, it can be amazing based on the circumstance, so don't be too upset. Just a sec, Yeonju read through the description as she pouted. She then became wide-eyed. F for real, this isn't a joke, right? She read through it again and again in disbelief. What is it? Asked Kang-woo with his head tilted, but Yeonju could not answer due to shock. Eve, show me Yeonju's message window. Okay, a blue message window appeared in front of Kang-woo. Physical Potential Awakening rank. See effect, the player can achieve physical growth in a designated body part by awakening its maximum latent potential. If applied to the entire body, the trait's effect will be halved. Kang-woo frowned as if he couldn't understand. It was a mediocre ability as one would expect from a C-rank trait. There was no reason for Yeonju to be shocked beyond belief. No, wait a second. Kang-woo checked the description again. Achieve physical growth in a body part. Kang-woo's eyes widened in disbelief. Amazing. This is amazing. Yeonju's laughter echoed throughout the living room. She pointed at Siala and shouted confidently, just you wait, I'm gonna have a stacked mid too. Yeonju smiled ecstatically and used the trait's ability on her breasts without hesitation. Woo. Bright light wrapped around her and gathered around her breasts. Tears welled around Yeonju's eyes. The humiliation and mockery she had faced until now would be no more starting from today. She raised her arms high and shouted, I am Aribio. Her potential opened its eyes, ridding, there exists no latent potential in the designated body part, canceling the trait's activation. Her potential closed its eyes. Side Story Chapter 115, Endless Eighth, Part 1, Sunlight beamed between the partially closed curtains. MRMMM. Kang-woo had yet to recover from fatigue because he was up all night consoling the heartbroken Cha Yeonju. He pulled up the blanket to escape the sunlight and dug deeper into the soft bed to get some more sleep. Slam. HM. KNGWO. Get up. The room door violently swung open and Echidna's screeching voice echoed in Kang-woo's ear. She charged toward the bed and jumped, dropping on top of Kang-woo. Bash. Kurg, Kang-woo grunted as he was bent forward from the force on his stomach. Erg, what is it? Heh. Echidna giggled from on Kang-woo's stomach. She shook Kang-woo's shoulders and shouted, tomorrow. They'll finally be here tomorrow. Kang-woo rubbed his eyes and stood up to see a massively excited Echidna. They'll be here tomorrow. The clothes I ordered last time. Clothes? Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. What clothes? You know, back when Seala, Yeonju and I went shopping. The clothes I ordered from back then are coming tomorrow. Oh, come to think of it, Kang-woo remembered Echidna saying something about custom orders. That took a while. All 4 of them are handmade orders after all. Echidna snorted loudly and proudly placed her hands on her waist. 4. Kang-woo wondered if there was a need for all 4 of them to be custom orders. Hee, they're not just mine. They're for me, Yeonju, Seala, and Lilith. Oh, I see. He could understand why if that were the case. What kind of clothes did you order? They were likely special, considering how excited she was. Hee, Echidna smiled and her eyes shone. Who knows, what do you think they are? It's something you would love a lot. What is it? Kang-woo was even more curious because of how Echidna was putting off her answer. Guess, she shouted. I can't think of anything. Kang-woo thought about the kind of clothes he liked. The office lady look and the leather pants were both amazing. He also loved the swimsuits he had seen back at the hotel in Singapore. I legit almost fainted. He felt like he was getting bricked up just thinking about Lilith's slingshot bikini. Is it swimsuits again? BZZT. Echidna clicked her tongue and shook her head. Are erotic clothes all you like? I mean, what kind of man doesn't? Kang-woo was quite old, but he still had the body of a healthy young man with tons of libido. He would always welcome daring attire as long as they were those of his lovers. They're not erotic clothes, guess again. Then is it something like cosplay? It was possible since Echidna was into anime. We even went to a maid cafe when we were in Japan together. It was more embarrassing and awkward for him at the time than fun, but it would be a different story if his lovers were in such a getup at home instead of in public. Echidna wore a maid outfit that time. Kang-woo was already smiling lecherously from imagining Han Seala, Lilith, and Yeonju wearing maid outfits. It would certainly be embarrassing to wear in public, but it didn't matter. They're gonna be wearing it at home after all. Kang-woo chuckled lasciviously. Man, that sounds great. He felt like he wouldn't mind his heart stopping if Seala called him master in a maid outfit like Echidna had. BZZT. Wrong again? Kang-woo groaned as Echidna shook her head again. What is it? He felt like he was going insane from curiosity. Heh, the clothes I ordered are, ta-da. These, Echidna put forward the tablet she had been hiding behind her back and showed Kang-woo the clothes on the display. Oh, he expressed the moment he saw the clothes. He finally understood why the clothes took so much time to make and why Echidna was acting so proud. Wedding, dresses, that's right, they're wedding dresses. Kang-woo's expression froze. Seeing the 4 wedding dresses reminded him that he had been postponing the ceremony with excuses that they were too busy to hold one. Marriage, He was, of course, planning on holding a wedding ceremony with all of his lovers when the time came. However, I don't think now is the time. It couldn't help but sound like an excuse, but it was burdening in many ways to hold a ceremony now. It wouldn't be too late to hold one after the matters with Akkart were over. I'm not saying we should hold one right away. Then why did you order the dresses? Not a wedding ceremony, but an engagement ceremony. Let's just hold a simple one with just us. Oh. Kang-woo's eyes widened as if he were struck by lightning. Sparks ran throughout his body just from thinking about his lovers in wedding dresses. An inexplicable wave of happiness shook him. An engagement ceremony, considering their daily life, they were practically married already. The 4 of them were living and sleeping under the same roof. Kang-woo had also been calling Yeonju, Lilith, and Seala his wives lately. But it felt different now, as if the final piece was added to a puzzle he had thought was complete. He was so happy that he could scream as he jumped up and down. Finally, Kang-woo would have official wives at last. Ha, he burst into laughter for some reason. The joy burning his mind blank was making him stomp his feet. Marriage, I'm getting married, he screamed at the top of his lungs, unable to suppress his boiling impulse, to the point that his voice echoed throughout the house. The corners of his mouth were not dropping no matter what he did. I'm finally getting married. Kang-woo recalled the day he fell into hell and the 10 millennia of struggles flashed before his eyes. He could have never known such a day would come for him. He nodded without hesitation and said, yeah, okay, let's have an engagement ceremony. Just one thought about marriage made Kang-woo feel stupid for putting it off all this time. Okay, then let's all hold one tomorrow. Oh, but not you, Echidna. Why not? Echidna became teary-eyed in shock. Kang-woo smiled and patted her head. We said we'd think about it once you became a mature dragon, didn't we? There's nothing to think about. I'm gonna marry you too, but the current you can't be the one to decide that. Kang-woo knew how Echidna felt about him, but she was not yet mentally mature enough to be sure about her future. Most of all, he did not yet see her as a woman. Accepting her as his bride in such a situation was out of the question. "NGH, I bought my own too." Echidna lowered her head with tears in her eyes. Kang-woo was swept with guilt as he saw her in dejection. "You'll get to wear it later, just not now." "HMPH, you say that now, but what's stopping you from changing your mind later?" "That won't happen," Kang-woo guaranteed. "Really? Yeah." If Echidna's feelings for him did not change even after she became a mature dragon, he was planning on accepting her feelings. Promise. "No take-backs, okay?" Echidna shouted as she raised her pinky finger. Kang-woo smirked and interlocked his pinky finger with hers. "Though it might be your feelings that change down the road," Kang-woo remarked. Children commonly said they would marry someone when they grew up without a thought. Such promises were bound to be forgotten as they grew older. "HM, I sometimes feel like you think I'm an actual child. I'm way older than Siala, you know." Oh, come to think of it, Echidna was over 500 years old. She physically looked no older than a middle schooler, so Kang-woo always thought her mental age was also that of one. "Anyway, you'd better marry me once I become a mature dragon, got it?" "Okay." Kang-woo patted Echidna's head as her eyes sparkled. Evening arrived. "Kang-woo, dinner's ready." "Okay." Kang-woo came out of his room. Yeonju, Lilith, and Echidna were already sitting at the dining table. On today's news, the Hanwari Guild has successfully cleared the S-rank gate that appeared in Daejeon. However, players Oh Jeong-hyun and Kim Chunbong, the two cornerstones of the guild, have passed away in the process. The news sounded from the TV in the living room. Kang-woo took the remote and turned off the TV. "Come on, let me watch some news," said Yeonju as she frowned. "I have something more important to share than the news." Kang-woo smiled as he sat down at the table. "Something important. What is it?" "The wedding dresses Echidna ordered are coming tomorrow, so..." He brought up the engagement ceremony discussion he had with Echidna in the morning. "WHWHWH what?" stuttered Yeonju as her face reddened. "WHWHWHWH what the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? Why, you don't want to..." "And no, I'm not saying that, I mean..." "Hergis-Shvenbajadfbab." Yeonju buried her face between her knees and yelled incomprehensibly, "Fufu, an engagement ceremony with the king. It's a little unexpected, but I'm looking forward to it." Lilith smiled and seductively licked her lips. Unlike her calm demeanor, her hair was surging into the air and squirming uncontrollably. "Engagement, with Kang-woo, ceremony." Siala was staring blankly into the air as she mumbled engagement ceremony repeatedly. Tears then began to form around her eyes. Darling." "Oh, I'm sorry, why am I being like this?" Siala wiped her tears, but they kept flowing even more than before. "Darling, sniff, I'm happy, but..." "I'm so happy that..." "My tears aren't stopping." Kang-woo gently hugged the crying Siala and smiled faintly. "Kang-woo, yeah, I love you." Kang-woo nodded and kissed Siala. "All right, all of you make time for tomorrow." "Okay, I'll clear the whole day." I have guild work, but, well, I guess I have no choice." I'm looking forward to tomorrow." The three women smiled in excitement. "An engagement ceremony, huh?" Kang-woo and the others finished their dinner filled with expectation. The three women had Kang-woo participate in the planning for tomorrow until far past midnight and finally went to bed. "I wonder what I should give each of them as gifts," he wondered as he took out his smartphone. November 9th. Kang-woo smiled faintly as he checked the date, which had already changed to the date of their engagement ceremony on his smartphone. November 9th had been no different from any other date to him, but not anymore. He had a feeling he would remember the engagement ceremony for the rest of his life. Sunlight beamed between the partially closed curtains. "What a wonderful morning." Kang-woo sprang up from the bed. His three lovers had likely already woken up since they were not with him. "Ha, today's the day I become a groom." Although it was just an engagement ceremony, he decided to just think of it as his wedding day since they would never get a divorce. He burst into laughter in excitement for today. Slam, HMKNGWO. "Get up." Whoa there, the room door violently swung open. Echidna charged into the room and jumped on Kang-woo. "Heh." Echidna giggled in his arms. Kang-woo patted her head and asked, "Come to think of it, when will the clothes are?" "Tomorrow, they'll finally be here tomorrow." What'll be here tomorrow?" Kang-woo asked. "The clothes I ordered last time." "What?" Side Story Chapter 116 Endless 8th Part 2 Was the delivery delayed? Asked Kang-woo with a frown. Feelings of uneasiness and displeasure traveled down his back. Echidna tilted her head as if Kang-woo was talking nonsense. "The clothes were always scheduled to arrive tomorrow." "What do you, more importantly, Kang-woo, guess what kind of clothes I ordered?" "It's something you would love a lot," Echidna shouted excitedly. Kang-woo remained silent. His mind was jumbled. He had no idea what was happening. Did I have a dream or something? His first thought was the possibility of him having dreamed everything that happened yesterday. In other words, the wedding dresses and the engagement ceremony could have all been in his head. "Come on, guess Kang-woo, they're not just mine. They're for me, Yeonju, Siala, and Lilith." Echidna shouted as she proudly placed her hands on her waist. Her expression was the same as the one Kang-woo had seen yesterday in his dream. Wedding dresses, answered Kang-woo in a low voice. Huh, Echidna's eyes widened. How did you know, Kang-woo? Did you take a peek at my tablet? Kang-woo did not know how to answer. He wondered if Echidna would believe him if he said he saw it in his dream. No, in the first place. Was it a dream? Could everything that happened yesterday have been simply a dream? It was way too vivid for that to be the case. He remembered everything too clearly to brush it off as a dream. The wedding dresses Echidna ordered, his pinky promise with her, the reddened Cha Yeonju at the mention of the engagement ceremony, Lilith acting calm but being the most excited, and the crying Han Seala. There's no way all of that was a dream. If that's the case, what the hell is going on? HMPH, I wanted to surprise you, it's ruined now, Echidna pouted as she turned away. He paid her no mind and picked up his smartphone on the table beside the bed. November 8th. That was the date written on the smartphone display. He was sure that it was November 9th before he went to bed. What the hell is going on? Was time rewound? How is that possible? Not even Kang-woo, who possessed hundreds of authorities, could rewind time. The only entity Kang-woo knew who could rewind time was Nostrian, the Titan of Time. Kang-woo, what's wrong? Are the wedding dresses not to your liking? No, it's just that I'm still a little tired. Let's talk a little later. Okay, I'll come back in a bit. Echidna looked at him in slight worry and then left the room. Eve, Ritting, yes, Sir Guardian Deity. What the hell happened? Pardon, what do you mean? Eve sent a message window full of question marks as if she had no idea what Kang-woo was talking about. Not even Eve remembers. No, I can't be sure of anything yet. Kang-woo shook his head and stopped thinking. He couldn't be sure of anything at this stage. It could even be possible that the events from yesterday could truly have been in his dreams. One day, he needed to wait and see for one more day. Clack, Kang-woo, can I come in now? Yeah, come in. Kang-woo spread his arms to greet Echidna as she opened the door again. You see, Kang-woo. I'm thinking of us holding an engagement ceremony. Echidna mentioned the engagement ceremony just like last time, and Kang-woo also pinky promised again that he would marry her if her feelings didn't change after becoming a mature dragon. Kang-woo also brought up the engagement ceremony the same way he did last time, and his three lovers also showed the same reactions. He spent all night discussing the ceremony with the excited women and checked his smartphone. November 9th, 5:37 a.m. It was still pitch black outside because it was almost winter. Are you not going to sleep, Kang-woo? Seala slightly got up from the bed and embraced Kang-woo. He slowly raised his hand and gently caressed her head. You can sleep, darling. I won't even get 2 hours of sleep if I go to bed now. That's more than enough. Oh, I love it when you caress my head like that, Seala mumbled drowsily. A few more minutes of caressing and she fell back asleep. Kang-woo checked the time on his smartphone again. 5:57 a.m. It was still November 9th. Was it really just a dream? Kang-woo tilted his head and looked down at his smartphone. Well, I might as well stay up today to make sure of it. He usually slept at least an hour or two to recover from mental fatigue, but staying up for one day did not significantly affect him in any way. He was planning on waiting until the sun came up. Kang-woo saw sunlight through the partially open curtains after about 2 hours of sitting on the bed. The fresh morning air tickled his nose. Looks like it just became the 9th. Just then Kang-woo's vision flickered black. He lost all strength in his body and was suddenly struck with vertigo as he swayed. He was slowly losing consciousness. He reflexively checked the time on the smartphone he had been holding. 8 a.m. sharp. Shit. Kang-woo lost consciousness the moment he checked the time. Sunlight beamed between the partially closed curtains. Kang-woo covered his mouth the moment he sprung up from the bed. He felt nauseous as his vision blurred. What the? He turned to look at the smartphone on the table next to the bed. November 8th, it was 8 a.m. The day had been rewound by 24 hours. Slam, HMKNGW. Get up. The room door violently swung open and Echidna entered. She charged toward the bed and jumped on Kang-woo. Kang-woo tomorrow. They'll finally be here, Tom. The wedding dresses you ordered, right? Echidna's eyes widened. How did you know, Kang-woo? Did you take a peek at my tablet? She pulled on Kang-woo's clothes in confusion. Kang-woo closed his eyes in silence. It wasn't a dream. There was no way such a vivid memory would replay twice. Shit. Kang-woo frowned intensely and swept his hair back. November 8th is repeating itself. To be more exact, the 24 hours between November 8th, 8 a.m. and November 9th, 8 a.m. were in a loop. Echidna. What is it, Kang-woo? Do you remember what happened yesterday? Yesterday, you called Yeonju, Si-hun, and everyone over to awaken new traits in them. Echidna pouted and continued. I wanted the thing you guys call traits too. You have to give me one too next time, okay? Okay? Kang-woo nodded with an awkward smile. I knew it, they don't remember. Neither did Seala, Yeonju, or Lilith. No one else but himself knew the day was repeating. Not even Eve. Since not even the AI of the Law of Titans was aware of the time loop, it was safe to say no one on Earth was aware of it. Kang-woo, so about the engagement serum. Oh, sorry. Could we talk about that later? Why? Kang-woo had no time to think about the engagement ceremony. He consoled the dejected echidna and fell into thought after sending her to her room. How is this possible? Even Ciala, when she was given the power of Nostrian, the Titan of Time, used all of her power to rewind time for the dead Balrog. Kang-woo wondered if it were truly possible to rewind time by 24 hours for every human, no, every creature on Earth. First, I have to find out who did such a thing. Kang-woo got up from the bed. Eve, yes, what can I do for you, Sir Guardian Deity? The day is repeating. Pardon, what are you talking about? A message window full of question marks popped up. Kang-woo explained to her what he had been going through as detailed as possible. The 24 hours between November 8th, 8 a.m. and November 9th, 8 a.m. are looped. Yeah, only Nostrian could do such a… No, not even Nostrian can control time to such a massive degree. I thought as much. It was exactly as he had thought. Moreover, Nostrian has no reason to rewind time on Earth. That was also true. Kang-woo couldn't think of any benefits to doing such a thing. Haya, Kang-woo sighed deeply. Am I gonna be repeating the same day over and over again? He would be in an endless loop of November 8th if he did not find what was causing it. Wait a second, that means… Kang-woo's eyes widened after realizing a crucial fact. I can never get married. He could get married today if he wanted to, but that was meaningless. Their memories would be reset the next day. Kang-woo stomped his foot. He gritted his teeth and his eyes filled with madness. How dare they? Do they have no fucking SHAA? How could they get in the way of my first marriage in 10 millennia? Eve, let's focus on finding who did this, whether it be Nostrian or whoever the fuck. Yes, Sir Guardian Deity. Kang-woo opened the window and flew up to the sky above the city. He activated the authority of the beholder to search the area. Tusk. He didn't find anything out of the ordinary anywhere throughout the city. It must be related to the Titans. Kang-woo couldn't detect traces of Titans with the authority of the beholder. It was never possible in the first place unless a Titan were involved. No, it was impossible even for Nostrian, according to Eve. Then, who could have created this endless eighth? Kang-woo sat on top of the high-rise building and blankly stared into space. He couldn't think of anything no matter how hard he thought. Ding, where are you, Kang-woo? Aren't you having dinner with us? A message from Ciala came. I have something I need to deal with. Eat without me, darling. Kang-woo went back to searching after replying to Ciala. He even contacted Lilith and mobilized her informants, but nothing. Shit. It was November 9th, 7:58 a.m. The sun rose and the fresh morning air tickled his nose. Kang-woo, who had been searching all night, stopped in the middle of the bustling crowd. The street was filled with students walking to school and workers heading to their workplaces. Kang-woo blankly stared at the fatigued people getting ready to start their day. The clock struck 8 a.m. Kurg, Kang-woo's consciousness flickered black, his vision blurred and intense nausea hit him. He tried to stay conscious with all his might, but as if mocking his efforts. November 8th, 8 a.m., slam, HMKNGWO. Get up, the morning of the 8th brightened. Side Story Chapter 117. Endless 8th, Part 3, okay, let's talk later. Echidna left the room in dejection. Kang-woo sighed deeply, sweeping his hair back as he frowned. I have no way of finding them. He had no idea who was looping the 8th from where or how. The only thing he was sure about was that a Titan was involved. Eve, is it impossible to use the law of Titans to track them? Yes. I didn't even know something like that was happening until you told me, Sir Guardian Deity. Kang-woo was even more frustrated by the blue message window in front of him. But why am I the only one with my memories intact? Oh, I believe I know. What is it? I believe you have escaped the time loop's influence because the power you possess lies beyond the realm of Titans. In other words, the power of the demonic sea transcended the power of turning back time, allowing Kang-woo's memories to remain intact. Yeah, I can understand that. The problem was that nothing could be resolved from him knowing that. Do you have a guess as to who it could be? A guess, huh? Kang-woo closed his eyes and fell into thought. He had no idea how they did it but could more or less tell who did it. Akkart. Aramu saying Akkart is behind this. I'm not 100% sure. Kang-woo lacked far too much evidence to be certain, but it was highly likely based on what was happening. Akkart has never taken action with me as his focus. All of Ackart's subordinates so far had taken action with their focus on humanity instead of Kang-woo. The same went for the zombies in Singapore and the fanatics of the Church of Radiance. And the thing happening right now is also affecting everyone on Earth. Kang-woo didn't know why Akkart was doing this and how he could do something impossible even for Nostrian, but he couldn't think of anyone but Akkart who could do something of this scale. Even time-wise, it was about time he had made his move. Then, what should we do? I dunno. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and shook his head. He wasn't even sure this was Akkart's doing. Besides, even if it was Akkart, Kang-woo couldn't do anything about it since he had no idea how Akkart was doing it. I'm sure Akkart's subordinate, or maybe Akkart himself, is somewhere on Earth. Kang-woo doubted Eckhart could rewind time on a scale of this level at a distance from Earth. He was sure the one who was rewinding time was somewhere on Earth, but I have no idea how to find them. Kang-woo couldn't detect the power of a Titan. Horos had his clairvoyance ability, but even if he could look hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, he couldn't scour the entire world with it. Even if Horos could, there was no way to pick out Eckhart's subordinate from the billions of people. Shit, he cursed with his arms crossed. He did not feel he would find the culprit even if he spent all night randomly searching like he had done yesterday. I need a way to bring them to me, Kang-woo thought for a while but couldn't think of a good way. I'd rather they do something eye-catching like the zombie incident or the shit with the Church of Radiance. This time, no one but him was even aware of the abnormality. Heya, Kang-woo sighed deeply. The sun had set before he realized it as he was thinking with no answer coming to him. Kang-woo, dinner's ready. Kang-woo heard Han Xiala's voice from outside the room. No, I'm good, pardon. Is something wrong? Asked Xiala as she entered the room. Cha Yeonju followed behind Xiala and peeked into the room as she asked, What's up with you? You never skip meals. Kang-woo wondered if he should explain to them what was happening but shook his head. Even if I tell them, it's meaningless if I don't know how to resolve it. It was best not to tell them until he had a clue. I don't have an appetite, actually no. I'll eat. Kang-woo was planning on thinking more instead of eating, but he didn't feel like he would find a satisfactory answer even if he thought for any longer. His time would be better spent eating Xiala's delicious food to unravel his cluttered mind. What's up with you? You're making me worried. Even I have days like this. Stop fooling around and eat. Yes, ma'am. Kang-woo sat at the table as Yeonju nagged at him. He would normally have talked to them about the engagement ceremony, but he didn't even feel like doing so since time would be rewound in a few hours. You're not overreacting like you always do. Something's wrong, isn't it? Yeonju asked in worry. No, I told you everything's fine. Kang-woo evaded the subject and turned his head to the TV Yeonjo had turned on before beginning to eat dinner. A 22-year-old female university student has gone missing in Seomyeon, Busan. The police are investigating whether monsters have come out of the gates in the area. Hanwari Guild's S-rank gate raid, which had been scheduled for today, was cancelled. According to the guild's official statement, the main reason was that they couldn't get in touch with the two cornerstones of the guild, players Oh Jeong-hyun and Kim Chunbong, who have suddenly gone missing. There have been a lot of missing cases today, Yeonju said as if passing by. Wait, Kang-woo put down his spoon. Was that the news last time as well? He recalled the events of when the 8th wasn't repeating itself yet. No, Kang-woo did not pay much attention to the news because he was so focused on telling his lovers about the engagement ceremony, but he was sure the news was different from the one playing right now. I'm sure the Hanwari Guild had cleared the S-rank gate, but today the raid was cancelled before it even began due to the two cornerstone players going missing. Oh, just then, a thought popped into Kang-woo's head. Sparks ran down his back. Ha 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 ha, yeah, so that's what it was. The others stared at him. What was what? Kang-woo turned away from his lovers staring at him with their heads tilted and stood up. I'll be right back, he said. Out of the blue, seriously, what's up with you today? Nothing much. Kang-woo smiled. Yes, it had been nothing much. The trap he thought was perfect had been a worn-out net full of holes. I found a weakness, he remarked. Weakness. He turned his back on the confused Yeonju and left the house. I'll have to check first. He needed to confirm whether the weakness he found was legitimate or not. In that case, Kang-woo used the authority of the sky and flew to a player detention center where vicious player criminals were held. I might as well use these guys to test it out. Kang-woo easily entered the detention center by using his position as a Guardian's member and went to visit a player who had already been sentenced to death. The world sure has gotten a lot better. After all, we can punish these pieces of trash now, unlike before, said the guard guiding Kang-woo as he chuckled. Korea reinstated the death sentence to halt the rapidly rising crime rate after the Day of Calamity. Not just Korea, but every country now sentenced vicious criminals to death. But what is a player from Guardians doing here? Does one of the players held here need further investigation? I wouldn't say that, Kang-woo randomly answered the chatty guard. He followed the guard to a solitary cell protected by a barrier. Inside was an intimidating-looking young man with mana restraints shackling his ankles. His name is Hong Seung-hyun. His death sentence is scheduled for next week. What crimes has he been charged with? Geez, don't even get me started. That garbage is a demon wearing human skin. The guard glared at Seung-hyun in disgust. He was charged with sexual assault of a minor. He even used his powers as a player. I see. If that were the case, Kang-woo had no reason to hesitate. But what did you need to see him FW8? Kang-woo ripped open the solitary cell door. What do you think you're doing? Shouted the guard as he pulled out his weapon. Kang-woo shrugged and answered leisurely to send him on his way a week early. He slowly walked into the cell and grabbed Seung-hyun, who was stepping backward in shock. Who the hell are Kurg? Kang-woo pushed him to the ground and stepped on his chest, caving it in as if it were smashed with a sledgehammer and crushed his heart. Beep. The guard quickly grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted, "Emergency! Emergency! This is Sector 28C. A murder has occurred. Requesting reinforcements." This went without saying, but not even a Guardians member couldn't kill a death row criminal without following protocol just because they were already scheduled to be killed. Boom, boom, dozens of guards surrounded Kang-woo after not even a minute. "Step aside," Kang-woo warned. He had no time to waste dealing with these people. "Hop, get him." Dozens of guards charged at Kang-woo with weapons, but Kang-woo paid them no mind and easily walked through them. Crush, bash, ARGHHH, MYAAR. The guards who swung their weapons at Kang-woo fell to the ground, clenching their broken wrists. "Let's see." Kang-woo walked out of the detention center after breaking through the dozens of guards and took out his smartphone to check the time. November 8th, 9:27 p.m. I've still got tons of time. Kang-woo used the authority of the sky to fly back to his home. He spent the rest of the night putting Yeonju, Seala, and Lilith, who had been waiting for him in worry, at ease and telling them he was okay. November 9th, 7:59 a.m. Just hold on for a little longer, darling. Pardon, what do you mean? We'll get to have that engagement ceremony soon. Engagement ceremony. What do you, Seala, who was stepping backward in confusion, suddenly turned blurry. Kurg. His consciousness flickered black and he felt nauseous. November 8th, 8 a.m. Slam HMKNGWO. Get up, the 4th began. Kang-woo stood up before Echidna charged to jump on him. He caught her by her underarms and raised her into the air. The wedding dresses are coming tomorrow, right? I wonder what I should give darling as a gift at the engagement ceremony. Huh? Echidna's eyes widened. How did you? Kang-woo smirked as he saw Echidna's confused expression. He messed Echidna's black hair and walked past her to open the room door. I'll be right back. Kang-woo, where are you going? Forget that. How did you know the wedding dresses were coming today? I don't think I can come back for dinner. Kang-woo left the apartment suite, leaving behind the dumbfounded Echidna. He immediately flew to the player detention center he had visited yesterday. HONGSUNGHYUN has escaped. Where the hell did that son of a bitch go? There, he could see the guards running around in search of Seung-hyun. I knew it. Kang-woo smirked as he looked down at the chaos in the detention center. Eve said even Nostrian couldn't rewind time of everything on Earth. However, the impossible had occurred, and the reason why it had been possible was simple. It was never possible to perfectly rewind time. Kang-woo cackled as he looked down at the detention center. Side story chapter 118, Endless 8th, part 4. Hyung-nim, so what you're saying is, we are in a time loop. Kim Si-hun and Balrog, who came as soon as Kang-woo called them, stared at each other in disbelief. Yeah, Kang-woo replied. The 8th is repeating. They doubted Kang-woo was lying. No, they were so loyal to Kang-woo that they would believe any lie he told them. Despite that, they were having a hard time accepting that the day was repeating without their knowledge. But it's not a perfect loop, as I've mentioned. Those who have died disappear when time is rewound, correct? Oh, come to think of it, there were a lot of missing person reports in the morning news. I've also been reported that some were from Guardians. Si-hun softly groaned and nodded. It must be because the people who have died in the past 3 loops are gone in the current loop. Exactly. People died for a variety of reasons. Although everyone's memories were reset once time was rewound, it did not bring the dead back to life. That means, Si-hun stroked his chin and narrowed his eyes, their ability to rewind time is flawed, right? Yes, if they could perfectly turn back time, the dead should also be coming back to life. However, as proven in the case of Hong Seung-hyun, the dead did not come back to life once time was rewound. Traces of them just disappeared as if they were never there in the first place. It is different from what happened with me. Balrog also nodded in understanding. Balrog was brought back to life by rewinding time. Kang-woo did not see it happen because his mind was taken over by the demonic sea, but Han Seala told him the details afterward. Even Nostrian's power dwelling in Seala had to be used up in its entirety just to save Balrog. As such, there was no way anyone else but Nostrian could bring the dead back to life. No, according to Eve, not even Nostrian could perfectly turn back time for every being on Earth. In that case, Kang-woo could take advantage of that flaw, but isn't it meaningless to know that it's flawed as long as we have no idea who's behind it? Asked Si-hun with a frown. Although no one was being resurrected from the dead, November 8th was still repeating itself. Just because they knew the loop was flawed did not mean they could find the culprit behind it. We can just call them to us. Kang-woo smiled and pointed down. He, Balrog, and Si-hun were at Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world. The place had become a hellscape bustling with monsters due to the dozens of gates that had opened in the vicinity during the Day of Calamity. How? Asked Si-hun, tilting his head in confusion. Think about it. Kang-woo crossed his arms and continued, the dead don't come back to life even when time is rewound. In other words, the culprits can't create a perfect time loop. That's true, but do you think that's limited to people's lives? Pardon, I'm talking about the monsters bustling here. Don't you think they'd apply as well? No, I wonder if they'd be able to perfectly restore destroyed terrain. Oh, Si-hun expressed, finally understanding what Kang-woo was trying to say. In game terminology, they're doing a daily server rollback. It was not a perfect rollback either. The culprits were straight up disregarding any data they couldn't restore. They were turning back time in a crude manner. In other words, the more data there was to restore, the more changes in data there were between November 8th and 9th, the lesser their capacity to rewind time became. If we destroy enough to the point they can't restore it. Kang-woo pulled out Midir, the demonic sword gleaming dark blue. Woom, Midir's blade shone dark blue. Kang-woo pointed the tip of the blade at the mountain peak beneath them. Zoom, boom, a laser as powerful as a dragon's breath shot in a straight line. They'll have no choice but to come crawling to us. Rumble, the perpetual snow covering Mount Everest slid down the mountain from the impact of the dark blue laser. Although the laser's main purpose was to deal spiritual damage, the laser infused with the power of the demonic energy from the abyss was as powerful of a physical attack as any. Rumble. The falling perpetual snow turned into a giant avalanche and swept away everything in its path. Balrog. Kang-woo turned to Balrog after staring at the natural disaster. He snickered as he asked, "You said you were itching for some action, didn't you?" Balrog's eyes shone. "Gahahaha, so this is why you brought me along with you." He laughed heartily as he flapped his giant wings. Right then, kerthunk, 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 black armor began to wrap Balrog. TSSSSSSS. White steam fumed from his back like a jet engine. He twisted his torso and raised his right fist high. "I will go as wild as my heart desires as you command." Balrog flapped his wings covered in black armor and shot down toward the avalanche like a meteor. Come. Overlord's Titanic Might. Balrog swung his fist with all his might after activating the Overlord's Titanic Might trait. Creak, creak. Balrog's muscles swelled, pushing on the black armor surrounding him as if they would burst out of the armor. Unfathomable power befitting its grand name smashed into the earth. Rumble. The ground was upturned in the shape of a circle with Balrog at the epicenter, as if a rock was thrown into a puddle. Several kilometers of terrain were falling apart as if a meteor had truly fallen. Kraya. KKK. Thousands of monsters inhabiting the area around Mount Everest frantically fled in shock. "I see," remarked Si-hun as he unsheathed his beautiful white sword from his waist. "I will do as you say, Hyung-nim." He jumped into the air using void steps and landed in front of the swarm of fleeing monsters. 24 sword forms of the plum blossom. One of the peerless martial arts in the 1,000 martial treasury naturally popped into his head. Although he had never performed the technique before, it didn't matter to him. After all, he was none other than Kim Si-hun. 1,000 miles of plum blossom fragrance. The condensed sword energy split into thousands of fragments and fluttered like flower petals, spreading the fragrance of plum blossoms throughout the surroundings. Gyahhhh. Krahhh. Monsters trapped in the storm of flower petals made of condensed sword energy were torn to pieces as if they were in a blender. The thousands of monsters inhabiting Mount Everest were powerlessly killed by Si-hun's blade. "Biwehehehe, die, all of you," shouted Kang-woo as he burst into laughter and crazily swung midair. He felt like his frustrations were being blown away. "Kaihahahaha, yeah, kill them all. Destroy everything, my king." Midir's crazed laughter was also echoing in Kang-woo's head. It seemed like she was also enjoying the situation. "You who get in the way of salvation, cease your actions at once." Low voices echoed throughout the area of Mount Everest, where the destruction had escalated from the level of a natural disaster to the deformation of the Earth's crust. One sounded like that of a dignified man, and the short continuation of the man's sentence sounded like it came from a woman. "I knew it," Kang-woo stuck out his tongue and cackled. As he had expected, his answer to creating irreparable destruction was the correct one. "Come on, do you expect me to stop without even giving me your names?" Kang-woo smiled wickedly as he turned to where he heard the voices. "I mean, I already know who you guys are." There was only one group of bastards who would spout shit about salvation out of the blue. "I am Solar, the Great Akart's third Ritai. Nur. And the other is Lunar, the Great Akart's fourth Ritai. Nur, what the hell is up with the line distribution? Give Lunar some lines too, shameless motherfucker." There were 2 retainers of Akart. It made sense since something of this scale could not be done alone. "Are you the ones who have been turning back time?" "Yes, we have stopped the flow of time on this planet to bring salvation to this world. If you continue to get in the way of salvation, we swear on the Great Akart's name that you will be punished." The 2 voices echoed throughout the leveled earth, but they had yet to show themselves. "I don't know. We won't stop even if you say pretty please. Screw this salvation crap, okay? I'll stop if you restore time to what it was before." The retainers responded firmly, "We refuse, we are the saviors of worlds. We do not negotiate with Vil. I guess this isn't enough for them to stop rewinding time. It was only natural. Kang-woo had no idea why, but they truly believed that stopping Earth's flow of time would lead to its salvation. I need to make them come out somehow. Their voices were echoing so much that Kang-woo couldn't pinpoint where they were. I don't think they have any intention of coming out, said Si-hun as he bit his lip anxiously. You think, in that case. Kang-woo continued calmly, we'll have to give them no other choice but to come out. The corners of his mouth ripped open and reached his earlobes. I'm glad the ones who did this were Ackart's retainers. It would have been a pain in the ass if the culprits weren't Ackart's retainers, because he would have had no way of finding them if they dedicated themselves to hiding. However, there was a simple way of handling it if they were Ackart's retainers. How are you planning on? Let me tell you something, Si-hun. Yes, their sole objective is to bring salvation to this world. Pardon? Si-hun looked back at Kang-woo in confusion. Yeah, however twisted their convictions were, their actions were all to bring salvation to Earth. In that case, whoosh, the flames of veracity blazed and wrapped the blade of the dark blue sword like a snake. They seeped into the sword and condensed. Flames intense enough to devour the world gathered inside the demonic sword. Turn the time back to Normal, Kang-woo roared as he stomped his foot. The roar of a demon, amplified with thick demonic energy, echoed throughout the surroundings. Right OWWW, we have no obligation to do what evil says. You won't do it, you woo-woo-won't. Did I hear you right? Kang-woo was filled with sorrow. Kang-woo's eyes flipped backward as he pulled on his hair. I can't become a GROOM. If tomorrow doesn't see me. Tears flowed down his cheeks, the tears of heartbreak flowing from the eyes of a man who couldn't get married for 10 millennia. I'm SOSAAADMY tears SDOOP. What a crazy moan. It's because of why you bastards turned me into THI. Yes. Kang-woo foamed at the mouth as his limbs trembled. Fuck it, AALL. If I can't get married forever, then I don't need this WORLD. Kang-woo raised midair over his head. He drew out all the power he could muster without hesitation to ignite the flames of veracity and condensed all of it into midair. If he swung down this sword containing flames that could devour worlds, all life on Earth would be devoured by the flames of veracity. Stop, what are you trying to do? Stop this instant, Solar and Lunar's anxious voices echoed. Hyung-nim, are you insane? Even Si-hun ran toward Kang-woo in pallor. What's the point of this WORLD? If I can't even get MARED, I won't ever get to see DARLING, WUNGO, and LILIIITH. In their wedding DRSSES. Whoosh. Kang-woo screamed madly as he swung down the demonic sword. Stop him, we must protect Earth. The two saviors hurriedly showed themselves to stop the end of Earth. Side Story Chapter 119, Endless Eighth, Part 5. Whoosh. Flames so powerful it could devour the entire world blazed as teeth sprouted from inside them. A massive wave of fire that had once devoured the world that used to be Huan, no, that surpassed even that was falling toward the ground like a tsunami. The two saviors appeared in front of the wave of fire. We will not let things go your way. We will protect this world. One was a man shining gold as if he were the sun, and the other was a woman shining blue. They held hands as they stood in the way of the flames of veracity. They extended their arms forward, creating an invisible distortion in time in front of them. The distortion, which not even Kang-woo could sense, extinguished the flames of veracity without a trace. Rumble, Kurg, Kaya. However, the distortion in time couldn't block the flames of veracity completely. The flames disappeared after being swept into the distortion, sent to a distant past or future, but the continuous wave of fire distorted the distortion itself. A level of destruction the two saviors couldn't handle was slowly breaking through the wall of time. Whoosh. Kurg, watch out. Their skin was burned by the flames of veracity and turned into rags as if they were attacked by a school of piranhas. Unfathomable pain traveled throughout their bodies despite the flames only burning them slightly. Kurg, Solar, the man shining gold like the sun, bit his lip fiercely. I cannot allow this world to be destroyed by evil. The golden light enveloping him grew brighter. Solar, we should use that, said Lunar, the woman shining blue like the moon in determination. Solar shook his head. We don't have enough time. Then, believe Lunar, Solar's eyes shone. The great Akkart will save us from the clutches of evil. Womb, possibly because his devotion to Akkart was answered, a blinding wave of golden light pulsed from Solar. The distortion in time that was about to be broken by the flames of veracity regained its original form. Kurg Ga, S. Solar, Luna's pale blue face paled even more. Nothing was more glorious for a retainer than being given the honor of accepting the power of a titan inside them. However, it also came with the cost of drastically shortening one's lifespan. They did not age, so their lifespan shortening meant their soul would shrivel up and disintegrate. Don't make that face. Solar looked back at Lunar and smiled. He then turned to look up at the demon looking down at them arrogantly. Unfathomable pain followed after accepting the light of Akart. It was the price for a mere retainer accepting the power of a titan. However, even if Solar's soul would be annihilated as the price. I will. Save the WORLD. Rumble. Solar's powerful will turn to strength and transformed into a golden wave. F-whoosh, F-whoosh. The flames of veracity were devoured by the distortion in time and were completely extinguished. Huff, huff, huff. Solar fell to his knees as he panted heavily. Solar, damn, you blocked that. Kang-woo's eyes widened in genuine shock. His attack was made by compressing the flames of veracity, ignited with all the power he could muster with usurpation of flame. He never expected it to be perfectly blocked. I was planning on withdrawing the flames after it did some damage. As he had expected, Akart's retainers possessed immense power. Hyung Nim, Kim Si-hun was staring at him in pallor. Kang-woo sighed and shook his head. Hey Si-hun, did you think I'd actually destroy the earth? I'm sorry, your screams just sounded so genuine. No, they were genuine. Kang-woo had technically overacted his insanity so that Akart's retainers wouldn't call his bluff. And it worked. He felt like he was screaming like a madman more often as of late, but it was super effective every time. There was no better way to instill fear and wariness in someone than acting crazy. Kang-woo softly landed on the ground using the authority of the sky and stared at Solar, who was panting heavily while clenching his chest. Let me ask you something. Kurg, what is it? Why is making people repeat the same day considered salvation? However much Kang-woo thought, he couldn't figure out the answer. Solar panted heavily as he painstakingly replied, this world will meet its end soon. Kang-woo feigned laughter. Don't tell me you're repeating the same day so that day doesn't come, in such a half-assed way no less. He could have let it slide if the deaths, destroyed landscape, and all other changes that occurred between November 8th and 9th were reset, but that was not the case. It was just an endless regression where the dead never came back to life. They were calling it salvation, but it was no different from a death sentence for Earth. Deaths would continue to occur for whatever reason, and the number of missing people would continue to pile up every time the day was reset. And in the end, no one would be left. Calling such a thing salvation was but a bad joke. We know that resetting time is but a way to delay the inevitable end. Solar continued in a low voice, but this way, the humans can live each day with no fear or pain that will come with the end. They don't have to fear otherworldly invasions and the rampant darkness. Solar gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. I only want to guide Earth and all life on it toward the great Akart's embrace. What a fucking joke, Kang-woo chuckled in exasperation. What the hell has that son of a bitch Akart done to his goddamn followers? He couldn't understand how each of his followers could become such blind followers of the light. I guess it was just for a stupid reason. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. He was so curious about why they were doing something so insane, but the reason was simply pathetic. In any case, the important thing was that Akart's retainers who had been hiding all this time had shown themselves. And I can get married once I get rid of them. He would get to set out on a brand new day with his 3 lovers. Balrog Si-hun, Kang-woo pointed at the woman named Lunar and said, I'll leave that blue bitch to you guys. Yes, my king. Understood, Hyung Nim. Balrog and Si-hun narrowed their eyes and glared at Lunar. They're damn strong, so watch out. Although Solar borrowed power from Akart, he managed to block the flames of veracity Kang-woo fired with all his might. Si-hun and Balrog were both absurdly powerful, but even they would have trouble facing an opponent capable of such a thing. Hehe, no need to worry, my king, that aside. Balrog smiled and turned to Si-hun. Do not get in my way, brat. That's my line. Si-hun frowned as he raised his sword. They dissed each other like shonen manga rivals and charged at Lunar simultaneously as if they had planned it. Lunar, do not worry about me, Solar, more importantly. Lunar glared at Kang-woo coldly and continued, punish that insolent man who dared to mock the great Akart's benevolence. But Miss Lunar, where did your character concept go? You weren't like this in the beginning. I personally like that concept better. Silence, Solar, bring down the judgment of light on that demon at once. Okay, Solar softly nodded and walked toward Kang-woo. His breathing had become stable. He seemed to have recovered from using an immense amount of power to block Kang-woo's flames of veracity. You who has died in darkness. Solar glared at Kang-woo fiercely and raised his right arm. Golden light making up his body was extracted as if it were being detached and turned into a 3-meter halberd. Let the blessing of the great Akart be with you. Boom. He smashed down the butt of the halberd on the ground and spread his arms upward, his body making a Y shape. Glory to the great Akart. Kang-woo imitated Solar's stance and also shouted, "Glory to the great Akkart's mother." What? Let the blessing of the great Akkart's mother be with you, you bastard. The golden light making up Solar radiated. The great one does not have the likes of a mother. G gasp. Why you son of a bitch? Kang-woo's eyes widened in shock. He trembled in disbelief and shouted, "Why you fucking trash? How dare you mock my Akkart for not having a mother?" He could barely contain his rage. He couldn't believe his opponent turned a blameless titan into an orphan. It is not mockery. He is a sacred being born from the primordial, hence he does not have a mother. Miss Lunar. Get a word of this, Miss Lunar. Kang-woo called Lunar, who was blocking Si-hun and Balrog's attacks with a flexible Yurumi. Kurg, what is it? Lunar turned to Kang-woo with a frown, seemingly having difficulty facing both Si-hun and Balrog at the same time. This motherfucker Solar dared to mock the great Akart by calling him a lowly orphan with no mothe. I have never once mocked the great Akkart. Shouted Solar. Lunar grimaced as she glared at Kang-woo and shouted, "He is a sacred being born from the primordial. He has no such thing as a mother." Gasp. First Solar and now Lunar. Akkart, you son of a bitch. Kang-woo finally understood why Akkart's personality was so twisted. No one could stay sane after being mocked so harshly by their own followers. I can't afford to lose this battle. For the sake of Akkart's mother, Schwing, Kang-woo raised his sword for the sake of the poor woman whom everyone denied existed. Victory. Kang-woo stomped his foot and flew up towards Solar. To Akkart's mother, Side Story Chapter 120, Endless Eighth, Part 6, you insolent bastard. Solar screamed with a fierce grimace. Golden light shone blindingly from him as he twirled the halberd like a whirlwind. Whoosh, the halberd, infused with an immense amount of energy, was swung at Kang-woo's waist. Whoa! Kang-woo tumbled backward to dodge the swing and twirled 180 degrees as if mocking Solar. You two are the fucking insolent ones. He couldn't imagine the grief Akkart would have felt if he had heard what Solar and Lunar said. Although Akkart was Kang-woo's mortal enemy, Kang-woo couldn't stand to watch Akkart be disrespected so brutally. Ah yes, this must be. Kang-woo understood even the feelings of his enemy whom he would have to kill. It was an emotion that only a warm-hearted human could possess, not something a mere demon could ever have. Human emotions? Something hot surged from within and filled Kang-woo's heart. He trembled as human emotions, which he had thought atrophied after 10 millennia, were reborn inside him. Nonsense, Solar yelled as he stomped his foot. Boom, his halberd's edge swung close to the ground as if grazing it, and a golden wave spread out in a circle. It was not a sharp and linear wave like that of a sword, but that of a towering cylindrical wave as massive as a tsunami. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Can't dodge that. It was far too big to evade by running and too fast to teleport away from. Kang-woo reflexively gripped midair and swung it upward. Boom. Kang-woo blocked the wave along with a booming echo of an explosion and was blown away helplessly. Intense pain coursed throughout his body. Cough. Black blood poured out from his mouth. He had thankfully not broken any bones, but fragments of golden light were embedded all over him as if a grenade hit him. Such a minor injury would have been healed in less than a second, but Kang-woo clicked his tongue as he frowned. Must be because he's Akkart's retainer. The recovery of wounds all over him was dramatically slow. Sharp pain as if he were being stabbed with a knife occurred with every move. Ha! Kang-woo exhaled heatedly. His wounds were not healing and he was covered in cold sweats from anxiety. Yeah, this is it. Kang-woo licked his lips. He could barely contain the sparks running throughout his body. For him, who could no longer feel any anxiety in battle, having an opponent with the power of Akkart was special. Letterwinda fa 00 HHHH, Solar shouted as he jumped. His 3-meter body made of golden light shone so brightly that one could barely lay eyes upon him. Wham, bam, rumble. The halberd created with the light of the sun clashed with the dark blue demonic sword, destroying the terrain with each clash. Whoosh, the halberd just barely grazed Kang-woo's hair as he bent down. He then let himself fall as if he were prostrating and stuck his left arm into the ground. Dark spears, swish, swish, swish. Sharp black spikes sprouted from the ground. It's pointless, Solar shouted and lightly swung his halberd, shattering the black spikes covering the ground. Kang-woo jumped from his prostrated position and turned his torso. Midair, he pointed the dark blue sword at Solar as Midair's crazed laughter filled his head. Fire! Zoom, a dark blue laser made with negative emotions shot in a straight line. You dare. Solar quickly raised the halberd after destroying the black spikes. Woo, rumble, Solar rapidly twirled the halberd to deflect the laser. The laser was deflected into dozens of pieces and flew away randomly. Who? Solar calmed his labored breathing after blocking 2 powerful attacks and stepped backward. Whoosh, what the? Just then, Kang-woo traveled to Solar's shadow, using the authority of shadows to suddenly appear behind him and stabbed him with midair. Kurg, Solar reflexively raised his arms. Kang-woo had not noticed it earlier because the flames of veracity had been in the way, but a light green gem with geometrical patterns was embedded in Solar's palm. Wait, is that? Kang-woo's eyes widened. He had seen that gem before. The Eye of Nostrian, the necklace Kim Tae-hyun found, was embedded with the same gem. Why do you? Kang-woo looked up at Solar incomprehensibly. Translucent light shone from the light green gem embedded in Solar's palm. Kurg! Kang-woo felt like he was being turned inside out. His vision flickered and he was back to where he was before using the authority of shadows. No, he wasn't just moved. Time was turned back. Not only that, but only Kang-woo's time was turned back. He calculated how much time was turned back as he held in his desire to vomit. 3 seconds, no, around 5. Whoosh. Shit, the spear end of the halberd was thrust at him, not giving him the chance to think. Kang-woo quickly ducked and tumbled across the ground. The spear sliced his back to the point that his spine was visible. Argh. That hurt like fucking hell, Kang-woo cursed as he touched his wound. He cut open his palm and used the mucus flowing out to fill the gap in the wound. It was not regeneration but was good enough as first aid. Rizing. Sir Guardian Deity, that power wasn't Ackert's, it was Nostrian's. Yeah, I can tell, Kang-woo grimaced and got back into battle position. Huff huff, Solar panted heavily as the arm that the Eye of Nostrian was embedded in trembled. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and remarked, yeah, I see how it is. I never understood why Ackert's followers could turn back time. Ackert's retainers were not turning back Earth's time, albeit poorly, using Ackert's power. You, Kang-woo glared at Solar. How did you get your hands on Nostrian's power? He wondered if Nostrian had allied himself with Ackert. I have no obligations to tell you. Yeah, I didn't think you would, Kang-woo had simply asked because the situation was so incomprehensible. I need to neutralize him first. Ackert's retainers were weak to pain. No, they could handle pain very well like trained special agents, but that was meaningless before Kang-woo. A few molting sessions and they'll tell me whatever I want. Kang-woo could administer pain that even made the constellation of agony go insane. Whatever the case, those guys are using the powers of 2 titans simultaneously. They would be difficult to deal with, however. Nice, Kang-woo smiled widely. His heart was beating even more compared to when he faced Midir. He let the heat spreading throughout his body take control and stomped his foot again. A pointless act. Solar pressed the halberd shaft against his body and lowered his stance with the halberd's blazing spear edge pointed at Kang-woo. Dash. Solar charged forward at incredible speed as immense power was infused into the spear's edge. Heya, Kang-woo exhaled as he stared at Solar charging like a bull. He brought his left hand behind his back and folded his fingers one by one, thumb, index finger, middle finger. He ignited the flames of veracity on Midir at the same time. Whoosh. Kang-woo then activated the usurpation of flame trait to condense the flames into Midir's edge. He took the charge head-on instead of dodging it. The condensed flames of veracity burst forth. I told you it was pointless. The charging Solar extended his arm toward Kang-woo. The light green gem embedded in his palm shone translucently. Kurg, Kang-woo swayed as he frowned, suddenly hit with gut-wrenching nausea. Hhhhhhh. Solar ferociously swung his halberd. As if he expected it, Kang-woo jumped backward to the point that he was flopping on the ground. Authority of Shadows. Kang-woo fell into the shadows. Whoosh, the halberd containing immense power sliced only air. What a shrewd fellow you are. Solar quickly turned around. Kang-woo came out of the shadow of a giant rock about 50 meters away. Kang-woo looked down at his left hand the moment he came out of the shadow. Only his thumb was folded out of the 5 fingers he had folded before Solar used Nostrian's power. 4 seconds. Solar could only rewind time by 4 seconds by momentarily using Nostrian's power. Whoosh. Kang-woo condensed the flames of veracity into Midir again. Die, motherfucker, he shouted as he set off the condensed flames of veracity before Solar could use Nostrian's power again. The range of the explosion was not large, likely because the flames had not been condensed for long enough. The flames of veracity were fired in a straight line like a laser at Solar. Too slow. Solar easily moved to the right to dodge the attack because the attack's range was too narrow. Shit, Kang-woo frowned fiercely and charged towards Solar's right side. He swung Midir covered in the flames of veracity. Whoosh. Solar swung his halberd to prevent Kang-woo from getting close, but Pierce, Gurg. Kang-woo took the attack on purpose by jumping toward the halberd. Half of his waist was cut despite using the demonic energy of the abyss to block the attack. What the? Solar's eyes widened. He never expected someone to take the attack with their body. Even if I die. Kang-woo trembled as he grabbed the halberd's shaft. He glared at Solar as he shouted, I'm fucking taking you with me. Kang-woo leaned forward and swung Midir. Whoosh, the opponent was attempting a suicide attack. Such a lowly tactic won't work on me. Solar snorted as he jumped to the left to widen the distance as much as possible and stretched his arm forward. The wound I inflicted on him will also disappear if I use Nostrian's power, but it's better than dying a dog's death. Besides, time is on my side. The result of the battle was already decided. That was how fraudulent the power to control time was. Woom, the light green gem in his palm shone again. Kang-woo, swinging his sword at Solar's neck, turned faint. However, Solar saw the demon smiling brightly before he disappeared. Why? He couldn't understand why the demon was smiling despite missing the golden opportunity to kill him. I wonder. Why do you think? Kang-woo returned to where he had been 4 seconds ago. If you wanted to kill me, you should have put your life on the line. 4 seconds ago, Kang-woo had fired a laser of condensed flames of veracity at Solar. Gasp! Solar's eyes widened in shock. FWSH, the laser made with condensed flames of veracity pierced Solar's chest. Side Story Chapter 121, Endless Eighth, Part 7. Go. The flames of veracity pierced Solar's chest and spread throughout his body made of sunlight. Excruciating pain akin to being torn apart alive by beasts was sent to his brain. Herg Arg. Solar crouched and placed his hand over his chest where the flames of veracity were devouring him. He used the light green gem, infused with the power of Nostrian, embedded in his palm to rewind time. Huff, huff, huff. The hole on Solar's chest that looked as if he had been hit with a cannonball slowly closed. However, the wound couldn't be fully treated despite turning back time to make it so that the event of him getting wounded never happened. Unless Nostrian were to do it himself, the destruction that occurred couldn't be fully erased even if time were rewound. As I'd thought, your use of the power is sloppy at best. Oh, Kang-woo snickered as he stared at Solar, who couldn't fully treat his wound. Kurg, Solar grimaced and clenched the light green gem embedded in his palm. This won't do. He couldn't handle this great evil himself in that case. Solar looked toward Lunar, who was fighting heatedly against the two who seemed to be the demon's subordinates. Erg, grunted Lunar, who possessed a bluish body unlike Solar's body as bright as sunlight, and jumped backward. Kim Si-hun quickly chased after her and muttered, "Sword of the Endless Horizon." The sword, enveloped in white frost, turned transparent as if it had melted into the atmosphere. The blade bent at an angle that was physically impossible to aim for Lunar. The arcane technique of the Namgung clan was performed flawlessly by Si-hun. Even so, it is but a human's technique. Swish. The flexible Urumi, enveloped in a bluish aura, slithered like a snake and deflected Si-hun's attack. "It is no match for the techniques bestowed upon me by the great Akkard," shouted Lunar fiercely and flicked her wrist. Swish. Her Urumi wrapped around Si-hun's sword like a snake and flung it out of Si-hun's hand, tearing his palm. There was nothing worse than a swordsman losing his sword, but Si-hun did not falter. 3 palms of heavenly thunder. Crackle. Si-hun fluidly transitioned to a palm technique. He extended his palm, enveloped in blue lightning, toward Lunar's stomach. HMPH. Lunar snorted at the palm technique, aiming for her stomach, and lightly flicked her wrist. The flexible Urumi suddenly extended to a length of over 5 meters and quickly changed direction to wrap around Si-hun's arm. Kurg, Si-hun grunted. At this rate, his right arm would be cut off by the Urumi. Just then, Balrog grabbed Si-hun's collar from behind and pulled him backward. "Move, brat!" Si-hun was flung away. He quickly maneuvered in midair to land on his feet and glared at Balrog. "Balrog, you bastard! Gehahaha. That's what you get for getting in my way." Balrog laughed heartily and attacked Lunar as if he were put in after switching out Si-hun. His fist, wrapped in black armor, aimed for Lunar's head. His fist tearing through the air sounded like a battering ram. "You have formidable power." However, Lunar fluidly moved backward to easily dodge Balrog's fist and stared at Balrog coldly. "You lack elegance." She extended her arm to place her hand over Balrog's fist and shook her arm as if shaking dust off of it. "Kuh!" The giant Balrog was flung away as he twirled like in a wrestling match. It was not due to her strength, but Balrog's strength being used against him. "Hayap!" The blue light coming out of her hand created a storm and wrapped Balrog, sending him flying like a piece of paper and tumbling across the ground. "Boom, Jagahaha, this is fun." Balrog burst into laughter despite being flown back powerlessly. The shock from his opponent, whom Balrog had thought would be as fragile as glass, overpowering him in such a way caused his blood to boil. "Oi, brat, isn't there a technique like that in one of your martial arts thingies?" Balrog asked Si-hun. "It's a form of grappling, though I have no idea what she did to send a massive guy like you flying." Si-hun clicked his tongue after observing the battle between Balrog and Lunar from a distance. "I couldn't see it at all." Not even Si-hun, possessing an innate talent for martial arts, could understand what Lunar did to send Balrog flying. It didn't have to do with her physical strength. Si-hun recalled his battle against Lunar. She wasn't physically strong. In terms of pure power, he and Balrog were far stronger. But we can't land a blow on her. It felt as if they were fighting the wind. It got further away the closer they tried to get to it, and it was right in front of them when they thought they had retreated far enough. Not only that, but her flexible Urumi was tricky to deal with. "I can't believe I would fall behind in terms of skill." Si-hun had to admit it after several exchanges against Lunar. Her martial arts, which Akkart had bestowed her with according to her, was superior to his martial arts. So this is a retainer of Akkart. Si-hun's expression froze. They were certainly on another level compared to the enemies thus far. Balrog, what's wrong, brat? Keep her eyes on you and I'll attack her by surprise. What, are you suggesting we team up? Asked Balrog as he feigned laughter. Although Balrog and Si-hun were fighting against Lunar 2-on-1, they were not working together. They were simply tagging each other in and out, which already hurt their pride as warriors, but Si-hun was suggesting something far worse. We can't defeat her unless we attack her together. Balrog groaned with his eyes narrowed. As Si-hun said, they would not get anywhere unless they worked together. Balrog lightly nodded and answered, very well. I will cooperate. Balrog was his king's loyal subordinate before he was a warrior. Laying down his pride for victory was nothing for him. Besides, most of my pride has already been damaged. Although he and Si-hun did not fight as a team, they pressured her by switching mid-battle. That already damaged Balrog's pride to the point it no longer mattered what he did. Do I just have to keep her attention on me? Balrog asked. Yeah, I'll wait for the right opportunity to strike. Jehihe. Don't end up attacking me by accident, brat. I can't guarantee that since you're so damn big. Si-hun and Balrog killed their anxiety by exchanging jokes and charging at Lunar simultaneously. It seems you've finally decided to attack me together. Lunar assumed her battle stance leisurely, but her eyes were slightly shaking. Dealing with both of them at once is a little. She bit her lip and gripped her Yurumi tighter. Like Solar, she had prayed to Akkart and borrowed his power before the battle began, but that had not been enough to critically injure either of her opponents. There isn't much time. My body can't handle the great Akkart's power much longer. She would have even less time if forced to use more power to handle their team attacks. In that case, Lunar looked towards Solar, who so happened to be looking at her as well. Solar, Lunar shouted as if she had come to a resolution. Solar nodded in understanding. It seems that is the only way. They clenched their fists with serious expressions. The price to be paid would be massive if they used this power, but they had no other choice. Lunar, come here, Solar. Solar and Lunar quickly retreated and flew toward each other. Slash, boom, kurg, ngh. The price of turning their backs on their enemies during a battle was not cheap. Solar's back was slashed deeply by Meteor, and Lunar allowed Balrog and Si-hun's attacks to hit her. Let us begin, Solar. Understood. Solar and Lunar extended their arms toward each other and interlocked fingers. Whoom, blinding light exuded from them. The hell? Kang-woo frowned as he stared at Solar and Lunar embracing each other. I am Solar, the essence of the sun. I am Lunar, the essence of the moon. The light gradually amplified and created a colossal storm. They held hands and recited an incantation like a song, as if they were in a musical. I was born as the sun to become the moon. I was born as the moon to become the sun. Lunar and Solar locked eyes with one another. Their interlocked fingers melted as if becoming one. The sun and the moon meet to create the universe. Return to the primordial and become one. Solar and Lunar, the sun and the moon were about to become one. What the fuck? Kang-woo feigned laughter. Are they trying to combine? That seemed to be the case from how they were slowly melting to intermix. It was an unspoken rule never to attack someone during a transformation, but Balrog. Kang-woo shouted as he sprinted like crazy. Now. NOOOOW, Solar and Lunar were completely defenseless during their transformation. Fuck them up, Kang-woo stabbed Meteor into the completely defenseless Solar. KURGH, Solar grunted and collapsed. SSWLAR. Lunar caught him in shock, but Solar was trembling with his eyes rolled over, likely because their transformation was interrupted midway. She glared at Kang-woo and shouted, why you coward? Beway, Kang-woo laughed in pure joy. It's your fault for transforming mid-battle. He stabbed the trembling Solar in the back again. Side Story Chapter 122 Endless 8th Part 8 Kurg. Jigea Meteor pierced Solar from back to chest. He twisted and turned as he vomited blood after allowing an attack to hit him twice while completely defenseless. Looks like your blood is still red with that kind of body. Oh, Kang-woo smirked as he looked down at Solar, whose body was made of light akin to the sun. Solar, Lunar shouted in shock. She grimaced ferociously and swung her Yurumi at Kang-woo. No, you don't. Kim Si-hun reached Lunar after answering Kang-woo's call and swung his sword. I told you it was pointless. Lunar frowned as she swung her sword at Kang-woo and twitched her shoulder. The slight motion bent the Yurumi like a spring and wrapped Si-hun's sword. Si-hun's attack was neutralized by less than a second, but he simply smiled. I know. Si-hun let go of his sword and crouched as if he were falling forward, revealing the demon covered in red muscles behind him. Gahahaha, ngh. Lunar couldn't understand why she couldn't see the massive demon behind the human. Her expression hardened as she looked up at the demon so big that it seemed like he was covering the sky as he fell toward her. All you have is strength. Lunar's eyes shone ferociously. She stomped her right foot, lowered her stance, and turned counterclockwise. She lowered her Urumi and moved as fluidly as a gentle breeze as she extended her arm. Her grappling technique of attacking by using the enemy's strength against them had reached a point that it was a work of art. Such an attack will not reach me. Her palm made contact with Balrog's fist. The gentle touch guided the power infused in the fist elsewhere, as if freely changing the flow of a river rapid. I'm ignorant, so I don't understand stuff like martial arts. Balrog added more strength to his shoulder and forced his fist, which was trying to move elsewhere, in place. Sounds of bones breaking echoed from his shoulder due to the recoil of resisting the flow. However, Balrog smiled widely despite feeling extreme pain akin to being stabbed endlessly. If I can't reach you, all I know how to do is add more strength until I do. Crack. The bones of his shoulder shattered, but the muscles around it swelled up and forced them in place. Balrog's fist, which was being diverted elsewhere, was forced back to its normal trajectory. I am possible. Balrog laughed heartily and activated Overlord's titanic might, multiplying his strength by 5. Crunch. Lunar's hand on Balrog's fist was bent at the wrist at an unnatural angle. She could freely manipulate a river rapid but lost control once it became a tsunami. NGH. Lunar quickly jumped backward but not fast enough. Balrog's fist grazed her. KYAHHH. She was swept by an immense impact despite the fist only grazing her. The unfathomable power smashed through deific essence and the power of Akart, sending Lunar tumbling. Lunar quickly regained her stance to minimize the impact. Her feet dragged across the ground, slowing her down and creating a massive line on the ground. I have to widen the distance. She needed to get the injured Solar somewhere safe and buy enough time to combine. Just then she heard from behind her, "Do you need time?" Gasp. Sihun was already at the place where Lunar managed to stop tumbling. How? Sihun had not chased after Lunar as she was being blown backward. He had been here before she was even blown backward. Lunar stared at Balrog, who had sent her flying, in shock. "Oh. Come to think of it, I forgot to tell you something." Balrog cackled as he tapped on his head with his finger. "I may be ignorant, but I'm not stupid." Gahahaha. Balrog had not forcibly kept his fist in place because he wanted his attack to reach Lunar. And no, Lunar's face paled. "Heavenly Dragon Sword Technique, First Form," said Sihun before Lunar could turn around. It was not a technique he had learned from the Thousand Martial Treasury. It was the technique he had used since the moment he held a sword. The only technique that Sihun, who could perform a martial art technique perfectly the first time he used it, polished for many years. Heavenly Dragon Flash. The dragon soaring through the sky ferociously opened its mouth. The sword energy, condensed to its absolute limit, was unleashed in a straight line, cleaving everything in its path. Lunar reflexively stretched out her hand to use the power of Nostrian, which she had not used during this battle, but it did not activate immediately because she was not as accustomed to using it as Solar. Slash. The slash, infused with the power of a dragon, cut her in half from the crown of her head to her groin, forming a line on her body. Bluish energy poured out from the line. Luna. Solar extended his arm toward Lunar in shock, but Kang-woo stabbed Solar in the thigh before he could run to her. "We can film the tearjerker ending of you embracing your lover's corpse later." Gahhh. Solar screamed in pain and collapsed. "Let's take this time to talk, you and me," said Kang-woo as he looked down at Solar, snickering. "You, bastard, you bastard." Solar glared at Kang-woo resentfully. "I will make you pay. You will pay for this sin. The great Akart will tear you into pieces." Kurg Gariha. Kang-woo's eyes rolled backward and he convulsed uncontrollably. The light of Akart is tearing me apart, Gariha. "Save me, it hurts so much." "Why, you son of a... What, you said I was gonna pay, didn't you?" Kang-woo stopped convulsing and trampled on Solar's head with his tongue out. "What's all that yapping good for, huh? Well, what did I expect from an idiot who would try something as dumb as transforming mid-battle? No one but characters in a 90s mecha anime were dumb enough to watch as their enemies combined right in front of them. Are all of Akart's retainers like this?" Kang-woo had to admit they were strong, but they all had several screws loose. Maybe it's because they're pretty much cult fanatics. The stronger one's faith in a cult became, the more brain cells they lost. Even a Nobel Prize winner would behave questionably if their faith in a cult deepened. If these guys are this bad, I'm a bit worried about the son of a bitch Akart. It was no simple feat to make someone this fanatical. Strength or intelligence couldn't make it work. To make some lose their minds to this extent, they needed something that far surpassed logic and reason. Well, I'm sure I'll find out when I meet him. Kang-woo scrapped his thoughts about Akart and turned his gaze. "Right then, let's get started." "Start, what?" asked Solar with his eyes narrowed. Kang-woo bit open his thumb without answering. "I'm dying to know where and how you managed to get Nostrian's power. And you think I'll tell why?" Yeah, I'm sure you're thinking you won't, but you'll change your mind once you get a taste of molting." Kang-woo sprayed the black blood dripping from his thumb on Solar's back. The blood, filled with demonic energy from the abyss, seeped into Solar's wound. Kurg, arg, Solar's eyes widened. The extreme pain of his insides being torn apart took over his mind. His eyes rolled back and he trembled as he foamed at the mouth. Oh great Akkart, G give me strength. Solar reflexively shouted Ackart's name as the pain ravaged him. Akkart is on sabbatical, man, Kang-woo said as he smirked and bit open another finger. Just then a blinding golden light burst from Solar. Woom, wait what? He wasn't on sabbatical. Oh great Akkart. Solar stood up as he cheered, the bonding golden light wrapped around him. I believed, I never doubted. He stretched out his arms toward the sky. Grant me your blessing, your radiant splendor, the truth and light of balance. Tears trickled down Solar's cheeks. Grant me your light, lightly. Just then, countless cracks formed around Solar's golden body and he began to crumble before he could even comprehend what was happening. Huh. Fuck, Kang-woo cursed and sprinted toward the crumbling Solar. He tried to activate the Authority of Regeneration using his black blood, but had no idea where to activate it on Solar's body, which had already broken into countless pieces. Glory to Akkart. Solar worshipped Akkart with a smile even when dying by his hand. Chills ran down Kang-woo's back. How far beyond the scope of madness did one need to be to praise the god who betrayed them even in death? Kang-woo stared at Lunar as a last hope, but she wasn't moving an inch after being split in two by Si-hun. Damn it. In the end, Kang-woo had gained nothing besides eliminating two of Ackart's retainers. Everything about Nostrian and Akkart was still shrouded in darkness. No, I wouldn't say I gained nothing. He set his disappointment aside and shook his head. He had gained something far too valuable to say that he had gained nothing. Fu, Kang-woo looked up to see the sun setting. I wonder what gifts I should prepare for tomorrow. He couldn't help but smile. Slam, KNGWO, WHS. The wedding dresses are HERE. WRYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY off your pants all of a SUDDN. Side Story Chapter 123, Engagement Ceremony, Part 1. The next day arrived after Kang-woo and the others defeated Ackart's retainers. He was brimming with joy after checking the time and seeing that it was November 9th, 8:01 a.m. Hew, it's happening. It's finally happening. I'm getting married. Shut the fuck up, Bash. Cha Yeonju, who had been sleeping next to him, sprang up and kicked him on the butt. Kurg, grunted Kang-woo as he was blown out of bed. What's the commotion so early in the morning? Shouted Yeonju as she glared at Kang-woo. Heh. Kang-woo's smile did not disappear despite being kicked out of bed and sprawled on the floor. What? You're creeping me out. I told you yesterday what we were gonna do today, didn't I? Kang-woo returned home after defeating Ackart's retainers and told his lovers about the engagement ceremony, just like he had done on the first day of the time loop. Huh, what did you tell? Oh, Yeonju slowly recounted her memories and her cheeks turned as red as her hair. She mumbled in disbelief, so that wasn't a dream. Kang-woo sprang up from the floor and hugged Yeonju to shower her cheek with kisses. Hee, we're getting married today. Gee, get the fuck off me. It's an engagement, not a wedding. Same thing, their life was no different from that of married couples already. They just had yet to hold a wedding ceremony. Ahum. Anyway, get off, Yeonju coughed and pushed Kang-woo away with her long legs. She averted her gaze from him and twisted her red hair around her fingers as she asked, So when's the ceremony? As soon as the dresses arrive. And when is that? I have no idea. However, since it would arrive today, it would be here by evening at the latest. Really? Then let's hold it in the evening. Hee, why isn't it better to hold it earlier? Sheesh, this is why your Francois had to be socially distanced for 10 millennia. That ultimate was uncalled for. Women need time to get ready. You following? Oh, it made perfect sense for some reason. Then let's hold it at 8 p.m. Oh, and where should we hold it? Kang-woo asked. Where? Yeah, just let me know and I'll make it happen. There were some places where having a ceremony on the day of would be difficult, but it wasn't anything Kang-woo's money and power could solve. Yeonju pondered as she stroked her chin. Just then the door opened and Han Seola entered. I think it's fine to do it here, she replied. At home? Kang-woo and Yeonju stared at Seola. They did not even have their home in mind. But isn't having an engagement ceremony at home a bit lackluster? Kang-woo thought they should have it somewhere more romantic and extravagant. Fufu, this place is the most romantic and extravagant to me. Seola smiled as she approached the bed. She gently held Kang-woo's hand and continued, I'm fine with holding it wherever you want, but I'd rather hold it here, the place filled with the most precious memories I have with you. Letter 1E5D, you're making me cry. Only Seola could say something so loving. Kang-woo couldn't hold back his tears. Darling. Oh, Kang-woo. Seola hugged the bawling Kang-woo back as she giggled, the softness wrapped around him. But I can't be the one to decide that on my own. What do you think, Yeonju? Asked Seola as she turned to Yeonju. Yeonju smirked and lightly conked Kang-woo's head. It'd be weird to hold it anywhere else when he's acting like this, right? Besides, it's a hassle to hold it anywhere else. In the past, she would have rather held such an important event at a five-star hotel or an ultra-luxury cruise ship, but she gradually grew to find such luxuries a bother. Oh. Am I seeing the maturity of a woman in her 30s in you, Yeonju? The fuck you say? That's great from a manchild who was crying like a baby in Siala's arms. Yeonju stared daggers at Kang-woo as she punched his side. Ho ho. What do you mean by a woman in her 30s? We're not in our 30s, you know. Siala, who was the same age as Yeonju, hugged Kang-woo tighter and caressed his head. Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. Huh. You're not? There was no way. Siala was 25 the first time he met her. Adding the time they spent together before he was stuck in the abyss for 3 years, she was well past 30. I'm still in my 20s. That's impossible. 20s, Siala reiterated with a kind smile. Her hand, which had been caressing Kang-woo's head, slowly moved down to his neck and her fingers lightly slid across his neck. Wow, your hand is so smooth, must be because you're still in your 20s, Kang-woo answered. Thinking back on it, he heard that Siala had just turned 20 when he first met her. Actually, he had not heard such a thing, he was planning on hearing it from now on. Siala was still in her early 20s. Ho ho ho, I'm glad you understand, Kang-woo. Siala embraced Kang-woo again in satisfaction. Come to think of it, where's Lilith? Kang-woo asked. They needed to hear Lilith's opinion too since she was going to be a part of the ceremony. She left early in the morning because she had things to take care of. I'll give her a call. Okay. Kang-woo had an idea of what it could be about. He had not told Siala and Yeonju yet, but he had told Lilith about the time loop. She was probably gathering information about that. Siala came back into the room after calling Lilith and said as she hummed, Lilith Unnai is fine with holding it at home too. Okay, let's hold it here then. Fufu, I'm so excited already. Siala excitedly jumped up and down, and two massive objects shook up and down with her. Kang-woo's eyes also moved up and down in unison. Stop that dumbass, Bash. Yeonju frowned and smacked Kang-woo's head. It did not hurt, but Siala stopped jumping because of Yeonju's sudden action. And Kang-woo had no reason to live anymore. There was no more hope, joy, or happiness in his life. The world was eternally filled with cold and dark despair. Enough of that. Yeonju slapped Kang-woo's back. It did not hurt, but it hurt. Oh, Kang-woo, the punching bag. Kang-woo shut his eyes tightly as a sense of frustration welled up. I don't deserve to be beaten like this. Does she have any idea who the hell I am? He was the 10-millennia-year-old bum. He currently did not have a single cent to his name because he gave all of his savings to Lilith for her to expand her intelligence organization and was living off of the allowance his third wife Cha Yeonju gave him. He did not cook, clean, do laundry, or shop for groceries, but engulfed at least 5 portions of kimchi stew every meal. Huh, do I deserve it? Kang-woo's intelligence stats soared. That aside, Siala. You're free until the evening, right? Yeonju asked. Yeah, why? Then let's go out later with Lilith Unnai. Where are we going? Siala tilted her head in confusion and her eyes widened. Yeonju sighed deeply after noticing Siala genuinely did not know. For God's sake, you two sure are made for each other. Heh, thanks. That wasn't a compliment, Yeonju shouted. She approached Siala and touched her hair and nails. There's a good beauty and nail salon I know abroad, so we're going there. We have to get our makeup done too. Oh. Siala expressed after finally realizing what she had forgotten. Her cheeks reddened as she said, but those places are expensive, aren't they? Heh, do you have any idea how much I make a day? Besides, you already have tons of money saved up, right? I mean, I do, but poverty was practically her life in the past, so she was still reluctant to use money no matter how much she made. Heh. You can't cheap out on something as important as this. Okay, Siala nodded with an awkward smile as she was pulled out of the room by Yeonju. Kang-woo couldn't help but smile as he stared at them. They're all so cute. He was filled with joy just from watching them. Siala and Yeonju got ready to leave after breakfast and Kang-woo saw them off at the front door. Your Nunas are heading out, so you'd better stay put at home, got it? Yes, ma'am. We're off, Kang-woo. See you in the evening. Okay, have a safe trip, darling. Kang-woo kissed his wives at the front door like a stay-at-home husband sending off his wife to work and turned around to go back into the house. Right then, I might as well clean this place up. Since they decided to hold the engagement ceremony at home, he wanted the place to be spotless. As he was cleaning the giant house, Echidna swung open the front door while carrying a large box. Wham! KNGWO! The wedding dresses they had been waiting for had arrived at last. Holy Kang-woo was wide-eyed, his clenched fists trembled and he could barely breathe. His heart felt like it was about to burst. What do you think, Kang-woo? There was an angel manifested in front of him. It was a fallen angel to be more exact, but it was an angel nonetheless. Don't screech like a weirdo again, damn it. Yeonju stepped on Kang-woo's foot just as he was about to let his impulse take over. She turned her head away with her cheeks dyed bright red and asked, So what do you think? Fuck. It's embarrassing as hell now that I'm wearing it. So humans wear things like this when they get engaged. Lilith slightly raised the hem of her dress and winked at Kang-woo. Fufu, what do you think, my king? Kang-woo fell to his knees, unable to endure the raging current of emotions inside him. It was 8 p.m., and the shock of seeing his three lovers lined up in front of him in wedding dresses took his breath away. Their dresses were breathtaking enough, but seeing them in a different hairstyle than usual as well as the makeup amplified their beauty even more. I told you not to do that. Rai, the fuck? Rai yai rai rairi, Kang-woo convulsed madly. The recoil of being forced to suppress his bursting emotions was tearing him apart from the inside. Rai rairi. Hey, oh Kang-woo. Pull yourself together. Kang-woo's eyes rolled backward as his limbs twisted. No. Yeonju pulled on her hair, which she had taken time to get done, and stomped her foot. She sighed as if she had given up and said, hey, fine. You do you, why. Kang-woo jumped toward the three women in tears. W is I'm so glad I'm alive. Arg fuck hey. You're messing up our dresses. I'm glad to see you love it. Fufu, there's no stopping you, my king. Kang-woo pulled himself away from them slightly after letting out his emotions. He shouted with all his heart, believe me when I say this, you guys are the most beautiful in the universe right now. For real, I can swear to every fucking god. The three women smiled in satisfaction. Finally, tears trickled down Kang-woo's cheeks. He had waited 10 millennia for this moment. Finally, I'm finally getting married, he danced in joy. Oh right, Kang-woo, do you know of this tradition? Siala asked. What tradition? Kang-woo stopped dancing and turned to Siala wide-eyed. She was holding a piece of paper with something written on it. The couples fill out and sign premarital contracts these days. Really? Sounds pretty hardcore. Ho, I thought it was interesting, so I tried writing one out. Hee, you're making me curious. Kang-woo took the contract Siala handed him and read through it. I think at least 10. No, 20 rounds a day is mandatory. Rounds of what? Okay, all it needs is a thumbprint right here. Kang-woo. Siala smiled as she pressed Kang-woo's thumb into red stamp ink. Riveting. The chime of the system rang in his head and a blue message window appeared in front of him. Are you sure you want this marriage? Shut the fuck up, please. Side Story Chapter 124, Engagement Ceremony, Part 2. Oh Kang-woo's chest felt like there was a giant boulder on it. Cold sweats flowed down his back. Come on now, Kang-woo. Han Siala's beautiful face and shining eyes couldn't be any more terrifying than this moment. Kang-woo frantically turned the gears in his brain to find a way to survive this situation. Darling, what use does a flimsy piece of paper have between us? Kang-woo looked at Siala intimately and embraced her by the waist. Our love, this brimming and fluttering emotion, can't be contained by a mere piece of paper. His love for Siala couldn't be expressed by words on paper, proven by the fact that he didn't have the slightest idea what 20 rounds per day, 60 if it included all three of his wives, could possibly mean. Can words on a piece of paper prove our love for each other? Can it represent the sacred act of marriage? No, I do not think so. True love cannot be expressed by a piece of yap. Gyhhh. Siala grabbed Kang-woo's thumb, which was covered in the red stamp ink, and brought it to the contract paper. Kang-woo twisted and turned as he screamed, but he failed to get his thumb away from Siala's grasp. His thumbprint successfully made contact with the contract. Darling. Kang-woo stared at Siala wide-eyed like Caesar stabbed by Brutus. Fufu. With this, you have to fulfill the conditions of the contract every day, Kang-woo, shouted Siala with shining eyes. No. Kang-woo collapsed, unable to accept the reality that befell him. Ho, you guys sure love to play around. Lilith simply giggled at the sight and Yeonju sighed deeply as she shook her head. Come on, that was a pretty funny skit. Kang-woo stood up as he chuckled. The premarital contract only had power in court. It couldn't force Kang-woo to do anything. Only pledges he made with his deific essence could do such a thing. The contract was surely a joke Siala came up with to make the ceremony more interesting. Pardon? Siala asked. Kang-woo, did you think this was a joke? Siala stepped backward with trembling eyes. She lowered her head as if she were deeply shocked and covered her face with her hands. I can't believe you, Kang-woo. Was our marriage just a joke to you? It wasn't a joke. No, darling. You have it all wrong. What do I have wrong? My love for you is true and always will be. Really? Siala asked with her head still lowered and continued. Then, Kang-woo thought he saw the corners of Siala's mouth rising for some reason. Swear on your deific essence that you'll carry out the conditions of this contract. Pardon? Could you repeat that? Swear on your deific essence right now for everyone to hear. Kang-woo shook, his expression turned deathly pale. A mere contract held no power over him, but he couldn't defy a pledge made with his deific essence. At this rate, gulp, Kang-woo carefully read over the contract once again. If he were to carry out the conditions of this contract every day, it'll burst. He didn't know what would burst, but he was sure something would. Kang-woo, please swear it now. Kang-woo stared blankly into space. Laughter leaked from Siala's covered face. Darling, ha 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 ha, it was just a joke, Kang-woo. She giggled and lightly smacked Kang-woo's shoulder. There's no way I would demand something so unreasonable from you. Letter 1E5D Letter 1D63C Siala embraced Kang-woo with a smile as if she were never sad. Kang-woo's expression crumpled and he tickled Siala's sides. Kayahaha, that tickles. Where did you learn to do something so naughty? Fufu, from you, Kang-woo. Wah, that leaves me with no valid arguments. Well. Anyway, the small commotion ended. The furniture was removed from the living room and decorated with flowers and other decorations Echidna had bought. Let's begin the ceremony, Kang-woo remarked. There was no host, officiator, or guests, but everyone was smiling so brightly as if they couldn't be happier. Slam, allow me to be the host, shouted Echidna as she burst out of her room, likely having waited for the perfect time to make her appearance. She was also wearing her wedding dress like the other women. Hey, we agreed on you wearing that once you became a mature dragon, Kang-woo said. Echidna placed her hands on her waist and snorted. I'll have to buy another one by then because I'll have grown out of it. Well, that's true. I bought it, so I want to wear it at least once. NGH, fine, do whatever you want. The engagement ceremony ultimately commenced with the help of a host who was also wearing a wedding dress. All right, first things first, Kang-woo will present the gifts he has prepared, shouted Echidna through a mic she pulled out of nowhere and pointed at Kang-woo. Kang-woo nodded and stepped forward. Finally, the time had come. He reached into his pockets and fiddled with the 3 ring boxes inside. His heart was beating like crazy. He slowly walked toward Siala first and closed his eyes. First, gently walk toward your lover. Kang-woo recalled the events from 5 hours ago, turning back time 5 hours before the beginning of the engagement ceremony. Bang. All right, Kang-woo slammed his fist down on the table, his eyes gleaming sharply and continued, let us commence the emergency proposal meeting. Oh, yes, Hyung-nim. A proposal is it? Kim Si-hun uncomfortably averted his gaze from Kang-woo, and Balrog smiled aggressively as he flexed his red muscles. While his lovers were out getting ready for the ceremony, Kang-woo sent an emergency summons to Si-hun and Balrog to get their advice on how to propose to his lovers during the ceremony. I can barely trust these guys on this topic, but he would have asked someone else if he could, but he didn't have any other choice. These two are the only close guy friends I have. Kang-woo felt like he was about to burst into tears. He was the loner Kang-woo, a testicle hater who barely made any same-sex friends during the 600 chapters of this novel's serialization. But at least they're both in a relationship. They should be of some help, right? Balrog was in a relationship with Kurosaki Yuri and Si-hun with Layla. I'm sure having them will be better than pondering by myself. Kang-woo, the 10-millennia-year-old bachelor demon king who didn't know how to propose to a woman, clenched his fists. I'm putting my unconditional trust in you, GUIS. Believe in the ME who believes in you. I'll make this proposal a success no matter what. Slam. GAHHHHHHH. To think my king would depend this much in me. I BALROG am bursting with tears. That's right, BALROG. Are you ready to answer the trust I've put in you? Who do you think I am? I am the demon with red-hot muscles and an even hotter heart. A true man who blazes through battle and love with blazing passion. Boom, boom, boom. Balrog, the macho subordinate of the demon king with muscles for brains and had no idea what a proposal was, shouted as he pounded on his chest with his fists. KAHHHH, yes, that's it BALROG. I knew I could count on you. And so my king, yeah, BALROG. Tell me how a true macho proposes. What is a proposal? Motherfucker, we can't get anywhere if you don't even know what that is. Ha. This is hard to watch. A proposal refers to the act of asking someone for their hand in marriage, Si-hun answered. I see, something like an oath of marriage, correct, Si-hun nodded. He then confidently crossed his legs and turned to Kang-woo. Leave this matter to me, Hyung-nim. As Si-hun, Kang-woo was left wide-eyed by how full of confidence Si-hun was. Si-hun smiled as he swept his hair back. I've already successfully proposed to Layla. We have a pro here. Si-hun, the handsome-as-fuck little brother of the demon king who successfully proposed to his lover, shrugged leisurely. Slam, gahahaha. If you're referring to an oath of marriage, I have also succeeded. 3 times, no less, unlike this brat. Kurg, th3tii. 3 times is enough for even Liu Bei to swear undying fealty to Zhuge Liang. BALROG, you son of a bitch. I knew I could count on you, I never had a doubt. Kang-woo, who had called Balrog a motherfucker moments ago, shed passionate tears and raised his right arm. Gahaha. You just have to do exactly as I say, my king. Balrog, the proposal expert, nodded and high-fived Kang-woo. All right, tell me what to do, BALROG. First, you have to approach the woman whom you plan to make your oath of marriage to without hesitation. The drive is important. Yeah, okay, drive is important for sure. Next, you rip their clothes off. Rip what off? Their clothes, like a vicious beast. Are you sure? Then you command the woman to be yours forever. I don't think this is it. None of the women I've done this to have refused my advances. However, on the off chance that THUI still refuse, what you have to do is use force to UMOTHRFUCKE. KURGH bash. Kang-woo smashed his foot into Balrog's groin. Balrog, the self-proclaimed proposal expert, fell to his knees as he screamed, "That's not a PROPOSAAAAAL." Kang-woo beat Balrog senseless as he pulled on his hair. He was an idiot for trusting the man with negative brain cells. Huff, huff, huff. Kang-woo panted heavily and turned around to look at Si-hun, shaking his head haughtily as if knowing this would happen. As I thought that ignorant muscle pig wouldn't know how to propose to a woman. Si-hun placed his hand on the panting Kang-woo's shoulder. Trust me, Hyungnim, as Si-hun, as long as you have this proposal method that I found on the treasury of endless knowledge that is the internet, you can also succeed in your proposal like I did with Layla. I love you, my little bro. You're the best. Kang-woo hugged Si-hun tightly. Si-hun smiled and continued, first, gently walk toward your lover. Darling. Kang-woo gently walked toward Siala. He softly grabbed her hand and got down on one knee. Kang-woo, Siala's eyes welled up with tears. Kang-woo kissed the back of her hand and said the line that Si-hun passed down to him. Your mother is a criminal. Pardon, what are you talking about, Oliva? Because his voice and gaze were as intimate and loving as possible, he answered, she stole the angel that is you from heaven. He smiled brightly and winked. Deathly silence fell. Did it work? Did I do it? Kang-woo looked up as his heart pounded like crazy. Huh. The women's faces were weird. They were filled with contempt and disgust as if they had stepped on vomit that a drunkard made in the middle of the road on their way home. What's going on? Why are they making that kind of face? Si-hun said it had a 100% chance of success. Why are my wives making those faces? Ribbing, the system bell chime echoed in his ears. Sir Guardian Deity. A blue message window appeared in front of him. Get out. Why? 1. Marriage proposal in Korean is a phonetic version of the English word propose. Side Story Chapter 125 Engagement Ceremony, Part 3. H-huh? Oh, Kang-woo looked around in confusion again. He could feel gazes as cold as frost from the four women. Their expressions were not of admiration and thrill unlike what he had hoped. Only contempt could be seen in their eyes. I'm fucked. He could instinctively tell that his wholehearted proposal had gone down the gutter. I've been wronged. Si-hun said it would work for sure. Oh, ho-ho, it's okay, Kang-woo. I just couldn't understand what you were talking about for a moment. Han Siala just barely regained her senses and smiled as she caressed the cheek of Kang-woo kneeling in front of her. She was like an angel in his eyes, like what he had expressed. Darling, your line was moving. Right, you were moved by it, right? Ho-ho-ho, of course, right, Yeonju. Oh, Kang-woo, said Cha Yeonju as she approached Kang-woo. She continued without hesitation, I want a divorce. We haven't even gotten married yet, Kang-woo shouted. Kang-woo, that was awful. Phew-foo-foo. I'm not sure, but it certainly didn't feel that good to hear. Echidna and Lilith also said their pieces. No way. Kang-woo lowered his head in despair. The four women giggled. Don't feel so pressured, Kang-woo, Siala consoled. She lightly embraced him and whispered gently, I want to hear what you feel straight from the heart instead of any cool lines you've heard somewhere. Could you do that for me? Kang-woo was energized by Siala's words. Heya, he sighed and nodded. He got on one knee in front of Siala again and said, I'm not sure what to say since I've never experienced anything like this before. He had pulled out the line he had gotten from the emergency meeting, but it had failed royally. He grabbed Siala's hand and clumsily said his honest thoughts. I thought I was the unluckiest person in the world. Kang-woo was an orphan who didn't even know his parents' names from the moment of his birth. He worked to survive each day after leaving the orphanage and had to fight for his life for 10 millennia after suddenly falling into hell for some reason. My days in hell were very hard on me. Words couldn't describe the things he had gone through. The nightmares were wretched, miserable, and horrifying. The despair from surviving day after day without knowing when it would end could never be expressed by language. He thought every day about why he was the only one who had to suffer through this pain. He wondered what he did that was so wrong. Everyone likely had a few joyful moments in their lives, so why couldn't he have even one? He curled up into a ball and cried like a baby. The irresolvable knots bound and suffocated him. He thought he was the unluckiest person in the world. But Kang-woo met her. The kindest, warmest, and most beautiful woman in the world. The woman whom he would never have met if he had not returned to Earth at that very moment. Siala, Kang-woo slowly stood up and pulled out a ring from his pocket. It was made by compressing demonic energy from the abyss to its absolute limit and even contained the flames of veracity. The black ring with golden light shining around it could awe anyone with its beauty. Meeting you was. He took off the ring he had given her in the past from her ring finger and replaced it with the new ring he made. He couldn't help but smile as he saw the shining ring on Siala's pale finger. A fortune greater than all the misfortune in my life combined. Kang-woo lightly pulled Siala by her hand and kissed her. Siala trembled subtly with her eyes widened after the kiss. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Darling, Kang-woo stared at Xiala in panic. Xiala continued to cry as she stared blankly at him. What's going on? Did I fuck up again? That did not seem to be the case based on the others' reactions. Sniff, Kang-woo. Wow, ya? Xiala burst into tears and hugged Kang-woo. I'm so happy that I feel like I'm going crazy. She buried her face into Kang-woo's shoulder and bawled her eyes out. Ha. Xiala, your makeup's gonna be ruined. Sniff, but Kang-woo yeah, I was here the whole time, I heard it too, go to the bathroom and clean yourself up. Yeonju gently pushed Xiala by the back. Xiala staggered toward the bathroom. For fuck's sake, Yeonju glared at Kang-woo. You can say something like that but went with her mother being a criminal that she stole her from heaven. What? Why are you hitting me again? Kang-woo shouted. Dunno, motherfucker. Yeonju stomped on Kang-woo's foot. It was only for a moment, but she was so envious as well as jealous of the fact that it was not her whom Kang-woo met the moment he returned to Earth but Xiala. Well, anyway, Yeonju turned away and dragged the tip of the high heel which she wasn't used to wearing on the floor. That was, moving. That should have been up to Xiala to say, but she was so moved that she could barely speak. Whoa, Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction after being unexpectedly complimented by Yeonju. Right next, he turned to Lilith. Since he successfully managed to propose to Xiala, it was Lilith's turn next. Lilith. Oh. Is it my turn this time? Lilith smiled alluringly as always. Kang-woo nodded and walked toward her. Lilith caressed her wedding dress which had a backless design. This reminds me of when we got married in hell. She had not worn a wedding dress like this back then, but special clothes made with a material difficult to find in hell. But of course, things have changed so much compared to back then. Lilith giggled as she expressed slight sorrow. Kang-woo, who had declared war against the 7 princes of hell, had a political marriage with Lilith for their forces to unite. She still remembered his face during the wedding ceremony with countless demons attending it. Your expression was of extreme disgust. I know you didn't love me back then. To be more exact, Kang-woo couldn't love Lilith, a woman with looks that couldn't be accepted in terms of human beauty standards. People commonly said that inner beauty was more important than outer beauty, but there was a point where that couldn't apply. Wait, what the hell does that mean? Him. You were married, Kang-woo, Yeonju and Echidna stared at them in shock. They had lived together for a while, but it was their first time hearing that Kang-woo and Lilith were spouses. Ho, there's nothing to be shocked about. Our marriage back then was but an empty engagement with no love. Kang-woo and Lilith decided to consider that political marriage never happened. Kang-woo had never once called Lilith his wife after their marriage. But still, shockers. Huge shockers, Yeonju and Echidna still couldn't get over that Kang-woo and Lilith had already married once. Kang-woo smirked as he stared at the two shocked women. Lilith is right. My marriage with Lilith back then was only for political gain, but now is different. Kang-woo got on one knee in front of Lilith as he had done with Xiala. Lilith. Yes, my king. Lilith smiled and brought her left hand forward. Kang-woo gently reached for her hand and grabbed it. Her hand was clean, free of hideous tentacles and pus. I'm sorry, pardon for what? Lilith tilted her head in wonder. I made you wait far too long. Lilith flinched. She closed her eyes to think and then slowly shook her head. She gently stroked Kang-woo's cheek and continued, No, I am also at fault. I didn't try to understand you. I was off in my little world and tried to force you into loving what you hated. A tear fell on the back of her hand, caressing Kang-woo's cheek. But I'm happy, hee. It took a long time, but I've gained your true love at last. Lilith's centuries' worth of unrequited love had bore fruit at last. Ho, I wonder why the tears won't stop. Lilith wiped her tears with the back of her hand. They did not stop despite her knowing such a sight did not suit her. It's okay to cry, said Kang-woo as he took out a ring just for her. It was the same as Xiala's, a beautiful black ring with golden light mixed in it. Today is your day. He placed the ring on her left ring finger. My king, no honey, Lilith smiled, her cheeks bright red. She twisted as she gently stroked the ring on her finger. It was Kang-woo's first time seeing such a side to Lilith. Honey, it's hard to get used to this. I think I should keep calling you my king for the time being. Lilith sighed softly and shook her head. She softly embraced Kang-woo and whispered sweetly, I've always wanted to ask you for something. Could you hear me out? Kang-woo nodded without hesitation and answered, Go ahead. Lilith smiled and asked, Could you call me honey just once? It seemed she had always wanted Kang-woo to address her with a title used only by spouses ever since they got married in the 9th hell. Kang-woo smiled and grabbed her by the waist. Just once. I'll call you that as much as you like, honey. Ho, my, I'm so happy that this doesn't feel real. Lilith trembled and kissed Kang-woo. Foo, but since you'll have 3 honeys from now on, please just call me that only when there's just the 2 of us. Lilith winked and stepped backward. With this, Kang-woo's proposal to Lilith succeeded as well. Just one person remained. I don't want to hear those cringy-ass lines, so just put the ring on my finger already. Yeonju shouted as she jutted her left arm forward, noticing her turn had arrived. No, Kang-woo replied. No what? Kang-woo smirked as he stared at Yeonju. You're not getting a ring, Yeonju. Ha, Yeonju's expression crumpled. Side story chapter 126, Engagement Ceremony. Part 4, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Cha Yeonju glared at Kang-woo in anger. Although she was third, she was also one of Kang-woo's lovers. She questioned aggressively, "You're not discriminating just because I'm the third, are you?" Kang-woo smirked and shook his head. "Of course not. Then why am I the only one who's not getting a ring?" Yeonju asked in rage. "I'm not saying I won't give you one. If so, I wouldn't have even bothered to make this one here." Kang-woo took out a ring box from his pocket and shook it in front of her. "Then what? I have a condition." "A condition?" Kang-woo nodded. Yeonju frowned. "The hell, there weren't any conditions for Seala and Lilith Unnai. That's because you're special, Yeonju. Special how? Well, you're fun to tease, obviously." The corners of Kang-woo's mouth soared. Just thinking about teasing her sent sparks throughout his body. "Ah, I'm so thrilled." He felt like he was dying of joy just imagining it, Yeonju's red face and her shivers of humiliation. "Heya," Kang-woo exhaled heatedly. Teasing Yeonju was like a powerful narcotic he could never free himself from. What? Why, you son of a bitch? You're planning on teasing me again, aren't you?" shouted Yeonju, her face bright red. "Goddammit, don't you ever get tired of constantly teasing me?" "Mans, what are you talking about? How could I ever get tired of it?" Teasing Yeonju was always a fresh new experience. "Heh, now then I can tell you what my condition is, right?" "No, I won't do it." "Fuck the condition, I won't do shit," shouted Yeonju teary-eyed. "Is that so?" Kang-woo shrugged and put the ring box back in his pocket as if he had nothing to lose. "Well, forget the ring then. NGH." Yeonju flinched as she bit her lip anxiously. She stared at Kang-woo as her eyes shook and asked in panic, "Why, you bastard? Why you're joking about not giving me a ring, right?" She knew Kang-woo was blatantly teasing her, but was also worried that someone like Kang-woo wouldn't give her the ring to the very end. "Hee hee, you know what you have to do if you want the ring, don't you?" Kang-woo smiled slyly and tapped the ring box in his pocket over his clothes. Yeonju bit her lip and clenched her fists. She narrowed her eyes and asked cautiously, "What is the condition? What do I have to do?" She didn't want to fall for Kang-woo's ploy but didn't want to give up on the ring either. Kang-woo smiled. "I'm not asking for much." He took out his smartphone and handed it to her. On the screen was a short manga titled The Clichés of an Average Japanese Rom-Com. "What the hell is this?" Yeonju frowned and read the manga. "Welcome home, dear." The manga showed a woman in an apron welcoming home the protagonist with a seductive smile. "Would you like dinner, a bath, or—" "Ah." Yeonju's eyes widened the further she went into the manga. It was such a famous line that even she knew how it went despite not being interested in a subculture like this. She did not even need to read the final part of the sentence to know what it said. "You want me to do this?" Yeonju glared at Kang-woo, her eyes brimming with fury. She couldn't believe he wanted her to say something so crazy that no sane person could dare say it. "Yup." Kang-woo nodded with a smile. Yeonju's expression crumpled. "Don't fuck with me, damn it. How the fuck do you expect me to say this crazy-ass line?" she shouted as she swung her fist. Kang-woo jutted his hip back to dodge her fist. "Really? Well, I guess that's it then." He shrugged and turned to Echidna. "Right, since I've given out all the rings, let's move on to the next event." "You son of a, hand over the goddamn ring." Yeonju charged at Kang-woo as she panted heavily. Even if it was a joke, she didn't want to be the only one who wasn't given a ring. I mean, it's not like I can't live without that ring or anything." She anxiously bit her lip and turned to look at the rings on Lilith and Seala's left hands. The ring was so beautiful that even she, who didn't care much about accessories, was enamored by it. No, it didn't matter whether the ring was beautiful or not. That ring was the proof of engagement that Kang-woo had made for this day. It's just that it'd be weird if I was the only one without one. Yeah, don't get the wrong idea. Yeonju was also an official wife, so being discriminated against was unacceptable. Her expression was filled with certainty and affirmation. "Yeah, this is purely for maintaining my relationship with Seala and Lilith, nothing more." Not even Yeonju was sure why she was bringing up her relationship with Seala and Lilith out of the blue, but that was not important right now. What mattered was the ring in Kang-woo's pocket. She needed that ring on her left ring finger as well as proof that she wasn't just a partner and that they had promised each other's futures to each other. Ha ha ha. "Take it if you can. Arg, you motherfucker." Swoosh, swoosh, Kang-woo cackled as he dodged Yeonju's swipes. Vessels bulged from Yeonju's forehead. "Hand it the fuck over," clatter. Countless red chains covered in thorns poured out of her bracelets and slithered freely like snakes, aiming for Kang-woo. "Come on, we don't want your dress getting ruined, do we?" "Kaya." Kang-woo moved to Yeonju's shadow behind her using the authority of shadows and hugged her from behind to restrain her arms. The chains slithering freely fell to the ground helplessly. "Why, you motherfucker?" Yeonju glared at Kang-woo fiercely. She was so frustrated that she was tearing up a little. Kang-woo smirked and grabbed her chin to turn her head toward him and kissed her. "MMRRP." Yeonju's eyes widened. Kang-woo whispered in her ear, "I'm just joking." "Did you seriously think I wouldn't give you a ring? You son of a—" Yeonju bared her teeth as she glared at Kang-woo. She used the pointy part of her high heel to stomp on Kang-woo's foot. Kang-woo erased his smirk and stared at her seriously to say, "But Yeonju, I'm serious when I say I want to hear you say that line." Are you still saying that kind of shit? What do you mean that kind of shit?" Kang-woo shook his head. "I know that line is childish and embarrassing. Why do you keep asking me if you know that? But what does that matter?" Kang-woo stared at her in seriousness. "So what if it's embarrassing? So what if it's childish? There was no one but him and his lovers in the engagement ceremony. I only want to see the lovely side of my beloved Yeonju." Lovely side, Yeonju's eyes shook. She shook her head and shouted, "Stop bullshitting, damn it, you're just trying to tease me again." "No, I'm not." "Then what? Why do I have to say that embarrassing line? Darling and Lilith ask me for weird requests like calling them Nuna or Mommy." "What?" They did." Yeonju turned to Han Seala and Lilith in disbelief. "Ma, you're saying that here? Ho ho ho." The two women stepped backward as they smiled awkwardly after being called out. "What the?" slurred Yeonju in bafflement. "I mean, I get embarrassed too when I say that kind of stuff, but I think I understand why Darling and Lilith ask me to do things like that." "Why?" "Because it's nice seeing a side of your lover that you normally don't get to see." It was a load of bullshit that didn't even deserve to be refuted. But why is it so convincing? An inexplicable sense of thrill rose from deep inside Yeonju when she imagined Kang-woo calling her Nuna. Fine, leaving all that aside. Why am I the only one who has to say that embarrassing line? Because you're the most special to me. What? Yeonju stepped backward, her face as red as a tomato. Kang-woo walked forward and grabbed her by the waist. "Darling and Lilith feel like newlyweds to me. No, it goes beyond that. I sometimes feel like we've been married for years." However, Yeonju was different. Unlike the two women who were not embarrassed to express their love, Yeonju was still embarrassed to actively express her love for Kang-woo. "I don't want anyone else. I want to see a fresh side of you, Yeonju," said Kang-woo as seriously as one traveling the world in search of the truth. Yeonju bit her lip, influenced by his mellow words. "Here, I'll give you the ring. It's up to you whether you want to do it or not." Kang-woo took out the ring box from his pocket and placed the ring on Yeonju's left ring finger. Yeonju's eyes shook. Do you want to hear it that badly?" "Yeah," Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. His eyes no longer carried any hint of playful emotion, they were completely serious. They were blazing with pure desire to see a new side of his wife. Yeonju hesitated. She dragged the tip of her heel on the floor and repeatedly opened and closed her fists. Do you really want to hear me say it because I'm the most special to you, of course." Yeonju coughed as she averted her gaze from him. Don't you dare, tease me for it afterward, got it? I swear I won't. And don't take pictures of videos. Okay. Kang-woo took out his smartphone and tossed it on the couch. Yeonju groaned as she twisted around. She recited the words she had read in the manga, www. Welcome hhhho. She couldn't stop her voice from trembling. A mind-whitening sense of humiliation and embarrassment filled her head. Home, dear, her teeth clacked. She opened her eyes and saw Kang-woo staring at her lovingly without any intention of teasing her. That fucking pervert. She was getting hot despite criticizing him in her head. Does he love me that much? The moment of Kang-woo calling her the most special to him continuously replayed in her head. The corners of her mouth rose despite being so embarrassed that she could die at any moment. Would you like dinner, a bath, or it was time to say the final word. Yeonju shut her eyes tightly and said me. "Oh no, Dian Fonko and Civio Anfkulj last mefkj WLDBCL ASDFL ECVK." BD fragments of language stormed inside her head. She was so embarrassed that she felt like she was about to puke out her intestines. But she was also curious to see Kang-woo's reaction. She wondered if he was just as embarrassed as she was or if he was happy despite the embarrassment. She opened her tightly shut eyes and stared at him full of anticipation. "Wow," Kang-woo chuckled as he stared at Yeonju. "Damn, you seriously said it. You're in your 30s. Don't you have any shame?" Something broke inside her head. "UMOTHRFUCKER." Yeonju's red hair, which was in a ponytail, fluttered as she landed a clean somersault kick on Kang-woo's chin. Side Story Chapter 127, Engagement Ceremony, Part 5. There was a small disturbance in the middle, but the engagement ceremony fortunately ended as a massive success. Kang-woo smiled as he stared at his three lovers still in their wedding dresses. We're spouses now, right?" Wasn't this an engagement ceremony, not a wedding ceremony?" Lilith asked as she tilted her head. "Same thing, ho ho ho, then why didn't we just have a wedding ceremony?" It was a valid question, but Kang-woo shook his head and answered, "We need to have a magnificent wedding with everyone invited." It was a bit lackluster to call the tiny ceremony at home a wedding ceremony. I don't mind whichever." Han Seala smiled as she stroked the ring Kang-woo gave her. She didn't care about having a grand wedding now that she had become his official wife. Her dream had come true at last. Kang-woo Seol embraced Kang-woo, her eyes slightly hazy. She felt like her heart was going to burst from uncontainable happiness. Kang-woo, hold off on the wedding until I become a mature dragon. Echidna, the host of the engagement ceremony, snorted loudly as she clenched her fists. She seemed to have gotten jealous after seeing how happy the three wives were. Kang-woo smirked and patted Echidna's head. Okay, let's do that. Ho ho, then I guess the wedding will have to wait a while. Dragons normally became adults once they passed 800 years old. Since Echidna was 500 years old, she would have to wait another 300 years. Echidna shook her head and shouted, no, I'm growing way faster than other dragons thanks to Kang-woo. As she said, her growth speed was far faster than other dragons her age. She was even using dragon tongue magic normally used by a select few mature dragons. I'll become a mature dragon in a year or two, 3 years at the latest, shouted Echidna with shining eyes. That quickly. That's what my fan told me. Fan, oh, come to think of it, the dragon god is part of your fan club. If it was what the dragon god said, it was credible. 3 years, huh? It was quite a long time for normal people, but for Kang-woo, whose lifespan was close to eternity, it wasn't that long. Then I guess we can have the wedding in 3 years. It should be more than enough time to settle the score with Akkart. Won't. Huh? I marry someone like you, shouted Cha Yeonju as she panted heavily. Her rage from earlier had yet to die down. Kang-woo walked behind the angry Yeonju and hugged her. I said I was sorry. You knew it was something to apologize for, but you did it anyway. Yeonju bared her teeth and stepped on Kang-woo's foot with all her might. Me. Yeonju screamed as she pulled on her hair, being forced to be reminded of an unforgettable dark past. Ha ha ha, but for real you were super cute, Yeonju. I won't believe any more of your bullsh. It's the truth. Kang-woo turned his head toward Yeonju as if to prove it was the truth and kissed her voraciously. Yeonju flinched wide-eyed but did not push him away. She could feel his soft tongue in her mouth. BB-waha, what the fuck are you doing in front of others? It's embarrassing. They're not just others, we're all a family now. That's true, but Yeonju averted her gaze from him, her cheeks as red as a tomato. Kang-woo couldn't feel the blazing rage from her anymore. Ha. For fuck's sake, why did I end up falling for? Yeonju sighed and stretched out Kang-woo's cheeks. What frustrated her the most was that even in this situation, a part of her mind was thinking, oh, he looks kinda cute when I pull on his cheeks. She also knew she had already fallen for Kang-woo to the point that she could never part from him. Well, I'll be in your care from now on. Heh, you can trust your oppa, you'll never have to work a day. Heh, says the bum who lives off of my allowance. Kang-woo, the unemployed stay-at-home husband, flinched and averted his gaze from Yeonju. He used to have a lot of money saved up, but after buying this entire building, remodeling it to his liking, and investing the rest into Lilith's intelligence organization, he had become broke. He could request guardians for money, but he was but a titular member. He did no real work in the organization. He wasn't shameless enough to demand money despite not even coming to work. NGH. I'll have to farm for mana stones and gates or something. Kang-woo could easily make trillions of one a day if he went all out monster hunting. Yeonju smirked and pulled on Kang-woo's cheek. Forget it. This Nuna of yours will keep giving you your allowance, so just stay cooped up at home. Yeonju Nuna. Kang-woo was about to burst into tears. Ho ho ho, well then, Seola's eyes shone as she moved behind Echidna. What's wrong, Seola? Echidna asked. Get some rest, Echidna. HMW8. A dark light flowed from Seola's hand on Echidna's shoulder. Ayag. Echidna swayed as her eyelids went down. Seola had used a spell among her arsenal of curses, which caused one to fall asleep. Echidna possessed phenomenal magical resistance since she was a dragon, but she couldn't resist the magic of Seola, who had surpassed the former celestial goddess xperrif. Seola caught Echidna as she collapsed and carried her to her room to put her to bed. Right then, Kang-woo. Why yeah, she pulled out a piece of paper from her wedding dress and waved it around. It was the premarital contract that Kang-woo was forced to put his thumbprint on. It's time for you to fulfill the conditions of this contract, but you said that was a joke. Ho ho ho, not today. Isn't that right? Seola said as she looked to Lilith and Yeonju for approval. Phew foo foo. Ahum, Lilith smiled alluringly like always and Yeonju simply coughed as she reddened. Neither of them refused. I see, Kang-woo nodded as he stared at his wives in the wedding dresses. It was not hard to figure out what they wanted. After all, he also felt the same way. But 60 rounds is a bit overkill. However, he was planning on doing his best. I can't run from the battlefield when duty calls. He clenched his fists and opened his eyes wide. He was an unemployed stay-at-home husband, so he should at least do his best at something. Not only that, but he could barely contain his desire just from staring at his wives in their wedding dresses. All three of you follow me. Kang-woo aggressively swung open the door to their bedroom as he undid his tuxedo necktie and threw it aside. My Kang-woo, ho-ho, you're full of energy today. Let's see what you're made of. The three wives each said their piece as they entered the bedroom. Mhaya, Lilith stretched with her arms over her head late at dawn. Her skin was glossy and she was smiling in satisfaction. Clack. Siala, who had just finished her shower, opened the door carefully and entered the room. She asked in a whisper, "Is Kang-woo still sleeping?" Fufu. Yup, as soundly as a baby. Lilith nodded as she gently stroked the sleeping Kang-woo's head. Yeonju, who also finished her shower, dried her hair with a towel and asked, "I wonder if he was especially tired today." Kang-woo would usually be full of energy at this time, but he was sprawled in bed with no sign of waking up. Ho-ho, I'm sure he was exhausted, Lilith remarked. Why? I'll tell you later. Siala and Yeonju did not know yet, but Kang-woo had taken part in the engagement ceremony without any rest for the whole time he was stuck in the time loop and battling Ackert's retainers. He would naturally be exhausted both physically and mentally. Why, you should have told me if you knew that, Unnai. I would have let him get some rest if I knew. Siala shuffled her feet in panic. If she had known Kang-woo was already exhausted, she wouldn't have suggested they suck him dry. Ho-ho, it's what the king wanted, and don't worry so much. He's just a little tired, so he'll be all better once he wakes up. NGH. Even so, oh right, more importantly, I thought of a good idea. Want to hear it? Huh, what idea? Yeonju asked. Ho-ho-ho. Lilith smiled and placed her hand over Kang-woo's forehead. You both remember I got the trait Delver of Dreams when the king granted us with traits, right? Huh, are you suggesting you want to take a peek into Kang-woo's dream? My, don't say it like that. People would think we're doing something bad if they didn't know better. Lilith was simply curious about what her beloved husband was dreaming about, nothing more. You are ka. Oh, Kang-woo frowned and groaned as if he were having a nightmare. Siala's eyes lit up as she sat next to Lilith. I think Kang-woo is having a bad dream, Unnai. It is our duty as his wives to find out what sort of nightmare he is suffering from. She was panting heatedly from the fact that she could take a peek at Kang-woo's dream. Lilith smiled as she got Siala's approval and nodded. She slowly brought her hand close to Kang-woo's forehead. Well then, wait just a second, Unnai. What's wrong? Lilith tilted her head as she looked at Yeonju, who suddenly stretched out her hand to stop her. Yeonju looked down at Kang-woo with a serious face. We're about to look at what this guy is dreaming about, right? Yup. In that case, Yeonju stormed to the kitchen and brought something back from the refrigerator. She smiled and shouted, "You can't forget about this, Fizz." Yeonju giggled as she opened a can of beer. Not drinking beer when they were about to have front row seats to Kang-woo's dream was a crime. Ho ho ho, you can't get drunk from that anyway, Siala remarked. It's the mood that's important, Fufu. In that case, give me just a second, I'll make us some snacks. Oh, thanks. Siala went to the kitchen to take out cheese, crackers, and strawberry jam from the refrigerator to make some simple snacks. She also came back to the room with a beer in hand, her expression filled with excitement. Cheers. It's been a while since we've had alcohol at home. Siala and Yeonju clanked their beer cans together. Lilith giggled as she looked at them. Right then, let's begin. Lilith placed her hand over Kang-woo's forehead and activated the trait Delver of Dreams. Womb, a rectangular holographic screen, large enough for the three women to view it together, appeared on top of Kang-woo's forehead. On the screen was Kang-woo walking through the ninth hell filled with red sand and Balrog following behind him. Side Story Chapter 128, Thousand-Year War, Part 1, The Hell. Is this son of a bitch dreaming about Balrog after what we did yesterday? Cha Yeonju frowned as she stared at the screen. One's dreams were usually based on a memory that left a powerful impact on them. One would dream of a game if they had played it for the entire day the day before, or of an impactful scene in a movie or TV show. Why? There were, of course, instances where that wasn't the case, but Yeonju did not expect Kang-woo to be having a dream about Balrog despite the engagement ceremony they held yesterday, which was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Siala also tilted her head in wonder. Why yeah, I also thought he'd be dreaming about our engagement ceremony for sure. Only Lilith was staring at the screen in silence. This. She narrowed her eyes as he stared at Kang-woo and Balrog walking along the desolate red land. Isn't a dream. Pardon, then what is it, Unnai? What else could this be but a dream? Memory, said Lilith quietly as she slowly moved her hand on Kang-woo's forehead. This is the king's memory. A fragment of his memory was playing through Lilith's trait. Wasn't your trait the ability to display dreams? Asked Yeonju wide-eyed. Lilith swiped her fingers in midair as she read through her status window in more detail and shook her head. It looks like the trait can display someone's memory instead of dreams if a specific condition is met. I had no idea, I only found out just now. And what condition is that? Just a moment. Lilith swiped the air several times again and suddenly smiled widely. My Fufu, my king, you flirt. What is it, Unnai, Fufu? I can only view the target's memories if the relationship between me and the target is one of absolute trust. Oh, Yeonju snickered once she found out why Lilith was twisting around in pure joy. It was only natural since it was proof that Kang-woo trusted Lilith unconditionally. So that means this isn't Kang-woo's dream but his memory, Siala asked. That's right. Wow. Siala expressed as she softly clapped her hands together. Kang-woo's past. Kang-woo rarely talked about his past. All Siala knew was that he fell into hell 10 millennia ago and that he rose to become the Demon King after defeating the 7 princes of hell through countless hellish trials. She had no idea about the wretched things Kang-woo had to go through in detail. Unnai, then exactly when is this memory from? Since he's with Balrog, will you also appear at some point? Yeonju asked. No, Lilith shook her head. This is from before when he met me. Before, didn't you guys meet in the 9th hell? I guess I'll have to explain. Kang-woo told Lilith not to mention what happened in the 9th hell if possible, but she felt like an explanation was needed. The king arrived at the 9th hell 9 millennia after he first fell into the 1st hell. Yeah, I've heard about that. He met Balrog as soon as he arrived at the 9th hell and declared war against the 7 princes of hell soon after that. That was the trigger for the 1,000-year war, the event that changed the entire 9th hell. If the war lasted 1,000 years, does that mean Kang-woo declared war pretty much as soon as he arrived at the 9th hell? Sheesh, that's Kang-woo for you. Siala and Yeonju expressed great interest in Kang-woo's story. Declaring war against all 7 princes of hell, the strongest of the 9th hell as soon as he set foot in their territory, was so extreme that one could wonder whether it was gallant or idiotic. The king met me about 200 years after the war began. Oh, so he only had Balrog to go around with at that time? Yeonju asked. Lilith nodded. Yeonju stared at the screen with great interest and asked, but why did he declare war so abruptly? Kang-woo never picked a fight until he had sufficient preparations. It was unlike him to wage war as soon as he arrived at the 9th hell. About that, Lilith slurred as she narrowed her eyes. I'm not sure either. You don't know Unnai? The king hasn't told me about those days. Then the video we're seeing right now is. Yup, that's right, Lilith nodded as she stared intently at the footage. It's about the days I've never heard about from the king. Whoa, Yeonju expressed as she fixed her sitting posture. The 200 years from when Kang-woo arrived at the 9th hell to his meeting with Lilith were completely blank. Not even Lilith knew about it. One could only be curious about such precious memories. Let's keep watching. Ho, calm down. I can't believe I get to see Kang-woo's past. The 3 women focused on the footage, full of anticipation. Kang-woo turned to Balrog as they were endlessly walking along the desolate red plain. He was frowning in displeasure for some reason. How long are you going to keep following me? Until I get my answer, Balrog replied apathetically. Whoa, what the hell is Balrog speaking informally to Kang-woo? What a surprise. Yeonju and Siala were left wide-eyed. Kang-woo continued, I told you to find your answer up your mommy's coochie. He's as foul-mouthed as always. I have no such thing as parents. Damn, why are you so surprised? I mean, isn't it weirder to not be surprised by the fact that someone doesn't have parents? Most demons are born from the seed of demonic energy. You can count on one hand the number of demons born through reproduction. Yeonju and Siala naturally turned to Lilith after hearing Balrog's apathetic reply. Yeah, Balrog is right. Really? And what is this seed of demonic energy? Not even demons are sure about that. Something like a black rift forms in midair, and a demon is born from it. Yeonju and Siala enthusiastically asked Lilith about several other things after hearing several pieces of new information. After answering a few more questions, Lilith pointed at the screen and smiled. I'll answer all of your questions later, so why don't we focus on the video? Oh. Sorry, Unnai, we'll keep watching. The 3 women focused on the footage in silence. Alright, fine, let's say that you don't have a mommy. Why are you trying to find whatever answer you're trying to find from me? In the first place, what the fuck are you even curious about? How were you, Balrog stared at Kang-woo with shaking eyes, able to reach the 9th hell all the way from the 1st hell because I'm strong as fuck? Is that it? Then stop being a bother and fuck off. You, Balrog stared at Kang-woo with deeply sunken eyes, are not strong. It was the truth. Balrog had seen the human known as Kang-woo fighting several times in the time they were together, but he was not particularly strong. The human was indeed far stronger than the average demon of the 9th hell. However, forget the 7 princes of hell, even the archdemons could defeat him easily. Even Balrog himself could defeat the human with ease. At this moment anyway, the thing Balrog found hardest to understand was that the human Kang-woo was growing stronger the more he ate demons or demonic beasts, at an unbelievable rate no less. I need that ability, Balrog remarked. What ability? Your ability to grow stronger by eating demons. Oh, the authority of predation, I can't give it to you even if I want to, man. Kang-woo shrugged and shook his head. Demons couldn't transfer their authority to other demons. Nor do I have a reason to. Kang-woo was leaving the demon Balrog alone at the moment because he was severely outmatched, but the demon would also become his prey in the future. I'll devour you whole one day. Balrog's abundant and powerful demonic energy would help Kang-woo achieve his goal. I see, I had my hopes up because a human possessed it. Not a chance. That aside, human. You are after the 7 princes of hell, are you not? Yeah, what of it? Why are you after them? Because I need their weapons, Kang-woo answered as he clicked his tongue. You need the hell armaments. Yeah. I heard those weapons grant the power to tear through dimensions once all of them are gathered. He gritted his teeth and continued, I'm gonna use that power to return to Earth. Earth. Oh, you're referring to the world of humans. Exactly, Kang-woo nodded firmly. It seemed like Kang-woo was answering without hesitation, but Balrog saw a hint of exhaustion in Kang-woo's expression. Balrog sighed. What an empty dream. Gathering the 7 hell armaments was so absurd that one would have to be insane to think of it. That's none of your business, Kang-woo replied in irritation. Well, regardless. Balrog continued to follow Kang-woo. If your objective is to kill the princes of hell, giant footsteps formed on the red sand, I will join you. Heya, Kang-woo shook his head, sick and tired of the demon Balrog. Come to think of it, they called him a remnant. He heard Balrog used to serve the prince of hell Beelzebub but lost his master at the hands of a demon named Baal. In that case, his target was most likely Baal, the demon who killed his master. Well, I guess it doesn't matter for now. Kang-woo needed to kill Baal sooner or later since his goal was to gather the hell armaments. He wouldn't mind having company along the way since their goals partially matched. I can just kill him later if he becomes a nuisance. Whatever the case, nothing bad would come out of letting Balrog accompany him. After all, Balrog was far stronger than him at the moment. And with that, Kang-woo walked along the endless red land with his very first demon companion ever since he fell into hell. He was tortured daily by extreme hunger and thirst when he first arrived in hell, but he did not feel its effects as much now that he had practically become a full demon. But I could die at this very moment if I had a piping hot pot of kimchi stew. The pleasure that came from the act of eating, which was etched deep into his brain, harassed him to no end. Heya, Kang-woo sighed as he kept walking. Gah, help me. Just then screams echoed from the other side of a red wall of earth. Damn, man's got bars. Will you go? Of course. Kang-woo headed to the source of the scream as if it were obvious. It's a free corpse to feast on. Side Story Chapter 129, Thousand-Year War Part 2. Gah arg, please don't kill me. A slender demon was trembling as he was bowing on his knees. In front of the demon was a demon with gray skin like a rock, trampling on the slender demon as he smiled nastily. Kehahaha, a half is nothing but a half after all. How can you even call yourselves demons of the ninth hell? Kurg, the slender demon bit his lip. The gray-skinned demon glared at the slender demon in disgust. A half should have just laid low like the low-lives you are. Why crawl out of your filthy holes to test my patience? What are you talking about? You're the one who trespassed on our territory. Your territory? What territory could pathetic halves possibly have? NGH. The slender demon clenched his fists and shook in frustration. He turned to look behind him. Heya. A demon was panting heavily with a massive gash on her chest behind him. She was a succubus with 6 eyes and light green tentacles. The slender demon stared at the collapsed succubus faintly and bowed to the gray-skinned demon again. I'm begging you are free to kill me, but please. Leave my little sister alone. Tusk, this is the problem with halves. The gray-skinned demon frowned. He couldn't be more disgusted by a demon garnering sympathy by using the bond of family. He raised his rock-like fist over his head and looked down coldly at the demon bowing at him. Halves are the disgrace of demons. Die. Whoosh. The fist of death swung down at the demon's head. Just then the gray-skinned demon suddenly sensed a presence and turned around. Who's there? Wait, what? You sense me? A human, a being closer to a myth in hell, was clicking his tongue at the gray-skinned demon. The demon frowned fiercely. Come to think of it, I've heard about the human aiming to reach the 9th hell from the 1st hell. The story of the human was so famous to the point that even the princes of hell were greatly interested in the human. It was only natural that they would be, considering the precedents being Baal. Baal had reached the 9th hell from the 1st hell before that human. He caused a massive uproar in hell after what felt like an eternity and took the seat of gluttony by killing its predecessor. The princes of hell had been paying close attention to the human in case something similar showed signs of happening. All right, don't worry about me and go about your business, the human remarked. What? Oh, Kang-woo pointed at the trembling demons on the ground and said, You were gonna pop those 2 demons' heads, weren't you? Do it. He had no intention of fighting the gray-skinned demon who seemed strong just from a glance. He was more than satisfied with being able to eat their corpses for free once the demon's business was complete. Why should I? The demon asked. What do you mean? You were gonna do it anyway, weren't you? So just do it already. Are you telling me to do what a human says? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just leaving you to do what you were already gonna do, okay? I'll just be way over there so I'm not in your way. The arrogance, fucking hell, just carry on with what you were gonna do. A true demon never does what anyone tells them to do. Arrrrrrgggggh, Kang-woo screamed as he pulled on his hair. He felt like his head was exploding from how illogical and incomprehensible the situation was. The hell? Are we speaking different languages? Do demons of the ninth hell use some other language? But I've been speaking with Balrog just fine. Why am I not getting through to him? Kang-woo turned to look back at Balrog hiding behind a rock, but there was no answer from him. The sense of fear washed over him. Kang-woo's teeth clacked. If he couldn't even speak to demons anymore, he would become truly alone in hell. Absolute solitude and overwhelming loneliness were worse than despair. Whatever the case, it's my lucky day. I got to meet a human in a place like this. The gray-skinned demon stared at Kang-woo with sparkling eyes. That human had gathered the prince's attention. If I offer this human to one of the princes, the demon smiled. Human, if you do as I say, I will. Yes, that's it. My words must have lacked feelings. Kang-woo clenched his fists as if he had been enlightened. The gray-skinned demon looked down at Kang-woo and frowned. What have you been talking about since Earl Kurgh? Boom. Kang-woo jumped high into the air and got on top of the gray-skinned demon. His feet were on the demon's shoulders and he crouched to grab the demon's head with both hands. I hope my feelings. Kang-woo pointed the black blade shooting from the back of his hand at the demon's ear. Reach you with this. Gahhh. The blade made with demonic energy ripped through the demon's ear, blood spewing from it. Kang-woo brought his mouth close to the gash. Hoop, he inhaled as much air as possible and shouted with all his might, "Excuse me. Can you hear me? Kurgh, get off me. Get the hell off of me." The gray-skinned demon writhed as Kang-woo's thunderous voice burst like an explosion. The pain from getting his eardrums torn apart and the human's thunderous roars scrambled his brain. Please answer me if you can hear my voice. Gahhh. Still nothing. And my feelings haven't reached you yet. Stop. Stop yelling, you who does not answer. When will you turn to me? I can hear you loud and clear. Why you can hear my voice. I wasn't alone, yes. I've been able to hear you loud and clear from the very beginning. From the beginning. Kang-woo's eyes widened in shock. Why did you fucking ignore me, you piece of shh? Kang-woo swung down the black blade at the demon's head, splitting the rock-like head in half and scrambling the demon's brain. The gray-skinned demon fell to his knees and collapsed. I guess he only looked strong. Kang-woo jumped down from the demon's shoulders. He assumed the demon was strong since he was massive and had rock-like gray skin, but ended up being far weaker than expected. Well then, Kang-woo turned to the two demons trembling in fear. One was much more slender than he was, and the other was a hideous demon with squirming tentacles. Thank you for saving us, the slender demon shouted. What are you talking about? Pardon, I'm gonna be killing you guys too. Kang-woo turned away from the gray-skinned demon with a hole in his head and walked toward the slender demon. And no way, the slender demon's expression turned pale, and he embraced the demon smaller and more delicate than him. She was only as big as an elementary or middle schooler by human standards. He called her his little sister, I believe. Kang-woo clicked his tongue after remembering the slender demon's conversation with the gray-skinned demon. He withdrew the authority of blades and patted the slender demon's shoulder. I'm joking, man. Kang-woo wouldn't gain much demonic energy from eating these two demons, since they were getting their asses beat by this huge moronic demon. He shook his head as he stared at the gray-skinned demon on the ground, who was below the average demon of the ninth hell. Eating demons who were no match for such a demon was worse than feeding crumbs to the Authority of Predation. If that's the case. Kang-woo looked down at the crying demons whose expressions were full of hope. They mentioned this was their territory. Hell was no different from Earth in this aspect. The weak tend to stick together. Kang-woo stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. They were worse than a snack to him, but it would be a different story if many of them were gathered in one area. Just like how you gather and eat the crumbs remaining in a potato chip bag at the end. Kang-woo chuckled with shining eyes. Thank you very much. The slender demon bowed deeply. My name is Firein. This is my little sister Fel. Come on, Fel, introduce yourself. Firein turned and extended his arm toward the succubus named Fel. She grabbed Firein's hand and struggled to stand up. My name is Fel. Thank you very much for saving us. The wound on her chest remained, but it did not seem to be fatal, as if to show she was still a demon of the ninth hell. Thank you, Kang-woo couldn't help but chuckle. It was his first time hearing those words despite being stuck in hell for 9 millennia. They're a little different from the average demon. Normal demons would have stayed on high alert regardless of whether Kang-woo saved their lives or not. No, even if they thanked him, their expressions would have been full of fear. But most of all, wait, little sister, according to Balrog, demons were born from a black rift known as the seed of demonic energy. In other words, there were no blood ties between demons. That is because they are halves. Balrog, who had been behind a rock observing Kang-woo's battle, slowly walked out. Eek. An archdemon. Hiccup, Firen screamed in pallor as soon as he saw Balrog. He reflexively embraced, fell tightly, and stepped backward. Balrog's expression slightly crumpled as he stared at them. What are halves? Something like half-human, half-demon? Kang-woo asked. No, Balrog shook his head. Humans are practically a myth in the Nine Hells. There is no way something like a half-human, half-demon would exist. Then what? Simply speaking, halves refer to demons born from the reproduction between demons. Most demons were born from the seed of demonic energy, but that did not mean demons couldn't reproduce. They were rare, but demons born naturally from reproduction existed. Then why are they called halves? Aren't they demons all the same? Kang-woo tilted his head, unable to understand. Whether a demon was born through reproduction or from the seed of demonic energy, they were demons nonetheless. Half does not mean the blood of something other than a demon is mixed with demon blood. Balrog turned to stare at Firen and fell with deeply sunken eyes. The two demons trembled in terror as they hugged each other. Balrog continued, "They are called halves because they are half-baked demons." His eyes carried a clear sense of contempt as he looked down at the two demons. Side Story Chapter 130, Thousand-Year War, Part 3, Half-Baked Demons. In other words, demons born naturally through reproduction were flawed compared to demons born from the seed of demonic energy. Kang-woo stared at the two trembling demons. I can't tell based on appearance. The only physical feature he noticed was that they looked fairly young. What's the difference? Kang-woo asked. Balrog groaned as he scratched his chin. You made your way from the first hell to the ninth hell, correct? Yeah, wasn't that the reason why you approached me? In that case, have you ever met a child demon during your journey? What, of course come to think of it. None of the demons I've met were children. Kang-woo tilted his head in confusion. He had encountered and eaten countless demons in the 9 millennia he had been in hell, to the point that a sea of demonic energy so vast that he couldn't even begin to contain had formed inside him. But none of them were children. He had often seen infantile demonic beasts but never a child demon. He had never noticed because he never thought about it, but thinking back on it now, it was logically impossible. Demons born from the seed of demonic energy are born in an adult state, Balrog remarked. They're adults from the moment they're born, correct. They of course lack intelligence and other aspects that require experience, but they are born with a prime physical form. In other words, Balrog was already a 5-meter muscly monster from the moment he was born. It's a bit disgusting to think about. Kang-woo got goosebumps just thinking about a 5-meter muscly monster looking around with the sparkling eyes of a baby. But halves are different, said Balrog, looking down at the two demons with statures far more slender than the average demon. Halves are born young and grow to become a complete demon. Aha, halves needed to grow to become strong. Such a flaw was fatal in the world of demons where strength decided everything. Is that why they're called halves? Kang-woo asked. There is that too, but there is something more decisive. What, there's more, said Kang-woo as he feigned laughter. Halves, Balrog narrowed his eyes and stared at the halves in contempt, do not desire. No, it is more accurate to say that they desire something else. In exchange for being immortal, demons instinctively desired things so that they did not go insane from eternal life. It could be for pleasure in battle, great strength, or insurmountable authority. Whatever it was, the endless desire acted as their drive to live on. To a demon, desire was what gave their lives meaning and the root of their existence. Something else? Kang-woo asked. Halves desire others. They are driven by bonds with other demons instead of their own benefit in lives. To put it simply, they are altruistic. Oh, an altruistic demon, one who cared more about other demons than themselves. Sure sounds like a half-baked demon. It was a fatal flaw as a demon. So that's why the gray-skinned demon and Balrog were staring at the halves like that. The severity of Balrog's contempt was less than what the gray-skinned demon expressed, but it was contempt nonetheless. But it still doesn't quite make sense. Didn't you also fight for your master with your life? Although Balrog survived and was reduced to a remnant, he was following Kang-woo to one day fulfill his revenge against Baal for Beelzebub. It was more than enough to be called altruistic. You have a point. Right, but it is also incorrect. I swore allegiance to my master because that is my desire. What's the difference? Whether someone helped others for themselves or the sake of others, it did not change the fact that they were helping others. The source of their desires was different, but the result was the same. The difference is, no, forget it. There's no point even if the proof of the pudding is in the eating. Kang-woo couldn't care less whether or not the halves were discriminated against by the demons. Pudding, what is that? Probably what your brain is made out of. What? Never mind. Kang-woo cut Balrog off and walked toward the two demons named Firen and Fell. You said something about this place being our territory, right? Why yes, Firen nodded as he hiccuped. Kang-woo smiled. How many are there in your territory? About 300. It was quite a large number since demons usually did not stick together. How many of them are halves like you? Most of us are halves. Most of you? Yes. How is that possible? Kang-woo tilted his head in wonder. Since halves were demons born naturally through reproduction, the demons who gave birth to them should at least be regular. Demons usually abandon their children once they give birth to them. What? Kang-woo was left wide-eyed, flabbergasted by Balrog's explanation. The parents abandon their children after giving birth to them? Correct. Why? What do you mean why? Children are but a byproduct of lust. Why would anyone waste their energy and time to raise those tiny weaklings? Confucius would slap his balls in disbelief if he heard that. Kang-woo chuckled as Balrog stared at him as if he were the weird one. So this is Hell's childcare system. It seemed Korea was still a far better place to live in than Hell. Well, anyway, Firein, right? Why yes, tell me where your territory is, I'll take you there. You will. Kang-woo nudged the dead gray-skinned demon with his foot and said kindly, you could come across assholes like this guy if you linger around here again, right? He needed to make sure that he didn't garner suspicion if he wanted to devour their entire village. Thank you very much, Firein bowed with a pure smile. Kang-woo smiled back. I will lead the way, Firein shouted. Oh, just a second. Kang-woo turned around and walked back to the gray-skinned demon's corpse. Let me eat this before we go. Pardon? Kang-woo's palm split open and from it flowed black mucus covered in sharp teeth covering the demon's corpse. Crunch, crunch, the sound of bones breaking echoed. This way. Kang-woo followed Firein to the Have's territory after devouring the gray-skinned demon's corpse. The village of the Haves was inside a large cave beyond a convoluted rocky range. Inside the cave were poorly built huts and little demons were running around playing. Ha! Kang-woo couldn't help but chuckle as he looked around the village. So this is what he meant by different. Kang-woo immediately understood what Balrog had said. Kai-ha-ha-ha, hey, stop right there. Heh, over here. The faces of the little demons playing in the cave were bright, and the demons that looked slightly older were looking over the little demons with warmth. This is a demon village. Kang-woo had been to other demon villages. After all, powerful demons desired authority and were bound to grow their forces. However, the demon villages Kang-woo had been to did not feel as warm as this one. They had all been cold and wretched. Demons living in those villages were but slaves submitting to a powerful demon. The expressions of those slaves were always of either rage or resentment. Some were even left lifeless after their desires were taken away from them. Firein, you're back from patrol. Was everything human? The demons who gathered once Firein returned to the village stared at Kang-woo wide-eyed. Their eyes carried senses of curiosity of caution but no hostility. My god, Kang-woo had never experienced something like this in Hell before. Most demons usually attacked him, calling him things like a puny life form. Wow, I've never seen a human in real life before. But is he really a human? I feel a familiar energy from him. And me too, I can feel demonic energy from him. The little demons clamored as they surrounded Kang-woo. Kids, you're bothering him. Come here. The demons who seemed older than the others pulled the clamoring little demons away as they stole glances at Kang-woo, their eyes carrying a hint of fear for an outsider. The awkward air only lasted for a moment. Boom, boom, eek, Asian archdemon, BALROG, it's BALROG. KYH, call the village chief, hurry. What is Beelzebub's chief commander doing here? The entire village fell into panic once Balrog, who had been following Kang-woo from a distance, entered the cave. The Haves pulled on their hair and ran around the cave. What a crazy reaction. It went to show how highly renowned Balrog was in the ninth hell. How noisy. Balrog frowned and brought out his demonic energy. Hiccup, you are Gurg, please spare our lives. The demons got on their knees and bowed with their heads on the ground. Some of them even had their eyes rolled backward as they mumbled incomprehensibly. Everyone, don't worry. They will not harm us, shouted Firein as he stepped forward. They won't, there's no way. The other demons stared at Balrog in disbelief. Haves were subjects of disgust and disdain to other demons. There were even demons who went out of their way to search for and kill Haves out of disgust. Hence, there was no way a demon wouldn't kill Haves despite being right in front of him. Balrog looked around and remarked, the boy is right. I have zero interest in Haves like you, however, Rumble, the demonic energy bursting from him shook the surroundings. That is only if you do not annoy me with your screams. MMRP. Hiccup, the demons shut their mouths with their hands and trembled in pallor. Kang-woo feigned laughter as he looked at the demons stricken with terror. What a fucking sight. He found it rather comedic to see hundreds of hideous demons trembling in fear. Hey Balrog, fuck off over there, you're scaring them. Kang-woo would be troubled if they were to run away. I have no reason to listen to the likes of you, Balrog muttered as he glared at Kang-woo fiercely. You said you'd cooperate, didn't you? Is this what you call cooperation? Balrog sighed without refuting and walked out of the cave. This way, Sir Kang-woo, I will introduce you to the village chief, mumbled Firein, likely terrified by Balrog's immense energy. Kang-woo nodded and followed behind Firein. Is there a way to devour them all in one go? The Haves were so weak that he doubted whether they were demons of the ninth hell or not, but there were too many of them. He had no way to catch them all if all 300 of them were to scatter in different directions, and I wouldn't get much demonic energy if I only eat a few of them. They were like a white elephant. Just then, a demon walked out of the house at the deepest point of the cave. Firen, who are these people? His voice was so gentle that it was hard to believe it came from a demon. The village chief was a fully mature demon, unlike the other demons of the village. His left arm was abnormally swollen with muscles compared to his dried-up right arm. That's a leader of a group for you. The village chief's demonic energy was far stronger than that of the other halves, but that's all there is to it. Kang-woo could take him with his current strength. Village chief. They saved me and fell. They saved you. Firen explained to the village chief what happened. His expression was as hard as rock initially but sighed in relief as the explanation continued. Thank you for saving these children. I am Xperrif, the chief of this village. Xperrif bowed courteously and extended his dried-up right arm. Kang-woo grabbed Xperrif's hand. My name is Kang-woo. I have heard the rumors about the human defeating countless demons from the first hell aiming to reach the ninth hell. Xperrif seemed to know about Kang-woo. He nodded. Xperrif sighed deeply and dropped his shoulders. Hey, yet another attack. How many times has it been this month? Kang-woo's eyes shone. Does this happen often? He asked. Yes, countless demons despise halves. We'll have to move our village again soon. Kang-woo thought of an idea as he thought about what Xperrif said. Wait a second. The village was the target of the demons' hatred and the halves were being endlessly attacked. I can use this, can't I? Kang-woo smiled like a farmer who found a goose that laid golden eggs. Side Story Chapter 131, Thousand-Year War, Part 4. Kang-woo had yet to become one of the strong in the ninth hell. He was stronger than the average demon, but in the ninth hell, there existed demons that far surpassed what the demons of other floors could ever imagine. The 7 princes of hell were one thing, but the archdemons who were granted powers from the princes were also unimaginably powerful. I need time. Kang-woo needed time to devour demons using the authority of predation and safely grow stronger. In that sense, the Halves village was the perfect place to do so, since there's no way the princes of hell or the archdemons would go out of their way to come here. Apex predators like lions and tigers wouldn't waste time hunting for grasshoppers or ants. The ones who usually preyed on the weak were not those all-powerful, but those just a little stronger than the weak, just like the gray-skinned demon Kang-woo had just faced. How often do other demons attack the village? It depends. They usually attack about 2 to 3 times a week, but the frequency of their attacks has been increasing. The other mature demons and I have been working together to fend them off somehow, but we are reaching our limit. 2 to 3 times a week. It was not enough time to gather people for an attack, but if the number of attacks had been increasing, it meant that information about the Halves' location had spread to other demons. There will be more demons coming to attack. Xperrif was planning on moving their village elsewhere, but Kang-woo wouldn't have that. This is a chance. It was a chance to grow stronger safely, away from powerful demons. A free, luxurious, endless buffet just for him. Instead of moving your village, why don't I protect this village? Kang-woo suggested. Pardon? Xperrif was left wide-eyed by the unexpected suggestion. You will protect this village. The mood turned heavy as Xperrif's eyes filled with caution. It was only natural, whether it be earth or hell, there existed no such thing as goodwill with no reason for it. Why would you go out of your way to do such a thing? Xperrif asked. Because it would help me. Kang-woo knew Xperrif wouldn't believe bullshit like being unable to endure the demon's unfair slaughter of the Halves. It would help you. You said you have heard rumors about me, right? Ah, yes, I have. I can acquire demonic energy by eating demons. Kang-woo had no reason to hide the authority of predation's power. Not only had he used it far too much to hide it, but there was no reason to in the first place. Letter 16B1 in that case. Yes, my objective is to grow stronger by eating the demons who attack this village. So you are planning to use us as bait? Exactly. However, it's not like you're getting the short end of the stick, right? Just from how the huts in the cave look, it doesn't seem like you've been here for long. Aren't you tired of the life of fleeing despite managing to find a decent place to call home? I have the power to protect this village from other demons. Xperrif turned to look at Firen. He's right, Sir Kang-woo defeated the demon who attacked us with just 2 blows. Even considering that demons who usually attack the village were only at intermediate to lower intermediate level, it was not easy to defeat them with just 2 blows. He is at least upper intermediate level, perhaps even higher. The gears in Xperrif's head turned rapidly, balancing a scale between abandoning the village they had just built or letting Kang-woo protect their home. Abandoning. Yet another place. It was no simple feat to abandon a hideout they had barely managed to find. No, they could deal with it if it was only difficult, but 300 halves moving as a group was bound to draw attention. Even moving to this cave had cost the lives of 40 halves. Kang-woo's offer was almost irresistible. Even so, I cannot let you use the residents of this village as bait, Xperrif said firmly. Encouraging demons to attack by using the halves as bait was far too risky. In the worst-case scenario, the entire village could be wiped out. I see. Kang-woo stared at Zepar, who was more steadfast than he had expected, and pulled out his trump card. Right, come to think of it, I forgot to tell you something. Pardon, what is it? He is not here right now, but I have Balrog as my bodyguard. What? Zepar sprang up from his seat with his eyes widened. Likely everyone in the ninth hell knew the name Balrog, the demon powerful enough to stand against the princes of hell. Zepar couldn't understand why an archdemon like Balrog, the red monster a cut above the other archdemons who had been granted powers from the princes of hell, would be protecting a human. Firen raised his hand and shouted, He's telling the truth, Sir Kang-woo was traveling with Balrog. Even without Firen to corroborate, several halves had seen Kang-woo command Balrog to stand by outside the cave. Be Balrog? Zepar walked to the entrance of the cave in disbelief. Gasp! A 5-meter giant covered in red muscles was silently sitting outside the cave with his eyes closed. What do you think? Asked Kang-woo, who followed Zepar out of the cave and smiled. Is that enough to change your mind? Zepar's lips quivered in silence. Right then. Why don't you show us to our quarters? Kang-woo turned around to go back into the cave with a smile. After all, Zepar's answer was already decided. After that, Kang-woo spent his days in the Have's village and hunted demons that invaded the territory. As expected, the hunting went smoothly. He sent the Haves to scout the area, and if they found a demon who trespassed the territory, Kang-woo stepped up personally to hunt them. The demons who invaded the Haves' territory were at intermediate to lower intermediate level, and their numbers were also perfect. Burp! Kang-woo pounded on his stomach after devouring 2 trespassing demons with the Authority of Predation. He was brimming with demonic energy as if he had a nice hot meal, but these guys sure don't get tired of this shit. Kang-woo clicked his tongue as he picked up the 2 demons' weapons. The demons' contempt for the Haves was beyond severe. They don't just find them unpleasant. To make a comparison, it was like finding a cockroach in one's bedroom. Forget displeasure or discomfort, one would be so resentfully vehement about killing the cockroach that they would even burn down the house if needed. Demons likely saw Haves as cockroaches. No, worse than that. People usually avoided cockroaches, but demons were searching every nook and cranny to kill them as if they were part of Sesko. There's a rumor among demons that a disease will spread throughout hell if the Haves aren't hunted down, said Firen, who volunteered to act as bait with a bitter smile. Disease? What disease? One that eliminates desire. Although of course no such disease has ever been recorded. Desire was crucial for demons to endure immortality, hence, the elimination of desire was no different than a death sentence. If their desires vanished, every demon would go insane from lethargy within a century. They sure care about their well-being despite looking fucking disgusting. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and shook his head. Whatever the case, it didn't matter to him since he could hunt safely thanks to it. This must be how ancient people felt when they figured out agriculture. He was brimming with freedom now that he was staying in one place with a stable food supply instead of roaming all over the place. Right, let's go back. Yes, sir, Firen followed behind Kang-woo with a smile. Kang-woo found Firen following him like a puppy rather cute since he had rarely seen a demon smaller than him in hell. He smiled gently as he extended his arm to place his hand on Firen's head but flinched as his expression froze. Sir Kang-woo, it's nothing, let's go. Kang-woo awkwardly put down his hand he raised and walked in silence. Yara, it's Sir Kang-woo. Did you beat tons of baddies again today? The little demons surrounded Kang-woo as soon as he came back. Kang-woo's popularity in the village was skyrocketing as of late. It was only natural since he was defeating all the demons who had forced the residents to always be on the run, fearing for their lives. Firen, how was Sir Kang-woo today? The little demons asked Firen with sparkling eyes. Firen raised his head high despite not being the one to defeat the demons and shouted, Haha, he was amazing today as always. 2 demons invaded our territory, but he suddenly appeared from their shadows and just ripped one of them in half. Wow, what then? What happened next? It was weird seeing children admiring brutal murder, but they were demons, not humans. They would naturally be fascinated by extreme violence. I mean, I was kind of like them when I was a kid. But of course, it was violence in games or anime. Just as Kang-woo chuckled and was about to go back to the hut Zepar had prepared for him, a little demon with 4 horns and memorable purple skin grabbed his clothes. Sir Kang-woo, huh? The child twisted as if he needed to pee and said cautiously, we're going to play hide and seek and I was wondering if you wanted to join us. Playing hide and seek in hell was so unimaginable that Kang-woo couldn't even laugh. Kid, why yes? Do you seriously think I'm here to play hide and seek with damn brats like you? Kang-woo fiercely glared at the purple-skinned child. The little demon was brought to tears by Kang-woo's harsh words. I'm sorry, if you are then fuck off. Kang-woo violently pushed away the child. Sniff, I'm sorry. The purple-skinned little demon who fell to the ground bowed repeatedly in tears. An off emotion he had never felt since entering hell spread throughout Kang-woo. He shook his head and mumbled, fuck. Creak. He opened the door to his hut and entered. Inside was a poorly made small bed, a chair, and a table. Who? Kang-woo sighed as he sat down on the chair. He couldn't erase the sight of the crying little demon from his mind. Did something happen? Gyhhh. Kang-woo abruptly turned toward the source of the sudden voice. He saw Balrog's hideous face filling the hut's window. Why you fucking scared me? Why the fuck is he there? Tusk, a warrior must always be aware of his sir. Yeah, I get it. I'm gonna take a nap, so can you please fuck off? Kang-woo said as he glared at Balrog. Balrog paid Kang-woo no mind and asked in a low tone, how long are you planning on staying here, once I'm satisfied with the farming results? Farming, demon hunting. Wise choice, your current self needs to grow stronger. Shit man, you're backseating me now? Kang-woo chuckled as he leaned on his chair. I want to ask you something, ask away and fuck off. How can you? Be weak, what the fuck? No, I am not trying to pick a fight with you, Balrog clarified as he stared at Kang-woo, to be more exact, his chest with deeply sunken eyes. Despite possessing boundless demonic energy, how can you still be that weak? Kang-woo remained silent. Balrog was right, he was abnormally weak compared to the amount of demonic energy he possessed. However, he couldn't help it. The 10,000 demon core. He created 3 doors so that he wouldn't be corrupted by the sea of demonic energy. They were necessary seals that he had never opened, no, should never be opened. The 3 doors acted to contain the demonic energy he had accumulated so that it couldn't run rampant, but they also drastically reduced the amount of demonic energy Kang-woo could freely use. So, Kang-woo needed to continue devouring more and more powerful demons to increase the amount of demonic energy he could use even under the 10,000 demon cores restriction. That's none of your business, said Kang-woo in irritation. Balrog stared intently at Kang-woo for a few moments and then turned around to disappear. Heya, Kang-woo sighed and closed his eyes. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Who's there? May I come in? Someone stuttered from across the door. It was Fel. What is it? Fel carefully opened the door and entered the hut. She was smaller than Firen, had 6 eyes and squirming light green tentacles for hair. That's a succubus, Kang-woo couldn't help but sigh again. I've brought you some tea, Fel remarked. Tea? There's tea in hell, yes, made by boiling dried bloodlight plants. There was a red liquid in a bumpy cup. I've never heard of something like this being in hell. The concept of food and drinks did not exist for most demons since they did not require sustenance, resulting in the atrophy of their taste buds. Hee. My mother used to love this. Fel was saying it with a smile, but she was likely abandoned by her demon mother. Kang-woo felt an inexplicable sense of displeasure. I don't want it, he replied coldly. Oh. I'm sorry, Fel bowed repeatedly like the purple-skinned little demon earlier. I'll take it back. She turned around to leave the hut. Wait, Kang-woo said on impulse. Give it here, pardon, I said give it here. Oh, why yes, sir, Kang-woo took the cup Fel handed him. He took a sip of the tea and was attacked by an inexplicably dirty flavor. It was sour, bitter, and sticky. What do you think? Fel asked anxiously with her fists clenched. It's tra. Kang-woo was about to call it trash with a frown but stopped himself. The inexplicable emotion he had felt before was slowly crawling back up from inside him again. It's not bad, really, Fel smiled as brightly as a flower, but to Kang-woo with human beauty standards, her smile couldn't look any more hideous. Hee. I'll make you some again next time, she shouted as she ran out of the hut. Silence fell as Kang-woo was left alone in the hut. There was over half of the tea that Fel made remaining in the cup. For fuck's sake. It tastes like trash. Kang-woo gulped down the whole thing for some reason despite saying that. Sesko is a Korean pest control service. Side story chapter 132, Thousand-Year War Part 5. That village. Doesn't give off the vibe of hell, said Han Seala as she watched the footage. Lilith smiled and shrugged. Places like that do exist in hell, it's just that there aren't many of them. People commonly thought demons were monsters crazed by blood, slaughter, and greed, but they also felt various emotions like humans, especially halves who were born through reproduction. That aside, that son of a bitch Kang-woo was far more of an asshole back then, Cha Yeonju said as she chuckled and took a sip of beer. She couldn't believe the day when she would see Kang-woo as a saint had come. That was how harsh and hypersensitive he was. I don't know about that, remarked Seala. You don't think he's acting like an asshole? Yeonju's eyes widened, confused by what Seala was saying. Seala stared intently at Kang-woo on the screen and slowly reached out to him. Her fingers went through the holographic screen. He kind of changed from the moment he came to this village. He's always irritated and curses every day. He does, but I can't really explain it. Seala looked at Kang-woo frowning as he drank the tea that the succubus named Fel brewed for him. I think. He's smiling. Yeonju narrowed her eyes in silence. She examined Kang-woo on the screen intently, but he wasn't even grinning slightly. I can't tell. She scratched her head and opened another can of beer. Just then the footage fast-forwarded extremely quickly. What's wrong with this thing? Fragments of memories repeatedly appeared and disappeared. You're not the one doing this, right, Yeonju asked. Yeah. I don't know why it's doing this either. Lilith narrowed her eyes and tried to stop the video from skipping scenes, but the footage continued to be cut as it kept playing. Ah. Ciala expressed as she looked at the portions of footage that appeared piece by piece. As time passed, Kang-woo's expression was slowly changing to one that she was used to. The fast-forwarding footage returned to normal. "Oh, it's back to normal," said Yeonju. The three women leaned forward and focused on the video again. "Foolish halves," Kang-woo muttered, standing with his eyes closed at the center of the large cave lined with tidy, intricate huts. He continued, "It seems all you know how to do is hide like cockroaches." His low and chilling voice echoed throughout the silent cave. "Kah-kah-ha-ha-ha," Kang-woo laughed mockingly as he grabbed his stomach. He slowly opened his eyes and looked around, his eyes glinting chillingly. "All right, come out, damn weaklings." 3 minutes had passed, it was time for the hunt. "Wherever the hell you are," Kang-woo sprinted toward the cave wall. There was a little demon hiding in a crevice of a large rock that was barely visible due to the shade. Kang-woo smiled. "Gotcha, ho-ye," screamed a little demon whose head was covered in dry tree branches. "Why do you always find me first so quickly? Because your branches stick out wherever you hide." Kang-woo snickered as he patted the little demon's head. "Man, this always happens when you join us for hide and seek, Sir Kang-woo. Don't worry." Kang-woo turned away and looked around. "I'll find the others just as quickly." He could easily find a few brats even without using his authority. He sprinted through the cave and found little demons hiding under a hut or stuck to a stalactite. "Erg. That's Sir Kang-woo for you. I was sure we'd last at least 10 minutes. The little demons that were caught in an instant pulled on their hair and stomped their feet. "Heh. You're far too young to be able to hide from me, damn brats." Kang-woo burst into laughter. "Oh, come to think of it, where's Canal?" Canal was a purple-skinned demon with 4 horns on his forehead. The little demon who had fearlessly suggested Kang-woo join their hide-and-seek game 3 years ago despite not having been that long since he started living in the village. He never failed to join a game that Kang-woo played, but he was nowhere to be found today for some reason. Canal said he couldn't make it because he's busy with something today. Really? What could a brat who only plays and sleeps possibly be busy with? He said it was a secret, so I'm not sure. The little demon shook his head. Kang-woo shrugged and turned to go back to his hut. "Ah. One more game, Sir Kang-woo. We won't get caught this time for sure. Didn't you say that earlier as well?" Kang-woo smirked and shook his head. "I don't have the time to waste against brats, so I'm off. No fair, no quitting while you're ahead. I can't hear what a bunch of losers who lost in under 5 minutes are saying." "Arg." Kang-woo left the angry little demons behind and went into his hut. He sat on the ground as he trained to raise his demonic energy control when he heard a knock on his door. May I come in, Sir Kang-woo?" "Yeah, come in." He did not even need to think about who knocked on his door anymore. Fell entered his hut with a cup of tea. "Hee, I brewed some bloodlight tea for you again, Sir Kang-woo." "NGH." Kang-woo grimaced as he saw the red liquid in the cup. Is it not to your liking?" Fell trembled in surprise. Kang-woo chuckled and patted Fell's head, his fingers getting wrapped by her light green tentacles. "I'm just joking." It was true that he did not like it, but he couldn't bring himself to be honest to Fell when he saw her dejected face. "Sir Kang-woo." Fell looked up at Kang-woo and slightly blushed. Sir Kang-woo. "Yeah, what is it? Do you have, a demon that you, like?" "How could I?" Demons were extremely hideous by human standards, even more so if they were succubi. "Oh, I see, heh." Fell sprang up with a radiant smile. Enjoy your tea." The blushing Fell turned around and ran out, closing the door behind her. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and stared at the door. "You are rather popular among the haves." "Hhhhhh," Kang-woo screamed in surprise after hearing the low voice out of nowhere. He pointed at Balrog's hideous face filling the window frame and shouted, "I told you not to come out from there. You say that, but I cannot fit in this tiny hut." "I mean, you have a point there, but..." Kang-woo sighed and raised the cup Fell gave him. "I can never get used to this disgusting flavor." He grimaced and downed the red liquid. "Human," Balrog called. "What? How much longer are you planning to stay here?" Kang-woo flinched. He clenched his fists with a hardened face. "Once I'm satisfied with the farming Risu, no demon even comes anywhere near this territory anymore." Balrog was right. Over time, as Kang-woo killed every demon that even came close to the Have's village, it had practically become a forbidden area to enter like an ancient beast territory. Only a few demons had entered the territory near the village in the past few months, and all of them had entered by accident without knowing the Have's village was near. As Balrog said, there was no reason for them to stay in this village anymore. However, Kang-woo swallowed the words he was about to say and bit his lip. "I need time to prepare." "What? I gained a lot more demonic energy than I expected. I need more time to stabilize my power." Balrog remained silent. He then turned around and said, "Okay, in that case, human, I will leave this place in 1 week." "What? Why all of a sudden?" "Because I have nothing more to gain by staying here." Kang-woo stayed silent. His eyes glinted with a slight sense of hesitation, but he nodded lightly. "Okay, got it." An awkward silence fell between them. Boom, boom. Kang-woo could hear Balrog's footsteps getting fainter. Fuck, he cursed all alone in his hut. Fuck, fuck, fuck. He pulled on his hair and gritted his teeth. An unknown emotion was surging from inside him. No, it was not unknown. He knew better than anyone what emotion this was. Kang-woo was alone. He was suffering from solitude. Hell was so cold that he felt like he would freeze to death. It hurt so much that he felt like he was going insane. Hence, he decided he would get out one day. There was no special trigger for it. No event changed his life or shocked him so much that his views changed. Just like a drop of ink that spread throughout the water in a bottle, he simply ended up getting addicted to the emotion that was joy. This place was not cold, it was not lonely or painful. It was exactly for those reasons that Kang-woo ended up thinking, He wanted to keep staying here. Wham! Kang-woo's door suddenly swung open. "Sir Kang-woo," shouted Fire in pallor. "What's wrong?" asked Kang-woo as he quickly stood up. The thing is, well," tears continued to flow down Fire-in's cheeks. Kang-woo grabbed Fire-in's shoulders and said calmly, "Calm down and tell me what happened." Fire-in's panicked expression slowly relaxed. "The ones on patrol duty today," sniff K-Canal. Tears continued to flow down Fire-in's cheeks. The tears of demons were as transparent as those of humans. "They found Canal D dead." Kang-woo stayed silent. He lowered his hand that was on Fire-in's shoulders and stood up. He asked in a deep voice, "Where's the body?" Fire-in pointed outside the door. Kang-woo opened the hut door and walked outside to see halves gathered in a circle. He could hear crying from everywhere. "Move!" Kang-woo aggressively pushed the halves aside and walked forward. There he saw the trampled corpse of a young demon with twisted limbs, neck bent abnormally, the 4 horns on his forehead pulled out, eyes rolled backward and tongue out. Sniff! Wah! The little demons burst into tears as they looked down at the wretched corpse. They were likely used to the death of others and losing people, but it did not mean the loss did not hurt them. Loss was always painful, whether they were humans or demons. Kang-woo frowned fiercely and glared at the halves. "Stop crying and shut up, brats," hiccup. The surprised halves stepped backward. Kang-woo slowly extended his arm and touched Canal's corpse. The body was cold, a familiar sensation. "Where?" Kang-woo asked as he turned to the halves on today's patrol duty. "Where did you find him?" His low tone was as cold as Canal's body. Side Story Chapter 133, Thousand-Year War, Part 6. The giant rock, the red rock, was named so because it looked like a giant spreading its arms outward. Boom, boom, rumble, sonic booms echoed throughout the plain under the 400-meter-tall rock. Heya, heya. Kang-woo ignited the demonic energy he squeezed out with each step. His body screamed at him, barely keeping itself together against the supersonic speed. A massive sand pillar formed every time he stepped on the ground. Sand got into Kang-woo's mouth. He felt nauseous due to reaching speeds that transcended human limits, but he ignored it. "Found you." A demon was leisurely walking through the terrain of gravel-like sand behind the giant rock. He had black spikes protruding all over him like a hedgehog. He was 3 meters tall, slightly taller than the average demon. The demon's eyes shone after noticing Kang-woo. Well, well. So the information of a human being in the village of halves was true. The demon smiled. He seemed to have intruded on the territory knowing Kang-woo was in it. "I don't know where you came from, but you're in the right place." Kang-woo stopped and caught his breath. "Kahiha, good," the demon smiled and shrugged. "Then to commemorate our meeting, let me ask you something." Kang-woo cracked his knuckles and glared at the demon coldly. "Did you kill him?" "Kill who?" "The Tinky Winky with 4 horns. "Tinky Winky? Oh, are you talking about that half?" Kang-woo nodded. "Keh, yes, I killed him. I saw a filthy creature while I was surveying the area, so I cleaned it up." "Is that so?" That was all he needed to know. There was nothing more to ask. Boom! Kang-woo stomped his foot. He used the authority of haste as he crouched and ran as if sliding along the ground. His ankles. He examined the demon as he ran. The demon's ankles were not covered in black spikes. Swoosh! He placed his hand on the ground as he slowed down and spun his torso to kick as if he were breakdancing. Hoop! The demon jumped and smashed his fist down toward Kang-woo. No, it was more than just a fist. Since his entire body was covered in black spikes, it was more like a spiked mace than a fist. Wham! Kang-woo rolled away to dodge the fist and stretched out his right arm while lying on the ground. Authority of shattering air. Blam! A sphere of demonic energy shot at the demon. Kurg! The demon crossed his arms to block the demonic energy bullet and was blown backward. He smirked in satisfaction. "You are powerful. Hard to believe that you are a human. You've never even seen other humans, so what the fuck do you know?" Kang-woo sprang up from the ground and widened his distance from the demon. "Who?" He was slightly out of breath after using 2 authorities one after another. He caught his breath and examined the demon. He couldn't help but frown. "He's strong." The demon was on another level compared to the other demons Kang-woo had hunted in this area for the past 3 years. "He's at least a high-level demon, perhaps higher." Kang-woo had only faced up to intermediate-level demons so far. Can I win? It was his first time facing a demon this powerful, excluding Balrog. He had spent the past 3 years hunting demons and accumulating demonic energy, but felt like the pressure was crushing him after coming face-to-face with a high-level demon. Ha, Kang-woo chuckled after some short thought. Whatever the case, he couldn't avoid a battle after coming this far, hence thinking about his chance of victory was pointless. That aside, I am also quite curious. The demon tilted his head in wonder. Why are you protecting pathetic insects like halves despite holding this much power? Kang-woo flinched. He clenched his fists in silence. No intention of answering. Do you usually talk this much when you fight? Wow. If that's how you're going to be, what becomes of me for answering your question honestly? A dipshit for shit for brains, that's what. Fuck man, I can smell the shit in your head through your mouth. Kang-woo frowned and held his nose. The demon's eyebrows rose. Well, at least your manner of speech shows you're strong enough to survive in the ninth hell, said the demon in slight anger and crouched. No, it was more apt to say he curled up into a ball. He looked like a chestnut burr but 1,000 times larger. Kehahaha, show me that your strength doesn't fall behind your manner of speech. The demon's laughter echoed as he rolled on the ground. Rumble. The demon, covered in black spikes, rolled as he destroyed the rocks in his path. Shit. Kang-woo frowned and ran to dodge the demon. There's no way to attack him. The demon looked a little funny, but since he had curled up into a spiky ball, there were no openings for attack. In that case, Kang-woo clenched his fists. If there were no openings, then he would just smash through it. I need to end it in one blow. He calmed his breaths and lowered his stance. He could only use the technique he was about to use once. If he didn't kill his enemy with it, he would be the one to die. Rumble, kahahaha, how long are you going to keep running? The train of death charged straight at him. Kang-woo put his right leg back and lowered his torso. Authority of shattering air. A sphere of demonic energy enveloped his fist. If it was just this, a cannonball of demonic energy would be shot at his enemy. Authority of titanic might. However, he merged one authority with another. The demonic energy inside Kang-woo was boiling like crazy. Blood came out of his mouth and wet his chest. Ha, do you seriously think you can take me head-on? The demon shouted arrogantly. Kang-woo focused the power of 2 merged authorities, a feat no one could have attempted. Sky. Kang-woo lowered his torso and pulled back his torso as far as he could. He stepped forward with his left foot and swung his right fist forward like an arrow being let loose from a bow. Breaker. The condensed demonic energy exploded. A wave of demonic energy that took the form of a colossal fist shot toward the demon. Gahhh. The wave of demonic energy destroyed the demon's black spikes and smashed into the demon curled up into a ball, crushing him like a baseball being hit with a bat in slow motion, sending the demon flying. Kurga, arg, the demon groaned as he flinched and died soon after. Heya, Kang-woo staggered toward the demon. He looked down at the dead demon and extended his arm to use the authority of predation. Crunch. The black mucus flowed out of his hand and ate the demon without leaving a trace. He had an authority, Kang-woo mumbled as he created a black spike. The demon's authority was called the Authority of Dark Spears. He used the Authority of Dark Spears a few times to get the hang of it and turned back to return to the village. Sir Kang-woo, did you find the demon who killed Canal? The halves, whose faces were covered in tears, rushed to surround him. Yeah, I killed him. Kang-woo walked past the halves after a concise answer. Canal's mangled body was still in the cave. He stopped in his tracks to stare at Canal's body and noticed fell crying miserably next to the body. Sniff, wow, it be because of me, sniff, Canal is. Kang-woo wondered what she was talking about. He approached the crying fell and realized why she was blaming herself after noticing what was in front of her. It was Canal's abnormally twisted right arm. He was clenching something in his right hand even when his limbs were being broken and his horns were pulled out. It was a red weed. Bloodlight plant. He must have gone out to pick those. Kang-woo didn't know whether Canal had gone out at Fell's request or of his own accord. He didn't even want to know. It wouldn't change the fact that he had left the cave like an idiot to pick a useless weed and died for it. Fucking idiot. Kang-woo turned away from the crying Fell and walked back out of the cave. He went far enough so the halves couldn't see him and looked up at the sky as he leaned on a rock. The sky in hell was as burning red as always. He let out the laughter he had been holding in all this time. After all, he couldn't be cackling in the cave where the mood was like that of a funeral home. He wasn't that shameless. Shit, this is awesome. What a fucking score. Kang-woo was lucky. It was his lucky day. A prey that had been scarce lately appeared out of nowhere, a high-level demon with an authority, no less. The harvest couldn't have been better. Damn, high-level demons sure give tons of demonic energy. The demonic energy he got from eating low to intermediate-level demons couldn't even come close to what a high-level demon offered. Kang-woo danced as he cackled. Biwehe. He burst into laughter and waved his arms in joy. Today was his lucky day. It was a good day. He was happy. Biwehe. It was only natural he would dance in joy. He would naturally wave his hands like a madman to celebrate his luck. BWE, heh, yes, he had exchanged the life of a mere insect of a brat for a priceless miracle. It was cause for celebration. And Kang-woo gritted his teeth, his head felt hot, his body was cold, it was freezing. It was so cold that he felt like he would freeze to death. F-U-C-K, wham. Kang-woo smashed his fist into the rock wall and panted heavily. WHY, 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 he shouted, asking a question he didn't even know who to. They've done nothing. They've done nothing wrong. The haves had done nothing wrong. The only thing wrong about them was that they were not demon-like. They haven't hurt anyone. It didn't matter even if no demon had been hurt by haves. All demons needed were prey that they could trample on however they liked. Kang-woo knew that and understood it. But, boo, why the fuck are you so goddamn eager to kill them? Whams, wham. Kang-woo punched the wall, rock dust showering him from above. I was wondering what all this noise was about. Someone said in a deep voice. Kang-woo turned to see a red, muscly demon looking down at him. Were you not the one who told me to stop with the pity show? Kang-woo kept silent. He glared at Balrog and muttered, fuck off. All you do is push others away, remarked Balrog as he sat next to Kang-woo. As if you're afraid of getting close to others. Kang-woo glared at Balrog ragefully. I never thought I'd get to hear something like that from a demon. Demons also have emotions. We have those we treasure and resent. Really. I never would have guessed. The demons Kang-woo had met so far were morons blinded by desire. Are you frustrated? Balrog asked. By what? By everything. Kang-woo tightened his lips. He clenched his fist smashed into the rock wall and answered tremblingly, yeah. He was so angry that he couldn't resist the urge. No, he didn't want to. I want to kill them all. In that case, said Balrog as he slowly turned his head to Kang-woo and said deeply, you become the king. 1. The demon understood Kang-woo because Tinky Winky's Korean name Kopotodoti Anus has the word purple in it. Side Story Chapter 134 Thousand-Year War, Part 7. Oh, Kang-woo's head went blank for a moment. He couldn't understand what Balrog was talking about. What? Kang-woo turned to Balrog wide-eyed. Balrog answered, you become the king of hell and change it. Ha, Kang-woo chuckled at the absurdity. Change what? The discrimination against the haves, the gazes of contempt and scorn, he burst into laughter. Fucking wow, we have a human rights activist over here, or should I say demon rights activist, becoming the king of hell for the poor haves and freeing them from discrimination and oppression. It couldn't sound like more of a damn joke. Why the fuck should I? Kang-woo was indeed shocked by Kanal's death and enraged by how the demons treated haves like insects. However, he had no reason to become the king of hell for them. He had no desire to or the obligation. I am not telling you to become the king for the haves, Balrog clarified. Then what, if there is something you do not like or annoys you to the point that you can't contain your rage? Bang, Balrog stomped his foot and stood up. The towering 5-meter red demon looked down at Kang-woo. The only way to resolve it is to become the king. Power in the 9 hells was equivalent to absolute truth. If the haves were as strong as adult demons, they would not be discriminated against. The weak crawl, the defeated die. The only right the weak possess is to suffer. That is the only rule that exists in hell. Kang-woo stayed silent. So will you become king? Kang-woo averted his gaze from Balrog. His resolution of killing the princes of hell and returning to earth was unchanged, but becoming the king of hell was entirely a different matter. Power in hell did not refer to individual combat prowess. Combat prowess, authority, political power, and leadership all fell into power. A strong demon without authority was but a strong idiot. Authority without combat prowess was but a sand castle that could crumble at any moment. And one couldn't become king just because they had enough power to kill the princes of hell. One could only become king after reaching the pinnacle of all categories of power. It was not something an individual could accomplish. Accepting subordinates and growing one's army was the first step on the path to becoming the king of hell. No, Kang-woo shook his head without hesitation. He had no intention of accepting demon subordinates and gathering forces. Accepting a subordinate was no different from pledging that he would be responsible for paying the price of their loyalty. I'm sure it'd be possible to get someone's loyalty without a corresponding return and with no strings attached. Kang-woo could beat them up until they swore their allegiance or just threaten them with their life. But I doubt it'd last long. Earth's history has proven multiple times the wretched end that resulted from tyranny. To be a king, subjects needed to be unconditionally loyal to him. A king without loyal subjects did not deserve to be called a king. I don't want to become king, Kang-woo answered. You don't want to, Balrog chuckled. He shook his head and continued, you mean you don't have the resolve? Kang-woo flinched. Do you, a human, not have the confidence to earn a demon's allegiance? Or do you not have the confidence to gain enough power to surpass the princes of hell? Or, Balrog stared at Kang-woo coldly. Do you not have the confidence to be responsible for a life? Kang-woo bit his lip in silence. A crazy sense of displeasure and other disgusting emotions stormed in his mind. He recalled Canal's mangled corpse with his four horns pulled out and eyes rolled backward. The cold he felt from touching Canal's body spread through him like poison and froze him. I see, Balrog remarked. Kang-woo wondered what Balrog had realized. Balrog nodded and said, I will go. Go, where? To my hut, there is still a week left. Boom, boom, Balrog walked toward the cave. Kang-woo waited until he couldn't see him anymore. Fuck. He fell to the ground with his back on the rock wall. He placed his hands over his forehead and bit his lip. The plethora of unfamiliar emotions jumbled in his mind. He had never felt such emotions even on Earth. I should never have lived here. Kang-woo chuckled in self-hatred and stood up. His head felt like it was about to explode, but he couldn't waste time sitting around. He still had things to do. A high-level demon attacked our territory. Xperrif's expression hardened in disbelief. All demons carried contempt for halves, but only low or intermediate-level demons went out of their way to invade the halves' territory to kill them. High-level demons were powerful enough to have a place in the prince's armies. They did not waste time meaninglessly hunting halves. It's possible he was aiming for me. You, Sir Kang-woo? Yes. Kang-woo nodded and continued, the bastard knew I was here. I might have been the only reason he was even here. No way, Xperrif slurred in pallor. He said reluctantly after some thought, in that case, it seems we have no choice but to leave this place. They did not know for sure if the high-level demon was here for Kang-woo, but as long as there was a possibility, it was far too dangerous to stay in this cave. Yes, you will have to get ready to leave, Kang-woo remarked. What about you? Of course I will accompany you until you find a new hideout. Xperrif's expression hardened. He thought about the meaning behind Kang-woo's words. Are you perhaps leaving us? Kang-woo nodded in silence. He wanted to stay in the village longer. No, he wanted to be with them forever. I can't. Kang-woo shook his head to shoo away the temptation. This place was far too different from the hell he had experienced until now. It was not cold, lonely, or painful. That's exactly why I have to leave. He couldn't stay here any longer. I understand. Xperrif slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Kang-woo. He smiled brightly in a way that one wouldn't think he was a demon and said, Thank you very much for protecting this good-for-nothing village all this time. If it weren't for you, we would have continued to spend every day trembling in fear. Kang-woo was about to say something but stopped himself. He grabbed Xperrif's hand and shook it. Unlike his abnormally muscular left arm, his right arm was pitifully withered. I will tell the children to pack their things, Xperrif said. Okay, Xperrif went outside. Kang-woo, left alone in the hut, looked around with a blank gaze. 3 years? He had spent the past 3 years in this hut, the first place he thought of as home ever since he fell into hell. It was only 3 years. The 3 years he spent here were far more memorable than the 9 millennia of his desperate struggles to survive. He felt like they would be engraved into his memories forever. But I have to go, Kang-woo stood up. Since Balrog said he was going to leave in 1 week, he might also have to bid him farewell. It's okay. He just needed to go back to his life several years ago, the life he had experienced for millennia, where all he thought about was staying alive, with just the thought of returning to Earth driving him. He just needed to go back to the life he was all too familiar with. I can do it. He would survive like he had always done, no matter how wretched and desperate it was. Forward, he would walk forward. Geez, I guess I should pack up too. Kang-woo had a few things to pack as well since he had spent 3 years in the same place. Oh, his expression froze when he saw the old cup on his table as he was packing things into his bag. It was the cup Fel used to brew him tea with the bloodlight plant. He was about to pack it as well but stopped himself. I won't need it anymore. Kang-woo wouldn't need to taste that disgusting tea anymore either. They were going to leave as soon as preparations were complete, and he was going to leave the halves once he found them a secure hideout. Shatter. He crushed the cup in his hand. The cold fragments poked his hand. He brushed them away and wore the bag. Creak. Kang-woo opened the door and came out of the hut. Sir Kang-woo, is it true that you're leaving us? Fire-in and Fel approached him in tears. Kang-woo smiled faintly and patted the 2 demons' heads. I'll be with you until we find a new hideout. No way, sniff Waria. Fel burst into tears as she grabbed Kang-woo's clothes. Tears flowed from her 6 eyes. Sniff. Please don't go, Sir Kang-woo. Fel's appearance did not look hideous to Kang-woo at this moment for some reason. You guys hurry and pack your things too. Yes, sir. Sniff, sniff. Fire-in and Fel nodded in tears. Ha. Kang-woo sighed deeply and turned to the cave entrance. He noticed someone standing at the entrance. It was not Balrog, it was a demon far smaller, close to Kang-woo's size. Who is that? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and stared at the unknown demon that appeared at the entrance. He couldn't tell what the demon looked like because he was shrouded in darkness. All he could see were 2 shining yellow eyes. Sir Kang-woo, a demon. A strange demon appeared. The little demons near the entrance shouted as they pointed at the demon. Wait, a chilling sense of uneasiness traveled down his back. I found you. The demon at the cave entrance took a step forward. Slash, Ariak, Kayaya. The little demons pointing at the demon were sliced into pieces as they screamed. Heya, heya, Kang-woo panted heavily and stepped backward wide-eyed. He could barely breathe, his teeth clacked loudly. His mind had turned blank and he couldn't even think. His legs were shaking so much that he felt like he was about to collapse any second. Allow me to introduce myself. At the entrance was, I am death, I am the end. I am the father of all wrath and I am wrath itself. I am, despair itself, Satan. Side Story Chapter 135, Thousand-Year War, Part 8. Kang-woo's brain froze. He could barely comprehend what he had just heard. His heart was pounding like crazy. Satan, one of the 7 princes of hell, the demon of wrath. Why is Satan? Kang-woo stepped backward. He did not even need to compare his strength against the enemies. He would undoubtedly die if he were to fight against Satan. He had no chance of victory. I have come in search of you. Satan raised his arm shrouded in darkness and pointed at Kang-woo. His voice echoed directly throughout Kang-woo's head instead of sound waves entering the ears. In search of me? Yes, Satan replied and nodded. Kang-woo bit his lip. It didn't matter why Satan was here for him. What mattered was that Satan was here. Heya, heya, Kang-woo panted heavily. He did not have to think long before he turned to scream to the halves. Are you? Sir Kang-woo, what's going on? Shut the hell up and run right now. Kang-woo pushed the halves who were still disoriented from the chaos. The halves soon turned around and began to run to the back of the cave. Kang-woo also ran behind them. Xperrif, where's the emergency exit? He had once heard from Xperrif that he had created an emergency exit just in case. Over there, hurry, Kang-woo looked back as he frantically ran. He didn't know if Satan had no intention of chasing them or was just full of leisure, but Satan was simply standing still and staring at Kang-woo. Shit, Kang-woo's thoughts were so entangled that he could barely think. That's a prince of hell. He understood why Balrog had been so lost for words when he learned of Kang-woo's goal. A prince of hell was the essence of calamity. I can't win. Kang-woo could instinctively tell even if he didn't want to. The princes of hell couldn't be defeated. They were not born to be defeated. They were born to rule as absolute entities. I was trying to fight demons like that. Kang-woo could only call himself insane for daring to try such a thing. He could only imagine how much Balrog mocked him in his head. His blazing fury and desire to return to Earth were extinguished in a flash from the moment he came face to face with a prince of hell. Heya, heya, this way, Xperrif shouted, pointing at a hole he had dug at the end of the cave. Get in, what about why? I'll get in once everyone does, so just get the fuck in there. Kang-woo pushed Fel, who was staring anxiously at him, into the hole. The halves went in one after another. Huff huff, Kang-woo looked back as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Satan was still nowhere in sight. Hurry, 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 anxiety was burning him from the inside. We're all out, Xperrif said from inside the hole. Kang-woo also crawled into the hole and came out to a terrain filled with tall, sharp rocks. This way, Xperrif shouted as he pointed at an escape route he had made at the opposite side of the cave entrance. Kang-woo followed after the halves and came out of the windy escape route. So this is where you were. However, they came across another demon. He had 8 black wings on his back, skin so pale and lips so blue that one would think he was dead. His prideful eyes gazed at Kang-woo. Lucifer, Xperrif said in pallor. Lucifer, the prince of pride, yet another prince of hell had appeared after Satan. Why? Kang-woo couldn't understand why 2 of the princes of hell were in one place when it was a rarity to meet one even after millennia in the 9th hell. Are you the human named Kang-woo? Lucifer slightly raised his head and looked down arrogantly at Kang-woo. His eyes carried an unconcealed sense of disappointment. I bothered to come all the way here after hearing you were on the same path as Baal, but what a disappointment. He frowned as he stared at the trembling Kang-woo. Fuck. Kang-woo's teeth clacked noisily due to the pressure crushing him. Pull yourself together. It was not the time to be frozen in fear. He needed to move to survive. Kang-woo looked around and quickly raised his right arm. Authority of shattering air. A sphere of demonic energy was shot at a tall rock wall. Rumble, countless rocks plummeted toward Lucifer. Run! Kang-woo did not expect a prince of hell to die from such a meaningless attack. He turned to run in the opposite direction as soon as the rocks fell. Heya, heya, Sir Kang-woo. Fel was panting heavily as she staggered, about to collapse at any second. Kang-woo grabbed her and ran like crazy. Huff huff, Kang-woo would never get tired after running only this much, but the psychological pressure of being chased by princes of hell drastically drained his stamina. Please, please. He continued to run as he prayed to God despite never believing such an entity existed since he fell into hell. They escaped the rocky region and saw a plain of red sand. No, to be more exact, the army of demons covering the plain of red sand. Oh, is that the rumored human? Phew, the hell, I was expecting someone like Baal, but it's just a human with some demonic energy. A demon in a wheelchair made of white bones and a morbidly obese demon were cackling as they stared at Kang-woo. Belphegor and Mammon. Zepar dumbfoundedly stared at the two demons at the army's vanguard. They were Belphegor, Prince of Sloth, and Mammon, Prince of Greed. Two of the 7 princes of hell who ruled the 9th hell were in one place. No, it wasn't just two. HMPH, I expected you bastards to be here as well. Step, step. Satan leisurely appeared from the right. Satan aside, Belphegor and Mammon, looks like you maggots joined forces. Flutter. Lucifer flew toward them from the left and frowned at Belphegor and Mammon. Pewhihihi, how could we hope to stand against the oh so high and mighty Satan and Lucifer if we don't join forces? I don't like it, but it makes sense to join forces in a situation like this. Mammon and Belphegor smiled nastily and glared at Satan and Lucifer. Kang-woo was simply frozen, unable to even think of running away. No, it was better to say he knew there was no point in running away. 4 princes, he mumbled, flabbergasted. 4 of the 7 princes of hell, the beings standing at the pinnacle of the 9th hell, were in one place. Why? His legs shook uncontrollably and he could barely breathe. He pinched his cheek like an idiot because of how unrealistic things were, but the nightmare before him did not disappear. That aside, you sure have brought a lot. Satan looked around at the army of demons behind Belphegor and Mammon, as well as Lucifer, who was standing alone. So have you, replied Lucifer as he smirked and glared at Satan. Thousands of demons flew down from between the tall rock upshoots and landed behind Lucifer. I guess I can't fool a prince's eyes. Satan nodded and spread out the darkness surrounding him. Satan's army rose from the ground covered in darkness resembling black ink. The armies of the 4 princes gathered in the vast plain. Now then. Satan leisurely turned, his eyes gleaming at Kang-woo, to be more exact, at the halves around Kang-woo. Why don't we eliminate the half-baked filth so that we can talk in peace? W8 as Satan suddenly vanished before Kang-woo could stop him and appeared behind a little demon trembling in pallor. It was a little demon with 3 branches growing all over him. Satan softly placed his hand over the little demon's head. My body. Crack, crack. The little demon stepped backward as he looked down at the spiderweb-like cracks forming on his body. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Please, save me, the little demon said as he stared at Kang-woo. He reached out toward Kang-woo and muttered, I don't want to shatter. The little demon was broken into tiny pieces from his fingers throughout his body. Yes, that human is all we need. Lucifer nodded and snapped his finger, forming black balls the size of a ping-pong ball in midair. They were shot at the halves' chests. I-hurts. The halves hit by the black ball were crushed as they were sucked into the ball as if it were a black hole. Arg. Kang-woo bit his lip as he bore witness to the slaughter. It was so overwhelming that he could only watch as the halves were brutally murdered. The princes of hell were so powerful that he couldn't even think of doing something. I have to run, he mumbled without realizing it. He had been running this whole time, but he meant it differently. I have to use this chance to run. He needed to use the halves as bait to run away. If he missed his chance to run, he would die. KYAHHH, SSRKNGWoo, please save US. The halves' screams echoed inside his head. They desperately pleaded for Kang-woo's help as they were brutally killed by Satan and Lucifer. Fuck that, he had no way of saving them in this situation. One would have to be crazy to face the princes of hell. Kang-woo ignored the halves' screams and turned around, getting ready to leave as soon as possible before all the halves were killed. Just then, a red giant fell from the sky like a meteor. Kang-woo turned to look back in shock. Balrog was leisurely cracking his knuckles as he stood in Satan and Lucifer's way. Is slaughtering halves all you came here to do as princes of hell? Balrog clicked his tongue mockingly. The title of the 7 princes of hell sure has been dragged through the mud. Balrog smiled widely, baring his sharp teeth. Side Story Chapter 136, Thousand-Year War, Part 9. Balrog, well, so this is where the remnant of Beelzebub has been this whole time. Lucifer and Satan's eyes shone with great interest. Balrog glared at the 2 princes of hell with deeply sunken eyes. If you call yourself a prince of hell, live up to its name. Your words hit quite heavy for a mere remnant. Lucifer chuckled coldly as he flapped his 8 wings. My words are not the only thing that is heavy. Balrog aggressively clenched his fists and grabbed a long whip blazing with red flames from his waist. I will admit you deserve to be called the strongest archdemon. Lucifer narrowed his eyes and slowly raised his left hand. However, dozens of black spheres appeared in front of his hand. It does not change that you are a mere archdemon. The fist-sized black spheres shot at Balrog. Balrog took a deep breath and crouched. His red muscles swelled to the point that they could burst. Rahhhh. Balrog's demon roar shook the earth as his whip enveloped in flames swept the surroundings. The spheres hit by the whip were redirected at Lucifer. Impressive, Lucifer stared at Balrog with his signature arrogance and chuckled mockingly. The black spheres melted away like snowflakes once they touched Lucifer's body. Gehahaha. Is that all you've got as a prince of hell? Balrog shouted as he charged. More, fire me up more. He burst into laughter as he crazily swung his whip. Fill the final moments of the great Balrog with blazing glory. Balrog sped across the earth as his surroundings shook. Lucifer chuckled as he watched Balrog approaching with tremendous energy. I see, Lucifer nodded as if he understood. You have already made this place your deathbed. A demon would be insane to face the princes of hell otherwise. Although Balrog was the most powerful archdemon, he was no match for a prince of hell. Not only that, but Lucifer was not the only one here. 4 out of the 7 princes of hell were present. Balrog had no chance of surviving this predicament. Jehihe, Balrog cackled, if I die against a prince of hell, I am sure that will be enough to satisfy my liege. Balrog stared blankly into space in sorrow and pulled himself together to charge at both Lucifer and Satan. Shockwaves shook the surroundings. Heya, O Kang-woo panted heavily as he watched the battle. Now's my chance. He clenched his fists and looked around. All 4 princes were focused on Balrog. This was the only chance he had to escape. I'll bring out as much demonic energy as possible and use the Authority of Haste and Authority of Shadows simultaneously. Kang-woo could travel through shadows with the Authority of Shadows and move at supersonic speeds with the Authority of Haste. Not even the princes of hell should be able to catch up to him if he used those 2 authorities simultaneously. I'll only have one chance. If the princes noticed that he was trying to escape, he wouldn't get a second chance. Kang-woo wiped the sweat off his forehead and calculated the ideal time to escape. Belphegor and Mammon's armies surrounded the area as Lucifer and Satan were busy massacring the halves. All the better for me. They likely had their guards down, thinking Kang-woo had nowhere to go. I'll use that lapse in caution. He would use the Authority of Shadows to move past the encirclement and the Authority of Haste to outrun his pursuers. It's perfectly possible. An encirclement was perfect for trapping a target but was terrible for pursuing them. If Kang-woo managed to break through it, he would easily be able to escape. Man, that's Balrog for you. He's fighting on par against Lucifer and Satan simultaneously. Phew, they're obviously holding back. Look, they haven't even taken out their weapons. Tusk, I hoped he would drain their energy as much as possible. Fortunately, Mammon and Belphegor were focused entirely on the battle between Balrog and the other 2 princes. Now, Kang-woo was about to use the Authority of Shadows with the demonic energy he had accumulated, but kyahhh, fell, why you son of a bitch, he heard a familiar voice. It was one he had heard every day for the past 3 years. Kang-woo turned to see Fel captured by one of the demons in Satan's army. She was screaming as she struggled with her legs dangling. Kang-woo flinched. He shut his eyes tightly. Ignore her. It would be impossible for him to escape if he was responsible for another demon's life. If they were all going to die here, it was better that he survived on his own. Let go of Fel Arg, Firein, village chief, stand back. From the sound of it, Xperrif seemed to have stepped in. However, the result wouldn't change. The halves whom Kang-woo had spent the past 3 years with would all die here. Yes, all of them without a trace. Don't think about it. The memories of the past 3 years flashed across his head. He felt the warmth he had never felt in hell since coming to the village, the one place he thought of as home in the cold and agonizing hell. Don't think about anything. The demons that weren't demon-like, the half-baked demons, the small fry that were forced to live like insects and meet an end worse than insects. Just run away. Nothing would change even if Kang-woo stepped in. He wouldn't be able to protect them even if he went all out. Yeah, it couldn't be helped. Kurg ga kaya. Village chief, it was better for at least one person to live, wasn't it? Sniff, waria. In the first place, Kang-woo had no obligation to save the halves. Sniff, fell. Come here, they had been bait to hunt demons since the beginning. If a shark bit the bait, it was only natural he would cut the line. Yeah, kaya, fell. Kang-woo just needed to shut his eyes, ears, and mouth and run. Fel discovered him, their eyes met. Sir K, Fel was about to call for Kang-woo but bit her lip and shook her head. Schwing, Satan's retainer unsheathed his sword and swung it down at Fel's neck. Umothrfucker. Wham. Kang-woo ran at full speed with the Authority of Haste. His legs hurt so bad that they could shatter at any second, but he ignored it. Bash. Gahhh. Kang-woo kicked the retainer's head, caving it in. The retainer was sent flying. Boom, 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 the demon skipped across the ground backward like a skipping stone on water. Sir, Kang-woo, Fel looked up at Kang-woo, her 6 eyes opened wide. Fel, Firein quickly ran up to Fel and hugged her. Kang-woo looked down at the hugging siblings and bit his lip. Why? He asked himself. He knew that his action just now was idiotic, it was irrational. After what I said about not putting on a pity show, Kang-woo couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't be more embarrassed and humiliated at himself. Stop crying and come this way, he said. If he had dropped to his lowest point, he at least didn't want to die with regrets. Authority of Shelters. A small sinkhole formed on the hard rocky terrain. However, it was not just a sinkhole. It could minimize the presence of those who stayed inside it. Stay in here. Kang-woo pushed Fel and Firein into the sinkhole. But what about you, Sir Kang-woo? I can't go in there. To be more exact, it would be pointless for him. There was a limit to the amount of one's presence that could be hidden with the authority of shelters. As long as the princes of hell were searching for him, he would undoubtedly be discovered even if he hid inside the sinkhole. But if it's just these two, the princes of hell were not aiming for the halves. As long as they weren't seen, the princes wouldn't go out of their way to search for them. Stay here and shut up. Kang-woo turned around as Fel was about to say something and covered the sinkhole entrance with dirt. He looked around and saw that the prince's retainers had killed nearly all the halves. Kang-woo stayed silent and drew out his demonic energy to use the authority of shadows. He quickly melted into his own shadow. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Immense demonic energy filled the area along with the echo of a deep voice. Arg! Kang-woo was hit with a powerful shockwave as he was forcibly pulled out of his shadow. Cough, cough, Kang-woo coughed up blood. His intestines had become mush and intense pain shot throughout his body. He felt dizzy. He could see the demon shrouded in darkness as he grimaced in pain. Satan. Satan should have been battling Balrog. Heya, heya, Kang-woo panted heavily and turned to where Balrog had been battling two of the princes. He saw a mangled Balrog, barely with his life intact, collapsed on the ground. I was too late. Kang-woo was overwhelmed with regret for not having been faster. No, nothing would have changed even if you had acted faster. A chilling voice echoed inside Kang-woo's head. We already knew you were looking for a chance to escape. In that case, it would have been meaningless even if he had used the authority of shadows before he noticed Fel. Fuck. Kang-woo couldn't help but laugh. He was satisfied just from knowing that he wouldn't have been able to escape from the beginning. He could now die without regrets. And step, Satan slowly walked toward. That you missed your chance so you could hide these halves. Satan reached into the sinkhole and pulled out a half-crouched inside it. Kyria, Fel screamed in Satan's clutches. You, Kang-woo trembled with his eyes widened. An uneasy sensation spread throughout his body. Don't, he pleaded. He bowed with his head on the ground and begged unsightly, please, please. However, Kang-woo already knew that Satan wouldn't stop. Hear me, human, Satan smiled nastily. Don't you fucking dare, Kang-woo screamed as he stomped his feet to charge. However, he lost strength in his legs due to his mangled intestines. He tumbled across the ground like an idiot. The only right the weak possess. Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr poured out of his mouth with bitter blood. He could taste the dried bloodlight plant. Is to suffer. Dark light flowed into Fell from Satan's hand. Satan let go of Fell and she fell to the ground. Esser Kang-woo, cracks began to form on her skin. She staggered toward Kang-woo, forcing her crumbling body forward. He, she giggled awkwardly after arriving in front of the collapsed Kang-woo. She continued tremblingly, you should have just run away, that's why I didn't call your name. That had been why Fell had stopped herself from calling for Kang-woo, which ultimately ended up being meaningless. Even if Kang-woo had abandoned Fell, Satan would have caught him. Crack, crack, and no, Fell was breaking, pieces of her body falling to the ground. Fell, Kang-woo reached for Fell with his trembling hand. Sir Kang-woo. Thank why, shatter. Before Fell could even finish her final words, she crumbled into pieces and fell to the ground before Kang-woo's hand could reach her cheek covered in cracks. Kang-woo's thoughts froze. Side Story Chapter 137, Thousand-Year War, Part 10. Kang-woo's thoughts went blank. The tiny pieces of Fell's body tumbled across the ground. He grabbed one of the pieces with one hand. Black blood from the piece of flesh wet his hand. Firen's screams echoed from the sinkhole. He charged at Satan in tears, a truly moronic act. No matter how hard Firen struggled, he was no match for Satan. Bring her back, bring Fel back, he screamed as if throwing a temper tantrum, begging for the impossible. Silence. Satan lightly frowned and pushed the charging Firen aside. Kurg. It had been a slight gesture for Satan, but it brought large consequences for Firen. He was flung powerlessly aside and tumbled across the ground. His right leg was bent unnaturally. Herg. Firen bawled his eyes out as he crawled with his broken leg. He likely also knew that no matter how much he begged and struggled, Fell would never return. Why do we have to die? Firen shouted resentfully, the frustration and rage he had been holding in all this time bursting out. We're nothing to you, we've done nothing wrong. The princes of hell were after Kang-woo, not the haves. The haves were simply being killed like insects just for being with Kang-woo. You could have just taken that son of a bitch and that would have been the end of it. Firen's unbridled rage with nowhere to go could only be pointed at Kang-woo. Why do we have to die so wretchedly? Tears flowed down Firen's cheeks. He curled up into a ball as he held the pieces of his little sister's body and cried. It is simple. Satan put his foot over Firen's head. Firen gritted his teeth as his head was being trampled by Satan's foot. Because we're halves, are you saying we have to die this way because we're half-baked? Firen bit his lip, blood coming out of it. Half, the mark of contempt and ridicule engraved on them from birth. The damn mark had killed countless demons like him. No, Satan shook his head. You are not dying here because you are halves. He added more strength to his foot on Firen's head. Demons only die because of one reason, Satan remarked coldly. Because they are weak. Crush, Firen's head cracked open. His brain matter leaked from his broken skull and doused the ground. Kang-woo blankly stared at the sight on the ground. The blood from Firen's crushed head mixed with the blood from the pieces of Fell's body. Are you angry? Satan smirked as he trampled on Firen's headless corpse. Become stronger, human. Use the wrath and resentment as nourishment for your growth. And his yellow eyes inside the shroud of darkness shone with madness. Kill me. Kang-woo did not answer. He simply looked down blankly and wet his hand with the blood of the two siblings mixing on the ground. It seems the filth has been more or less cleaned up, Lucifer said as he looked around and slowly walked toward them. Did you not finish Balrog off? I had a feeling I would have a use for him in the future. Lucifer shrugged as he expressed his arrogant pride. Satan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lucifer, as well as Mammon and Belphegor watching the situation unfold from afar. Now then, Satan remarked coldly, do you all mind fucking off if you are done here? Rumble, suffocating demonic energy flowed out of Satan, shrouded in darkness. Hee, you want us to leave after coming all the way here? Puha, not a chance. Belphegor and Mammon approached Satan as their eyes glinted. Oh, you want to have a go with me, do you? Satan's eyes shone with great interest. A 2-meter greatsword appeared from the shroud of darkness. He asked with rage, do you truly believe weaklings like you two are a match for me if you join forces? Belphegor and Mammon shrugged slyly. Puhihi, I would think you were the Prince of Pride if I didn't know any better. Of course, we cannot defeat you with just the two of us, Belphegor remarked leisurely. However, he pointed at someone with his bony finger as he was still seated in his wheelchair. Satan looked to where Belphegor was pointing and saw the Prince of Pride's eyes shining with interest. What about Lucifer? Satan's expression slightly crumpled. He could face Belphegor and Mammon at once with no issues. However, it was impossible to face them plus Lucifer and come out victorious. What an interesting turn of events. Lucifer smiled arrogantly, amused by the situation. Puhihi, a 3-way battle of the Princes of Hell, Mammon cackled humorously as he shook his fat-riddled arms. A 3-way battle between the Princes of Hell had never occurred in the history of the 9th Hell. Since the Princes of Hell were the only ones who could defeat one another, they rarely met in one place. However, 4 of the 7 Princes of Hell had gathered to find one human and confronted one another. The tension was palpable in the air. The Princes of Hell glared at each other as even a twitch could ignite a spark to start the battle, and Kang-woo was sitting alone amidst the war of nerves. Kang-woo groaned as his consciousness flickered. He raised his head and saw the 4 Princes of Hell preparing for a confrontation, paying no mind to him. Why? Kang-woo had no idea. The princes had mentioned Baal, but he had never even met Baal. Why did things turn out this way? He continued to ask himself. He could feel extreme pain from his destroyed intestines. He could barely even lift a finger. He felt dizzy from the storm of emotions in his head. I've brought you some tea. Kang-woo recalled a memory. He felt like he was about to puke. He didn't know why he was recalling that disgusting and bitter tea in this dire situation. He chuckled without realizing it. Kang-woo raised his hands and covered his face. The fragments of his memories of the past 3 years tore him apart. He lowered his head and saw the pieces of Fell's body and Firen's headless corpse. Ayarg, Kang-woo groaned as he crouched and scratched his cheeks with both hands. His fingernails dug into and pierced his skin, blood mixing with his tears. The burning sensation in his heart hurt far more than his torn cheeks and mangled intestines. Ayarg, Kang-woo squirmed wretchedly on the ground. Why? The questions filled his head. Why was this happening to him? Why did only things like this happen to him? You become the king. A firm and deep voice echoed inside him, eradicating the questions in his head. Yes, the cause of this entire thing was simple. It was because he was weak, because he was not the king, hence he naturally lost everything. Yeah. Kang-woo slowly brought his hand to his chest and felt the sea of demonic energy lying dormant in his beating heart, and the 3 sturdy and massive doors sealing it. If I open this, not even Kang-woo knew what would happen. The unleashed current of demonic energy could contort him and cause him to explode, but one thing was for sure. Once he opened these doors, there was no going back. Even so, Kang-woo slowly stood up as he staggered. I do not wish for unneeded bloodshed. Then how about you give up? Nonsense. Puhihi, or we could share that human. The princes chatted as if they couldn't see him, as if he didn't exist. As if his pain and desperation were nothing. Nonsense again. Puhihi, what, isn't it a good idea? We can cut him up into pieces and share him. The princes set their desires ablaze as they talked noisily. It was only natural. After all, Kang-woo was nothing to them but a dying insect. Heya, Kang-woo exhaled. He placed his hand over his chest and slowly turned his hand. Rumble, an immense current of demonic energy poured out despite not even fully opening a door. Kurg's Kang-woo's consciousness flickered and grew weaker, however, For's ward to a place higher, where no one could ever reach. Wriggled, black mucus flowed out of Kang-woo. Sticky demonic energy surrounded him. What the? Puhihihi. What are you doing, human? The princes turned their attention to the dying insect they had paid no mind to until now. Kang-woo slowly walked forward in silence. His steps were no longer wavering. Balrog, he looked down at the wreck of a red giant panting heavily. You were right. The weak crawled, the defeated died. The only right the weak possessed was to suffer. The rule that governed hell was simple and clear. The only way to protect what was precious to him and never lose them was to become king. Boom, rumble, Kang-woo stomped his foot, shaking the surroundings. The black mucus that flowed out from him spread. A current of immense demonic energy stormed with Kang-woo at the epicenter. Puhi, what's happening? What demonic energy? The princes stepped back in pallor as they expressed shock. Hear me, princes of hell. He slowly turned toward the three doors, sealing the sea of demonic energy. He swung open one of the doors, which he had never opened, and acted as a seal that should never be undone without hesitation. Here I declare, he would become the predator of predators, the demon of demons, the hell of hells. I, Kang-woo, declared to the princes of hell, beings of absolute power, will become king. Side Story Chapter 138, Thousand-Year War, Part 11. You will become king, Satan feigned laughter. Becoming the king of the nine hells meant forcing the princes of hell here to submit, no, not just the ones present. The human would need to surpass Asmodeus, the prince of lust, Leviathan, the prince of envy, and Baal, the prince of hell closest to becoming the king. How amusing, said Satan as he smiled mockingly. The princes had high hopes for Kang-woo since his path was the closest to the one Baal had walked. That was why 4 of them had gathered to have him submit to them in advance and make him their retainer. The title of Demon King is not to be said so lightly, human. Not even Baal had managed to become king, yet but a mere human who wasn't even on the level of an archdemon was declaring that he would. It was so ridiculous that it wasn't even funny. I wonder about that, Kang-woo said faintly. I guess I'll find out once I try. He closed his eyes and felt the overflowing demonic energy inside him. He had opened 2 of the 3 doors, sealing the sea of demonic energy. The demonic energy that he had been holding back all this time was unleashed, tearing him apart. I don't have much time. Kang-woo could instinctively tell he couldn't maintain this condition for long. Heya, he panted heavily as he staggeringly walked toward Satan. His vision suddenly shook as he was walking. He coughed and black mucus poured out from between his lips. Arg. His teeth clacked. No, he merely thought they did. His teeth had already turned into black mucus. It wasn't just his teeth. His skin, muscles, bones, and intestines were being taken over by the viscous darkness from the sea of demonic energy. His body, which had become mucus, was incapable of feeling pain or any senses. All he could sense was darkness. I'm falling. He was sinking into a bottomless abyss. Thud. Kang-woo fell to his knees. He had neither the strength nor the will to stand. Arg gurg ga, Kang-woo foamed at the mouth as he twisted and turned. He pulled on his hair as he writhed in pain. His consciousness was rapidly burning away. Arg. He fumbled as he crawled, barely holding on to his flickering consciousness, something sticky wrapped around his fingers. He looked down and saw light green tentacles between his fingers. Kang-woo gritted his teeth and held tightly to his fading consciousness. He couldn't let himself be taken control of by the sea of demonic energy like this. He still had something he needed to do. Yeah, Kang-woo covered his face with his trembling hands. Most of his body had turned into black mucus, but there was a part that remained intact. He smiled and felt for his cheekbones and poked something squishy above them with his fingers. Letter 1D411A tilde nya omicron small cap B ya s my eyeballs. His eyes had yet to become black mucus. Arrrrrrggghhhhh. He stabbed his fingers into his eyes and ripped them apart. Intense pain shot throughout his body and his fading consciousness was instantly brought back as if waking up. I do not know what you did, but it seems you cannot control it. Lucifer's eyes shone as he closely examined Kang-woo. As he said, forget controlling the power, Kang-woo was doing his best to hold on to his consciousness within the enormous torrent of demonic energy. It seems so. Puhihihi, I can't believe a mere human can possess this much demonic energy. Amazing, fascinating. I was disappointed at first, but to think he was hiding such power. Once the princes of hell realized Kang-woo was acting irregularly, they let down their guards and stared greedily at the enormous demonic energy pouring out from Kang-woo. A torrent of demonic energy was endlessly raging with him at the epicenter, befitting the expression of a sea of demonic energy. Puhihi. If only I can get my hands on that demonic energy. Mammon burst into laughter as he rubbed his fat cheeks and licked his lips as he drooled. Enough of your filthy behavior, Mammon. Lucifer spread out his 8 wings and continued arrogantly, "That demonic energy is mine." He barely quelled his excitement and flapped his wings as if to charge at Kang-woo any moment. "Hee, I can't let you do that." Belphegor pushed his wheelchair and got in Lucifer's way. "Belphegor," Lucifer shot a death glare at Belphegor. "Sheesh, you could even kill a prince of hell with a glare like that." Belphegor shrugged relaxedly and smiled nastily. "Lucifer, I'm sure you haven't forgotten. You aren't the only one here." Lucifer frowned in displeasure. He was momentarily blinded by the immense demonic energy, but he was with competitors with whom he needed to share the covetous fruit. "Tusk," Lucifer clicked his tongue and shook his head. "Puhiti, what should we do?" Mammon's eyes shone greedily as he looked at Lucifer and Satan. "Wait." Satan, who was closest to Kang-woo, raised his hand. "What is it, Satan?" "Puhiti, you're not going to say some bullshit about taking that human for yourself, are you?" "No, that is not what I mean." Satan narrowed his eyes and examined Kang-woo. "What is this?" Something was off. His instincts, senses, and the intuition he had developed for nearly an eternity were screaming at him to run. Arg. The human who had been writhing on the ground stood up as he staggered. His eye sockets were empty and he seemed so weak that he would die with just a poke. The human had been dying, unable to even keep his demonic energy under control. No matter how much demonic energy he possessed, there was no reason to be afraid if he couldn't control it, or at least that should be the case. If that was the case, why were Satan's instincts urging him so fervently to run away? Squelch, the black mucus wriggled and squirmed as they gathered into the human's empty eye sockets. "Those are—" Satan narrowed his eyes and intently examined the change. Something was squirming inside the black mucus that filled the human's eye sockets. The black mucus split and something yellow came out of it. Eyes, yellow eyes like those of a reptile and horizontally split pupils like those of a goat looked back at Satan. The corners of the human's mouth split open to his earlobes and revealed teeth as sharp as those of a wild beast. Satan stepped backward without realizing it. Something was going wrong. "What in the—" Crunch. Gahhhh. Before Satan even had time to think about the question in his mind, Belphegor, who had his back to the human as he was blocking Lucifer's way, screamed in pain. Satan quickly turned to Belphegor. Wah. The human who had been right in front of him moments ago was on top of Belphegor's wheelchair and munching on his shoulder. When Satan had lost sight of the human despite having his eyes on him the whole time. The human had ended up on top of Belphegor the moment Satan blinked. GGT off me. Belphegor twisted madly and raised his fists. The wheelchair he was in wrapped around his fists into gauntlets in the blink of an eye. Sloth, one of the hell armaments that only the princes of hell could use, smashed into the head of the human, biting his shoulder. Bash! The human's head popped like a balloon with one hit from Sloth. "Damn it. Belphegor, you damn moron," Lucifer shouted. "Why did you kill the human?" The treasure chest of nearly infinite demonic energy had been destroyed. Lucifer glared at Belphegor resentfully. However, Belphegor was in no condition to reply to Lucifer's criticism. Heya, Belphegor panted heavily as he fell to the ground and clenched his bitten shoulder. Mammon cackled and remarked, "Puhihi, aren't you overreacting? He only bit your shoulder." Something's wrong," Belphegor remarked. "Puhi, what's wrong?" Belphegor continued in pallor. "The moment he bit my shoulder, I felt pain I've never felt before." He trembled as he touched his shoulder, black blood pouring out of it. "It'll regenerate in seconds." "What is the big deal?" Lucifer said. A prince's regenerative capabilities were on another level compared to a regular demon. A bite off of their shoulder would not even take a minute to fully heal, or at least it should. Why? Belphegor looked down at his bleeding shoulder incomprehensibly. The fist-sized chunk of flesh bitten off by the human was not regenerating. What the— Why? He shouted in panic. Heya. You bring shame to the title of prince. Lucifer shook his head in shame. He couldn't care less that Belphegor's injury was not regenerating. He was only thinking about how to extract the immense demonic energy from the dead human. Shit. This is all because that idiot killed the human. Puhihi, there's no need to make such a fuss, Lucifer. What? Look around you. Lucifer frowned and looked around. He realized what Mammon was talking about and nodded. Puhihi, the human is dead, but his demonic energy is still here. I see. The human they were aiming for had been killed by Sloth, but the immense demonic energy he possessed was still lingering in the surroundings. As long as they figured out how to get their hands on it, the death of the human was of no issue whatsoever. Well then, let's us resume the negotia. Up. What? Shut up, Lucifer frowned fiercely. Are you so eager to shed blood, Satan? I told you to shut up, shouted Satan in pallor. Do you not hear it? What? The sound. Wriggle. What sound? The sound of something viscous and sticky. Squelch. Satan said tremblingly, the horrible and unpleasant sound. It's echoing. Lucifer frowned and focused on his hearing. Squelch. A displeasing and unsettling sound entered his ears. What in the? Lucifer grimaced and turned around and saw, a nightmare that the princes of hell would never forget rising. 1. Part 2 of the main story mentioned that Kang-woo only ever opened 2 doors when he fought against Baal. I guess the author forgot about writing that. Side story chapter 139, Thousand-Year War, part 12. What the? The black mucus splattered all over the ground gathered. It then split, revealing yellow eyes. He's alive. Lucifer stepped backward, unable to understand. A demon's regenerative capabilities far surpassed those of other life forms. A prince of hell could regenerate their limbs in a few minutes. However, not even a prince of hell could survive after their heads exploded. Arg, ga, ahhhhh. Just then, Lucifer heard screams. He turned to the source of the sound and saw Belphegor writhing in pain on the ground. What the hell? What the hell is this thing? Mouths the size of fingernails appeared from the black mucus that had splattered on Belphegor's arm after he destroyed the human's head and feasted on Belphegor's flesh. Get off. Get the fuck off. Belphegor used sloth to tear off the mouths devouring his arm, but the mouths were stuck to his skin by the sharp teeth. Not even a hell armament could scratch them out. Rather, the mouths began to bite into Belphegor's arm even more ferociously. Ack. Belphegor struggled as the extreme pain shooting from his arm spread throughout his body. He transformed Sloth into a knife, stuck it into his armpit and cut off his arm. Huff, 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 the excruciating pain vanished only after he severed his arm. The pain of severing his arm remained, but it was nothing compared to the pain of getting devoured by those mouths. What in the? Lucifer turned around in shock. Splat, splat. The human, whose head was back to normal before they realized it, slowly walked toward them, viscous fluid splashing with each step. Lucifer spread his 8 wings wide and extended his arms. Womb. Black spheres the size of basketballs appeared around him. The black hole spheres that sucked and pulverized everything in its path fired at the human. Crack, the human was ground up inside the black hole. Wriggle, no way. However, the pieces of the human's flesh wriggled and gathered again. The human regained his original shape in a matter of seconds. Pew-hee-hee, what about this? Mammon also attacked with the authority of blaze. Flames that could devour the world alive burned the human. Pew-hi, however persistent your regenerative powers are, you won't be able to regenerate if there's nothing left of you. Mammon laughed as his fat jiggled. Pew-hee-hee. That was a rather tenacious human. He couldn't believe a human could come back completely fine even after getting their head blown off and their body pulverized. No, such a creature couldn't even be called human. Mammon. Lucifer raised his hand in pallor. Pew-hi. Behind you, what's behind him? Split. A mouth opened unnaturally wide and bit off a large part of Mammon's fatty right nape. Gee-h-h-h-h-h. Mammon screeched with his eyes rolled back. Pain so excruciating that he had never felt before spread from his right nape throughout his body. G-y-h-h-h-i-t-h-u-r-t-s. I-t-h-u-r-t-s. It was so bad that his mind went blank. He had no leeway to consider his reputation or pride as a prince of hell. Prince Mammon. Mammon's retainers, who had been standing by, quickly ran to him and tried to pull off the mouth biting into Mammon's nape. Crunch, A-R-R-R-G-G-H-H-H-H, M-M-Y-A-A-R-M-M-M. The black mucus on Mammon's nape bubbled up and produced more mouths, making it look like a giant slime with mouths all over it. The retainers who tried to pull off the black mucus from Mammon were also eaten. Don't touch that monster, just cut off Mammon's nape, shouted the panting Belphegor as he was clenching his severed stump. A-A-H-H-H-K-U-R-G-H. A-R-G-H-H-H, Mammon's retainers carved out Mammon's nape instead of trying to remove the black mucus directly. Splat. Despite cutting out a considerably large portion of flesh, Mammon's neck was not severed thanks to how much fat tissue he had. Huff, 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 Mammon panted heavily as he clenched his nape spewing blood. Belphegor was right. The moment the monster bit him, he was struck by pain so excruciating that it destroyed his thought process. What the hell is this thing? Mammon stepped backward in pallor. Wriggle. The black mucus gathered to take human form again. Mammon was sure he had burned the human to the point that not even ashes remained, but the human was still alive. Why are you so surprised? Kang-woo asked choppily. His yellow eyes gleamed as he stared at the princes of hell. You're the ones who said it. He smiled, the corners of his mouth reaching his earlobes like the Kuchisei-kana sharp teeth shining from between his lips. The princes of hell were likely not aware of the folklore, but they instinctively felt fear from seeing the human's mouth splitting open horrifyingly. The only right the weak possesses to suffer. At this moment, the weak ones here were none other than the princes of hell who ruled over the ninth hell. Now then, if the weak only deserved to suffer, the strong had the right to relish in their suffering. Let's play, wriggle. The black mucus splattered on the ground like ink and squirmed as it rose, turning into a black tidal wave. Countless hideous and abnormally split mouths appeared from the black wave, engulfing everything in its path. Red tongues covered in drool and teeth as sharp as those of beasts were floating in the black wave. Wriggle, the black tsunami raged toward the princes of hell. The princes of hell exchanged glances with each other. Are they all screamed in fear simultaneously? Are you? Belphegor jumped on Sloth after turning into its wheelchair form. Lucifer flew into the sky with his 8 black wings. Satan melted into his shroud of darkness and ran away as if sliding on the ground. W8, D don't leave me. As for Mammon, he ran as he frantically moved his fat-riddled legs. The destructive capability of his authority was top class even among the princes of hell, but his mobility was by far the worst among them. The speed at which he was running was slower than the black tsunami coming at him. The tsunami reached right behind Mammon's jiggling cheeks. At this rate, he would be engulfed by the black wave. The Prince of Greed commands you. Mammon shouted at his retainers who were running alongside him. Stop that monster, Prince Mammon. No, my body's moving on its own. Erg, crunch, Mammon's subordinates suddenly turned around and threw themselves into the black wave. The sound of bones breaking and screams echoed. The wave slowed down slightly. Huff, huff, Mammon chased after the princes who ran away ahead of him with all his might. He managed to find them much easier than he had expected. And no, this can't be. Shit, what in the world is going on? Satan, Belphegor, and Lucifer were in a panic, not moving an inch. Mammon soon found out why they were stopped. Where are you going? Inside a black tsunami so tall that it could cover the entire sky was a human monster smiling with the corners of its mouth torn widely. Let's play a little more. A black wave covering kilometers of terrain was closing in on the princes in a dome shape so they couldn't run or fly away. Shit. Satan looked around in pallor but couldn't find anywhere to run. And no. Arg, the moment the black tsunami riddled with mouths was about to engulf the princes, it stopped in its tracks. The monster inside the black mucus pulled on his hair as he writhed in agony. And now's our chance. The princes did not miss the opportunity and escaped from the part of the black wave that had yet to close. They got further away from the roaring monster. MMRGHH. Balrog opened his eyes. He could still feel intense pain from his wounds that had not been healed yet. Kurg, he grimaced as he stood up. What in the? He looked around to see piles of demon corpses that had been torn apart by something sharp. He couldn't tell because they were mangled so badly, but they seemed to be the prince's retainers. What in the world happened? Balrog remembered Kang-woo declaring that he would become king, but nothing after that. He thought he had faintly heard the prince's screams. Did that human defeat the princes? He had no idea, but it was possible. After all, the demonic energy inside that human far surpassed even that of the princes of hell. But he said he couldn't control it. Balrog wondered if the human somehow found a way to control the demonic energy amidst the crisis. Balrog walked as he looked around. Erg. He found Kang-woo writhing in pain among the pile of countless demon corpses. That doesn't seem to be the case. If the human had found a way to control the boundless demonic energy, he wouldn't be in that state. Kang-woo was in a state so wretched that not even Balrog, who had lived through countless battlefields, could bear to look at him. Crunch, split, crack. Kang-woo's skin split, his flesh and muscles contorted, and his bones broke. His eyeballs and intestines were squashed like a pulp and flowed out of him. Balrog was fine with seeing that, but the issue was that the human was still alive in that wretched state. His injuries went through a cycle of regeneration and destruction. To make a comparison, it was like turning a rubber doll inside out to carve out its insides, running it through a mixer, and gluing it back together. Kang-woo's desperate screams sent chills down Balrog's back. Balrog picked up Kang-woo in silence. He placed him inside a small cave in a rock wall that had formed from the battle and stood in front of the entrance. Kang-woo's screams echoed endlessly inside the cave. Something fell from the sky, something white and cold that didn't match the burning red sky. Snow. Snow in hell was extremely rare as well as highly lethal. Sizzle. Snow in hell contained acid so powerful that it could melt a demon's flesh. Most demons hid in caves or some sort of shade to avoid snow whenever it fell. Balrog blocked the entrance of the tiny cave with his 5-meter stature. The flesh-melting snow piled on him. Sizzle, smoke rose as Balrog's skin melted, but it was all right. He wouldn't die from something like this. The screams inside the cave did not stop. You said you would become king, correct? Balrog recalled Kang-woo's declaration to the princes of hell as he blocked the snowfall, which was getting heavier with his body. He smiled. If you will become king, then I, Balrog, will become your shield. The remnant who was unable to protect his master made a new vow, one that would not waver even in a wretched war that lasted 1,000 years. Victory to my king.